Chapter 81. Director Su, quickly call Vice President Lin over. While Shin Qiushan was being interviewed, Wang Guangqing leaned over to Su Desai and whispered, "Oh, okay." Su Desai didn't quite understand why Wang Guangqing asked him to call Vice President Lin now. Wang Guangqing had already given the interview, and the opportunity to appear on television was his, so there was no need to make a fuss. But since Wang Guangqing had spoken, he had no choice but to obey, immediately tiptoeing out of the office. And Wang Guangqing did this because he was frightened by Shin Qiushan's words. The veteran, who had been in the system for over 20 years, keenly sensed danger. It was foreseeable that if today's interview were actually broadcast on television, it would definitely cause considerable discussion. Because Shin Qiushan's remarks were a bit too arrogant. If a student had said he wanted to apply to Sanjiang University, no one would have said anything, but coming from a middle-aged man like Shin Qiushan, the words were quite explosive. Men his age are almost always the breadwinners of their families, with elderly parents and young children to support. Working like a slave at work consumes most of his energy, and the limited energy left must deal with household chores, such as dealing with his wife's complaints, his children's rebellion, and caring for his ailing parents. For the average man, middle-aged men are worse than dogs isn't just a saying, it's a heartbreaking reality. At this point, someone suddenly announced their intention to apply to Sanjiang University, a top 985 university in China. You can imagine the public outcry. Wang Guangqing even regretted agreeing to the interview. Better to have no merit or fault than to be thrust into the spotlight. The remedy this season True had envisioned was to push Lin Xiaoma, the saint of Sanjiang City's education scene, to the forefront and tie her to the chariot. So, when Lin Xiaoma arrived, he immediately introduced her to Zhou Ruolin, who was about to leave work. "Reporter Zhou, this is Vice Principal Lin from our school. She's currently in charge of teaching." Not long ago, she organized a school-wide English vocabulary competition, in which Xiaoxin won first prize. "Do you think we should also have Vice Principal Lin to chat?" Lin Xiaomo hadn't realized the reporter was there. She assumed Wang Guangqing wanted to discuss work. It turned out he wanted her to be interviewed, and to her surprise, Shin Qiushan was also present. Zhou Ruolin's eyes lit up when she saw Lin Xiaomo. Vice Principal Lin was so stunningly beautiful that even she, a woman, couldn't help but take a few more glances. As a journalist, Zhou Ruolin knows exactly what viewers like to watch. Take today's interview, for example. Wang Guangqing and Lin Xiaomo were using the same script. When airing, Lin Xiaomo's interview would definitely get higher ratings than Wang Guangqing's. However, ratings aren't the most intuitive indicator. We're in the age of self-media, and the News Frontline program team, where Zhou Ruolin works, also has its own Quine account. 2 interview videos with the same script posted on News Frontline's Quine account will generate the most significant reaction. If nothing unexpected happens, Lin Xiaomo's video will definitely lead in likes and comments. It can't be helped, this is an age where looks are everything. A while ago, a simple interview about rights protection went viral simply because the woman involved had a great figure. "Principal Lin, how about we talk about the English vocabulary competition you led and your views on educational diversity?" Zhou Ruolin immediately extended the interview invitation. She was thrilled. Before arriving, she had never imagined this interview would have so many explosive points. If nothing unexpected happened, Shin Qiushan's outrageous remarks would surely become a hot topic in public opinion. Now there was another Principal Lin, known for his sound and reasonable approach. Zhou Ruolin had a feeling this interview would be a hit. Okay. At this point, Lin Xiaoma couldn't refuse and could only nod. "Principal Lin, let's go to your office and talk, so as not to disrupt Principal Wang's work." Zhou Ruolin took the initiative, but she had her own reasons for asking to go to Lin Xiaomo's office. She planned to revisit the topics she had discussed with Wang Guangqing, and then, when the interview aired, she would try to use as much of Lin Xiaomo's material as possible, while Wang Guangqing would only need to make a cameo appearance. "Vice President Lin, please take the trouble to greet me. I just happen to have some work to do." Wang Guangqing went along with the situation. His thoughts at the moment were more aligned with Zhou Ruolin's. He was eager for reporter Zhou to talk more with Lin Xiaomo, and ideally, not even include him on the show. Or perhaps just give her a brief appearance, while mainly highlighting Vice President Lin Xiaomo. If public opinion were to surge, Lin Xiaomo, the saint, would be there to support it, and it wouldn't have much to do with him, Wang Guangqing. And if public opinion favored the school, President Wang Guangqing would be able to reap some political credit. So, putting Lin Xiaomo in the spotlight was definitely a win-win situation for him. "You guys chat, I'm going back to class." Shin Qiushan, having already finished his interview, didn't want to waste any more time, so he gave a heads up and slipped back into the classroom. Lin Xiaoma brought Zhou Roland to her office for the interview. News Frontline airs every day at 5:30 p.m. and ends at 6:30 p.m. It primarily broadcasts livelihood news, with an interview segment lasting about 15 minutes each day, focusing on hot social events and interviews with celebrities or experts. Bohemia Garden. News Frontline had just started airing when Lin Moshwan arrived home. When he wasn't socializing, he spent most of his time watching the news, focusing on everything from livelihoods and education to military affairs and current affairs. Momo, why aren't you home yet? She's a vice principal, but she's busier than me, the director. Lin Moshwan complained to his wife, Chen Qingju, while making himself some tea. She sent me a WeChat message, saying she went shopping with some friends. Chen Qingju replied from the kitchen doorway, soup simmering. What friend? Male or female? Lin Moshwan pressed. It would be nice if it was a boy. I was hoping she'd get to know some boys, but sadly, it wasn't. Chen Qingju sighed. She said it was a college classmate, someone named Hu Tingting. The one she used to be in a band with? Lin Moshwan frowned. I remember she said she was going out with friends, those same college classmates, who used to be in bands. Tell her later to stop hanging out with those guys if they have nothing to do. Musicians are just not serious business. Chen Qingju, who had retired from the art troupe, was displeased by Lin Moshwan's words. She immediately retorted, What's wrong with being a musician? Didn't you marry a musician? How can you be the same as them? You're a regular artist, a systemic artist. They're just fooling around. A bunch of girls playing rock music? That's outrageous. When Lin Moshwan mentioned his daughter's band, he flew into a rage. He felt his daughter had been led astray by her bad company. What era is this? You're just looking at people through tinted glasses. Chen Qingju rolled her eyes. Just then, the casserole in the kitchen started churning. She quickly turned and went back into the kitchen, still muttering, Momo clearly inherited my musical talent. If she had chosen an artistic path, she might have become a star. Lin Moshwan sipped tea and watched the news. From time to time, he would comment on the news and express his own opinions. Before he knew it, News Front had passed halfway through and had reached the interview section. Reporter Zhou Roland's first words immediately made Lin Moshwan sit up straight. Today's interview focuses on exploring and experimenting with educational diversity. I arrived at Sanjiang High School. Isn't this Momo's school? Lin Moshwan was startled and quickly called to his wife, Chen Qingju, who was busy in the kitchen. Qingju, come here. A reporter went to Momo's school. Huh? Chen Qingju had finished making soup and was preparing to stir-fry the vegetables so they could eat. Upon hearing the news about her daughter's school, she wiped her hands and headed to the living room. On TV, Zhou Roland walked around the campus of Sanjiang High School, saying, I'm currently at Sanjiang High School, and they've made a bold move toward educational diversity. Next, let's hear what Vice Principal Lin of Sanjiang High School has to say about educational diversity. The TV screen cuts to an office. Lin Xiaoma sat elegantly on the sofa, giving Zhou Roland an interview. Momo, why didn't you tell your family about this interview? Chen Qingju was surprised to see her daughter on TV. She assumed it was just a news story about her daughter's school, but she wasn't expecting an interview with her daughter. Lin Moshwan frowned, listening intently to his daughter's every word. Misrepresenting the media can be devastating, and even a single misspoken word can lead to online violence. Zhou Roland, I heard there's a 38-year-old student on loan in our school. This is probably unprecedented in the city, province, or even the country. Did the school feel a lot of pressure in accepting his admission? Lin Xiaoma, there wasn't any pressure. The school simply accepted a slightly older student within the rules and regulations. Zhou Roland, does Principal Lin consider this an attempt at educational diversification? Lin Xiaoma, I guess so, but it's an isolated case. This model is only suitable for a very small number of people. Zhou Roland, I heard he beat all the other students in the English vocabulary competition organized by Principal Lin, winning first prize. He also scored a fantastic 494 in the just concluded mock exam. Does Principal Lin consider this a successful example of educational diversification? Lin Xiaoma, it's too early to talk about success, but his presence has certainly had a certain catfish effect. We can look forward to his future performance. This concludes the interview with Lin Xiaoma. Lin Moshwan, sitting in front of the TV, had a face so gloomy it looked like water could be squeezed out of it. He slammed his hand on the coffee table and angrily shouted, Nonsense. You're just playing the piano. If you don't work hard at 38, how are you going to high school? Don't you have elderly people at home? Why don't you take care of them? Chapter 82. The TV screen jumped. Zhou Ruolin arrived at the door of Class 3 to 5. That 38-year-old transfer student is in Class 3 to 5. Class is about to end, and I plan to randomly interview a few students to see what they think of this older student. The footage currently being broadcast on TV was filmed after Zhou Ruolin finished interviewing Lin Xiaomo. After interviewing Lin Xiaomo, Zhou Ruolin felt that today's interview material was definitely worthy of an interview segment, so she added some additional content. Of course, as Shen Qiushan's children, Shen Yixiao and Shen Yanran were also among the interviewees. Next on TV was Zhou Ruolin's interview with the students. These students were very enthusiastic, scrambling to get in front of the camera, leaving behind a stream of bright smiles. Old Shen is the god of English. He won first prize in the English vocabulary competition. Uncle Shen got a perfect score on the English mock exam this time. Uncle Shen is a very low-key person, he just studies hard. My total score on the mock exam isn't even as high as Old Shen's. I hope my mom doesn't see this news. Zhou Ruolin, you've seen the students' attitudes. It's clear they don't dislike the student who's about the same age as their parents. Next, the people we're interviewing are a bit special. They're the children of that older boarding student. Yes, his children are also in their third year at Sanjiang High School. A father and his children are in the same grade, even in the same class. This extraordinary phenomenon actually happened at Sanjiang High School. Let's hear what his children have to say. The TV screen jumped again. Shen Yanran and Shen Yixiao entered the room at the same time. Plop! Lin Moxuan dropped the teacup he was holding onto the coffee table, nearly spitting out the tea in his mouth. When he heard the older student's last name was Shen, he had a bad feeling. But then he thought, his unreliable son-in-law was currently delivering food, there was no way he was going to school as a student. Besides, the news just mentioned that the boarding student won first prize in an English vocabulary competition and even scored 494 on the mock exam. How could his son-in-law, who graduated from high school and studied pager repair, have such talent? However, after seeing his grandson and granddaughter on screen together, Lin Moxuan was completely stunned. What he feared came true. That 38-year-old boarding student turned out to be his unreliable son-in-law. Xiao Yanran? Shen Qingzhu was also completely stunned. She took 2 steps towards the TV and rubbed her eyes vigorously. Oh my god, it's Xiao and Yanran. So, that older boarding student is Qiushan. Shen Qingzhu's mouth dropped open, the wrinkles on her face almost flattening out with shock. I was wondering why Momo insisted on taking a job at Sanjiang High School. So it was that kid Shen Qiushan who instigated her. It wasn't enough that he harmed Chushua, now he's trying to harm Momo again. I'm going to beat him to death. Lin Moxuan gnashed his teeth in hatred. He rushed to the balcony, grabbed a baseball bat, and swung it vigorously, as if Shen Qiushan was right in front of him. On TV, Shen Yanran and Shen Yixiao were being interviewed. Zhou Ruolin, what do you think of your father attending school on a loan basis? Shen Yanran, at first, I didn't understand it either. I thought my dad was just watching over us. Now, I think he's amazing. Not only did he win first prize in the English vocabulary competition, he also scored 494 on this mock exam. Yeah, that's more than my brother, who only scored 421. Shen Yixiao. No, I didn't perform well this time. After being exposed on TV that his mock exam score wasn't as high as his dad's, Shen Yixiao naturally tried to cover it up. Embarrassing himself at school would be fine. If this were on TV, wouldn't everyone in the city know? Shen Yixiao continued to make excuses. Actually, I'm an athlete. Well, with 421, I could get into college. My sister only scored 320 in math, Chinese, and English combined, while my dad scored 400 in math, Chinese, and English, 80 points more than her. Shen Yanran, there's no point just competing in math, Chinese, and English. My total score is 539. The siblings engaged in a playful banter on camera. Perhaps because they found their exchange quite amusing, the TV station didn't edit it out. Zhou Ruolin was amused by the playful siblings, and quickly moved on to the next topic. Student Shen Yixiao, I heard your dad is not only in the same class as you, but also sits at the same table. How do you feel about that? Shen Yixiao, I feel a deep sense of fatherly love. Under my dad's influence, my English grades have improved dramatically. I've also improved my study habits, and changed a lot of bad habits. It's great to sit at the same table with my dad. Shen Yixiao spoke seriously, but the fake smile at the end was so profound that the audience could sense the helplessness through the TV screen. Zhou Ruolin looked at Shen Yanran again. Shen Yanran, do you feel bad about not being able to study in the same classroom with your father? Shen Yanran, I really do. I really want to be in the same class with my father. I'm even a little jealous of Shinichi. If only my father could transfer to our class. Joe Roland, when I was interviewing Vice Principal Lin just now, she mentioned the upcoming history class. You and your father might be in the same class then. Shin Yanran's eyes widened. Huh? Shinichia, really? Joe Roland nodded. Of course it's true. With Joe Roland's statement, the siblings' expressions changed drastically. Shinichia's smile was so big it threatened to overflow the TV screen. Shin Yanran, who had been boasting just a moment ago, now had a look of despair on her face. The siblings' interview ended here. The TV screen returned to Joe Roland, who said with a smile, "Before meeting old Shin, I always wondered what kind of person would choose to return to high school at the age of 38. After interviewing siblings Shin Yanran and Shinichiao, I had a rough idea. The audience probably had their answer too. To have raised such lively and cheerful children, old Shin must also be an optimistic and cheerful person. Is that the truth?" Next, it was our client, old Shin, who took the stage. Joe Roland finished speaking. The camera switched. Shin Chioshan appeared on the TV screen. Then, it was his interview. It started off normal. His answers were nothing out of the ordinary. Until he announced his goal, to get into Sanjiang University. The countless viewers watching on TV were transfixed. This naturally included director Lin, baseball bat in hand. His eyes widened as he pointed at Shin Chioshan on TV and said to his wife, "Chin Qingju, did you hear that? You heard that. He actually said he wanted to apply to Sanjiang University? Bah! If Shin Chioshan can get into Sanjiang University, I marry my 2 remaining daughters to him." Chapter 83. What nonsense are you talking about? You're so angry you're confused. Chin Qingju glared at his wife speechlessly, then pointed at the TV screen. Keep listening and see what Chioshan has to say. Nonsense? You're talking nonsense. Lin Moshwan used his baseball bat as a crutch, resting it on the ground and staring at the TV screen. Shin Chioshan's interview was drawing to a close. He spoke confidently into the camera. An old horse in the stable still aspires to run 1,000 miles. A martyr in his old age still aspires to greatness. Prime Minister Chow was 53 when he wrote The Turtle's Longevity, yet he still had such ambitions. And I'm only 38. It's not too much to apply to Sanjiang University. Shin Chioshan's interview ended here, followed by Joe Roland's concluding remarks. Lin Moshwan angrily scolded. He even borrowed Chow Chow's poem. How can he be compared to Chow Chow? Don't always look at Chioshan through tinted glasses. I think his speech is quite good and perfectly aligns with the topic. After so many years, Chen Qingju's opinion of Shin Chioshan as her son-in-law has changed. Firstly, he raised his 2 children well. Although their academic performance was average, both children had positive values, optimistic and cheerful personalities, and were relatively sensible. Secondly, Shin Chioshan had remained unmarried for so many years, which is actually quite difficult for a man. Some men who lost their wives even remarried within a few months. As the saying goes, if there's a stepmother, there's a stepfather. Shin Chioshan's reluctance to remarry was largely a way of protecting his 2 children. In comparison, whether he had a woman outside was actually unimportant. Expecting a young man who became a widower at the age of 20 to remain chaste is a bit too much. Another point is that Shin Chioshan didn't forbid his children from associating with their family, nor did he instill any negative ideas about his grandparents' side in them when they were young. Overall, this son-in-law is a good person and has a sense of responsibility. It's just that after all these years of struggle, he hasn't achieved much. But isn't that what most ordinary people do, living a mediocre and ordinary life? After all, only a very small number of people truly achieve success. Everyone knows how to brag. He's great at it, otherwise how could he have tricked Chushue into his life? Also, you said you wanted to apply to university, but you chose Sanjiang University? Who gave him the courage? You're asking for trouble. If nothing unexpected happens, Momo will be implicated once public opinion gets out. That old guy, Wang Guangqing, is incredibly clever. He actually pushed Momo to the forefront of this matter. You really thought I'd retire soon and I couldn't handle him, didn't you? Call Momo and tell her to come back quickly. Lin Moshwan launched into a barrage of comments, but Chen Qingju remained calm. If you want to call yourself. We have dinner in one more dish. With that, Chen Qingju went back to the kitchen to continue working. As expected, the interview on News Front immediately sparked a wave of discussion. Sanjiang Life Channel is a local station, with coverage limited to Sanjiang City and some surrounding counties and districts. However, the Quine account of News Frontline is aimed at netizens across the country. After the program was broadcast, This interview was made into several short videos and posted on the Quine account. As a local news program, News Frontline only has 210,000 followers, making it a relatively modest influence. However, the explosive content of these videos, coupled with the appearance of the beautiful and sensible Principal Lin Xiaoma, has steadily increased their popularity. The video featuring an interview with Shin Qiushan and Lin Xiaoma quickly surpassed 500,000 views. Don't underestimate 500,000 views, it's already considered a niche hit. The News Frontline Quine account posts numerous news videos daily, with views ranging from a few thousand to over 100,000, considered impressive. The video featuring the interview with Shin Qiushan and Lin Xiaoma quickly surpassed 500,000 views, indicating that it has broken through its initial traffic pool and been pushed into a larger audience. If a video performs well, its exposure will continue to grow, reaching even more people. By now, the video had over 4,000 comments, more than half mocking Shin Qiushan, while a smaller portion was admiring Lin Xiaoma's stunning looks. Going to college at 38? What a joke. Sanjiang University? You've got some arrogance. What a boast. At Sanjiang University, someone is looking down on you. You guys are such a jerk. With President Lin here, you're actually paying attention to that old ding. That's right, President Lin's face is right. Everything he says is right. Old ding, if you get into Sanjiang University, I stand on my head and eat shit. You standing on your head and eating shit is nothing. If old dang really gets into Sanjiang University, I eat shit every day for the next year. Just to see you two eat shit, I've decided to support old Shin. At Sanjiang University, please, give me a special admission. For those who don't know, Sanjiang University has consistently ranked in the top 10, even top 5, in the country. Sometimes it's even reached third place. As the video's popularity grew, many news media outlets reposted it, allowing even more netizens to see the news. Sanjiang High School. When the News Frontline interview segment aired, the students had already started their evening study sessions. So, Shin Qiushan had no idea the program was airing, nor that he had garnered significant online attention. He continued to study as usual. But the senior class office was already buzzing. It was the end of the third period of evening study. The teachers on the night shift had returned to their offices. Sun Xing was the first to see the video posted by the News Frontline Quine account. He immediately shared it with the senior class WeChat group. After watching it, the teachers couldn't help but discuss it. You came for the interview at noon. Didn't expect it to air so soon? Old Shin's become an internet celebrity now. What internet celebrity? Didn't you see everyone online cursing him? But Principal Lin is really famous. Everyone says she's right. This video has tens of thousands of likes. Not only is Principal Lin famous, but our school is too. I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing, but our school has been thrust into the spotlight. The teachers were discussing this. Chen Xiangyu silently scrolled through the comments below the video. After seeing that almost half of the netizens were criticizing Shin Qiushan, her expression grew increasingly grim. Of course she knew about the interview, but she hadn't anticipated the public outcry it would stir. Shin Qiushan's boasts were already out there, and if he didn't get into Sanjiang University, he'd be drowned in spit. In a bar's dressing room. It was called a dressing room, but it was actually just a utility room where resident singers could take a break or change clothes. Lin Xiaoma had just finished her performance, changing out of her costume and her exaggerated pink wig. Hu Tingting, scrolling through her phone, suddenly exclaimed, "Momo, look. You're famous. Holy crap. This video has so many comments. It's going viral." Hearing her exclamation, the other two band members, Fang Di and Zhu Xinhua, also curiously leaned over. Lin Xiaoma calmly asked, removing her makeup, "Is it that interview?" "Yeah, you know about it. Why haven't you mentioned it?" Hu Tingting asked, puzzled. "It was a pretty boring interview, and old one pushed me out to take the blame." Lin Xiaoma, as smart as she is, how could she not understand Wang Guangqing's maneuver? But to her, it really wasn't a big deal. She didn't take it seriously at all. It was just a 38-year-old student who was a temporary student. It wasn't a crime, and the education system didn't have any explicit regulations prohibiting 38-year-old students from being temporary students. So no matter what was said about this matter, Lin Xiaoma wasn't afraid. As for Shin Qiushan's remarks, they would certainly spark some controversy, but ultimately, they weren't legal or moral issues. At most, he was just bragging in front of the media, as long as he was thick-skinned enough and had a good attitude. There's no problem. And a good attitude and a thick skin are precisely the strengths of her unreliable brother-in-law. So, let those netizens discuss whatever they want. It has nothing to do with her. Momo, you're so calm. Netizens all say you're right. It's a shame that Principal Lin and Red Rose can't be the same person. Otherwise, our band would have benefited from it. Hu Tingting sighed. Who said Principal Lin and Red Rose can't be the same person? Lin Xiaomo's tone suddenly grew serious. Principal Lin and Red Rose are the same person. One day, I let everyone know. After hearing her words, her 3 teammates looked at her in surprise. Momo, aren't you afraid your dad will find out? When did I ever say I was afraid? Lin Xiaomo's lips curled up slightly. I'm not telling him now simply because I haven't achieved much. He's been in office for so many years, and he's a man who values performance above all else. If he doesn't have any achievements to show for himself, in his eyes, we're just idlers, wasting our time on trivial matters. One day, if we can perform on a really big stage, I definitely invite him to see us. Lin Xiaomo's words had barely escaped her lips when her phone rang. It was her father, Lin Moxuan. Speak of the devil. Lin Xiaomo shook her phone. I'm leaving first. She grabbed her suitcase containing her costumes and makeup bag and walked out the back door of the bar. She waited until she was in her car and everything was quiet before calling her father back. Momo, where are you? Why aren't you answering all these calls? I was out having dinner with friends and left my phone in the car. I'm heading home now, Lin Xiaomo explained briefly. We talk when I get back. Drive safely. Lin Moxuan warned her and hung up. However, Lin Xiaomo took a deep breath. She knew she'd be facing another tough battle back home. Ever since her sister's death, her father's control had only intensified, fearing she and her younger sister would be kidnapped again or make some unwise decision. Back home, Father Lin Moxuan and Mother Chen Qingzhu were both sitting on the sofa in the living room. It was already past 10 o'clock, and normally they would have gone to bed long ago. But now, it looked like a three-way court hearing. Of course, Lin Xiaomo knew her mother Chen Qingzhu was just playing along, and would even speak up for her at crucial moments. Did you help Shen Qiushan attend Sanjiang High School on a temporary basis? As soon as Lin Xiaomo entered the room, her father, Lin Moxuan, began interrogating her. It has nothing to do with me. I only found out he was on a temporary basis after I arrived at the school. Lin Xiaomo spoke frankly. How could it have nothing to do with you? He must have begged you for help, right? In Lin Moxuan's opinion, if it weren't for his daughter, the vice principal, helping him, Shen Qiushan would never have been able to convince the school's leadership. It really has nothing to do with me. He was already there when I reported. If you don't believe me, ask Principal Wang. I call him tomorrow. Lin Moxuan didn't call Wang Guangqing after get off work to avoid the impression that he was abusing his position for personal gain. It would be different tomorrow at work. He was the head of the education bureau. With such big news breaking in the education system, it was only natural for him, as a leader, to weigh in. Then why didn't you tell me? Lin Moxuan skipped the previous topic. You didn't want to hear his name, didn't you? Lin Xiaomo explained that his father had indeed told him more than once not to mention Shen Qiushan in front of him. That's a big deal. He's going to a part-time school, so who's going to support the family? Xiao, what about Yinran's living expenses and tutoring? When she goes to college, where will she pay for her tuition and living expenses? What nonsense is this? And you even made such outrageous remarks in front of reporters, saying you were applying to Sanjiang University. Now, the internet is full of ridicule, and even your school is being mocked. Lin Moxuan's eyes widened. If Shen Qiushan were in front of him, he would definitely berate him. Momo, you really should have told us about something this big. Xiao and Yinran are family members, after all. Chen Qingzhu echoed, then added, we can afford Xiao and Yinran's college tuition, but Qiushan, at his age, shouldn't join in the fun. Work hard. There will be plenty of money for the two children's weddings. After listening to the two, Lin Xiaomo helplessly spread her hands. You should have said this to Shen Qiushan in person. I can't make any decisions for him. Besides, I'm not his sister. Even if I made a decision, he wouldn't listen. If there's nothing else, I go wash up. With that, Lin Xiaomo prepared to flee the battlefield. However, Lin Moxuan stopped her again, his face stern, saying, stay away from him at school. Don't be fooled by his sweet talk. Got it. Lin Xiaomo said casually, and hurried back to her room. After closing the door, she let out a long sigh. Although her father's interrogation skills had weakened somewhat in the past 2 years, the oppressive feeling was still there, making people feel uncomfortable. Lin Xiaomo's bedroom was a suite of approximately 40 square meters. In addition to a separate toilet, bathroom, and dressing room, There was also a balcony leading directly to the courtyard on the first floor. Lin Xiaomo placed a lounge chair on the balcony, where she could lie in the sun during the day and gaze at the stars at night. After changing into her pajamas, she didn't immediately wash up, but instead read a novel on the lounge chair. Ever since she learned at noon that Shin Qiushan was writing a novel, she'd been reading I Really Didn't Want to Be Reborn. She spent almost all of her spare time today reading it. The book was only 200,000 words long, and a seasoned online novel reader would have finished it long ago. But since this was Lin Xiaomo's first time seriously reading an online novel, she was much slower, especially since the reader's comments were so interesting, and she always clicked through them. This slowed her down even further. Finally, with some uninterrupted time, Lin Xiaomo quickly immersed herself in the novel's plot. She hadn't known how long she'd been reading when the words "to be continued" suddenly appeared on her phone screen. Gone. Lin Xiaomo was stunned for a moment, feeling as if something had been stolen from her heart, leaving her feeling empty. Yuchu is so wonderful. Damn Chengo. Lin Xiaomo cursed silently. With no novel content to read, she scrolled through the comments again. The battle between Xiaoyer and Youchu's supporters wasn't over yet. The two sides argued endlessly. Everyone was giving tips to their favorite characters. Lin Xiaomo then understood why both sides were giving tips. They were boosting their character's star glory points. Each wanted their favorite character to outdo the other. And now, Xiao Rongyu's star glory points were about 18,000 higher than Shin Yuchu's. Lin Xiaomo frowned subconsciously. Her favorite character was actually lagging behind. By reading the comments, she had a rough idea of how to accumulate star glory points. The most direct way was to give gifts to the characters. The first gift of 10 points adds 2 star glory points, and every subsequent gift of 10 points adds 1 star glory point. Right now, her favorite, Shin Yuchu, was about 18,000 points behind. If this were her first gift, she'd need to give 100,000 penguin coins to overtake him. That's a leader. 1,000 yuan. The money I tipped will eventually go towards Xiao Xiao and Yanron's tuition and living expenses. Thinking of this, Lin Xiaomo's eyes suddenly lit up. She immediately topped up her account with 1,000 penguin coins and gave it to her favorite, Shin Yuchu. A line of small text, Red Rose 19 tips to leader, immediately floated over the character's cartoon image. Since this was her first gift, the character instantly gained 20,000 star glory points. Instantly overtaken, seeing her favorite character's star glory surpass the others, Lin Xiaomo's lips curled up slightly, revealing a relieved smile. At the same time, in the girls' dormitory of Sanjiang University, Lin Jiayu was chatting with like-minded book lovers in the Xiaoyer Guardian group. A message suddenly appeared on her phone. Holy crap! The tower was stolen. They have a new leader. Accompanying the message was a screenshot. The text read Rose 19 rewards leader could be seen in the image. Another wild leader, directly adding 20,000 star glory. It must be that Smith registered by Orange. At Meow Meow Alliance, are you still going to fight? Forget it, the Meow League already has 3 leaders. The group instantly fell into chaos. Lin Jiayu, who had been in a good mood, frowned. Where did the red roses come from? How disgusting. Lin Jiayu couldn't help but silently grumble inwardly. Then she opened her WeChat wallet and sighed after seeing the balance. All she had left in her WeChat account was food money. She opened the familiar penguin reading app again and clicked on her favorite character's page. Seeing that their star glory had truly been surpassed, the resentment and disappointment in her heart instantly made her want to make money again. No, I can't lose. Returning to WeChat, Lin Jiayu's slender fingers hovered over her sister and mother's WeChat profile pictures for a moment before finally clicking on her mother's. Dear Mom, can you give me the lucky money? In Sanjiang, as long as you're not married, you get lucky money. Every year, Lin Jiayu received a considerable amount of lucky money, but she gave it to her mother for safekeeping, saving it for her dowry when she got married. And now, she decided to embezzle her own dowry. Chapter 84. It was already early morning when Lin Jiayu sent the message. It was destined to be a dead end for her mother at this hour, so she opened the WeChat account nicknamed Uni Bobo Meow. She had messaged novel author Shinbuku several times over the past 2 days, but he hadn't replied yet. High school students are busy with their studies, so that seemed normal. Lin Jiayu sighed in disappointment. Jiayu, are you asleep? Just as Lin Jiayu was about to turn in, her roommate Fang Xiaoya, who slept in the bed across from her, suddenly whispered, I was about to go to sleep. Lin Jiayu yawned. Don't go to sleep yet. Watch the video I shared with you on Quine. A 38-year-old man said he wanted to apply to our school. I'm dying of laughter. Although Fang Xiaoya was deliberately keeping her voice down, She couldn't help but laugh when she talked about this. What? A 38-year-old man wants to apply to our school? Before Lin Jiayu could reply, Guo Weiwei, who slept in the bed across from Fang Xiaoya, suddenly pulled back the privacy curtain and poked her head out. She was a well-known loudmouth and gossip-monger in the dorm, and Fang Xiaoya's topic clearly piqued her interest. I saw it too, but I thought you were all asleep, so I didn't say anything. Zhu Ying, who slept across from Guo Weiwei, chimed in. So it was already midnight, and none of the 4 people in the dorm were asleep. That man is so overconfident, saying things like an old horse in the stable still has ambitions to run 1,000 miles. I think he's just daydreaming. The video says he scored 494 on the mock exam, and then he got cocky. When the reporter asked him which university he wanted to apply to, he actually said he wanted to apply to Sanjiang University. I actually hope he gets into our university. That way, we have a 38-year-old junior. It's hilarious just thinking about it. Fang Xiaoya and Zhu Ying, who had already watched the video, were discussing it animatedly. Lin Jiayu, though she hadn't seen the video yet, couldn't help but chuckle after hearing the two's descriptions. A 38-year-old man wants to get into our university, ha ha. As she spoke, she clicked on the Kuaishou video Fang Xiaoya had shared with her. However, the smile on her face froze immediately after opening it. Jiayu, why aren't you laughing? Isn't this funny? Lin Jiayu had the lowest sense of humor in the dormitory. Knowing Fang Xiaoya, she might not be able to sleep tonight after watching this video. But she only laughed a few times before she died down. It was quite unusual, and Lin Jiayu, naturally, recognized Shen Qiushan at first sight. Although she didn't interact much with her brother-in-law, she saw him several times a year, primarily during the winter and summer holidays, when she often played with her older nephew and niece, who were only 2 years younger than her. Since they spent so much time together, it was natural for her to see her brother-in-law, Shen Qiushan. When her eldest sister, Lin Chuxue, passed away, Lin Jiayu was still young and had no memory of what happened. She had only heard about her elder sister and brother-in-law from her father. According to her father, her brother-in-law, Shen Qiushan, was a smooth-talking con man who had abducted her sister, who was still in college, and had 2 children with her. Thus, as a child, Lin Jiayu had always had a negative impression of Shen Qiushan. In her mind, he was a villain. It wasn't until she grew up and developed her own values and sense of right and wrong that she slowly realized her brother-in-law wasn't what her father had described him as. He wasn't just good, he was quite kind. He was humorous and warm-hearted. Although he didn't make much money, he was quite generous. One summer vacation, he even took her, her nephew, and her niece out for an expensive Japanese meal. She seemed to work very hard. Despite his limited education, he tried many things to support his family. He started a business, opened a restaurant, driven a taxi, and worked as a delivery boy. He was quite adaptable, willing to do anything to support his family. But she never dreamed that the uncle her roommate was talking about getting into Sanjiang University would actually be her brother-in-law. Not only that, his high school was Sanjiang Senior High School, where her second sister currently worked. In other words, my second sister likely orchestrated my brother-in-law's transfer to high school. Ah, you two are keeping so many secrets from me. This is too much. Lin Jiayu grumbled silently, thinking that she would have to ask her sister for an explanation tomorrow and find out the inside story. That Principal Lin is so beautiful. Not to mention those other men, I like them all. Guo Weiwei sighed after watching the video. Yes, absolutely stunning. A true, cool-skinned beauty, very stylish. Zhu Ying echoed. In our school, only Jiayu can rival her, but Jiayu and Principal Lin are not on the same page. Fang Xiaoya also joined the discussion. Although Jiayu and Principal Lin are not of the same type, there is a certain resemblance between their features and eyebrows, Guo Weiwei said. I was just saying, when I first saw Principal Lin, I had a feeling of déjà vu. Now that you mention it, she does look a bit like Jiayu. Fang Xiaoya immediately chimed in. She's my sister. She's real. Lin Jiayu knew her roommates well. If she hadn't immediately explained that she and Principal Lin were sisters, the conversation would have veered off into other directions. Sister? No wonder they look so alike. Jiayu, your genes are incredible. Jiayu, your sister's gone viral. The netizens are already making a meme out of it. Yanji has a point, Principal Lin. The dormitory suddenly became even more lively upon hearing that the Principal Lin in the news was actually Lin Jiayu's sister. The next morning, Shen Qiushan drowsily opened his eyes. He usually took a break from waking up every morning, but today, he was instantly awake because his father was sitting beside him. The moment he opened his eyes, he was greeted by his father's dark, Weathered face. Oh my god! Shin Qiushan suddenly sat up in bed. Dad, what are you doing sitting on my bed so early in the morning? What? Waiting for you to get up. Old Shin pouted and angrily cursed. It's fine if you brag normally, but you actually went on TV and did it. If your Aunt Wang hadn't sent me the video this morning, I wouldn't have known about it. Your Aunt Wang said everyone on the internet is cursing you. You brought shame upon our entire Shin family. Hearing this, Shin Qiushan was speechless. He yawned and said slowly, let them curse if they want. I'm not going to lose a piece of my flesh. By the way, who's Aunt Wang? The old lady I just met while square dancing. Shin Qiushan cleverly changed the subject. No, she's the one selling hand-pulled pancakes in front of my security booth. She hasn't been around for years, Old Shin replied instinctively. What's the matter? Want a twilight romance? Shin Qiushan stretched and said with a smile, I don't mind. I'm just worried she might look down on you. She looks down on me? I look down on her too. Old Shin rolled his eyes. He occasionally did share Shin Qiushan's sentiments, but watching beautiful women live streams every day had raised his expectations too high. Every time he watched the beautiful women dancing in the security booth, and then looked at old lady Wang selling hand-pulled pancakes behind her cart, he suddenly felt bored. I can only say, live streaming is killing people. Not only are there women who, after drinking so much chicken soup, abandon their husbands and children, hoping that a domineering CEO will fall in love with their older, divorced, and motherless daughters, there are even those like Old Shin, who've drunk so much chicken soup that they can't distinguish between the internet and reality. We're talking about your business. Why are you dragging me into this? Thinking about Sanjiang University? Do you have Chushua's brains? Old Shin pouted again and complained. Perhaps having overheard the father and son arguing, Shin Ishu and Shin Yanran emerged from their rooms one after another. The two learned after evening study yesterday that their father had been subjected to a barrage of online abuse. Although the school explicitly forbids students from bringing cell phones to school, some still sneak in, naturally seeing the video on the news front Quine account. As a result, by the time evening study ended, many students were already discussing Shin Qiushan's interview. However, Shin Qiushan hadn't gone home with the siblings last night, so they hadn't had time to discuss this with their father. Just then, the door to their house suddenly opened. Shin Dahua, who lived downstairs, entered the room carrying a large bowl of wontons. Wow, you're all up. It's just right for wontons. Old Zheng has an early shift today, so I made an extra pot. By the way, brother, what's with that interview? You're really going to college? Shin Dahua placed the wontons on the dining table and asked Shin Qiushan. Before, Shin Qiushan had accompanied his daughter to school, but he hadn't mentioned going to college himself. Yet, less than a month later, he announced on TV that he was going to college, and to Sanjiang University, the top university in the province. Naturally, Shin Dahua was very surprised. Since everyone's here, let me say a few words. Sit down. Shin Qiushan pointed to the sofa, motioning for his father, sister, and two children to sit down. He then stood in front of the wall, where the TV was hanging. After the family settled in, he cleared his throat and said sternly, First, let me make an announcement. I'm definitely going to college. Even if I don't get into Sanjiang University, I go to another. Dad, hold on. Just listen to me. Shin Qiushan waved at Old Shin, who was about to grab a feather duster, and continued, I want to go to college first to fulfill my own dream. More importantly, I want to help Chushua finish the university she couldn't, and get the degree she couldn't. Dad, you know, Chushua gave up her education when she married into our family. She was a top student at Sanjiang University. Dahua, Chushua tutored you, remember? Already moved by his brother's words, Shin Dahua nodded quickly. If it weren't for my sister-in-law's patient guidance, I wouldn't have even gotten into junior college, and naturally, I wouldn't have met Old Zheng. Shin Qiushan looked at his children again. Yanran, Xiao, I didn't tell you about my plans before because I was worried it would put too much pressure on you. I really want to take you two to Sanjiang University, walk the same path your mother walked, see the same sights she saw, and complete the university education she never completed. And let her see that her son and daughter are just as talented as she is. After hearing their father's moving speech, Shin Yanran and Shin Ishu were both deeply moved. Shin Yanran's eyes rimmed with red, and she said, Dad, today I finally understand why you work so hard. What you do is so meaningful. Shin Ishu suddenly stood up from the sofa, patting his chest and saying, Dad, Shin Yanran, I don't care. I'm going to Sanjiang University with you. Let Mom see that her son is not a slacker. With that, Shin Ishu rushed back to her room. Shin Ishu, what do you mean? You're talking as if you can get into Sanjiang University, and I can't. Shin Yanran also stood up and shouted at Shinichia's back. I'm going to Sanjiang University and retrace my mother's steps. Sanjiang University? I'm definitely going. With that, Shin Yanran strode back to her room. Brother, I support you. If tuition isn't enough, I have some savings. You can use that to go to college. Little Potato is still young and won't need much money right now. Shin Dehua said seriously. Take the test. Take it seriously, and don't bring shame to our Shin family. Old Shin gave up the idea of using the feather duster to discipline his son. He returned to his room, put on his security uniform, and headed to work with high morale. He was thinking, while he was still healthy, he should earn a little more money, even if it could help his son with his college food expenses. Shin Yanran and Shinixiao, brother and sister, seemed inspired by Shin Qiushan's words. They quickly finished their breakfast and left the house before him. Seeing his words had worked, Shin Qiushan, still eating wontons, smiled with satisfaction. He had previously mentioned this to Lin Xiaomo, and judging by Lin Xiaomo's reaction at the time, his reasoning was both sound and successful. In reality, Shin Qiushan wasn't just talking nonsense. He had always felt quite sorry for his late wife, Lin Qiushue. She was a top student at Sanjiang University, yet she had resolutely followed a young man like him, and even bore him 2 children. Before, without the means, he hadn't dared even think about helping Lin Qiushue finish college. Now that the system had arrived, he finally had the confidence and wherewithal. While completing the system's tasks, he could also make this task even more meaningful. Why not? Sanjiang High School. The school gate was particularly bustling today. In addition to parents dropping off their children, a large number of reporters had gathered. After a night of rumors, the news that a 38-year-old student at Sanjiang High School, who was planning to apply to Sanjiang University, had practically spread across the internet. A large number of local and even out-of-town reporters rushed to Sanjiang High School, eager to interview Shin Qiushan, the outrageous older student, immediately. Besides the reporters, a number of influencers gathered at the school gate, eager to capitalize on the buzz. They set up stands on the side of the road and started live streaming. Family members, please give me a like and send me a small gift. I've been waiting at the Sanjiang High School gate since 5 a.m. I can confirm that Shin Qiushan hasn't arrived yet. Everyone, I know you all want to see Principal Lin. I want to too, but the school leaders need to be here before 8 a.m. It's only a little after 6 a.m., so we have to wait a while. The gatekeeper, Uncle Wang, and the security guard, Xiao Lu, each wielded a rubber baton, keeping a watchful eye on the reporters and influencers, fearing they might sneak in. Early in the morning, Uncle Wang had called his nephew, the principal, Wang Guangqing, to report the situation at the school gate. Wang Guangqing had issued an order. No unauthorized persons were allowed to enter the school. Unable to find an interviewee, the reporters randomly stopped students entering and asked questions about Shin Qiushan. Introverted students simply ran away, while some extroverted students were willing to engage in conversation with reporters. Zhou Yu was one of those extroverts with a strong desire to show off, but due to his unassuming appearance, no reporters paid any attention to him when he first entered the school gates. So Zhou Yu pretended to buy a pen at the stationery store near the school gates, then slowly made his way back to the gates. This time, he finally caught the attention of a desperate reporter. Classmate, are you a senior? Do you know Shin Qiushan? Ahem, I'm the monitor of Class 2, Grade 3. Uncle Shin's daughter. Zhou Yu was halfway through his sentence, when a commotion erupted as someone shouted, his son and daughter are here. As soon as these words were spoken, the reporters on the scene sprang to life. Shin Yanran and Shinixiao, who had just arrived at the school gate, were immediately surrounded by reporters. The reporter interviewing Zhou Yu turned and ran, leaving behind the chubby boy, who had meticulously combed his hair into an adult look, looking bewildered. No, which station are you from? How rude. Zhou Yu muttered to himself, but his gaze was fixed on the goddess Shin Yanran. Suddenly surrounded by reporters, Shin Yanran and Shinixiao, brother and sister, were a bit bewildered. After all, it was their first time seeing such a scene. Do you think your father can get into Sanjiang University? What do you think about your father going to Sanjiang University? Shinixiao, is your total score on the mock exam really lower than your father's? Are you ashamed to have a father like that? The reporters peppered him with questions. Shin Yanran and Shinixiao were both a bit bewildered, but a question from a bespectacled male reporter suddenly ignited their anger. Is having a father like that shameful? Shin Yanran glared at the bespectacled male reporter and angrily cursed, your father is shameful. How can you be a reporter with your qualities? You're worthy of being a reporter with your qualities? Shen Yixiao was even more blunt. He used to get into fights all the time, but now someone was actually insulting his father right in front of him. How could he be so outrageous? My own dad? I can dislike him and complain about him all I want. Who the hell do you think you are? Shen Yixiao picked up his backpack and threw it at the male reporter. Hack you! Get out of here! Chapter 85. The reporters weren't expecting Shen Yixiao to react so violently, and they instinctively stepped back. However, due to the large crowd surrounding them, the reporters in the innermost circle were practically stuck with nowhere to retreat. A cameraman quickly caught the backpack Shen Yixiao had thrown, preventing it from coming into close contact with the bespectacled male reporter. Barbaric. Too barbaric. That doesn't look like a high school student, it's a hooligan. The male reporter, having escaped the attack, swore and backed away, fearing a second attack from Shen Yixiao. Are you reporters, or are you here to cause trouble? Make way. Don't disturb our students. Seeing the conflict, Uncle Wang and security guard Xiao Lu rushed over, rubber batons in hand, and the reporters instinctively made way. Firstly, Uncle Wang and Xiao Lu were indeed working hard, and secondly, Shen Yixiao's violent behavior had a certain deterrent effect on the reporters. Shen Yixiao took his backpack back from the cameraman and, while pushing his bicycle toward the school, said to the group of reporters behind him, "Don't you just think my dad is bragging? That's because you don't know how awesome my dad is. Sanjiang University, my dad will definitely get in." With that, Shen Yixiao pushed his bicycle into the school without looking back. Shen Yanran, standing at the school gate, added, "In my heart, my dad is the best father in the world. He just wanted to get into Sanjiang University, so why can't he?" Those who criticize him online, instead of using their phones as keyboard warriors, why don't they pick up their pens and take the exam themselves? I talk to you later if I can pass my dad's exam. With that, Shen Yanran strolled into the school with a dashing demeanor. The reporters who had been waiting here since early morning had already gathered their material, and were sending the footage they had just captured back to their respective offices. Many reporters began writing their stories on the spot, unanimously focusing on Shen Yixiao hitting a reporter with her school bag, as this was the most explosive aspect of the story. As reporters, they knew exactly what kind of news would attract the most attention, but they also knew that if they focused on this aspect, Shen Yixiao would likely face online bullying. So, conscientious reporters would mention the previous events, while unscrupulous ones would exaggerate and deliberately manipulate public opinion. For example, Wang Jixin, who was nearly attacked, used the following headline: "Assaulting reporter. 38-year-old high school student son is a violent maniac." Another reporter used a similar headline: "High school student or a hooligan. Shen Qiushan's son assaulted reporter in public." Wang Jixin even recorded a self-narrative video on the spot. "Hello everyone, I'm Wang Jixin, a reporter for the Sanjiang Evening News. I just experienced a threat of violence. The perpetrator is Shen Yixiao, the son of 38-year-old high school student Shen Qiushan. I was just conducting a normal interview and asking questions, but he got so angry that he threw a backpack weighing over 10 pounds at me. If a member of the media hadn't helped catch the bag, I'd probably be in the hospital right now. So, I can't help but ask, what kind of family environment could raise a child with such extreme violent tendencies? As the saying goes, if a child is not well disciplined, it's the fault of the father. As a father, does Shen Qiushan bear direct responsibility? From the child's character, we can probably infer what kind of person Shen Qiushan is. I think his so-called admission to Sanjiang University is nothing more than hype. If nothing unexpected happens, his next step will be to register a Quine account and live stream his products. If my prediction is correct, I hope everyone will join in resisting this immoral, shameless individual with no moral compass. Print media are almost completely obsolete these days. The Sanjiang Evening News, where Wang Jixin works, has long been on the decline, now primarily a paid subscription service for local government agencies. Like other traditional media outlets, the Sanjiang Evening News has shifted its primary focus online. Currently, the Sanjiang Evening News has 350,000 followers on Quine, a respectable figure for Sanjiang media outlets. After recording the video, Wang Jixin sent it directly back to the editorial department. After review by the new media department's editors, it will be posted on the Sanjiang Evening News Quine account. And while the reporters were busy, Shen Qiushan arrived at the school gate on his electric scooter, and was surprised to see so many reporters. Although he knew yesterday's interview had gone viral, he hadn't anticipated its impact. Shen Qiushan, an influencer live streaming on the roadside, first spotted Shen Qiushan, and instinctively called out. This shout immediately drew the attention of all the reporters. Seeing the person arrive, the reporters immediately rushed over and surrounded Shin Qiushan. Now netizens are saying you're bragging. What do you have to say? Do you really think you can get into Sanjiang University? What if you don't? You're already 38. Even if you get into college, you'd be in your 40s after graduation. Do you think a 40-something college graduate has any competitive edge? What do you think about your son assaulting a reporter? Huh? Shin Qiushan had originally disregarded these reporters. There was no point in sparring now. He'd be able to silence them once the college entrance exam results came out. But a son assaulting a reporter? What's going on? Who did my son assault? Shin Qiushan asked, frowning. Me. Wang Jixin quickly squeezed to the front, indignantly saying, I also want to ask, how do you educate your children? I was just doing a normal interview, and he actually hit me with his school bag. Shin Qiushan looked Wang Jixin up and down, not seeing any signs of injury, so he asked, where did he hit you with the school bag? Luckily, the bag was caught by someone else, so it didn't hit me. Wang Jixin pouted and said, just be thankful it didn't hit me, otherwise you'd be at the police station to see your son right now. Why did he hit you? Shin Qiushan knew his own brat well. Although he had a history of fighting at school, it was always for a reason. He wouldn't have thrown a school bag at a reporter for no reason. I also want to ask you, how do you educate your children? A student, and he acted like a little hooligan. Wang Jixin argued confidently. A more conscientious reporter in the crowd couldn't stand it anymore. He shouted, you're the one asking if he feels ashamed to have a father like Shin Qiushan? The young man felt your question humiliated his father, so he started the fight. That's right, that's right. Even as journalists, we can't confuse right and wrong. Just do the interview properly, don't ask those nagging questions. Someone in the crowd echoed. Although we're all journalists, some will do anything to gain attention in traffic, while others have a conscience and won't deliberately distort the facts. After understanding the whole story, Shin Qiushan rolled his eyes at Wang Jixin and said with a smile, good job. He then twisted the handlebars on his electric scooter and shouted at Wang Jixin, move aside. Get out of the way. As Shin Qiushan spoke, the wheel of the electric scooter scraped against Wang Jixin's pants. He instinctively stepped back, and the two reporters beside him followed suit. Shin Qiushan, yelling for someone to make way, rode his scooter into the school. Like father, like son. An old scoundrel has raised a young scoundrel. Wang Jixin cursed angrily, but he wasn't really angry, because new material had arrived. He already thought of the headline. Shin Qiushan violently rams into reporter on bicycle. Wouldn't that bring a flood of traffic? Class 5, Grade 3. Shin Qiushan immediately drew the attention of all his classmates when he entered the classroom. Yesterday's interview had been a huge commotion, with online criticism abounding. This morning, there were still so many reporters at the school gates, all eager to see how Shin Qiushan was doing. But Shin Qiushan acted as if nothing had happened. When he returned to his seat, he found his son diligently working on his homework, so engrossed in it that he hadn't even noticed him enter the classroom. After he sat down, Shinichio realized his father had arrived. Dad, those reporters are trying to stop you, aren't they? Don't worry about them. Study hard. Shin Qiushan didn't even ask about his son hitting the reporter with his school bag. He didn't want his son to be influenced by public opinion. This was the crucial final sprint, and only by focusing on his studies could he improve his study efficiency. Dad, don't worry. I work hard this time, and try to get into Sanjiang University with you, Shinichio said solemnly. It was clear that he wasn't just talking this time, he had made a tremendous determination. Shin Qiushan reached out and patted his son on the shoulder. Let's work hard together, father and son. Let's show those people we're not just bragging. Yeah. Shinichio nodded firmly, then continued to practice. 8:30. In the school conference room, Wang Guangqing called an emergency meeting. As everyone should know, yesterday's interview about our school sparked a huge public outcry. Currently, public opinion is quite unfavorable to our school. The main debate is whether we should accept Shin Qiushan, a 38-year-old boarding student. Although there's no explicit regulation prohibiting this, we were the first high school in the country to do so. No other high school has ever had a 38-year-old boarding student. So, I'd like to ask for your opinion on whether to revoke Shin Qiushan's boarding status. After saying this, Wang Guangqing turned to Su Desai. Director Su, if I remember correctly, you handled the admission procedures for Shin Qiushan. What do you think about this? Su Desai was stunned for a moment, a look of embarrassment on his face. He silently complained, you accepted the red envelope too. How come you're putting all this on me? However, Su Desai always followed Wang Guangqing's lead, and was very adept at deciphering his leader's thoughts and character. Su Desai could probably guess that Wang Guangqing, with his cautious nature of preferring to keep things under control, definitely wanted to kick Shin Chioshan out of the school once and for all. Otherwise, he wouldn't have convened a meeting to discuss whether to revoke Shin Chioshan's status as a boarding student. Considering the current public opinion is so unfavorable to our school, I personally think we should cut our losses and revoke Shin Chioshan's status as a boarding student. Then announce to the outside world that he's only temporarily attending the school as a student companion. After a moment's deliberation, Su Desai came up with a plan. I agree with Director Su. Accepting a 38-year-old student on loan is ridiculous. I also think Shin Chioshan's student status should be revoked. That way, our school won't be caught up in the whirlpool of public opinion. The Youth League Committee Secretary and the Deputy Director of the Academic Affairs Department nodded in agreement. Wang Guangqing nodded and looked at Lin Xiaomo. Vice Principal Lin, what do you think? In Wang Guangqing's view, the opinions of Su Desai and others were completely unimportant. Their approval or disapproval wouldn't change his decision. But Lin Xiaomo was different. If this saint of the Sanjiang education system disagreed, the matter would be difficult to resolve. I do not agree with revoking Shin Chioshan's student status, Lin Xiaomo stated bluntly. Hearing this, Wang Guangqing subconsciously frowned. What he feared had indeed come true. Before the meeting, he'd been worried that Lin Xiaomo would object. And indeed she did. Vice Principal Lin, what are your reasons? Wang Guangqing asked, frowning. I think we shouldn't be held hostage by public opinion. We need to be able to think independently. There are two main points of contention online right now. Whether a 38-year-old entering high school as a temporary student meets relevant regulations, and Shin Chioshan's statement about applying to Sanjiang University. First, there's no regulation in the education system that restricts the age of high school students. So, we're not violating any regulations, and there's nothing to worry about. Second, regarding Shin Chioshan's personal comments, I don't think there's anything wrong with them, and they don't damage our school's image. Everyone has the right to pursue their dreams. We can't deprive him of that right just because of his age. I think it's a good thing to aim for a prestigious university like Sanjiang University. So, I don't understand why so many people are criticizing him. Is it just because he wants to apply to Sanjiang University? What's wrong with that? At this point, Lin Xiaomo glanced at Wang Guangqing, Su Desai, and the others. So why are we revoking his status as a transfer student? Is it also because he said he wanted to apply to Sanjiang University? If that's the standard, then so many students at our school say they want to apply to Peking University or Tsinghua University. Should we all be told to withdraw? Lin Xiaomo's argument was well-reasoned and directly silenced Wang Guangqing, Su Desai, and the others. Just then, a teacher from the Academic Affairs office hurried into the meeting room. Principal Wang, everyone, I just received a call. Director Lin from the Municipal Education Bureau is coming to inspect our school. He said he'd be here soon. Chapter 86. After hearing the teacher's words, Wang Guangqing and everyone in the conference room subconsciously glanced at Lin Xiaomo. Before Vice Principal Lin Xiaomo took office, Director of Education Lin Maoxuan had never visited the school once. After all, Sanjiang High School was only considered above average among all the city's high schools. Even when Lin Maoxuan visited the city's high schools to inspect work or participate in activities, he usually went to the top ones or schools with social welfare functions. And yet, Lin Xiaomo had only been at the school for a few days, and Lin Maoxuan, the head of Sanjiang City's education system, had come in person. Although the main reason was probably the huge public outcry surrounding yesterday's interview, in reality, a personal visit wasn't necessary. A phone call or summoning Principal Wang Guangqing would have been sufficient. However, Director Lin's personal presence was undoubtedly related to Lin Xiaomo's employment there. He most likely used the excuse of work to drop by and offer his daughter support. Thinking of this, Wang Guangqing suddenly panicked. During yesterday's interview, he deliberately sidelined Lin Xiaomo. How could Director Lin not see through this little trick? Yesterday, the editors of News Frontline had kept Wang Guangqing's interview to the beginning for traffic reasons, leaving Lin Xiaomo, the beautiful and elegant vice president, prominently featured. This reinforced the impression that Wang Guangqing was pushing Lin Xiaomo out to take the blame. Now, the father had come knocking. Wang Guangqing was naturally panicked. We drive here first to prepare to greet the leader. Director Su quickly arranged for someone to clean the office building again, especially those unsanitary corners. Secretary Sun, have your youth league committee send someone to properly set up the conference room. The incident happened suddenly, and Wang Guangqing could only offer a simple response. After assigning tasks, everyone dispersed and went their separate ways. About an hour later, Lin Maoxuan arrived at Sanjiang High School. This trip was a last-minute addition, primarily due to the overwhelming online public opinion, and as the director of education, he naturally had to come and take a look. Of course, it was mainly because his daughter, Lin Xiaomao, worked there, but he also wanted to meet Shen Qiushan, the instigator. If it weren't for him, none of this would have happened. After getting off the car, Lin Moshwan's face remained sullen, and it was clear he was in a bad mood, as many reporters and internet celebrities were still gathered at the school gate. As a leader in the education system, a little attention for appearing in public was nothing to worry about, and could even be considered a political achievement. But the current public opinion was unfriendly, with most of it being skeptical and critical. The relatively positive voices were actually due to his daughter's appearance, which made Lin Moshwan somewhat amused. Principal Wang, who handled the admission procedures for Shen Qiushan as a boarding student? Did your school leadership unanimously agree on this? Sitting down in the conference room, Lin Moshwan naturally took the main seat. Upon hearing this question, Wang Guangqing subconsciously glanced at Su Desai, who shuddered, thinking, I'm going to take the blame again. Boarding student matters have always been handled by Director Su of the Academic Affairs Office. However, Director Su did inform me when Shen Qiushan enrolled. Because it complies with the rules and regulations, and there aren't any violations, I agreed. This time, Wang Guangqing didn't completely shift the blame onto Su Desai. He knew it was pointless. If he, as the principal, wasn't aware of the 38-year-old boarding student's enrollment, he would be derelict in his duty. When was the enrollment? Lin Moshwan asked again. He mainly wanted to confirm whether this matter had anything to do with his daughter. Last night at home, Lin Xiaomao denied that she had orchestrated Shen Qiushan's admission as a boarding student at Sanjiang High School. Lin Moshwan didn't quite believe it, but he wanted to determine whether his daughter Lin Xiaomao's claims were true or not. It was easy. Just look at the date Shen Qiushan enrolled. I can't remember the exact date, but it should have been less than a month, probably around 20 days. Su Desai, the person in charge, replied quietly. You should have the boarding student's information. Go back and look for it, and bring it back to me right away, Lin Moshwan said grimly. Okay. Su Desai quickly stood up and left the meeting room. Lin Moshwan silently pondered. His daughter, Lin Xiaomao, had taken office 2 weeks ago. If Su Desai's claims were true, then Shen Qiushan's participation in Sanjiang High School as a student on a temporary basis seemed unrelated to his daughter. Principal Wang, you should be aware of the online media buzz. How will your school handle this? Lin Moshwan asked, looking at Wang Guangqing again. Director Lin, I'll be honest. Before you arrived, we were in a meeting to discuss this matter. Director Su and several other school leaders have decided to revoke Shen Qiushan's status as a temporary student. Having said this, Wang Guangqing subconsciously glanced at Lin Xiaomao and continued, Vice President Lin's opinion is exactly the opposite of ours, so we haven't reached a consensus. Shen Qiushan's fate is still under discussion. After hearing Wang Guangqing's response, Lin Moshwan looked at his daughter, who was sitting next to him, and asked coldly, Why do you object? These were the first words exchanged between father and daughter after their meeting. It was clear that Director Lin disapproved of his daughter's approach. This was evident from his gloomy expression and cold tone. Wang Guangqing glanced at Lin Xiaomao out of the corner of his eye, silently sulking. You were so tough in that meeting just now. See if you still have the courage to confront your own father. Because it's unreasonable. Lin Xiaomao replied calmly, it was the school leadership's decision to allow him to attend the school on a temporary basis. We followed the normal procedures, and he paid the tuition. I said at the meeting just now that we can't be swayed by public opinion. If we revoke Shen Qiushan's temporary student status now, people will think we violated regulations. Besides, he didn't do anything wrong. He simply said he wanted to apply to Sanjiang University. If we revoke his temporary student status just because of that one sentence, what's the point of promoting diversity and fairness in education? Besides, if he actually gets into Sanjiang University, wouldn't that be a resounding slap in the face to those skeptics? This will be a benchmark for both our Sanjiang High School and the entire Sanjiang City education system. Therefore, I believe that not only should his temporary student status not be revoked, but we should provide him with sufficient support and encouragement. This fully reflects the diversity and inclusiveness of education in Sanjiang City. Lin Moshwan's brow furrowed throughout Lin Xiaomao's speech. After his daughter finished, he said in a deep voice, Your conclusion assumes that Shen Qiushan can get into Sanjiang University. What if he doesn't? Judging from his mock exam scores, even if he doesn't get into Sanjiang University, he can still get into a full-time undergraduate program. Given that he's already 38, isn't that a success? Lin Xiaomel raised a delicate eyebrow and glanced at her father, who sat in the main seat. Lin Moshwan didn't respond immediately, but frowned in thought. The director remained silent, and the others didn't dare to utter a word. For a moment, the conference room was filled with the sound of a pin drop. At this moment, Su Desai, who had gone to retrieve Shinqiushan's student information, returned. Seeing the depressing atmosphere in the conference room, he cautiously approached Lin Moshwan and handed him the information. "Director Lin, here's the information you requested." Lin Moshwan took the information and examined it. The date on the student information sheet was indeed over a week before his daughter, Lin Xiaomel, started at the school. "Did Shinqiushan contact you directly?" Lin Moshwan asked Su Desai. "Yes. He contacted me directly." Su Desai nodded and recounted the situation truthfully. "I actually contacted Shinqiushan that day because his son, Shinishio, had been caught in a premature love affair, a typical example." "What? Premature love?" Lin Moshwan slammed his hand down on the conference table. His sudden action startled Su Desai, who was speaking, and made him tremble all over. He felt a surge of regret. "Why did I even mention premature love? Isn't this just revealing your own shortcomings?" Wang Guangqing, standing by, blushed, glaring at Su Desai fiercely. "While every high school has its share of premature love affairs, you can't just say it's happening in your school in front of your superiors. Isn't that just walking into a trap?" Wang Guangqing just wanted to call Su Desai a big mouse. "Go on." Lin Moshwan waved his hand, motioning Su Desai to continue. Su Desai took a deep breath. Now that things had come to this, there was no time to stop. He gritted his teeth and said, "Shinishio was caught in a premature relationship, and since his grades weren't great, I called in Shinqiushan to try to persuade him to quit." "Persuade?" Lin Moshwan slammed his hand down on the conference table again. Su Desai, halfway through his words, shuddered with fear, realizing he misspoken again. Because the Education Bureau had long-standing regulations prohibiting schools from actively expelling students to boost enrollment rates, Su Desai had clearly stepped on a minefield again. Wang Guangqing, standing nearby, had turned from livid to dark purple. He had always considered Su Desai reliable, but he never expected him to make 2 consecutive mistakes in such a short period. He was a complete super mouse. What Wang Guangqing and Su Desai didn't know was that Lin Moshwan's reaction had nothing to do with the incident itself. Both students falling in love prematurely and schools expelling poor students to boost enrollment rates are common phenomena in high schools. The problem lies with the person. Although Lin Moshwan disliked his son-in-law, Shinqiushan, his traditional and patriarchal nature favored his grandson, Shinishio, and he held her in high regard. He was naturally furious to learn that his grandson, with the Gaokao approaching, had fallen in love. And the subsequent persuasion to withdraw him infuriated him even more. The Education Bureau had repeatedly forbidden high schools from persuading students to withdraw in order to improve enrollment rates. And yet, you, not only actively persuading a student to withdraw, but also Director Lin's grandson, you're truly audacious. Director Lin, we weren't actively persuading the student to withdraw. We were just trying to scare him, so that the entire school would learn from him. Wang Guangqing hurriedly explained that if he, the principal, didn't step in, Su Desai might expose some more dirt on the school. Yes, that's just a scare. Later, it was just a disciplinary action. Su Desai immediately nodded in agreement. Well, go on. Lin Moshwan also realized he had lost his composure a bit. He calmed down a bit, and gestured for Su Desai to continue. What were you talking about? Su Desai was so frightened that he lost his train of thought. He thought for a moment before continuing. Shinqiushan came to me, and said he wanted to come as a student, and help look after his son. I thought it would be a good thing for the school. Shanisha's grades weren't great, but with a parent watching over her, they would definitely improve, so I agreed. And as it turned out, Shinishio's grades did improve significantly after Shinqiushan arrived. First, he won 3rd place in the English vocabulary competition, and this mock exam also scored 36 points higher than the previous one. Su Desai quickly mentioned the positive effects Shinqiushan's arrival had had, as if to justify his decision to let him come as a student. 3rd place in the English vocabulary competition? A 36-point increase on the mock exam? After hearing these 2 pieces of good news, Lin Moshwan's gloomy face involuntarily broke into a smile. He had always been troubled by his grandson Shinishio's academic performance, but he hadn't expected such significant improvement. Yes. Seeing Director Lin's expression improve, Su Desai quickly continued, in fact, Shinqiushan's arrival has truly had a positive impact. The school's athletes worked incredibly hard to beat him in the English vocabulary competition. Although they ultimately lost, their English scores improved significantly. Lost? Lin Maoxuan frowned again, his face filled with disbelief. Your school's athletes lost to Shen Qiushan in English vocabulary? Director Lin, Shen Qiushan's English is excellent. He got a perfect score in English on this mock exam. Wang Guangqing explained. What? He got a perfect score in English? Lin Maoxuan was shocked again. He'd been so enraged watching the news that he hadn't noticed that his grandson and granddaughter had mentioned during their argument that Shen Qiushan's scores in math, Chinese, and English were exceptionally high. The most popular video clip circulating online right now is Shen Qiushan brazenly declaring his intention to apply to Sanjiang University. As for his current grades, and whether he truly had a chance of getting into Sanjiang University, netizens weren't focused on it. Most people viewed the incident with mockery and sarcasm. They only saw a 38-year-old man announcing his intention to apply to Sanjiang University during an interview. As for the rest, they simply didn't care. Are you sure he didn't cheat? Lin Maoxuan's impression of Shen Qiushan was that he was just a small-time thug. After all these years, he's simply gone from a small-time thug to a veteran. He would never have believed Shen Qiushan could get a perfect score in English on his senior year's mock exam. Probably not. We invigilate according to the college entrance exam standards. Besides, no one else in that exam room got a perfect score. Su Desai replied truthfully. Hearing this, Lin Maoxuan's brow furrowed again. He couldn't understand how Shen Qiushan had managed it. This was clearly not the time to delve into this matter. After a moment's silence, he looked at his daughter again. Tell me how you plan to respond to the online public opinion? Lin Maoxuan's question was more like a test, wanting to see how his daughter would react in the face of a crisis. Lin Xiaoma had already thought about how to respond. She spoke calmly, putting aside the discussion about whether Shen Qiushan could be admitted to Sanjiang University. Netizens are simply questioning whether there were any violations in enrolling in a high school on a temporary basis at the age of 38. I believe the Education Bureau should immediately issue an investigation notice proving that Shen Qiushan's enrollment in a high school on a temporary basis was legal and compliant. Such a swift response demonstrates the efficiency of our Sanjiang City Education Bureau and our city's inclusiveness in education. Afterwards, our school will release a detailed explanation of the situation, objectively and impartially restoring the true circumstances of the matter. Also, given the netizens' keen interest in whether Shen Qiushan will be admitted to Sanjiang University, I suggest that the school publish Shen Qiushan's subsequent mock exam results in real time on the Quine account, allowing netizens to monitor them. We could even broadcast the mock exams online with the cameras in the exam room, allowing everyone to monitor the exams. This way, any doubts would be dispelled one by one. Ultimately, regardless of whether Shen Qiushan is admitted to Sanjiang University or not, our school has fulfilled its obligations and responsibilities. Chapter 87. After hearing Lin Xiaoma's solution, Wang Guangqing glanced furtively at Lin Maoxuan, feeling a surge of emotion. Only a daughter would dare to converse like this with the head of the Sanjiang education system. Otherwise, you, a high school vice principal, would directly order the Education Bureau to issue an investigation notice and even offer guidance on how to write it. That's simply going against the grain. In any case, even if Wang Guangqing had the guts, he wouldn't dare lecture the Education Bureau in front of Lin Maoxuan. But at this moment, Lin Maoxuan didn't seem angry at all. Instead, he considered the feasibility of his daughter's approach. Having netizens monitor the exam is a good idea. This way, everything will be transparent, but other students shouldn't be dragged into it. For the next mock exam, give Shen Qiushan a separate exam room. This will also eliminate the possibility of cheating. We can then try live streaming it. After a moment's thought, Lin Maoxuan spoke. What shocked Wang Guangqing, Su Desai, and the others was that Director Lin had only discussed Shen Qiushan's mock exam, essentially tacitly endorsing Lin Xiaoma's alternative solutions. She truly deserves to be called the saint of the Sanjiang education system. Faced with such a storm of public opinion and a rather risky solution, she still managed to secure the Education Bureau's support. This, of course, highlights the importance of having a good father. A humble peasant like Wang Guangqing could only envy them. I think not only could we open a separate exam room, but we could also invite influential skeptics to participate. This would also be a way to dispel doubts. Lin Xiaoma added. Do you mean to invite those reporters and influencers to take the exam? A glint flashed in Lin Maoxuan's deep eyes. This was a way to shatter doubts and negative public opinion. But the prerequisite was still that Shen Qiushan could perform well in the exam. Otherwise, this stage would be a joke once it was set up. Are Shen Qiushan's mock exam results sure to be true? Lin Maoxuan asked again, worried. Absolutely true. Su Desai took over, pointing to the phone in front of him. I just specifically asked several invigilators, and Shin Chioshan didn't cheat during the exam. Most importantly, he had no reason to cheat. It was just a normal mock exam, and no one knew it would escalate into this. Lin Xiaomon nodded gently in agreement. He's definitely been studying hard. Okay. Then do it. Lin Moshwan didn't hesitate. Although he despised his son-in-law, Shin Chioshan, if he really revoked his boarding student status due to public criticism, it would be tantamount to admitting that there were problems with the school. After all, this happened in Sanjiang, and it would be embarrassing for the Education Bureau. Also, if Shin Chioshan's boarding student status was revoked, someone would have to be held accountable. Someone would have to take the blame. Although Shin Chioshan's enrollment occurred before her daughter took office, she knew about the existence of such an older boarding student after she took office, but she didn't react. Therefore, if one really wants to hold someone accountable, it would be inappropriate to single out one's own daughter, as this would only give people something to talk about. After weighing the pros and cons, Lin Moshwan chose his daughter's approach. While this method was somewhat risky, if Shin Chioshan really could pass the undergraduate entrance exam as everyone had claimed, the ultimate rewards would be substantial. Lin Moshwan's schedule had been added on at short notice, and time was tight. After discussing this matter, he led his group away. Online. The incident continued to ferment. The Sanjiang Evening News Quine account released 4 videos in quick succession, angrily criticizing Shin Chioshan and Shin Ishiu. These included 2 videos of Wang Jixin's own account, one addressing Shin Ishiu for hitting him with her school bag, and the other addressing Shin Chioshan for hitting him with his electric scooter. These 2 videos successfully portrayed Shin Chioshan and Shin Ishiu as villains. Naturally, the internet was abuzz with criticism. The son hit someone, and the father condoned it. Like father, like son. Did the principal of this school commit murder, and be witnessed by the Shin family father and son? What's the Sanjiang Municipal Education Bureau doing? Even after such a situation, can they still go to school normally? An old scoundrel has raised a young scoundrel. This father and son will sooner or later become a social cancer. They dared to do this in front of so many reporters. I can't imagine how arrogant and domineering they must be in their daily lives. Is there really no one doing anything? At Sanjiang Municipal Education Bureau, at Sanjiang Municipal Public Security Bureau, at Sanjiang Municipal Government Service Center. Just as the incident continued to gain traction, the Sanjiang Municipal Education Bureau suddenly issued an announcement. In response to recent online reports that Sanjiang High School is illegally enrolling students on loan, our bureau has taken this matter seriously, and swiftly established a special investigation team to conduct an investigation. According to the supplementary provisions of the Sanjiang Province Compulsory Education School Enrollment Management Measures, there is no age limit for high school students on loan or repeating. Our bureau interviewed the principal, vice principal, and director of studies at Sanjiang Senior High School, and found no violations in the school's admission of students on loan. Although Shin Chioshan is older, he meets the requirements stipulated in the Notice on the Management of Ordinary High School Students on Loan, and there is no case of student registration being suspended. The presence of older students on loan and repeating is precisely a manifestation of educational diversity and inclusiveness. We thank all sectors of society for their supervision and support of Sanjiang City's education work. We welcome you to report any issues through the Sanjiang City Education Network to jointly maintain a fair and orderly educational environment. Sanjiang City Education Bureau. This announcement does not contain the content that most netizens were looking for. Unsurprisingly, it has drawn widespread ridicule. You're saying the Shins are fine, but we netizens are the ones with the problem, right? No wonder the Shins are so arrogant. Turns out they have connections. Even the Education Bureau is speaking on Shin's behalf. I seriously suspect the director is his father. Actually, we should give the Sanjiang City Education Bureau a thumbs up. After all, they responded so quickly. They really wanted to make sure Shin didn't suffer any injustice. I just did a quick search online. Shin Chioshan isn't even the mayor of Sanjiang City. How can he be so all-powerful? I might get criticized, but I still have to be fair. Shin Chioshan didn't do anything wrong. He just said he wanted to apply to Sanjiang University, and he got cyberbullied. You can't deprive someone of their right to go to university just because they're older. The Education Bureau's announcement didn't calm public opinion. Instead, the failure to address Shin Chioshan sparked a new wave of heated discussion. One commentator, Yang Shijin, even posted a video on his Quine account, which has millions of followers, fiercely criticizing Shin Chioshan, Sanjiang High School, and the Sanjiang City Education Bureau. There's an old saying in our country, you should do things that suit your age. 38 is the prime time for middle-aged people to build their careers and contribute to the nation's economic development. If everyone went back to high school like Shin Chioshan, wouldn't our economy collapse? Shin Chioshan is unreliable. Your two children are in their final year of high school, and instead of working to support your family, you're going back to school. Where's your sense of responsibility? Where's your commitment? Sanjiang High School is also unreliable. Even if there's no explicit age limit for boarding students, you can't accept a 38-year-old. If you were a senior at Sanjiang High School and a classmate the same age as your parents suddenly arrived, how would you feel? Would this eccentric distract you and affect your academic progress? Then, there's the Sanjiang Municipal Education Bureau. I've read the announcement. This is a classic case of inaction. Is the so-called investigation just about checking the relevant rules and regulations? Are they really turning a blind eye to online public opinion and overwhelming public sentiment? And talk of educational diversity and inclusiveness? That's nonsense. This is a waste of already limited educational resources. Just think of how many children can't get into high school. How could a 38-year-old man like him take up a spot? As for that so-called 494-point mock exam score, I say it's highly inflated. Everyone knows I, Old Yang, graduated from Capital University. Even if I were to take a high school mock exam now, I might not get 494. Since Shin Chioshan scored 494, Old Yang, I have an immature idea. If possible, find a few identical exams and compare them with Shin Chioshan's. If he can actually score higher than I, Old Yang, then I'd be convinced. Shut up. I'm done with the internet. Yang Shijin is an internet celebrity with millions of followers, and he's discussing a hot topic. His video went viral soon after it was released, earning him numerous likes and support. However, shortly after Yang Shijin's video was released, Sanjiang High School's Quine account was updated. Lin Xiaoma, the school's spokesperson, detailed the entire incident, starting with Shin Chioshan's enrollment and continuing with why he bumped into Wang Jixin at the school gate that morning. After recounting the entire incident, Lin Xiaoma solemnly announced, starting today, Sanjiang High School will periodically update Shin Chioshan's academic progress on our Quine account. In light of some netizens questioning the authenticity of Shin Chioshan's grades, for the next mock exam, our school will set up a separate exam room for Shin Chioshan and broadcast the exam live online, inviting netizens to supervise the exam together. In addition, we sincerely invite Mr. Yang Shijin and Mr. Wang Jixin to come to school and take the next mock exam with Shin Chioshan if they have time. In addition to you two, we also welcome other journalists and bloggers to register, but seating is limited, so we will only reserve spots for the first 20 applicants. Finally, thank you all netizens for your attention and support of Sanjiang High School. We will continue to forge ahead with our educational philosophy of building a school on humanities, fostering diversity, respecting individuality, and teaching students in accordance with their aptitude. Currently, Sanjiang High School is at the center of controversy, so the release of this video has naturally garnered widespread attention. What's amazing is that in other comment sections, both Shin Chioshan and Sanjiang High School were subjected to all kinds of abuse and ridicule. But the comments section on this video was quite different. Principal Lin is right. Principal Lin is absolutely right. With a principal like that, how bad can Sanjiang High School be? I'm 35 years old, earn $1 million a year, own a house and a car, and I'd like to attend your school as a temporary student. Is that okay? Those guys earning $1 million a year, please step aside. I own 5 apartments in Shanghai, run my own company, and make around $10 million a year. Principal Lin, are you satisfied? This is a mess. At Yang Shijin Laoyang, your chance has come. I'm calling you to compete with Shin Chioshan. Opening a separate exam room and live streaming the mock exam is a great idea. Are there any bigwigs interested in signing up as a group? Principal Lin is not only right, but also incredibly sassy and tough. This one's really tough, almost catching up with me. With Sanjiang High School's outcry, the incident reached its peak, quickly reaching the top of both Quine and Weibo's trending charts. The advantage of being in school is that no matter how much controversy there is online, it's not actually that noticeable. Shin Chioshan continued to work through the books at his own pace. Halfway through the 4th period, Su Desai found class 3 to 5 and summoned Shin Chioshan to his office. Xiaoshan, are you aware of the school's decision? After taking their seats, Su Desai enthusiastically offered Shin Chioshan a cigarette. Yes, I understand. Vice Principal Lin has already told me. Lin Xiaoma had already discussed this with Shin Chioshan, and Shin Chioshan had no objection to his second sister-in-law's handling of the situation. showing off his authority in public while also slapping Wang Jixin, Yang Shijin, and the others in the face was a win-win situation. The school's honor rests on you. The burden is heavy. Su Desai pulled 3 large red envelopes from a drawer and handed them to Shin Qiushan. Take these back and buy some supplements to keep you healthy. Studying is exhausting. Director Su, what are you doing? There's no way I'm going to take back money I've given away. Shin Qiushan quickly waved his hand. No! You must take this money. Su Desai's face was solemn and resolute. He and Wang Guangqing had made a unanimous decision to return the money. Neither of them had anticipated the situation reaching this point. Now that the Education Bureau and the school had issued notices, Shin Qiushan's status as a boarding student was legal and in compliance with regulations, and there had been no irregularities. The money must be returned, no matter what. Xiaoshen, I didn't intend to take this money, but some parents wouldn't feel comfortable if you didn't take it. There's nothing I can do. I'm just helping to keep it safe. Su Desai began to defend himself. Director Su has such good intentions. If only leaders of other schools across the country could be like Director Su, there would be no need to worry about the development of education. Shin Qiushan exaggeratedly cooperated with Su Desai for a moment, then took the money back with a look of heartache. He could probably guess what Su Desai was thinking. The situation had gotten so serious that the 30,000 yuan had become a hot potato. Returning it was the safest option. After collecting the money, Shin Qiushan left Su Desai's office. Since it was almost lunchtime, he didn't return to the classroom, but went straight to Lin Xiaomo's office. At that moment, the cool and beautiful second sister-in-law was slouching in a black leather office chair, her massive breasts etched with astonishing curves beneath her white chiffon blouse. Shin Qiushan glanced at her casually, then again. As if sensing Shin Qiushan's gaze, Lin Xiaomo quickly sat up straighter, her astonishing curves finally receding a little. Chapter 88. Did you take your lunch break? Since they had previously agreed to come to her office for a makeup class at noon, Lin Xiaomo wasn't surprised that Shin Qiushan came at this time. However, she seemed to have not yet heard the bell. Director Su wanted to talk to me about something, so I left early. Shin Qiushan took out 2 red envelopes and placed them on Lin Xiaomo's desk. The 20,000 yuan you lent me. I don't have much need for it, so there's no need to rush. Lin Xiaomo didn't take the money, but glanced at Shin Qiushan. You know, I'm not short of money right now. Shin Qiushan shook his phone, clearly implying that he was earning money from writing novels. Lin Xiaomo couldn't help but think of the reader's crazy tips. Even she hadn't resisted and gave him 1,000 yuan last night. Your book. In fact, Lin Xiaomo wanted to ask Shin Qiushan how many manuscripts he had in his possession, and if he could lend them to her, it would be best if he could lend them to her. Now that she read the latest chapter, she was naturally curious about the rest of the story. But as the words reached her lips, she changed them. Did you receive all the money I tipped you? Not really. Shin Qiushan shook his head. We split it 50-50 with the website, and then deduct personal income tax. Huh? So much? Lin Xiaomo frowned slightly. When she tipped last night, she figured the money would go toward her nephew and niece's tuition, living expenses, and so on. She hadn't expected that there were unscrupulous middlemen profiting from the difference. After giving out 1,000 yuan in tips, Shin Qiushan didn't even receive 500 yuan. Are you surprised? They provided the platform. It's the same as on short video platforms. Those streamers only take half of the gifts they receive. Shin Qiushan casually explained. He assumed Lin Xiaomo was asking because he paid back the money, and wanted to get a rough idea of his book writing income. He had no idea his second sister-in-law was worried about his tip. Luckily, it was only 1,000 yuan. Lin Xiaomo silently consoled herself. To her, this amount of money wasn't really a big deal. She simply felt it was unfair to lose it. Being rich doesn't mean you have to be taken advantage of. I promised online that your next mock exam will be live-streamed. Are you sure that's okay? Lin Xiaomo changed the subject. No problem. Shin Qiushan looked relieved. The next mock exam was nearly a month away, and by then, his review plan for the 3 subjects of politics, history, and geography would be complete. Shin Qiushan couldn't imagine how strong he would be by then. By the way, have any reporters or influencers actually signed up for the exam? Shin Qiushan asked curiously. There are a lot. The spots filled up shortly after the video was posted. After Lin Xiaomo posted the video, her private messages exploded with requests for applications, interview requests, and even requests for business partnerships. That's right. For both journalists and influencers, this is a great opportunity to gain traffic. Shin Qiushan was speaking when the bell rang. I go to the cafeteria to get some food. You spend your time studying. Lin Xiaoma stood up and took the responsibility of buying food. Okay. Shin Qiushan nodded, not rejecting his second sister-in-law's offer. However, looking at her graceful figure, Shin Qiushan felt a momentary daze. When he met Lin Xiaoma, his second sister-in-law was only 13 years old, a lively and cheerful little girl, even a bit of a chatterbox. Shin Qiushan still remembered the two questions Lin Xiaoma asked him when they first met. Brother-in-law, isn't your look unconventional? Brother-in-law, can you take a beating? My dad says he beat you to death. At some point, the once cheerful and lively sister-in-law became taciturn, eventually developing a reputation as aloof. But Shin Qiushan knew that this sister-in-law was the typical example of someone who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. She was especially attentive to him and their two children. Knock, knock, knock. Shin Qiushan was reminiscing when someone knocked on the office door. The sound was soft, as if afraid to disturb the people inside. From the knock, Shin Qiushan could tell it was Su Pipa. This little girl was always cautious in everything she did. Shin Qiushan opened the door, and sure enough, the little girl with a mushroom-like head, dressed in a baggy school uniform, was standing there, clutching two math workbooks. Uncle Shin. Su Pipa was surprised to see Shin Qiushan open the door. She had come out right after class and expected Shin Qiushan to be the first to arrive, but unexpectedly, Shin Qiushan was even earlier. Piwa, this is the tuition fee. Take it. After Su Piwa settled on the sofa, Shin Qiushan handed her the red envelope he had prepared. After leaving Su Dicai's office, Shin Qiushan had already made up his mind. Of the 30,000 yuan he had returned, he would return 20,000 to Lin Xiaoma and give 6,000 to Su Piwa as tuition. Uncle Shin, this is too much. Su Piwa took the red envelope. Although she didn't count it, she knew from its thickness that it must have contained at least a few thousand yuan. As agreed, the money first. Daily payment is too much trouble. This is the tuition for 2 months of supplementary lessons. Shin Qiushan explained with a smile. Oh! Su Piwa hesitated for a moment, then took the red envelope. She first put the red envelope in her school uniform pocket. Perhaps worried it would fall out of the loose pocket, she unzipped her uniform. She always kept her uniform zippered all the way up, not only covering her body tightly, but also covering her neck. Now, the zipper was halfway down. Shin Qiushan, who was sitting across from her, had only casually glanced at her, but was startled. No wonder this little mushroom-headed girl wore such a baggy uniform all day long. It must be hiding something. It wasn't that Shin Qiushan, as an uncle, was being disrespectful. He simply hadn't expected the seemingly frail, malnourished little mushroom head to have developed so fully. Unreal. This wasn't real at all. 160 cm tall, seemingly weighing less than 90 kilograms. And yet, she could produce such a bountiful harvest. Shin Qiushan's mind subconsciously flashed back to the image of Lin Xiaoma leaning back in her office chair when he first entered the office. The two were surprisingly evenly matched. Uncle Shin, could you turn around? Just as Shin Qiushan was amazed at the treasure hidden within the little mushroom head, the little girl blushed and whispered. Sure. I just need to go to the restroom. Shin Qiushan had a rough idea of where the little mushroom head was hiding the money, and immediately stood up and left the office. After Shin Qiushan left, Su Pipa took the money out of the red envelope, rolled it up, and tied it with a rubber band from his wrist, then slipped it into his collar. This money was too important to Su Pipa to carelessly place in her pocket. If it were lost, she couldn't afford it. After collecting the money, she zipped up her uniform again and gently stroked her chest. Because she was well off, the money wouldn't bulge out at all. After this, a relieved smile crossed Su Piwa's face. Just then, siblings Shin Yanran and Shin Ishu arrived. Piwa, why are you here alone? Seeing her father and second aunt absent, Shin Yanran asked curiously. Uncle Shin went to the restroom. Vice Principal Lin wasn't here when I arrived, Su Piwa replied truthfully. Teacher Su, let's get started. I've already saved up several exercises. Shin Yanran smiled and sat down next to Su Piwa, placing her workbook on the coffee table. Yanran, we agreed not to call you Teacher Su. Su Pipa corrected, blushing. Okay, Su Pipa. Shin Yanran changed her address, then fished 2 lollipops from her pocket and offered one to Su Pipa. Before studying, have a lollipop to cheer you up. Su Pipa instinctively wanted to say no, because she had understood a principle long ago. Equivalent exchange. Any relationship that wants to last must adhere to the principle of equivalent exchange. If someone treats you well, treat them well. If someone gives you a gift, give them a gift in return. Only in this way can a balance be achieved between both parties, and the relationship can continue to thrive. Conversely, if this balance is not achieved, the one who gives more will gradually lose their balance, and the relationship will come to an end. This goes for friends, lovers, and even relatives. Perhaps the only relationship that doesn't adhere to this balance is the love a parent has for their child. Sadly, Su Lokwat never experienced this. Thus, she learned from a young age that giving something to someone shouldn't be accepted lightly, because you have to give it back. However, Su Lokwat now believes she lacks the ability to reciprocate, so she has no friends other than her childhood friend, Zhao Dongmei. The trade-off between her and Zhao Dongmei is that she can tutor her good friend. So, when Shen Yanren offered her a lollipop, she hesitated. But Su Lokwat ultimately accepted it. She could afford a lollipop, and most importantly, she really wanted to be friends with Shen Yanren. She liked her optimistic and cheerful personality. Su Lokwat peeled back the candy wrapper. Instead of swallowing the lollipop whole like Shen Yanren did, she gently licked the amber-colored candy ball with her tongue. Tiny sugar particles coated in this sugary substance exploded on the tip of the tongue, like early spring snowmelt falling into a stream, accompanied by the subtle sizzling sound of shattering ice crystals. So sweet, Su Lokwat felt like she hadn't had candy in ages. So much so that even a lollipop tasted like ginseng fruit. Shen Yanren, can you please stop being so pretentious? Just say you want candy. What's with all that talk about mood? At this moment, Shinichio began her usual complaints about her sister. Shinichio, if you don't understand, just shut up. Shen Yanren rolled her eyes at her brother. Eating candy naturally makes people feel better. There's scientific evidence for this. Lokwat, give this illiterate person some scientific advice. Oh! Su Pipa swallowed the sweet water in his mouth and explained seriously. When people eat sugar, it quickly enters the bloodstream, raising blood sugar. The brain's reward system senses this change in blood sugar, stimulating neurons to secrete dopamine. Dopamine is a neurotransmitter closely associated with emotions, like happiness and satisfaction. It brings feelings of pleasure and satisfaction, like a reward signal from the brain to the body, making us feel better. Shinichio initially thought Shen Yanren was just making this up, but he didn't expect it to have scientific basis. He looked at Su Pipa and teased Teacher Su, you don't have an encyclopedia in your head, do you? You know all this. Su Pipa blushed again at being called Teacher Su again. But before she could correct him, Shen Yanren spoke up for her. Lokwat already said she doesn't like us calling her Teacher Su. Stop talking nonsense, and come over here to listen to the exercises. I guarantee you won't know any of them. That's not necessarily true. I've been incredibly good at math lately. Although Shinichio was being stubborn, she still moved closer. After one problem was finished, Shen Qiushan also joined the group listening to the lecture. A while later, Lin Xiaomo returned to the office with packed meals. The three children then realized that Vice Principal Lin, their second aunt, who hadn't been in the office, had gone to buy them lunch. For the next few days, it was like this almost every day. The young teacher, Su Lokwat, taught the lessons, while Shen Qiushan and their two children attended. Lin Xiaomo took the initiative to take on logistical support. Every day, not only were there nutritious lunches, but also a variety of fruits. As for the negative online public opinion, it had long since faded into obscurity as new headlines emerged. Until Yang Shijin suddenly posted a Weibo post. I'm going to Sanjiang High School to take a mock exam tomorrow, everyone stay tuned. Wang Jixin also posted a video on his Quine account, announcing that he and another reporter from the newspaper, Hao Bo, would be taking the Sanjiang High School mock exam. The two's comments immediately rekindled netizens' dormant memories. I completely forgotten. There's still this big news to be had, old Yang. Go for it. I'm rooting for you. Didn't they say there would be a live stream? I have to join in the fun. Finally, the day has finally arrived. I want to see how well Shen Qiushan, the old ding, scores. The exam is being held at Sanjiang High School. Who knows if Shen Qiushan even looked at the test paper beforehand? There's no fairness at all. Time flies. It's already been a month. I wonder how 38-year-old old Ding's dream of attending Sanjiang University is faring. In fact, not everyone has forgotten about the Shen Qiushan incident. Many netizens are also waiting for the follow-up. With the mock exams finally about to begin, the hype surrounding the incident has reignited. There are still 33 days until the college entrance exam. It's the day of Sanjiang High School's fourth mock exam. Shen Yanren and Shinichio, brother and sister, packed up early. Dad, why is he so slow today? Waiting in the living room, Shinichio looked at the sliding door to his father's small room. Normally, it was open, but today it was closed. Dad, my second aunt is here. Shen Yanran called into the room. To help the three of them focus on their studies and save time on the road, Lin Xiaoma took the initiative to take them to and from school. Today was the day of the mock exams, and Lin Xiaoma had arrived 10 minutes earlier than usual and was already waiting downstairs. Swish! Just as Shen Yanran and Shen Yixi were eagerly waiting, the sliding door finally opened. Shen Qiushan walked out. The siblings, who had been about to complain, were stunned upon seeing their father, their eyes widening subconsciously. Dad? Dad? The siblings gaped in surprise, then exchanged glances. Today's father looked so handsome he was unfamiliar to them. Usually unkempt, his hair was neatly styled, his sideburns neatly trimmed. He had changed from casual clothes for so long into a navy blue suit. He wore a white shirt with a crisp collar and a dark red tie. Not only had his attire changed, but today Shen Qiushan's expression also held a more mature, calm, and confident air. Why has our dad suddenly become so handsome? Shen Yixi muttered. He's incredibly handsome. Much more handsome than the stars on TV. After her surprise faded, Shen Yanran smiled broadly. Her dad's handsomeness was certainly something to be proud of. Just then, old Shen walked out of the room. Upon seeing Shen Qiushan's outfit, he was stunned for a moment, then grumbled, Qiushan, why are you digging out your wedding clothes? Chapter 89. After hearing what old Shen said, Shen Yanran and Shen Yixi realized that this suit was actually what their father wore at his wedding. No wonder it looked a bit retro. At the same time, they also understood why their father was wearing this suit today. Because today was a big day for their father. It was a battle of vindication after a month of enduring humiliation. Although Shen Qiushan had acted indifferent to public opinion during this period, he was holding his breath. Shen Yanran and Shen Yixi had been studying very hard for the past month, and because they were holding their breath, they could understand their father's feelings. However, their father did look very handsome today, as if he had used a sophisticated beauty filter in his photos. In fact, this was because Shen Qiushan had previously increased the appearance and personality attribute values to 90. The system had indicated that the changes in appearance and figure would take about a month to settle. Now that the changes were complete, Shen Qiushan had given it a special makeover, and the effect was naturally apparent. The father, son, and daughter walked out of the house in high spirits, like three soldiers about to head off to the battlefield. Downstairs, Goodbye Jack was playing in Lin Xiaoma's car. Her slender, fair fingers rested on the steering wheel, tapping gently to the rhythm of the song. Familiar figures appeared in the apartment door, outside the car window one after another, first her niece Shen Yanran, then her nephew Shen Yixi. Finally, Lin Xiaoma's beautiful eyes widened involuntarily, and her mouth formed an O shape. Brother-in-law, that man with a steady gait, an upright posture, and a handsome face turned out to be her brother-in-law. This was the second time she thought Shen Qiushan was handsome. As for the first time, just as Lin Xiaoma was pondering, Shen Qiushan had already opened the passenger door. I heard there would be a lot of reporters today, so I dressed up a bit. I wasted some time. Aunt, is my dad looking very handsome today? Shen Yanran asked with a smile from the back seat. Yeah, not bad. Lin Xiaoma nodded gently. She knew her brother-in-law Shen Qiushan well. He and her nephew Shen Yixi shared a common trait. They couldn't be praised. If they were, they would definitely get cocky. So Lin Xiaoma didn't react too strongly. Aunt, this suit my dad wore was at his wedding. He's older than Shen Yanran and me. At this moment, Shen Yixi spoke from behind. After hearing her nephew's words, Lin Xiaoma realized that the first time was at her sister and brother-in-law's wedding. At that time, she thought her brother-in-law Shen Qiushan was quite handsome and a good match for her sister. She turned her head and glanced at Shen Qiushan, who was sitting in the passenger seat. Yes, that suit, although many years had passed, Lin Xiaoma still remembered it. She was somewhat moved by Shen Qiushan's choice of today to wear the suit. He probably wanted her to witness his gradual entrance to Sanjiang University, and today was a rather important moment. Sanjiang High School. Because it was the day of the live-streamed mock exam, a large number of reporters and influencers gathered at the school gate early in the morning. Luckily, Lin Xiaoma's car could drive directly into the school parking lot. Otherwise, the four of them would have been surrounded by reporters and influencers. The mock exam started at 8 o'clock. Morning self-study for the senior class continued as usual. When Shen Qiushan and his son Shen Yixi arrived at class 3 to 5, almost everyone in the class was there. Chen Xiangyu had also arrived. She was sitting behind the desk, flipping through an English workbook, thinking of briefly reviewing some common grammatical errors before the mock exam began. Just as Chen Xiangyu was concentrating on her workbook, a sudden wow echoed through the classroom. She instinctively looked up and saw Shen Qiushan, dressed in a suit and tie. Jin Xiangyu, who had never seen her old lover dressed like this, was stunned for a moment. She had always thought Shin Qiushan's looks were fine, above average. But now, she was also struck by Shin Qiushan. She had always thought her old lover was a bit handsome, but today, Shin Qiushan was simply stunning, on par with the celebrities on TV. Several of the girls in the class had their eyes sparkling. Before, they all thought of Shin Qiushan as an uncle about the same age as their parents, and even called him Old Ding behind his back. But now, their impression of Shin Qiushan had suddenly changed. What Old Ding? Isn't he just the handsome uncle from an idol drama? Old Shin looks so handsome today. Zhang Yuding whispered to her desk mate, Lu Xiuxiu. Yeah, he's a completely different person. I feel 10 years younger. Lu Xiuxiu agreed. Zhang Yuding rubbed her chin. I suddenly have a bold idea. Huh? What do you want to do? Lu Xiuxiu blinked. She knew her desk mate well. Not only was he the class's famous gossip president, he was also a bit of a lunatic with a rather open mind. I heard Shinishu has been without a mother since childhood. I think he lacks maternal love. Zhang Yuding muttered softly. Huh? Bullshit. Lu Xiuxiu knew her desk mate must be onto something crazy again. She was stunned for a moment, then silently gave a thumbs up. Zhang Yuding, what are you talking about? At that moment, Chen Xiangyu's voice suddenly rang out. Stand up and repeat what you just said loudly. The mock exam is coming up soon. Instead of making good use of your time to review, you're just chatting. Of course, Chen Xiangyu didn't hear what Zhang Yuding said. She just noticed Zhang Yuding chatting again, and she gave her usual scolding, making an example of her. After Shin Qiushan entered the classroom, she wasn't the only one who was talking, many others were also murmuring. Zhang Yuding, having been called out, stood up from her seat and, looking aggrieved, tried to argue, Teacher Chen, I was asking Lu Xiuxiu a question. As the gossip queen of the class, Zhang Yuding was already used to dealing with such situations, so she made up an excuse. Lu Xiuxiu, what did she ask you? Chen Xiangyu immediately called out Lu Xiuxiu again. This? Lu Xiuxiu was an honest child, too good to lie. After a long pause, she whispered. Zhang Yuding said, she wants to be a mother. Ha ha ha. As soon as Lu Xiuxiu said that, the classroom erupted in laughter. Chen Xiangyu was speechless, silently sulking. Young girls these days are so forward-thinking. They're so young, and they're already thinking about becoming mothers. Shinishiao, who had just taken a seat in the last row, slapped his thigh and joked with Wang Yupeng, Brother Peng. Why don't you go find a mother and help Zhang Yuding fulfill her dream of becoming a mother? Wang Yupeng rolled his eyes. Why didn't you just say you were going? 7:30. There was still half an hour before the mock exam began. All the people who had signed up for the exam had arrived. Including Yang Shijin and Wang Jixin, there were 22 people in total. And among these 22, there weren't any real netizens, they were just journalists and influencers. By now, everyone had been ushered into the exam room. Lin Xiaoma, Su Desai, and several teachers from the Youth League Committee and the Academic Affairs Office were present. I've already told you all that this exam will be live-streamed. If anyone objects, there's still time to withdraw. If there are no objections, then the live stream will begin immediately. Before the live stream officially began, Lin Xiaoma confirmed again. No problem. Let's get started. We do this for a living, so why should we be afraid of live streaming? Everyone immediately expressed their agreement. Okay. Seeing that no one objected, Lin Xiaoma winked at the teacher in charge of the live stream. The mock exam live stream has officially begun. To provide netizens with a more comprehensive perspective, Sanjiang High School has opened 2 live streaming accounts. One uses a live stream feed from the classroom surveillance cameras, providing a clear view of the entire classroom. The other is a regular live stream, with Teacher Lee from the Youth League Committee holding up her phone with a selfie stick to show netizens what they want to see. At the beginning of the live stream, Teacher Lee focused her camera on Lin Xiaoma. She usually manages Sanjiang High School's Quine account, so she understands the traffic flow. Recently, any Quine videos released by Sanjiang High School that include Lin Xiaoma have shown exceptionally high performance. If she's not in the video, the performance is significantly lower. Principal Lin, where's Shin Qiushan? Why hasn't he come yet? Perhaps he's afraid to come. After the live stream began, Wang Jixin deliberately asked loudly. For the past month, he's been thoroughly exploiting Shin Qiushan's traffic, constantly dissing him in his videos. And today, he sees it as Judgment Day. Before coming, he said in the video that Shin Qiushan's true colors would be revealed today. Yeah, where's Shin Qiushan? We're all here for him. He's not really a coward. After Wang Jixin finished speaking, several influencers immediately chimed in. The current trend online is that mocking Shen Qiushan indirectly generates traffic and garners support, so these influencers aren't shy about mentioning him. High school students all have morning self-study classes. Even though old Shen is 38, he's still a high school student. He should be attending morning self-study. Yang Shijin spoke, seemingly defending Shen Qiushan. But the moment he opens his mouth, he's already a cynic. His previous comments are almost always like this. Whenever there's any negative news in China, he inevitably throw in a tirade, always mentioning Europe and America. He calls himself a news commentator, but in reality, he's a typical colonial. This time, he's seizing on the Shen Qiushan incident to highlight the absurdity of domestic education. A 38-year-old man can even go to high school. Just tell me, isn't that absurd? If this old man can be proven to be a piece of shit, it would completely prove that domestic education is absurd and that there are dark secrets that must remain hidden. Otherwise, how could a 38-year-old man like Shen Qiushan even get into high school? As the group was discussing this, Shen Qiushan walked into the classroom with a smile on his face. He was dressed in a clean, well-tailored suit and looked impressive. At first, no one recognized Shen Qiushan. The Shen Qiushan they had seen in the video was dressed in casual clothes, and he looked a bit dark, a stark contrast to the man before them. Shen Qiushan? You? It was Wang Jixin, who had confronted Shen Qiushan before, who recognized him. However, Wang Jixin's face was filled with shock. While Shen Qiushan looked okay in his memory, he was definitely not this handsome. Wow, after just a month, an ordinary person has become a big star? Wasn't explosive transformation a trend in the entertainment industry recently? Wang Jixin felt that this term was a perfect fit for Shen Qiushan. Reporter Wang, long time no see. I heard you've been bashing me online every day. You've been working hard. Shen Qiushan greeted Wang Jixin with a smile, then looked at Yang Shijin. Wow, isn't that teacher Yang? How's it going? Is the air in Sanjiang City still fragrant? Shen Qiushan's main strategy is to give someone a taste of their own medicine. Yin and Yang are so commonplace. This is incredibly simple. As long as you're adept at asking counter-questions, you can definitely drive the other person's Taoist heart to its knees. Yang Shijin's face turned pale at this question. For him, who always spoke in European and American jargon, Shen Qiushan's counter-question was a direct blow. At this moment, the live stream had already swarmed over 5,000 viewers. These netizens had been waiting for Shen Qiushan to appear and unleash their full-throttle rants. As a result, when Shen Qiushan appeared on camera, netizens watching the live stream were a bit stunned. Isn't that Lao Deng? How did he become a handsome old man? Wow! Shen Qiushan is so handsome. This guy has some good looks. Even though I dislike him, I have to admit that Lao Deng is really handsome. Putting aside Shen Qiushan's character, it's really satisfying to see someone like Lao Yang playing a Yin Yang. I think it's perfectly reasonable for Uncle Shen to apply to Sanjiang University. Is there anything wrong with pursuing a dream? This old lady likes this look. I also want to attend Sanjiang High School. Indeed, in this age of appearances, the appearance of the revamped Shen Qiushan on camera shifted public opinion. The criticisms faded, and instead, many looks fans appeared. The female viewers, in particular, immediately switched sides. In reality, these female viewers were just there to watch the show and join in the fun. They didn't have any negative opinions about Shen Qiushan to begin with. They just thought it was interesting that a 38-year-old man was applying to Sanjiang University. Yang Shijin glared at Shen Qiushan with some indignation, but he couldn't take the sweet air seriously. So, Yang Shijin adopted a strategy of avoiding the conflict. He looked at Lin Xiaoma and said loudly, Principal Lin, for the sake of exam fairness, I have a suggestion. We shouldn't use the exam papers your school prepared. There's no guarantee you didn't share them with Shen Qiushan beforehand. That makes sense. I support old Yang's suggestion. This will prevent cheating. Wang Jixin immediately agreed, clearly having discussed this beforehand. Yes, your school sets the questions. Who knows if Shen Qiushan got the answers beforehand? Old Yang's suggestion is a good one. We shouldn't use the exam papers you provided. With two people taking the lead, the rest of the group followed suit. Lin Xiaomo hadn't anticipated this situation. She frowned slightly and asked, if we don't use our school's exam papers, how will we take the exam? Yang Shijin, already prepared, chuckled and said, that's easy. Just randomly select a set of practice exam papers from the AI question bank and print them out. With such a vast question bank, it's impossible for anyone to have reviewed them all. This is the only way to ensure a fair exam. As soon as Yang Shijin finished speaking, the others immediately echoed him. I think this is a great idea. Yes, Randomly selecting a set of exam papers is fair. Principal Lin, this shouldn't be too difficult for your school, right? Seeing everyone's unanimous agreement, Lin Xiaomon nodded immediately. Okay, let's do as you say. Chapter 90. Lin Xiaomon had witnessed Shen Qiushan's efforts, and was well aware of his performance on the previous in-class tests, so she had great confidence in him. For Shen Qiushan, the difference between the school-issued mock exam and the one from the AI question bank was actually quite small. Yang Shijin, Wang Jixin, and the others were somewhat surprised to see Lin Xiaomon agree so readily. In fact, they had been at odds before taking the mock exam, and the idea of a temporary exam swap had been discussed beforehand. They assumed the school would definitely protect Shen Qiushan, and giving him a copy of the mock exam in advance wasn't out of the question. So, the two of them came up with the idea of a temporary exam swap. They had expected the school to find ways to reject the proposal. Unexpectedly, Lin Xiaomon was so forthcoming. Just as the two were puzzled, Shen Qiushan suddenly spoke up. Principal Lin, changing the exam paper at short notice is such a waste of time. I don't think it's necessary. Of course, Shen Qiushan disagreed. For him, this wasn't just a simple mock exam, it was over 200,000 academic achievement points at stake. This opportunity to improve his academic achievement points only came once a month. How could he achieve that by changing the exam paper? Seeing Shen Qiushan's objection, Yang Shijin and Wang Jixin's eyes lit up. See, there's definitely something fishy going on. Mr. Shen, are you worried about wasting time, or are you afraid you won't get a high score if you change the exam paper? Yang Shijin immediately said sarcastically. Could it be that you've already memorized all the answers? Wang Jixin immediately echoed. The other reporters and influencers who participated in the mock exam also chorused that the exam paper should be changed. Seeing this, Shen Qiushan shrugged helplessly. Principal Lin, how about this? Give me a copy of the original exam paper. I mainly want to see how I compare to the other students. You mean, we have to answer 2 exams at the same time? Lin Xiaomon was shocked. Although she had great confidence in Shen Qiushan, answering 2 exams in the same time frame was far too challenging. Yang Shijin, Wang Jixin, and the others also wore expressions of disbelief. Shen Qiushan was simply making things difficult for himself. They truly couldn't understand this maneuver. Old Shen, what do you mean by this? Are you looking down on us? After a moment's silence, Yang Shijin asked with a sullen face. How could that be? Shen Qiushan smiled and shook his head. I just wanted to see how I compare to the other students. After all, the school's mock exams are closer to the Gaokao level. At the same time, I don't want to affect our competition, so let's just take both tests. Feel free to do whatever you want. Don't worry about me. After saying that, Shen Qiushan looked at Lin Xiaomon again. Principal Lin, it's getting late. Since they want to change the exam papers, let's do it quickly. Okay. Lin Xiaomon nodded, then looked at Yang Shijin and Wang Jixin. Come with me to the computer and choose a paper. It was their idea to change the exam papers, so let them choose their own to avoid any conspiracy theories later. The two immediately followed Lin Xiaomon to the AI question bank to select a paper. Teacher Li, who was in charge of the live broadcast, also followed with a selfie stick, focusing on a full live broadcast. By this time, over 20,000 people had flocked to Teacher Li's mobile livestream, and the majority of netizens expressed support for the test paper change. They believed Sanjiang High School and Shen Qiushan were in cahoots, and that changing the test paper was absolutely necessary. To prevent collusion between the school and Shen Qiushan, Yang Shijin also proposed that he and Wang Jixin randomly select the exam papers before each exam, lest the school secretly give Shen Qiushan the answers after selecting the papers in advance. Luckily, there were only 22 people taking the exam with Shen Qiushan, and including Shen Qiushan, there were only 23 papers, so even this operation wouldn't waste too much time. At 8:30, the exam in Shen Qiushan's exam room finally began. The first subject was math. At Shen Qiushan's request, he received 2 papers, one selected by Yang Shijin and Wang Jixin, and the other a regular mock exam from the school. After receiving the papers, Shen Qiushan placed the school mock exam on the corner of his desk, and focused on answering the math paper Yang Shijin and Wang Jixin had selected from the AI question bank. It was unknown how many years old this paper was. Its difficulty clearly wasn't up to par with the current college entrance exam. This was normal, after all, the AI question bank contained so many exams, perhaps even papers from 10 or 20 years ago. This level of difficulty was relatively easy for Shen Qiushan. He answered quickly finishing the front of the paper. Swish. Shen Qiushan casually flipped the paper over. This small action immediately caught the attention of Yang Shijin and Wang Jixin, who sat on his left and right. Although they had both taken time to review their high school knowledge over the past month, they had been away from campus for so long that it was impossible for them to regain their high school skills, so they still struggled with the paper. As a result, before they had even finished half a page of the paper, Shin Qiushan flipped it over. Even two people tied together couldn't keep up with this speed in the live stream, which covered the entire exam room. At this moment, over 30,000 people were online simultaneously. This truly was cloud proctoring. The gifting function in the live stream was disabled, so there weren't any fancy special effects. As the exam papers were distributed, electronic copies were posted to the download area in the live stream, allowing interested users to download and view them for free. Thus, even as the cloud proctoring continued, netizens in the live stream were still discussing which questions were easy and which were difficult. Oh my god, Shin Qiushan has already finished answering the main questions? No way, so fast. I saw him flipping through the paper. I saw him too. Did he not know? Or did he really finish? I don't think so. After looking at the paper, I don't know many of the answers. Everyone in the exam room was busy answering their papers, so Shin Qiushan's flipping through the paper immediately caught the attention of netizens, and they immediately started discussing it. A while later, Shin Qiushan simply swapped the paper in his hand with the one on the corner of the table. Holy crap! Finished already? No, the exam isn't even halfway over. I never believed he finished the whole paper. I figured he'd leave the questions he didn't know blank, but there were so many he didn't know. If he finished that quickly and got 90 points, I stand on my head and eat shit. No way he could give more than 80. I eat a pound of shit for every point. Even though I don't think Shin Qiushan would get 80, I'd rather see Wanwan's friend upstairs eat shit. Netizens were buzzing with discussion. Teacher Lee, holding a selfie stick, shuttled between the exam rooms. The number of viewers in her mobile live stream remained consistently around 20,000, meaning the combined audience across both live streams had surpassed 50,000. This number of viewers was comparable to the number of viewers on some major influencers' live streams, especially since it was only morning. It's fair to say that this incident garnered considerable attention. Firstly, Shin Qiushan, an older high school student, was already controversial. Secondly, the livestream mock exam format was novel, and many netizens simply joined in the fun. They might watch for a while, and then leave, only to be replaced by new viewers. Thus, the combined audience in both live streams remained consistently above 50,000, creating a lively atmosphere. For the past month, in addition to his intense practice workbooks, Shin Qiushan also listened to Su Piwa's lectures every noon. With the help of his powerful cheats, his math problem-solving skills had far surpassed those of his previous mock exam. He faced no difficulty on the first test. The second paper was slightly more challenging, but Shin Qiushan still handled it smoothly. 15 minutes before the end of the exam, he had already finished both papers. Shin Qiushan then took a moment to observe Yang Shijin to his left and Wang Jixin to his right. Both were scratching their heads, staring at their papers, clearly stumped by a question. Shin Qiushan stood up and handed in both papers. This action startled everyone else in the exam room. Everyone knew Shin Qiushan was going to answer both papers. Before the exam began, he had said he just wanted to give it a try, and if he couldn't finish them all, it would be fine. As it turned out, the deadline hadn't even arrived yet. Shin Qiushan had actually handed in both papers. And the others present hadn't finished a single one. It wouldn't be that they hadn't finished the papers. More accurately, they left some questions blank. After all, these people had already entered society, and had largely returned to their teachers what they learned in high school. They signed up for the exam solely for attention and traffic, and weren't particularly concerned with their scores. However, most people were determined to score higher than Shin Qiushan's. That way, they have more material for their reports or videos. Yang Shijin glanced up at Shin Qiushan, who had already handed in his paper, then stood up and handed it in as well. In reality, he already gone through the entire paper, and the remaining questions were all he didn't know. Seeing that Shin Qiushan had already handed in his paper, he felt there was no point in continuing. Of course, the main reason was that he wanted to see how Shin Qiushan had fared. So, when it was time to hand in the papers, he deliberately lingered at the desk for a moment longer. He discovered that both of Shin Qiushan's papers were completely filled, at least on the front. Yang Shijin subconsciously frowned. Sitting next to Shin Qiushan, he had been silently watching his progress. From an outsider's perspective, Shin Qiushan's work seemed to go very smoothly, seemingly without any difficulty. However, this didn't make sense. This was a math paper. Normally, it wouldn't go so smoothly. Thus, Yang Shijin had previously concluded that Shin Qiushan had likely only done the questions he knew, since he had to answer 2 papers, and was racing against time. But the results he saw weren't what he expected. Shin Qiushan had filled both fraud pages with answers. A sudden foreboding arose in his heart. Could this guy really know everything? At this point, the livestream was in an uproar. Oh my god, Shin Qiushan actually handed in his papers. Finished both papers? That's too fast. Others haven't even finished one, and he's already finished both. How does that make sense? He's definitely given up on himself, right? He might as well hand his papers in anyway. You guys are disgusting. Uncle Shin is so handsome, it's only natural he's a good problem solver. That's right, everyone here scolding Uncle Shin is just ugly. You're jealous of his looks. Facts prove that appearance is indeed very important. Shin Qiushan already has fans who love his looks. Whenever someone scolds him in the live stream, there will be female netizens scolding him back. After Yang Shijin handed in his paper, Wang Zhixin also handed in his own. After leaving the exam room, the two chatted quietly as they headed to the bathroom. Old Yang, do you think Shin Qiushan really knows everything? Who knows? He seemed to be answering the questions smoothly. I think he was just pretending. It's too fake to finish 2 papers so quickly. I forgot one thing. I have Lin Xiaomao grading the papers live later. Don't let the papers leave the camera, otherwise they might switch them. That's right. We have to keep a close eye on them. The two quickly reached an agreement and returned to the exam room from the bathroom, just as the exam was over. So, they both brought up the idea of live grading with Lin Xiaomao. In fact, even if they didn't say it, Lin Xiaomao had already planned this. Ever since Yang Shijin suggested temporarily changing the exam papers, Lin Xiaomao had already decided to livestream the entire mock exam to prevent Yang Shijin and Wang Zhixin's group from making excuses. I start grading the papers now. You can also grade Shin Qiushan's. Lin Xiaomao winked at Teacher Li, who was in charge of the livestream, and he immediately turned the camera to the papers on the desk. Okay. Then I grade Shin Qiushan's. Yang Shijin couldn't have asked for more. If he graded the papers, it would certainly eliminate the possibility of cheating. So, he pulled Shin Qiushan's paper from the pile. Lin Xiaomao, in turn, found Yang Shijin's paper, creating a sharper contrast. Then, the two began grading the papers under the livestream camera. First, the multiple-choice questions. Yang Shijin glanced at the correct answers. The first 5 were B, D, C, C, A. Shin Qiushan's answers were B, D, C, C, A. This. Yang Shijin's expression suddenly darkened, his brows furrowed tightly. If memory serves, he should have gotten 2 of those 5 questions wrong. It was only just beginning, and he was already falling behind. While Yang Shijin was grading the papers, Wang Zhixin was standing nearby and saw that Shin Qiushan had gotten all 5 of the first 5 questions right. Shocked, he too frowned. That accuracy rate was a bit alarming. After all, he should have gotten 3 of the first 5 wrong. Yang Shijin continued to compare the answers, while Wang Zhixin's gaze flickered back and forth between the correct answers and Shin Qiushan's paper. Then, both of them were dumbfounded. Correct, correct, correct. After reading all the way through, Shin Qiushan hadn't gotten a single question right. By the time they got to the end, they were both completely numb. Especially for the last big question, Shin Qiushan had even shown off 2 solutions. Shin Qiushan's paper was finished. Looking at the answers one by one, Yang Shijin and Wang Zhixin were completely stunned. All correct, full marks. Both of them had a look of disbelief. They had randomly chosen this paper. There was no way they could have cheated by missing questions beforehand. And yet, Shin Qiushan had gotten full marks. Even more frightening was the fact that he only spent less than half the exam time on it. Even then, Lin Xiaomao calculated Yang Shijin's score. 75 points, just half of the total score. Afterward, Lin Xiaomao began grading Wang Zhixin's paper. He gotten even fewer correct answers than Yang Shijin. Only got 65 points. After grading both papers, Lin Xiaomao gave Teacher Li, who was broadcasting live, a look that immediately led to a close-up of both scores. Then, another close-up of Shin Qiushan's score, 150 points, 75 points, 65 points. The contrast was simply too stark. Yang Shijin and Wang Zhixin's combined scores weren't as high as Shin Qiushan's alone. As soon as the results came out, the livestream room erupted in excitement. Full marks. That's incredible. He got every question right. How amazing. Huh? I've always told you Uncle Shin is amazing. Now you believe it. If I hadn't watched the whole thing, I wouldn't have believed it. This show is making my scalp tingle. He finished a math test in less than half time, and got full marks. Old Ding is incredibly powerful. I knew Uncle Shen was so handsome. He had no problem answering the questions. See? Haha. Even old Yang and Wang together couldn't beat Shen Qiushan. They're really embarrassed. Chapter 91. Teacher Li thoughtfully turned the live camera to focus on Yang Shijin and Wang Jixin, and now both of them had grim expressions. In the past, Yang Shijin always wore a smile in his videos, appearing approachable and casual, discussing people and events as if they were just chatting casually. It was precisely because of this down-to-earth style that he easily gained the trust of netizens and the support of his fans. But now, Yang Shijin's signature smile was gone, replaced by a coldness that netizens had never seen before, and perhaps this was his true self. Wang Jixin had been raking in tons of traffic this month thanks to the Shen Qiushan incident, and he had expected another surge in traffic this mock exam. In the end, he failed miserably, failing the first subject, math. If he had only scored a few or 10 points less than Shen Qiushan, it wouldn't have been so bad. After all, Shen Qiushan was in school every day, while he still had a job and work. But the problem was that the gap between them was enormous. Shen Qiushan scored a perfect score, while he only scored 65. His score, combined with Yang Shijin's, was still less than Shen Qiushan's. Furthermore, they had chosen the test papers themselves. He thought for a long time, but couldn't even come up with an excuse. This guy had truly fallen from grace. After seeing the expressions on Yang Shijin and Wang Jixin's faces, the netizens in the live stream were incredibly excited. Most of them were just there to join in the fun, to eat melon. It didn't really matter whose melon they were eating, they just had melon to eat. Besides, the story of Shen Qiushan, an old man's comeback, was indeed much more interesting than Yang Shijin and Wang Jixin's beating of Shen Qiushan. After all, Shen Qiushan was the one being cyberbullied over the past month, being denigrated as worthless by Yang Shijin, Wang Jixin, and others. Step on it, and then crush it hard into the mud, but then, a huge twist occurred. Shen Qiushan wasn't what they said, he actually been studying hard. Why aren't you smiling, Lao Yang? Doesn't he like to laugh? My face is swollen, of course I can't smile. The test paper was changed at the last minute at Lao Yang's suggestion. Now there's no reason to accuse Shen Qiushan of cheating. I just want to know if Wanwan's friend is still around. Didn't they say that for every point Shen Qiushan scores over 80, he has to eat a pound of feces? Now he has 70 points. What does that mean? I know this question. At Professor Park, 70 pounds of feces. Claim it. If your family doesn't have enough people, netizens can crowdfund. Sign up for my boyfriend. He can poop 5 pounds a day. At Professor Park, I took a screenshot of what you said. Remember to come out and fulfill your promise. The netizen nicknamed Professor Park's comments were so radical that many people took screenshots at the time, and now they're actually using them. He said that if Shen Qiushan scored over 80 in math, he would have to eat a pound of feces for every extra point. Shen Qiushan scored 150, which means he weighed 70 pounds. Professor Park didn't shy away. Seeing so many people at him, he spoke out again. Don't worry, I won't deny it. But this is just one subject. I predict Shen Qiushan won't get over 80 in Chinese and English, and no more than 60 in politics, history, and geography. It's the same old rule. For every extra point I get, I eat a pound of feces. We settle after the total score is out. Good, you didn't run away. It's a deal. Settling after the total score is out is really sneaky. He's just betting that Shen Qiushan can't get high scores in every subject. He's already owed 70 pounds. Old Shen, work hard. Let's get him 200 pounds. Then everyone can crowdfund, and I pay for the shipping. Seeing that Professor Park hadn't run away, netizens immediately started teasing him. Inside the exam room, Lin Xiaoma had already graded all the papers. Shen Qiushan's 150 points put him in first place, unsurprisingly. The second highest scorer was Hao Bo, a reporter for the Sanjiang Evening News, who scored 110. Hao Bo was an intern reporter, a senior this year, graduating in July. Wang Jixin had brought him here as a trump card, figuring that even if he couldn't score better than Shen Qiushan, Hao Bo's score would definitely be higher. After all, he hadn't fully graduated yet, and his grades were relatively good, indicating a solid foundation. But even so, he only scored 110, that couldn't compare to Shen Qiushan's perfect score. Aside from Hao Bo, no one else scored 100, especially the influencers who were just trying to capitalize on the hype. The lowest score was only 5, with a few scoring just over 10 or 20. It's safe to say they couldn't answer a single question, it was all down to luck. The more multiple choice questions you guessed correctly, the higher your score would be. And that influencer, Pai Lai brother, who only got 5, only guessed right on one question. After the math results came out, Teacher Lee compiled them and posted them directly to the live stream. After seeing everyone's results, the live stream suddenly became even more lively. Holy crap, there's even a 5-point score. Brother Pili is awesome. These internet celebrities are so shameless just for traffic. Proof. Not every old man is Shin Chio-shan. Old Shin's 150 points are still going strong. First by a wide margin. Uncle Shin is awesome. It has to be our Uncle Shin, so awesome. In the exam room. The mock exam continued. The second subject was English. Shin Chio-shan still took 2 papers, but he would have to cram for the listening section of the school paper later. A listening tape played in the exam room. Actually, for reporters like Yang Shijin and Wang Jixin, English was easier than math. Almost all of them graduated from 985 or 211 universities and had passed the CT6. Thus, their English proficiency was actually quite good. Both Yang Shijin and Wang Jixin had high hopes for English. After the listening section, Yang Shijin and Wang Jixin felt they had done reasonably well, confidently answering 90% of the questions. So, they entered the written test with confidence. Yang Shijin focused on the questions, his attention fixed on the paper, determined to do his best to win in English, to avoid embarrassment. However, as he was silently analyzing a multiple-choice question, the sound of papers being flipped came from the side. He subconsciously glanced at Shin Chio-shan. Sure enough, he had already flipped the paper over and started answering the back page. So fast again, Yang Shijin's mouth twitched. Having learned from his previous experience with math, he hesitated to jump to conclusions. The original news frontline report had stated that Shin Chio-shan was very good at English and had even won first prize in the school's English vocabulary competition. Therefore, Yang Shijin didn't dare underestimate his opponent this time. He could only try his best to avoid being affected by Shin Chio-shan's speed and focus on his own paper. However, it wasn't long before Shin Chio-shan had already put aside the English paper they were taking together and turned to answering the school's mock English exam. Finished already? Yang Shijin was shocked. He hadn't even finished half of the paper. This was English, his strongest subject. Wang Jixin naturally noticed Shin Chio-shan's movements and couldn't help but silently grumble inwardly. Don't tell me you're done. Can you please stop pretending? Shin Chio-shan was naturally unaware of their subtle thoughts. His attention was focused on the paper. The English paper Yang Shijin had chosen from the I question bank was actually quite difficult. Although Shin Chio-shan still finished it smoothly, he wasn't sure of the correct answers to 2 questions. But Shin Chio-shan, a seasoned test-taker, would never waste time on such questions. He would choose the one he thought was more likely to answer and move on. This time, the school's mock exam wasn't as difficult as the one from the I question bank, and Shin Chio-shan pushed through all the way to the final essay. It took him about another 5 minutes to finish the essay, and he was done with the entire exam. Shin Chio-shan glanced at the time. 20 minutes left until the deadline. He had nothing else to check, so he immediately stood up and handed in both papers. The exam room erupted in an uproar. Holy crap! So fast! Both papers finished? Is this always going to be like this? Why does it feel like I handed in the math exam even earlier than last time? Everyone was shocked. Lin Xiaoma, standing behind the desk, was not surprised. She knew English was Shin Chio-shan's strong point. Before entering high school, he had memorized vocabulary for countless years, laying a very solid foundation. After entering high school, with Shin Xiangyu's tutoring, his English grades improved rapidly. If the listening section hadn't been scheduled, Shin Chio-shan would have turned in his paper even faster. As Shin Chio-shan left the exam room, Teacher Lee, holding a selfie stick, followed him. She occasionally narrated a few words during the live stream, explaining the situation. After the math results were announced, the public opinion in the live stream had shifted. Netizens were clamoring for Shin Chio-shan to talk a little when they had the chance. Now, that opportunity had arrived. Mr. Shin, wait a moment. Teacher Lee stopped Shin Chio-shan as he was about to go to the corner of the hallway for a smoke. Teacher Lee, what's up? Shin Chio-shan glanced at her in confusion. They hadn't exchanged any words before today. Can you chat with the netizens in the live stream? Everyone's been scrolling through the screen, wanting to see you. As he spoke, Teacher Lee had already turned the camera on Shin Chio-shan. Seeing this, Shin Chio-shan was forced to continue his work. He waved at the camera. Hello everyone, I'm Shin Chio-shan, the man who's been getting scolded by some people for a month. Ha ha, that's a great introduction. It's clear old Shin is a man who will never let go of a grudge. Uncle Shin, are you in need of a girlfriend? I'm not clingy. After a month of repression, old Shin finally exploded today. Wang Xixin Yang Xijin, yes, those people are us. Uncle Shen, I'm 36E and a dancer. Would you consider it? Old Shen, how did you do on the English test? Can you give Professor Park a little more pressure? Everyone was talking at once. Shen Qiushan glanced at the messages on the public screen and didn't see anyone scolding him. You know, he'd been scolded every day for the past month. These people changed their attitudes so quickly. At the same time, Sanjiang Municipal Education Bureau. Lin Moxuan called his secretary, Qin Xiaohua, to his office. Boss, you're looking for me. Qin Xiaohua, 32, had been with Lin Moxuan for 4 years and knew his boss's temper well. He stood at his desk politely, waiting for his orders. Didn't Sanjiang High School have a live mock exam today? How is it going? Lin Moxuan asked. It's being broadcast right now. The first math results are out, and Shen Qiushan got full marks. The public opinion in the live stream has shifted, and netizens are praising Shen Qiushan. Qin Xiaohua had been following the mock exam live stream and immediately reported the situation. You said Shen Qiushan got full marks in math? Lin Moxuan was shocked, his eyes widening. Yes. Qin Xiaohua nodded, excitedly recounting. Before the exam, Yang Xijin even requested a temporary change of exam papers, fearing cheating on the school's part. And Principal Lin agreed without hesitation. So, their exam papers were changed at the last minute, making cheating impossible. And yet, even with the temporary change, Shen Qiushan still got full marks. What's even more interesting is that Yang Xijin and Wang Xixin's combined scores were less than 150. Shen Qiushan's victory this time. It's a real victory for Sanjiang High School and our Education Bureau. After listening to Qin Xiaohua's report, Lin Moxuan nodded gently, his heart agitated. Shen Qiushan scored full marks in math, and he had long heard that his son-in-law was also very good at English. I also scored very high in Chinese on the last mock exam, so getting into Sanjiang University isn't such a pipe dream. Lin Moxuan couldn't help but recall the angry words he'd spoken to his wife, Chen Qingju, the day news front aired. If Shen Qiushan got into Sanjiang University, he'd marry his 2 remaining daughters to him, and given the current state of affairs, that was sure to come true. Pooh, pooh, pooh. How can angry words count? This isn't a vow. I go back to the Confucian temple and take back my words and deeds. Lin Moxuan thought silently. A moment later, he remembered Qin Xiaohua's words about Sanjiang High School still being live-streamed, and quickly said, open their live-stream room and let me see. Okay. Qin Xiaohua took out his phone, entered Teacher Li's mobile live-stream room, and placed the phone in front of Lin Moxuan. At that moment, Teacher Li had just caught up with Shen Qiushan. The next moment, Shen Qiushan appeared on the live stream. Lin Moxuan was stunned upon seeing Shen Qiushan in the live stream. He wasn't just amazed at how handsome Shen Qiushan looked today. It was the clothes he was wearing that brought back memories. Eldest daughter Lin Chuxue was already pregnant when she married Shen Qiushan. The wedding was hastily arranged, a last resort. Lin Moxuan even briefly refused to attend. At the wedding, Lin Moxuan never smiled, especially when he saw Shen Qiushan dressed in a suit. He even complained to his wife, Qin Qingju, sheep in tiger's clothing. He's pleased with grass, but wary of jackals. Unsatisfied, he continued to rant about Shen Qiushan, calling him a toad wearing a top hat, pretending to be a gentleman. He had forgotten how many sarcastic remarks he had made about Shen Qiushan that day. In his opinion, even if Shen Qiushan wore a suit, he was still a yellow-haired boy. His true nature could not be changed. Unknowingly, 18 years had passed since that day, seeing Shen Qiushan in that suit again. Lin Moxuan couldn't help but sigh in regret, but the fact that Shen Qiushan wore it on this day actually made Lin Moxuan look at him with a new perspective. This at least proves he still has his daughter in his heart. He has some conscience. Focusing once again on the live stream, Lin Moxuan stumbled upon another comment on the public screen, and a frown crossed his face. He silently cursed. How can women these days be so shameless? How dare they say such things in a live stream with tens of thousands of people? Also, he hadn't expected Shen Qiushan, this old yellow-haired guy, to be so popular. It's simply outrageous. Sanjiang University. Girls' dormitory. Lin Jiayu was sitting at her desk watching the live stream when her roommate Fang Xiuya, returning from lunch, placed a boxed lunch on her desk. Jiayu, is this live stream really that good? What's so interesting about 38-year-old Lao Ding taking a high school mock exam? We just have to wait and see the results later. I think he's just trying to attract attention. He definitely gets slapped in the face. Shoo! Lin Jiayu gestured for silence. She had been watching the live stream for a long time, finally waiting for her brother-in-law to speak. Seeing Lin Jiayu's mysterious demeanor, Fang Xiaoya curiously leaned over to take a quick look. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Hey, who's this handsome guy? Handsome guy? Didn't you say he's Lao Deng? Thinking she had pulled a punch, Lin Jiayu rolled his eyes. Huh? Don't tell me this is the junior student applying to our school? Fang Xiaoya swallowed the words Lao Deng and replaced them with junior student. Yes. That's him. Lin Jiayu smiled triumphantly, two dimples appearing on her pretty face. He just got a perfect score on the math test. Really? Fang Xiaoya was shocked. If he's capable of getting a perfect score in math, he shouldn't be too bad in other subjects either. Could he really become our junior? Lin Jiayu snorted softly. I think it's a good possibility. Jiayu, something's wrong with you. Fang Xiaoya rubbed her chin. He's amazing. What does that have to do with you? Why do you seem so proud? Of course I am. Lin Jiayu puffed out her already impressive chest and declared. He's my brother-in-law. What? Brother-in-law? Fang Xiaoya was completely shocked. Her mouth dropped open as she stammered. He's actually Principal Lin's husband? Oh my god. I love Principal Lin so much. I didn't expect her husband to be so handsome. What a perfect match. Wait. Fang Xiaoya suddenly realized something. Her eyes lit up as she exclaimed, so they're husband and wife. No wonder Principal Lin always supported Shin Qiushan and didn't revoke his student status despite such overwhelming public pressure. Principal Lin is so protective of her husband. Wow, this couple is so cute. Chapter 92. What do you mean by domineeringly protecting her husband? Stop talking nonsense, okay? Lin Jiayu was speechless. He's my eldest brother-in-law. If you insist on saying domineeringly protecting her husband, then he's still my brother-in-law's husband. That's right. His children are already that old. Fang Xiaoya finally realized she had been careless. That's not right. Jiayu, do you have an older sister? You've never mentioned her. Fang Xiaoya asked curiously again. Because my older sister passed away. When I was very young. Oh, sorry, Jiayu. It's okay. Lin Jiayu shook her head slightly. She didn't have any feelings for her eldest sister, Lin Qiushua. After all, she hadn't remembered anything when Lin Qiushua passed away, so in her memory, her older sister was just that photo in the family. Afterward, the two of them sat silently at their seats, heads bowed, eating. Fang Xiaoya also turned on the live stream on her phone. Looking at Shin Qiushan, she initially felt pity for him, a widower at such a young age. Then, watching the man in the live stream, whose looks and figure rivaled those of most male celebrities, the corners of her mouth began to curl up involuntarily. And then, perhaps she didn't know what she was thinking about, but her smile gradually became more distorted. In the exam room. The second English exam was over, and Yang Shijin, Wang Xixin, and the others handed in their papers. Lin Xiaomao, repeating the same procedure from the previous math exam, began grading the papers live under the live camera. I grade Shin Qiushan's paper this time. Wang Xixin volunteered. He felt he had done well in English and wanted to redeem himself in this subject. Yang Shijin stood beside him, watching. Then, a scene similar to the one he'd been marking on the math paper unfolded. Shin Qiushan's answers on his English paper matched the correct answers perfectly. Comparing the listening comprehension questions, they were all correct. Wang Xixin was stunned, his palm sweating as he gripped the red marking pen. Although he felt he'd done well on the English test, that was only compared to the math. There were still many questions he didn't know or couldn't answer correctly. In the end, Shin Qiushan got them all right. Only the English essay remained. Wang Xixin read Shin Qiushan's English essay from the beginning. It flowed smoothly and stayed on topic. If he had to find a flaw, it would be that Shin Qiushan's English writing was rather sloppy, and the overall look wasn't very polished. He hesitated for a moment, then deducted 5 points from Shin Qiushan's essay. Since the entire process was live, he saw Wang Xixin deduct 5 points from Shin Qiushan's English essay in one go. The netizens in the live stream were immediately furious. Why deduct 5 points? This is clear revenge. Can't stand losing? It's not even your turn to grade the English essay. This is a complete lack of objectivity and fairness. It's all personal vendetta. I used to support this guy named Wang, but he turns out to be such a despicable villain. Deducting 5 points is too little. I suggest giving him only 5. In your eyes, everything Old Shin writes is garbage anyway. So the journalists at the Sanjian Evening News are this quality. You really wronged Old Shin. Wang Xixin was, of course, unaware of the netizens' response to his actions. He handed the graded paper to Lin Xiaomao and said, The English composition is awful. The handwriting is sloppy, and it's obvious you're just doing it perfunctorily. So, I'm deducting 5 points from your English composition. Lin Xiaomo glanced at Wang Jixin without saying anything. She picked up Shen Qiushan's paper and silently read over the English composition with the 5 points deducted. Then, Lin Xiaomo took Wang Jixin's paper, which she had just graded. She had originally deducted 5 points from Wang Jixin's composition, but now she crossed out the original mark. It was changed to a 30-point deduction. Principal Lin, you're going too far. Wang Jixin demanded, his face dark. I'm just recalculating the score based on your standards. You can't have double standards when grading papers. Lin Xiaomo replied coldly, then continued grading Yang Shijin's paper. When it came to grading the essay, she immediately deducted 25 points. As Lin Xiaomo said, there can't be double standards when grading papers, and Lin Xiaomo's actions immediately set the live stream on fire again. I just want to say 4 words. Well done. Principal Lin is awesome. We can't tolerate people like him. I was originally pissed off by Mr. Wang's actions, but now I feel better. That's right, we should apply the same standards. Since you're so strict with Mr. Shen's English essay, you should hold yourself to the same standards. Principal Lin is so cool and awesome. I'm kind of rooting for her and Mr. Shen as a couple. Hey guys, hold me up. You actually said Principal Lin is an A. I think she's a D. You can drive in these road conditions? I'm impressed. Lin Xiaomo's response left Wang Jixin speechless. His 5-point deduction was truly tainted with personal feelings. But he thought it was only a 5-point deduction, not too much. To his surprise, Lin Xiaomo showed no mercy at all. With a simple no double standards, she deducted 30 points, completely punctuating the attack and insult. Soon, the English results came in. Shen Qiushan still had the highest score of all. 145 points. Hao Bo, Wang Jixin's secret weapon, came in second with 130 points. Yang Shijin came in third, a perfect 100 points, and Wang Jixin's final score was 90 points. Clearly, another crushing defeat. Although the gap wasn't as dramatic as in math, Shen Qiushan still had 45 points more than Yang Shijin and 55 more than Wang Jixin. The difference in scores clearly showed the significant difference in their abilities. Although Shen Qiushan scored 145, that was because the maximum possible score on the test was just that. If the test score is 1000, then Shen Qiushan likely scored 995. Yang Shijin and Wang Jixin probably only scored around 400 or 500. So 40 or 50 points isn't the real difference. After the English scores came out, Teacher Li posted them directly to the live stream. Old Shen is awesome. If it weren't for that Wang's revenge, he have scored full marks again. Actually, it's full marks. Everyone knows what happened with the 5 points deducted. With full marks in both subjects, looking at Old Shen's form, he could definitely get into Peking University or Tsinghua University, not to mention Sanjiang University. I want to sincerely apologize to Old Shen. I was superficial before. When Old Shen said he got into Sanjiang University, it wasn't just bragging, it was actually modesty. I also have to apologize to Old Shen. I mocked him for a long time, but Wang bears most of the blame. He posts videos every day to stir up trouble. Now we know what kind of person he is. He's daring enough to choose to return to high school at 38. How could he not be capable? I've always known this was something serious. Old Yang and Wang were really beaten up. Their faces must be swollen like pigs. Yang Shijin and Wang Jixin, those two bad guys, have been leading the online bullying of Old Shen for a month. Now, they should get a taste of what it's like to be bullied. Congratulations to Professor Park on receiving another 65 kilograms of dry food, bringing the total to 135 kilograms. Professor Park won't have to worry about food for the next 6 months. How lucky! With the release of his English scores, Shen Qiushan, who received full marks in 2 consecutive subjects, has completely stood up. He not only reversed the public opinion trend, but also gained a lot of fans. The days of being cyberbullied are finally over. However, as some netizens have said, it's time for Yang Shijin and Wang Jixin to get a taste of online bullying. The internet has a memory. Netizens won't tolerate anyone getting away with something bad. Take, for example, those internet celebrities whose reputations have fallen from grace. They try every possible means to make a comeback and cash in, but no matter how many fake accounts they create, netizens won't buy it. For those who choose to work in self-media, since they rely on the internet for their livelihood, they must endure the backlash of traffic. For example, people like Yang Shijin and Wang Jixin, who previously profited from the traffic they reaped for mocking Shen Qiushan. Now that public opinion has reversed, will face backlash, vomiting back all that they previously reaped, perhaps even doubling it. If Shin Qiushan doesn't suffer a setback in the future, then any new achievements he achieves will likely lead to Yang Shijin and Wang Jixin being singled out for ridicule. Simply put, you pay for what you've done. After lunch, the mock exams continued. In the following subjects, Shin Qiushan performed steadily. He scored 135 in Chinese, 90 in politics, 92 in history, and 92 in geography. The combined total for all subjects was a staggering 704. Compared to last year's Gaokao results, Shin Qiushan's 704 actually made him the top scorer in the liberal arts category in Zhejiang province. In fact, in most provinces, a score of over 700 in the liberal arts category would almost guarantee the top spot. After all, some questions in the liberal arts exams are quite subjective, without a single fixed answer. Of course, mock exams can't be compared to the Gaokao, especially since this exam was randomly selected from an AI question bank, and most of the difficulty level was relatively low. Even so, Shin Qiushan's score of 704 was enough to shock the entire internet. After all, before today's mock exam livestream, netizens were waiting to see Shin Qiushan's joke. Especially under the deliberate guidance of Yang Shijin and Wang Jixin, most netizens were certain that Zhejiang High School and Shin Qiushan would embarrass themselves this time. However, the result was that Shin Qiushan crushed Yang Shijin, Wang Jixin, and all the reporters and internet celebrities who participated in the exam in every subject. Shin Qiushan's score of 704 was a standout. Hao Bo, who came in second overall, only scored 598. Yang Shijin and Wang Jixin's combined scores were even lower, the former with 454, and the latter with only 432. Forget competing with Shin Qiushan's 704 this time, he couldn't even match his 494 from the previous mock exam. After their final history exam, Yang Shijin and Wang Jixin didn't even stay in school, not even checking their results, and left in dismay. However, to their dismay, the mock exam livestream had already attracted a large number of reporters and influencers, swarming the school gates. As soon as they left the school, they were surrounded by reporters. Old Yang, do you still think Shin Qiushan won't get into Zhejiang University? Old Yang, what do you think of Shin Qiushan scoring 704? Old Yang, Shin Qiushan scored 250 more than you. What are your thoughts on that? Reporter Wang, how does it feel to be crushed in every subject? Wang Jixin, you've been scolding Shin Qiushan for a month. Shouldn't you publicly apologize? The reporters surrounded the two, but Yang Shijin and Wang Jixin kept their heads down and remained silent. The influencers live streaming at the school gate were even more aggressive. One tattooed influencer shouted, "Hey guys, those two bastards Yang Shijin and Wang Jixin are out. They previously incited everyone to cyberbully old Shin, but now they're playing coward. Just look at them. A bunch of reporters are surrounding them, and these two bastards can't even say a word. Come on, give them a few likes. If it gets 1 million, I throw a piece of stinky tofu at their car." What? No stinky tofu? Who are you looking down on? The tattooed influencer said, grabbing a net bag from the ground. Inside, there were actually 2 cans of stinky tofu. Hey guys, Brother Lightning came prepared. He'd definitely keep his word. Yang Shijin and Wang Jixin's car was parked in a curbside parking space. Under the siege of reporters, they struggled for a while before finally getting inside. However, just as they were about to drive away, several sticky pieces of stinky tofu suddenly fell from the sky onto the windshield. Looking at the stinky tofu on the windshield, both men inside the car erupted in curses. But with no way of finding the culprit, they could only drive away, cursing and escaping this dangerous situation. Inside the examination room, the day-long livestream finally came to a close. Teacher Li, the person in charge of the livestream, invited Shin Qiushan, the person involved, to give a summary and a few final words with netizens. As soon as Shin Qiushan appeared on camera, the comment section was immediately flooded with messages like "Old Shin is awesome" and "Old Shin is mighty." Shin Qiushan calmly waved at the camera and said with a smile, "Thank you for your support. I've seen all your messages. As everyone knows, this mock exam livestream was forced. Neither I nor the school anticipated the uproar the previous interview would cause. I know all this is because of my age of 38. I didn't want to take the college entrance exam at this age, but my family situation didn't allow it, so I had to postpone it until now. This has caused so much trouble for the school and the Zhejiang Municipal Education Bureau. I want to express my gratitude to the school and bureau leaders. They, like me, have been under immense pressure from public opinion during this time, but even so, they haven't deprived a 38-year-old man of the opportunity to study on campus. I'm grateful for their acceptance of this unconventional and eccentric person, like me, giving me another chance to pursue my dreams. Finally, I'd like to share with everyone watching the live stream what I said in my last interview. An old horse in the stable still aspires to run 1,000 miles, and a martyr in his old age still aspires to be great. The best time to plant a tree was 10 years ago. The second best time is now. Chapter 93. Bohemia Garden. Lin Moshwan and his wife, Chen Qingju, sat together at the tea table, watching the live broadcast. After listening to Shin Qiushan's final summary, Lin Moshwan stood up silently, without offering any comments of his own. Chen Qingju, however, couldn't help but praise him. Listen to what Qiushan said, how well it was done. The best time to plant a tree was 10 years ago, the second best time is now. Thinking carefully, I think the statement makes a lot of sense. On the journey of life, it's never too late to start. But the most important thing is to have the courage to start. After hearing his wife's comments, Lin Moshwan snorted softly. Don't I know his level? I don't know where you got this chicken soup from, and you have the nerve to say it in the live broadcast room? Chen Qingju retorted, you are just typical of someone who looks at people through tinted glasses. People grow up. How can a 20-year-old be the same as a 38-year-old? Besides, you saw Qiushan's grades. To get 704, he must have worked really hard. Jiayu only scored 675 on the Gaokao. Lin Moshwan curled his lips. How can the Gaok and the mock exam be the same? Besides, Jiayu is in physics, and he's in history. They can't be compared. Getting over 700 in history is even harder. The old couple engaged in a back-and-forth argument. In the end, Lin Moshwan gave in and quietly retreated to his study. Though he expressed disapproval of Shin Qiushan's achievement, he was still deeply shocked. Even if the mock exam was a patchwork, 704 in history was indeed a very high score. If he could actually achieve that score in the Gaokao, he might have been the top scorer in Sanjiang province. If a 38-year-old transfer student had truly won the top spot in Sanjiang province, it would have truly shocked the nation. The oldest recorded provincial champion in the modern Gaokao was Huang Zhongyu in 1977. He was 31 then, but that was a special period, and the circumstances were completely different from today. If a 38-year-old top scorer in the Gaokao really emerged in today's society, the Sanjiang Municipal Education Bureau would have been famous at school. After finishing his speech in the live stream, Shin Qiushan returned to the classroom. At this point, only the last period of evening self-study remained. Shin Qiushan's plan was to continue practicing questions. Although he felt that with his current level, he should have no problem getting into Sanjiang University, but to be on the safe side, he couldn't let up. He needed to build a large enough question bank in his mind to cope with the various uncertainties of the Gaokao. Bang! Shin Qiushan had just entered the classroom. Hiding behind the door, Shin Yixu and Wang Yipeng suddenly twisted their fireworks tubes. Countless streamers, petals, and sequins rained down from the sky. The students in class 3 to 5 of Senior 3 all rose from their seats, chanting "Old Shin is awesome" in unison and applauding enthusiastically. Laughter, applause, and cheers echoed throughout the classroom, even startling several surrounding classes. However, the students all knew what was happening. The teacher who was overseeing evening study even left the classroom and stood in the hallway to watch the excitement. Shin Qiushan was startled at first, but then, with a smile on his face, he joined the students in clapping. Logically, at his age, encountering something like this shouldn't have caused him too much emotional upheaval. But looking at the children's smiling faces, brimming with youthful energy, Shin Qiushan couldn't help but be swept up in the atmosphere. For a moment, he felt like he was 18 years old again. "Old Shin, say a few words." After the noise in the class died down a bit, Shin Xiangyu said with a smile, "Actually, there's not much to say. It's just a mock exam." Shin Qiushan waved his hand gently. "Say a few words. Old Shin, you're our idol." "Yeah, I'm so relieved today." "Uncle Shin, don't be so modest." The students were lashing out. Over the past month, it wasn't just Shin Qiushan who was being cyberbullied. Sanjiang High School and the Sanjiang Municipal Education Bureau were also targeted. As students of Sanjiang High School, seeing their school mocked and slandered was naturally a source of resentment. Especially those junior high school classmates who didn't attend the same high school would specifically send WeChat messages to inquire about their situation, their conversations filled with teasing and sarcasm. Today, Shin Qiushan shattered those doubters with a near-perfect performance. He slapped all the mockers in the face, as a student of Sanjiang High School. And Shin Qiushan's classmate again, The other kids were all proud. From now on, when chatting with junior high school classmates who didn't attend the same high school, I can proudly say, "Old Shin, you were my classmate." So cool. Seeing the children's enthusiasm, Shin Qiushan didn't delay any further. He walked up to the podium, his hands unconsciously resting on the desk, and said with a serious face, "Everyone knows what happened in the past month. There were countless people cursing and mocking me online. I suffered a massive online bullying attack. Public opinion can crush a person, but it can also make a person stronger. I'm glad I'm the latter. Based on this experience, I want to share with you all, don't be afraid of difficulties, because we will always encounter various difficulties on the road to growth. This is normal. What we need to do is face them head on. Analyze them patiently, solve them, and overcome them. Take the upcoming college entrance examination, for example. It's just one of the many challenges in your life. Listen to Uncle Shin. Don't be a coward. Just do it. A sharp sword is forged through grinding, and the fragrance of plum blossoms blooms in the bitter cold. The lights are on at midnight, and the crowing of the rooster at dawn is the perfect time for men to study. The long night is drawing to a close, and the dawn is just around the corner. Don't worry about the challenges ahead. Let's see how passionate we are today. It's the last month. Run, young people." Shin Qiushan finished his words, and the classroom erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. The passion of youth is most easily ignited. After Shin Qiushan's bowl of passionate chicken soup, these kids will probably be studying late into the night. Chin Xiangyu, standing in the corner of the podium, also applauded. Shin Qiushan's suit already looked impressive, and this passionate speech made Shin Xiangyu even more impressed with her old lover. In the past, she was more fascinated by Shin Qiushan's body, but now she suddenly discovered that this old lover actually had such a strong heart. He was simply excellent from the inside out. Shin Xiangyu looked at her old lover's sharp profile, her legs subconsciously crossing, her mind racing to the scene of her evening tutoring. "Dad, you said that so well. I didn't expect you had a gift for public speaking." After Shin Qiushan returned to his seat, Shin Ishio couldn't help but whisper his praise. He truly thought his dad was incredibly handsome today. It was just a few casual remarks. Shin Qiushan waved his hand casually, then whispered, "How did you do on the test?" Rather than his own grades, Shin Qiushan was more concerned about his sons. Of course, there was also his daughter, Shin Yanran. Shin Qiushan had witnessed the efforts of both children this past month. Now was the time for a period of progress. If the children didn't improve their grades and achieved nothing, it would easily dampen their enthusiasm for study. I think this mock exam was quite easy. Maybe I can surpass Shin Yanran's total score. Mentioning his own mock exam, Shin Ishio shrugged confidently. Well, it looks like he did well on the test. Shin Qiushan nodded gently. He knew his son well. He would never boast if he didn't do well. Send a message to your sister. Go to class 1 after school and pick up loquat. Your second aunt said today is a day worth celebrating. Let's go get a midnight snack after evening study. Shin Qiushan whispered another reminder. A midnight snack. Great. Shin Ishii was overjoyed and quickly sent a message on her Xiao Xiankai smartwatch to her sister, Shin Yanran, to share the good news that they would be having a midnight snack together. At the same time, Shin Qiushan received a WeChat message from Shin Xiangyu, asking if he come to her house for tutoring that evening. After seeing the message, Shin Qiushan instinctively looked up at Shin Xiangyu, who was sitting behind the desk, looking serious as she graded papers. It was as if the message hadn't been sent by her. This stealth feeling was actually quite exciting, but by the time he left the exam room, Shin Qiushan had already accepted Lin Xiaomo's invitation. The two of them were planning to take their 3 children out for a late-night snack to celebrate their victory. So, Shin Qiushan could only regretfully decline his old lover's invitation for tutoring. Shin Xiangyu's phone was on the desk. Seeing the message, she quickly clicked on it, then felt a wave of disappointment. She had been thinking about celebrating tonight with a big firecracker. It seemed like that would have to be another day. However, Shin Xiangyu wasn't about to let Shin Qiushan off. She replied directly, "Twice, keep this in mind." Shin Qiushan was left in a state of confusion after receiving the message. The pain of a middle-aged man. Who understands? However, Shin Qiushan's days of being dominated by women are almost over. After the mock exam results come out, if nothing unexpected happens, Shin Qiushan will once again reach a 200,000 plus academic rank. Then he comprehensively improve his endurance, strength, and speed. Add to that his already 90-point looks, physique, and health, and Shin Qiushan is a true hexagonal warrior. I guarantee he beat Shin Xiangyu to her knees and beg for mercy. Evening study session is over. Shin Yanran, having packed her bag in advance, was the first to rush out of the classroom, sprinting to the entrance of the genius class. Since Su Piwa was sitting in the front row, it was easy for Shen Yanran to find her. Standing at the door, she waved at Su Piwa. "Piwa, hurry up." Su Lokwat didn't know why Shen Yanran had suddenly come looking for her at night. She quickly packed her bag and left the classroom. "Yanran, what's wrong?" "My second aunt and my dad said we're having a late-night snack together to celebrate. Are you okay with that?" Shen Yanran asked with a smile. "Yeah, no problem." Su Lokwat nodded obediently. She had naturally heard about Shen Qiushan's 704 points, beating Yang Shijin, Wang Jixin, and the others. Although she was in the genius class, the top students were actually just ordinary kids. They also cared about gossip, especially gossip about their school. The genius class, on the other hand, had less strict control over mobile phones than the regular classes. School officials and teachers believed that if students in the regular classes had poor academic performance, it must be because their phones were hindering their studies. But if the top students in the genius class were using their phones, it meant they couldn't look up answers or resources online for a particular question. There was no other way. In middle and high school, grades were everything. Students with good grades received preferential treatment in all areas. For example, if a poor student was late for school, they would most likely be punished by standing in the hallway or at the back of the classroom. But if a good student was late, the teacher would likely pretend not to notice, at most saying, "Don't study so late next time." See, as long as you have good grades, the teacher will even think of an excuse for your lateness, so much so that some people in the Tianju class were even secretly watching the school live broadcast. Shen Qiushan's every move in the exam room was constantly transmitted to the Tianju class. Su Piwa didn't even need to ask. He knew what Shen Qiushan was doing just by listening to his classmates' conversations. She was naturally happy for her uncle Shen. Over the past month, Shen Qiushan had taken great care of her, and that care was like a ray of warm sunshine illuminating her life. The feeling of being cherished was something she had never experienced before. Su Piwa often wondered if this was the legendary fatherly love. However, having never experienced it before, she couldn't be sure of the true nature of this emotion. In short, thanks to Shen Qiushan's care, her life had improved. She, who had always struggled alone, seemed to have gained a source of strength to rely on. Before, her life had been like a stagnant pool, repeating a dull and monotonous rhythm day after day. Now, it had become colorful. In fact, the time she looked forward to most each day was the hour or so of tutoring in Lin Xiaomo's office at noon. During that time, she had the care and love of Shen Qiushan and Lin Xiaomo. She had Shen Yanran and Shen Yixiao, two friends with whom she could joke. Spending time with her family, Su Lokwat seemed to feel the warmth of family. Now that Shen Yanran had suggested celebrating together, she was naturally delighted. "Do you want to call home?" Shen Yanran flicked her fair wrist, indicating that Su Lokwat could use her phone watch to contact them. "No." Hearing this question, Su Lokwat's eyes dimmed slightly. No one cared whether she came home early or late. Now, it was just her and her grandfather in the old house. And her gambler grandfather often wasn't home for days, so she was almost always alone after evening study. It didn't matter what time she returned home. "Oh, then let's go." Shen Yanran only knew that Su Lokwat's family was poor, and had never asked about her family's circumstances. It was a bit surprising to see her coming home late without even telling me, but it was not easy to ask directly, for fear of hurting Su Piwa's fragile self-esteem. Chapter 94. Although it was already late, many reporters and internet celebrities were still gathered at the school gate. They were naturally all there for Shen Qiushan. However, Lin Xiaomo's car was parked in the school parking lot, and she drove out of the school unnoticed. "What do you three want to eat?" After escaping the reporter's siege, Shen Qiushan, who was sitting in the passenger seat, turned and asked the three children in the back seat. "Barbecue." "Hot pot." Shen Yanran and Shen Yixiao, brother and sister, responded almost simultaneously, but gave different answers. "Lokwat, you say?" Shen Qiushan then asked Su Lokwat, who remained silent. Su Lokwat was about to say anything would do, but Shen Yanran, who was holding her waist, gently pinched her slender waist and winked at her. "Barbecue," Su Lokwat whispered back. Shen Yanran's face lit up instantly. 2-1. "Let's have barbecue." Shen Yixiao curled his lips in frustration and muttered softly, "Lokwat, next time, can you please not go along with Shen Yanran?" "What do you mean by going along with the crowd?" Shen Yanran retorted, "We call it heroes think alike." "No, it should be women think alike." Shen Yixiao leaned her head against the car window, giving up resistance. As the provincial capital, Sanjiang City has a vibrant nightlife. At 10 o'clock, most restaurants were still open, so Lin Xiaomo parked the car outside a place called Jianshan Barbecue. This place has a good reputation and luxurious decor. Although a bit pricey, it focuses on quality and quality. The 5 of them sat at a table for 6. The 3 children sat on one side, and Shen Qiushan and Lin Xiaomo on the other. Su Pipa was unfamiliar with this kind of restaurant environment and instinctively hunched over, her hands only half visible from her school uniform sleeves. Shen Yanran asked her to look at the menu and order, but she only glanced at it. The price is so intimidating that she couldn't even open her mouth. Second recipe steak 138 yuan. Signature beef ribs 118 yuan. Even the regular fat beef was 88 yuan. Looking at the prices on the menu, Shen Yanran was stunned. This place was twice as expensive as a typical barbecue restaurant. "Aunt, this is too expensive," Shen Yanran whispered, instinctively assuming that Aunt would pay for tonight's supper. "It's okay, your dad will pay," Lin Xiaomo replied calmly. "Huh?" Shen Yanran looked at her father in astonishment. The prices at this restaurant were clearly beyond his reach. Shinichi was even more exaggerated. "Dad, are we not going to have dinner after this?" Shen Qiushan waved his hand calmly. "Stop talking nonsense. Just order whatever you want. Your dad's made a fortune." "Huh? Really?" Shen Yanran and Shinichi stared at their father with wide eyes, shocked. "Anyway, the financial situation is much better than before. Hurry up and order the food, and go home early after dinner." Shen Qiushan didn't explain in detail or reveal how much he earned, worried that his 2 children would lose their motivation to strive. The main attraction was a claw doll game. With only a month left until the college entrance exam, it was the final sprint, and they had to try their best to prevent them from being affected by external factors. Lin Xiaomo knew Shen Qiushan had made a fortune because "I Really Don't Want to Be Reborn" was already available, with first-time orders exceeding 50,000, although she didn't know exactly how much money she could earn with such achievements, because she'd been following the book and keeping track of the fan rankings. She knew the reader donations alone had reached over 250,000 or 260,000 yuan. There were even 5 Silver Alliance members listed on the fan rankings. The total donations from the 5 of them alone totaled 50,000 yuan. So, she had no qualms bringing them to this barbecue restaurant. For Shen Qiushan now, spending 1,000 yuan on a meal was still affordable. Since their father had said so, Shen Yanran and Shinichi didn't ask any further questions. However, they were still quite restrained when ordering, hoping to save their father some money. One advantage of this high-end restaurant was that it made for great photos. After the dishes were served, Shen Yanran used her second aunt Lin Xiaomo's phone to snap 2 photos of the family of 5. She then took Su Piwa with her for 2 more sisterly selfies. Shen Yanran, stop taking pictures. I'm starving. Seeing Shen Yanran taking endless pictures, Shinichi, growing impatient, used tongs to pick up a piece of meat and placed it on the grill. The oil coating the meat dripped onto the charcoal fire below, and a flame suddenly erupted, followed by the sizzling sound of the charcoal grilling. Su Piwa rested her hand on her chin, watching the flame bloom and then quickly fade, like the legendary epiphyllum, blooming brilliantly and then withering quickly. This scene, which replayed countless times every day in this barbecue restaurant, was a first for Su Piwa, and naturally, it was also her first time sitting in such a luxuriously decorated restaurant. Her eyes unconsciously fell on Shen Qiushan, who sat across from her. Since meeting this Uncle Shen, her gloomy life had gradually gained a touch of color. "When I make some money, I treat Uncle Shen to a hearty meal," Su Loquat thought silently, as Shen Qiushan placed a piece of roast beef on her plate. "Loquat, eat more. You're still too thin. That can save your life in a critical moment." Shen Qiushan then placed another piece of meat on Lin Xiaomo's plate. "You too? Too thin." Lin Xiaomo stood 170 centimeters tall, and weighed less than 100 kilograms. While she had plenty where she should be, she was still thin overall. An old man like Shen Qiushan didn't appreciate the so-called skinny beauty. In his opinion, a woman's flavor was more appealing when she was a little plump. Too thin, it was really boring. The roast beef, coated with the dipping sauce, entered Su Loquat's mouth. She chewed it slowly and carefully, fearing she'd miss out on any flavor by consuming it too hastily. Shinichi and she were at opposite ends of the spectrum. He devoured his meat, constantly exclaiming, "Delicious." "Shinichi, can you eat like a gentleman? Who would want a girl like you?" Shen Yanran complained with a look of disdain. "Sorry, I have a girlfriend." Shinichi shrugged proudly, then smacked his lips provocatively. "I really don't understand why Luo Yao would fall for you. Shen Yanran rolled her eyes. I still don't understand why some people say you're the school belle. I don't know how you could be so blind. The siblings bickered constantly. Even Su Piwa was used to it, as similar scenes played out almost every day at noon. It would be unusual for the two of them not to exchange a few barbs. The barbecue meal was a delightful experience. The price was also quite attractive, costing Shinchioshan 925 yuan. That was almost the income of 2 alliance leaders. The 2 alliance leaders took home 1,000 yuan, which after tax was just over 900 yuan. It was past 11 o'clock when they left the barbecue restaurant. Lin Xiaomo asked Su Pipa's address and drove her home. The advantage of this time was that there was no traffic. In just 10 minutes, Lin Xiaomo reached the place Su Pipa had mentioned. It was quite close to Sanjiang High School, only about a 1.5-kilometer walk. However, this was an urban village obscured by high-rise buildings, and the roads were narrow, making it difficult for cars to enter. Especially at this time, there were many cars parked on both sides of the already narrow road. I just go in from the front. Su Pipa pointed to a small alley not far away. Lin Xiaomo immediately parked the car at the entrance of the alley. She tilted her head and peered into the alley. It was pitch black, with only a few scattered lights. I see you off. Having a cigarette. Shinchioshan saw the worry in Lin Xiaomo's eyes, and took the initiative to push open the door and get out. Uncle Shin, don't bother. I'm used to walking. After getting out of the car, Su Piwa whispered. It's much later than usual. Shinchioshan lit a cigarette as he spoke and walked into the alley. Seeing this, Su Piwa hurriedly followed. The alley was long and dark, with 5 or 6-story buildings on either side, as well as low, rundown bungalows. These buildings were built with the villagers' own money. The original 1-story bungalows were demolished and replaced with 5-story buildings, each floor divided into 3 or 4 separate rooms for rent. Each building has about a dozen or 20 rooms, and the monthly rent brings in a considerable income. The remaining bungalows were built because the villagers couldn't afford to build their own buildings. When they finally had the money to build more, the policy no longer allowed it, leading to the current situation. All the way, Shinchioshan smoked quietly and said nothing, while Su Biwa walked ahead of him to lead the way. After walking about 100 meters in the alley, Su Biwa turned into an even narrower one. Shinchioshan looked up. This alley was even darker than the previous one, with almost no light at all. Su Biwa, prepared, took out a small flashlight to illuminate the path. Looking at the petite figure walking ahead of him, Shinchioshan couldn't help but feel a sense of regret. He had thought that life with 2 children was already difficult. However, there are many who work harder than him. For example, the little mushroom-headed girl walking ahead, Su Pipa. Uncle Shin, I'm here. Su Pipa stopped in front of a shabby little bungalow. The house was actually quite large, probably with 3 rooms and a small courtyard. The red brick wall was covered in moss. The red painted door stood slightly ajar, unlocked. Well, come in and get some rest. Shinchioshan nodded gently. See you tomorrow. Su Pipa opened the door and walked into the courtyard. But as soon as she entered, she stopped and turned to Shinchioshan again, saying, Uncle Shin, thank you. The barbecue is delicious. I take you out next time. Shinchioshan smiled and waved, come on in. Su Biwa hummed, and with a cheerful stride, entered the shabby little bungalow. A moment later, a pale yellow incandescent light flickered on. Shinchioshan then turned and left. Inside the room, Su Biwa deftly opened her school bag, took out 2 exercise books, and placed them on the desk. Although her desk was a bit old, it was obvious she spent a fortune on it. It was made of solid materials and spacious, with drawers and shelves fully equipped. Su Biwa had originally planned to work on her exercise books, but she noticed with keen eyes that the 3rd drawer under the desk was ajar. This drawer had a lock, and Su Biwa usually kept important items there, including her bank card. A sense of foreboding rose within her, and she quickly opened the drawer. As expected, the bank card tucked into her diary disappeared. With it, vanished the 500 yuan she saved for living expenses. Su Piwa, who had been in a good mood, suddenly had tears in her eyes. As smart as she was, how could she not know who had done this? Tears rolled around in her eyes for a few seconds before finally falling down her cheeks. This was all her belongings. Now, Su Piwa could only hope that the gambling addict hadn't cracked her bank card password. If that was the case, she only lost 500 yuan. If the gambling addict had cracked her bank card password, it would be all over. Su Piwa sniffed hard, wiped the tears from her face, sat down at her desk, and began to work on her homework. She had learned a lesson at a very young age. Crying doesn't solve anything. There was no other use for it except to vent. Lost money won't return by shedding a few tears. A hungry stomach won't be filled by crying. Instead, the more you cry, the hungrier it gets. Tears are the most useless thing. And the most worthless thing. Even if she cried all day and all night, the world wouldn't change in the slightest. Grandpa was still the same gambler. Dad was still the lunatic locked up in the mental hospital. Dry away your tears. Continue working on the exercises. Su Piwa knew that if she wanted to change her fate, she had to solve every problem in this workbook. Others slept 6 hours a day. So she slept 3 hours. Others did 50 exercises a day. She did 100. The stars don't ask for directions, but time rewards those who work hard. Su Piwa firmly believed that her hard work would eventually pay off. Who knew how much time had passed? A loud bang echoed from the yard, followed by a man's curse. Who put a brick here? Su Lokwa dropped her pen and stormed out of the room. Just then, the front door opened, and a thin, elderly man walked in. It was her grandfather, Su Xingyi. Although he was named Xingyi, there was nothing righteous about old Su. Seeing Su Lokwa, he asked with a guilty conscience, "Lokwa, why are you still up so late? Give it to me." Su Lokwa held out his little hand and glared at Su Xingyi fiercely. "What?" Su Xingyi feigned indifference. "Bank card." Su Lokwa spat out those 3 words angrily. "I didn't take it." "What bank card?" Su Xingyi shook his head, looking innocent. "Give it to me." Su Piwa didn't waste any time talking. He stepped forward and reached into his shirt pocket. The bank card was indeed inside. "Is the money still there?" Su Piwa held the bank card, his eyes a complex mixture of despair and hope. Chapter 95. It's here, it's here. I don't know your bank card password." Su Xingyi waved his hand impatiently, then said angrily, "Why did you set such a difficult password? It's like there's a lot of money in there." Su Xingyi had indeed not touched the money in his bank card. It wasn't because he was particularly conscientious, but mainly because after entering the wrong password 3 times in a row, the bank card was immediately locked. He asked the bank staff, and they said it automatically unlocks 24 hours a day. Su Xingyi had planned to try again after the card was unlocked, but he didn't expect his granddaughter to find out. Seeing Su Xingyi's state, Su Biwa breathed a sigh of relief. She knew her gambling grandfather well. If he had truly cracked the bank card password, he wouldn't be so furious. "Biwa, what is your bank card password? If you need me to help you withdraw money from the bank in the future, I won't be unable to withdraw money, right?" Su Xingyi asked again, shamelessly. "If that day ever comes, I tell you." With that, Su Lokwa stormed back to his room. As for the 500 yuan in cash, it was obvious he lost every penny, otherwise Su Xingyi wouldn't have come back. "Lokwa, tell me now." Su Xingyi remained steadfast, but all he got in response was the slam of a door slamming shut. "You're getting more and more immature as you get older. You have no gratitude at all, and you don't even think about who raised you." Su Xingyi muttered softly, as he went to the kitchen to find something to eat. Back in his room, Su Lokwa hid his bank card in the inner compartment of his school bag, silently deciding to change his password at the bank tomorrow. The password for her bank card was her grandmother's death anniversary, so even a gambler like her could guess it right with a little effort. So, changing the password to an unrelated number would be safer. Balhenia Garden. It was already past midnight when Lin Xiaomo returned home. She tiptoed into the house, intending to quickly return to her room to wash up and sleep, only to find her father, Lin Moshwan, fast asleep on the living room sofa. The wall-mounted TV was still on, playing CCTV news. Clearly, her father had been waiting for her to fall asleep. Lin Xiaomo sighed softly. Ever since her sister, Lin Chuxua, passed away, her father had been extra protective of her and her younger sister, Lin Jiaoyu. However, this care had reached a suffocating level. Lin Xiaomo understood his feelings, but it was also a considerable burden for her. Walking over to the sofa, Lin Xiaomo wanted to wake her father and send him back to his room. Perhaps her footsteps startled her father, for Lin Moshwan woke up just as she reached the sofa. He yawned and glanced at his daughter, who had already returned home. "What time is it?" "A little after midnight." "Why so late?" "I'm taking Yanran and Xiao Xiao out for some barbecue." "I've already texted Mom," Lin Xiaomo explained rather helplessly. She was already 31, yet she still had to report back like a child every day when she came home late. "Is Shinchioshan coming too?" Lin Moshwan asked cautiously. "Yes." Lin Xiaomo nodded. "He performed very well in today's live mock exam, scoring 704. That's a good thing for the school and the education bureau. Now online public opinion has reversed, And netizens are praising our Sanjiang City Education Bureau. Are you sure you didn't cheat with a score of 704? Lin Moshwan had already been informed of the online rumors by his subordinates, and he had also taken a look himself. The public opinion had indeed shifted significantly compared to before. This afternoon, when Lin Moshwan attended a meeting, the deputy mayor in charge of education mentioned Shin Qiushan's case and praised the Education Bureau's courage. Thus, Lin Moshwan had actually already reaped the benefits of this incident. No, the test papers were chosen at the last minute by Yang Shijin and Wang Jixin. How could you have cheated? Lin Xiaoma shook her head and continued, Dad, I think you're too prejudiced against my brother-in-law. He's been really working hard lately. Not only is he studying very hard, he's also found time to write novels. Didn't you ask earlier how he'd pay for his living expenses if he went to college? Actually, he's already planned it. He's chosen to return to high school because the money he earns from writing novels covers his tuition and living expenses. Lin Xiaoma felt her father's prejudice against Shin Qiushan was too deep, and she felt it was necessary to tell him the truth. What? Writing a novel? He, Shin Qiushan, writes a novel? Lin Moshwan excitedly jumped up from the sofa. You believe such nonsense? I already know Shin Qiushan's level. Xu Beiji wears glasses, and he pretends to be cultured. Lin Xiaoma knew her father would likely react in this way, so she kept it a secret until Shin Qiushan's novel had truly achieved success. But things are different now. Shin Qiushan's novel has become a hit. In the words of readers, it's become a legend in one book. In its first month on the shelves, it firmly held the top spot on the monthly vote chart for new books. Now, in May, Lin Xiaoma was listening to the latest chapter while driving home from dropping off the Shin family, father and son, or daughter. I Really Didn't Want to Be Reborn has already broken into the top 10 of the monthly vote chart, currently ranking 8th. Having been following Shin Qiushan's book recently, Lin Xiaoma also researched the online novel industry online. Penguin Fiction is the #1 paid website, hosting nearly all of the most well-known online authors. For a book to rank in the top 10 of the monthly vote chart on Penguin Fiction is a truly remarkable achievement. It was precisely because of this that Lin Xiaoma decided to tell her father today about Shin Qiushan's novel. What are you two arguing about in the middle of the night? Lin Moshwan had been so excited and loud that he woke even the light sleeper Chen Qingju. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and walked into the living room. Momo said, that kid Shin Qiushan is writing a novel. He even said he earned his college tuition and living expenses by writing novels. That's just wishful thinking. Lin Moshwan pouted. Huh? You even have that? When did Qiushan start writing novels? Chen Qingju was also shocked, looking at her daughter Lin Xiaoma with suspicion. Faced with their questions, Lin Xiaoma didn't say much. Instead, she opened the Penguin Novels app and clicked on the monthly vote rankings. Pointing at Shin Qiushan's book, she said, this novel website is the largest paid novel website in China. This book was written by my brother-in-law. It's currently ranked 8th on the entire site. This? The old couple exchanged glances, their gazes fixed on the rankings Lin Xiaoma had displayed. I Really Didn't Want to Be Reborn. Chen Qingyu read out the title of the book ranked 8th. Retired, she had more free time. While she hadn't read online novels, she had recently become fascinated with short dramas, many of which had rather straightforward and abstract titles. For example, The Domineering CEO Falls in Love with My Nanny, Reborn at 80, Outwitting the Wicked Mother-in-Law, and After Divorce, I Became a Billionaire. After seeing so many of these short drama titles, a name like I Really Didn't Want to Be Reborn seemed perfectly normal to Chen Qingju. What a ridiculous title. Can this even be considered a novel? Lin Moshwan rolled his eyes in disdain. He usually read books, but never online novels. He preferred historical books or classics from China and abroad. Therefore, in his view, online novels are all literary garbage. Dad, you're the head of the Education Bureau after all. You should be more progressive. Lots of people read online novels these days, and young people love them. It's a common way to relax. Lin Xiaoma tried to change her father's prejudice against online novels. It's just lowbrow stuff. It doesn't have any ideological content. Lin Moshwan still looked disdainful. Dad, don't talk about values now. Lin Xiaoma was speechless. Online novels aren't meant to teach people or impart values. They're just a form of fragmented entertainment, a way for people to relax after a busy day. Work and study are exhausting enough. You can't have to teach people about a novel. Chen Qingju nodded in agreement. Momo's right. It's the same principle as a skit. Just watch it for fun, and that's it. How can you expect it to have any deeper meaning? Young people these days are under so much pressure. They need ways to relax. Lin Moshwan, criticized by the two, stopped talking. He glanced at the monthly ticket rankings and asked, "What's wrong with being 8th? Is the money earned enough for college tuition and living expenses?" On this subject, Lin Xiaomo had something to talk about. She immediately clicked on the homepage of I Really Didn't Want to Be Reborn, then the fan rankings, explaining, "This book is now available for purchase, which means readers have to pay to read it. I haven't asked about the exact subscription revenue yet, but you've seen the fan rankings. This book has already raked in over 260,000 to 270,000 yuan in tips from readers. Look at these Silver Alliance members, each one has tipped over 10,000 yuan. What? You spent 10,000 yuan reading a novel? You're talking about our coins?" Lin Moshwan and Chen Qingju were both shocked, their eyes widening unconsciously. "Yes. Our coins." Lin Xiaomo nodded affirmatively. She had a lot of say in this. To help her favorite character gain star glory points, she had tipped over 3,000 yuan. What kind of family background is that? To spend that much money just reading a novel? Chen Qingju muttered softly as she scanned the fan rankings. These readers' nicknames were all sorts of bizarre. The top fan was called Juzi, the second was Fushin Ruoming. The third was even more abstract, You and I Bo Bo Meow. They looked like names chosen by children. But kids these days are just too rich. They can tip 10,000 yuan just to read an online novel. The parents must be overindulging, spoiling their children. When Lin Moshwan heard that the tip income alone was 260,000 to 270,000 yuan, he was stunned for a moment, then said in disbelief, "How can such a crappy novel make that much money? Momo, is your information accurate? Is that Shen Qiushan just bragging? He's good at it." The fact that Shen Qiushan wrote novels had already shocked Lin Moshwan, let alone the idea that he could earn such a large sum of money just from them. Naturally, he didn't believe it. The tips can't be faked, they're all real money. Lin Xiaomo continued, "The 260,000 or 270,000 I mentioned just now is just tips from readers. The paid income is no less than the tips." "Huh? You can make that much?" Chen Qingzu was shocked. 260,000 or 270,000 yuan seemed like a lot to her. After all, Shen Qiushan only made a little over 10,000 yuan a month delivering food before. 260,000 or 270,000 yuan was equivalent to 2 years of his delivery work. Now Lin Xiaomo was saying that the paid income was even greater than the tips, which was simply jaw-dropping. Stupefied for a moment, Lin Moshwan snorted coldly, "I think you've let that Shen Qiushan brainwash you. Get some rest. I get to the bottom of this." After saying that, Lin Moshwan angrily returned to his room. "Momo, can Qiushan really make hundreds of thousands of dollars writing novels?" Chen Qingju asked quietly. "Hundreds of thousands a month," Lin Xiaomo emphasized. "Huh?" Chen Qingju was shocked again. She had thought a single novel could earn her hundreds of thousands. She had never expected it to be hundreds of thousands a month. Is that really that much? Wouldn't that mean millions a year? At first, Chen Qingju had half believed it, because she knew Lin Xiaomo. Her second daughter was always cautious and never boasted. But the thought of her son-in-law, who used to work as a delivery boy, suddenly becoming a writer earning millions a year was truly unbelievable. His book has only been on the shelves for a month. I don't know how much he earned in the future. But the money he's made so far should be enough for him, Yanran, and Xiao Xiao to go to college, Lin Xiaomo said honestly. She was actually quite curious about Shen Qiushan's paid income last month. But such questions were rather personal, so she didn't dare ask directly. "I ask Qiushan when I have time. Momo, you should get some rest." Seeing that she couldn't get a clear answer from Lin Xiaomo, Chen Qingju gave her a word and returned to the bedroom. She had intended to go back to sleep, as it was already 12:30 a.m. But Lin Moshwan was sitting on the sofa by the window, his eyes fixed on his phone. "Why are you staring at your phone instead of sleeping?" Chen Qingju asked, yawning. "I want to see what that Shen Qiushan kid wrote." Lin Moshwan huffed. "Then you read it. I need to get some sleep." Chen Qingyu shook her head, sank down on the bed, and turned off the light. The room darkened in an instant, the only light coming from the screen of Lin Moshwan's phone. The dim light shone on his face, revealing a frown so tight it could pinch a fly. Rebirth? What a lousy plot! Isn't this male protagonist just a little scoundrel? What kind of novel? I think it's an autobiography. The female protagonist is such a nice girl. Is she based on our Chushua? Yes, she must be. Both her parents are civil servants, holding high positions. Lin Moshwan critically examined Shen Qiushan's novel, silently analyzing it in his mind. At first, He was purely critical, but as he read, he became absorbed in the story. For Lin Moshwan, who usually only read classics and ancient books, this novel opened the door to a new world. He realized that stories could be written this way. Compared to classics from China and abroad, stories like this are indeed more accessible, lively, and engaging. A man remains a young man until his death. Director Lin is no exception. Despite his usual serious demeanor, there's a young man deep down, occasionally engaging in acts of rebellion with his wife. The vivid and lively character of the hero in this story instantly transports Director Lin back to his youthful 18-year-old years. As the story progressed, his frown softened, and a smile even occasionally curled up at the corners of his mouth. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Moshwan flipped the screen again, only to see a payment prompt appear, requiring penguin coins to unlock the next chapter. His brow furrowed again, and he snorted inwardly. This crappy novel actually costs money. Turning off his phone, Lin Moshwan stretched, then tiptoed to bed. But once he lay down, the plot of the novel kept replaying in his mind. Director Lin tossed and turned on the bed several times before finally sighing in frustration. He picked up his phone from the bedside table again and gritted his teeth as he paid for the 6 yuan penguin coin. Chapter 96. Director Lin had just registered a new account, a regular member with the most expensive subscription. Before he knew it, his 6 yuan had been spent. When the subscribe to this chapter button appeared again on his phone, his brows, which had been relaxed for a while, furrowed again subconsciously. Out of money? All gone so quickly? Director Lin's mouth twitched slightly. 6 yuan was nothing to him. But the problem was, having to spend money to read a novel written by his son-in-law, Qiushan, whom he had always looked down upon, felt like a slap in the face. Forget it. I just consider this money as something for Xiao Xiao and Yin Ran, Director Lin muttered to himself as he clicked the top up now button. This time, he topped up 100 yuan. Since he was giving money to his grandson and granddaughter, he couldn't be stingy. With sufficient ammunition, Director Lin generously subscribed to all subsequent chapters, realizing it only cost him a dozen yuan. That wasn't much money at all. He even talks about making hundreds of thousands a month. This guy really knows how to brag. But this story's not bad, Director Lin muttered to himself as he continued reading. An unknown amount of time passed. A beam of light streamed into the room through the gap in the curtains. Chen Qingju yawned and slowly woke up. As people age, they sleep less, and Chen Qingju was no exception. She usually wakes up around 4 or 5 o'clock every day, then takes a walk around the neighborhood or buys some groceries at the morning market before returning home to make breakfast. Lin Moshwan, due to his busy work schedule and numerous social engagements, usually sleeps heavily. He's been asleep most of the time when Chen Qingju wakes up. This morning, Chen Qingju opened her eyes to find her chief, Director Lin, already glued to his phone. She wanted to ask why he woken so early, but then she noticed something was off about Lin Moshwan. Dark circles under his eyes, and he looked exhausted, not like someone who just woken up. Did you spend the whole night reading a novel? Chen Qingyu remembered that while she was asleep last night, Lin Moshwan was sitting on the sofa by the window, reading his son-in-law, Qiushan's novel. He said he was going to give it a critical reading. And yet, this critique lasted all night? What a stretch. Just when Chen Qingju woke up, Lin Moshwan had just finished the latest chapter and was eagerly browsing other readers' reviews, eager to see what they thought. After hearing his wife's question, he realized he'd been reading the novel for so long. It's already dawn. I have to know what that kid Qiushan is writing. If he's writing something he shouldn't, I have to stop him immediately. Lin Moshwan argued confidently. Did you find anything you shouldn't have written? Chen Qingju asked curiously. Of course I did. Lin Moshwan said with a stern face. This kid has a flawed outlook on life. The male protagonist he created is actually playing 2 girls at the same time. 2 such wonderful girls. He's been deceiving people like this. I seriously suspect Qiushan would do the same thing in real life. Otherwise, how could he have written such a plot? I knew it. This kid is not a good person. Lin Moshwan complained angrily, not mentioning the sense of relief he felt while reading the book. It's just a novel plot. Why are you taking it so seriously? Didn't Jia Baoyu always look at the pot while having his fill? Chen Qingyu shrugged, then pressed. So what do you think of the novel? It's just okay. Lin Moshwan yawned and put his phone on the bedside table. I'm going to bed now. No need to wake me up for breakfast. Well, do you have anything to do this morning? Chen Qingju asked again. Nothing. Ask Momo to pick Jiayu up. It's a holiday, so don't stay at school. It was May Day holiday, so Lin Moshwan didn't have to work. He might have to attend meetings or events, but he had no plans today. The seniors, on the other hand, were having it tougher. Even during the May Day holiday, the school only gave 1 day off. Today was that only day off. Shin Qiushan got up early and dressed carefully. Then he went to the fruit supermarket outside the community and picked out 5 kinds of fruit: peaches, apples, bananas, strawberries, and cantaloupe. Afterwards, he went to the supermarket and bought 5 snacks: cucumber-flavored potato chips, pretzels, shredded squid, 8 treasure candy, and chocolate. After buying these, he drove his brother-in-law's Passat to the commercial street behind Sanjiang University. Because it was a holiday, and it was still early, the usually bustling commercial street was only occupied by a few students. Shin Qiushan skillfully drove into a small alley off the commercial street and stopped in front of a small restaurant called Ajin Bibimbap. The restaurant had just opened, and a plump middle-aged woman was wiping tables inside. Seeing Shin Qiushan walk into the shop, the middle-aged woman's face suddenly lit up with a bright smile. "Xiaoshin, you're really popular lately. You're almost an internet celebrity. Those reporters are just making a fuss." Shin Qiushan smiled and waved his hand. He then pulled out a chair from under the table by the door, sat down, and said, "Take out your 5 dishes, plus a chicken cutlet rice. Eat here." "Okay." The middle-aged woman put down the dishcloth in her hand and replied casually, "Going to see the first snow again?" "Yeah." Shin Qiushan nodded slightly. "The college entrance exam is in a month. I go tell her about it. I saw on the news that you're applying to Sanjiang University. Is that true?" The middle-aged woman asked curiously. "Of course it's true." Shin Qiushan took out a cigarette, lit it, and joked, "Come back for dinner after I pass the exam. Sister Jin, can you give me a discount?" "Forget a discount. Even free food would be fine." Zhao Yuzhen replied with a smile. "Then I have to work hard for that free lunch." Shin Qiushan exhaled a puff of smoke and glanced at the alley outside the shop. The commercial street outside was developed later, but the alley connecting it has been around for about the same time as Sanjiang University. Compared to 18 or 19 years ago, the alley hasn't changed much. The Lus Road has become asphalt, and the shops on both sides have changed over time. But there are also a few shops that have been open for over 20 years. Ajin Bibimbap, where Shin Qiushan is one such shop. Because of its affordable prices and delicious food, it's a favorite among students. Back then, Shin Qiushan and Lin Chuxue often dined here. Back then, the proprietress, Zhao Yuzhen, was still a charming young woman. Now, she's practically an old woman. Shin Qiushan remembered Zhao Yuzhen as being in her 30s. Now she's almost 50. Her once slender figure has gradually eroded under the ravages of time. If there's one thing in this world that's fair, it's probably the knife of time. No matter how wealthy you are, or how well you take care of yourself, time will eventually leave its mark on you. It's just a matter of whether it's noticeable or subtle. "Xiaoshin, how come you look younger and younger? I almost didn't recognize you when I saw you in the video online." Zhao Yuzhen brought over a hot chicken cutlet with rice. She fried the chicken cutlet herself with chicken breast and placed it neatly on the rice, garnished with a few stalks of rapeseed and shiitake mushrooms, and topped with her secret broth. It was incredibly delicious. A familiar smell assaulted his nostrils. Shin Qiushan dropped his cigarette butt and replied with a smile, "Sister Jin, you're still young. You're no different from back then. You're still that bibimbap beauty." Zhao Yuzhen knew Shin Qiushan was being polite, but she still laughed heartily. "Chuxue, I was fooled by your words. You eat first, I go cook." With that, Zhao Yuzhen returned to the kitchen. Originally, the shop was run by Zhao Yuzhen and her husband. Later, her husband became involved with Widow Li, who sold fried stinky tofu on the same street. Perhaps they were truly in love, as they ran away. After that, Zhao Yuzhen was left alone to run the shop. For a few years, her mother would come to help, but then she passed away, and she was left alone again. However, during the busy lunch and evening hours, she hired students to work part-time. Shin Qiushan chewed the crispy, delicious chicken cutlet carefully. The flavor had barely changed in over 20 years, a rare sight. "Annie Jin, 1 chicken cutlet with rice. Pack up another." Just as Shin Qiushan was eating and reminiscing about the past, a young girl's voice suddenly rang out in his ears. It was a soft, sweet voice, a typical twangy twang. Of course, that wasn't the point. The point was, it sounded familiar. Shin Qiushan quickly looked up. Sure enough, the person who appeared at the store door was his long-unseen sister-in-law, Lin Jiayu. She was dressed casually today, wearing an oversized white t-shirt and denim shorts. The t-shirt was so oversized that the hem almost completely covered the shorts, creating a missing bottom effect. Her legs, delicate and white as cream, were exposed to the air, making it hard to look away. Huh? Brother-in-law? When Shin Qiushan recognized Lin Jiayu, she also saw him, and the little girl exclaimed in surprise. Perhaps she was so surprised to see Shin Qiushan here that she even jumped. Her high ponytail swayed gently, like willow branches swaying in the spring breeze, each swaying as if riding the rhythm of youth, exuding vitality and energy. Brother-in-law, why are you here? Lin Jiayu sat down directly across from Shin Qiushan, her chubby face cupped in her hands, and asked curiously. I'm going to see your eldest sister. She loves the food here. Shin Qiushan answered truthfully. Huh? Really? Lin Jiayu blinked her eyes, as if she had discovered some incredible secret. So my eldest sister also likes the bibimbap from this restaurant. Shin Qiushan nodded slightly. Yes, we used to eat here often. By the way, why didn't you go home? I should have gone home during the May Day holiday, right? Shin Qiushan knew that his father-in-law, Lin Moxuan, was quite strict with his two daughters, especially his sister-in-law, Lin Jiayu, who was currently in college. He kept an especially close eye on her, fearing she would repeat her mistakes and be deceived by some young-haired person again. So logically Lin Jiayu should be home right now. My second sister will be here to pick me up soon. The light in Lin Jiayu's beautiful eyes dimmed slightly at this topic. She really didn't want to go home. She was able to stay at school for 3 extra days during this holiday thanks to her advisor. She was a medical student, after all. Her advisor had a very representative patient 2 days ago, and had asked several students to stay and observe him. Lin Jiayu now had an excuse to stay home a few days late. Brother-in-law, you said you wanted to visit my elder sister? Take me with you. I want to see my elder sister too. Lin Jiayu's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up, her long eyelashes fluttering like a small fan, her eyes filled with anticipation. Shin Qiushan glanced at his sister-in-law, knowing she was just finding another excuse to stay home late. After all, she hadn't remembered anything when Lin Chuxue had died, so naturally, there wasn't much deep affection between them. But since Lin Jiayu had brought it up, Shin Qiushan didn't refuse. He nodded gently. Okay. Yes, then I tell my second sister. Seeing Shin Qiushan agree, Lin Jiayu's eyes, seemingly filled with stars, suddenly curved into crescents, and she immediately sent a WeChat message to her second sister, Lin Xiaoma. At this moment, Zhao Yuzhen, who had been busy for a while, emerged from the kitchen. She had been cooking and had vaguely heard someone calling her, but hadn't made it clear. Seeing Lin Jiayu sitting across from Shin Qiushan, she immediately asked with a smile, Xiao Lin, what are you having? 2 servings of chicken fillet rice, 1 to go. The takeaway was for Lin Jiayu's roommate, Fang Xiuya, who was still lazing in bed in the dorm. Okay. Zhao Yuzhen nodded, then curiously asked, do you two know each other? There were 8 tables in her restaurant, and Shin Qiushan was the only customer right now. It was completely out of character for Lin Jiayu to sit across from him. And Shin, he's my brother-in-law, Lin Jiayu replied with a smile. Brother-in-law? So you're Chushua's sister? Zhao Yuzhen was startled. She subconsciously glanced at Lin Jiayu and added, no wonder you look so familiar every time I see you. So you're Chushua's sister? And Yizhen, so you know my eldest sister? Lin Jiayu was also very surprised. She hadn't expected that the small restaurant she usually enjoyed was also favored by the eldest sister, whose memory was so vague. Your eldest sister and your brother-in-law used to come here often, and your brother-in-law has been here a few times a year in recent years. It's a shame you haven't met before. Okay, you guys chat. I go prepare dinner. Zhao Yuzhen sighed, then went back to the kitchen. After she left, Lin Jiayu immediately asked curiously, brother-in-law, did you and my eldest sister really come here often back then? Can you tell me your story? While her brother-in-law Shin Qiushan's name wasn't taboo at home, her father always had nothing nice to say about it, so Lin Jiayu stopped actively provoking him. Having unexpectedly run into her brother-in-law Shin Qiushan here today, she couldn't help but be curious about the story. There's nothing special about your eldest sister and me. It's just one of those cliches from online novels. A beautiful, rich woman gets bullied by a thug, and then another thug steps in to save her. Shin Qiushan gave a wry smile. His father-in-law, Lin Moxuan, called him yellow-haired, and Shin Qiushan had no real objection. Back then, he worked as a network administrator at a nearby internet cafe, and his hair was permed the then popular golden color. Back then, the shamat style was all the rage, and Shin Qiushan, with his semi-long, permed blonde hair, was considered a member of the shamat movement. But back then, Shin Qiushan thought he was truly handsome. Even Nicholas Tse had to step aside. Chapter 97. A hero saving a beautiful woman, that's pretty romantic. It's like the plot of a novel has come true, Lin Jiayu said with a smile. But speaking of novels, she couldn't help but think of the book she'd been following recently. To boost her favorite character's star glory, she used up all her dowry savings, only to find the jerk author had actually written her beloved Xiao Yu away and transferred her to another campus. But if you really made your choice, it would have been fine, but you had to go and mess with him. No wonder readers nicknamed the hero Chingo. He's such a jerk. In Lin Jiayu's opinion, not only is the hero a jerk, but the author is also a jerk. Otherwise, how could they have written such a plot? Furious, Lin Jiayu even questioned the author, Shin Buku, on WeChat, but he didn't respond. This made Lin Jiayu even angrier. She already given him a 10,000 yuan tip. To your parents, who provide you with food and clothing, understand? And yet, you didn't even listen to their advice. Just as Lin Jiayu was silently complaining, Zhao Yuzhen brought over the chicken cutlet bibimbap she ordered. Faced with the delicious food, Lin Jiayu's chaotic thoughts vanished, and she began to concentrate on eating. As she was almost done with her chicken cutlet bibimbap, Lin Jiayu's phone rang. It was Lin Xiaoma, who had come to pick her up from school. Lin Jiayu explained her location, and Lin Xiaoma, who also attended Sanjiang University and was a graduate student, arrived soon after. Lin Xiaoma had spent 7 years at Sanjiang University, both undergraduate and graduate school, so she was naturally very familiar with the area. She had also been to Ajin Bibimbap, a restaurant that had been open for over 20 years and enjoyed a strong reputation among students. However, Lin Xiaoma hadn't been here in the past few years. Whenever she went back to Sanjiang University, it was usually to pick up Lin Jiayu, usually parking outside the dormitory area. Are you going now? Or are you picking up Yanran and Xiao Xiao? Lin Xiaoma asked after seeing Shin Qiushan. In fact, Lin Xiaoma was quite surprised to learn that Shin Qiushan was here. She hadn't expected this brother-in-law, who had always given her the impression of being unreliable, to be such a thoughtful person. Before visiting her sister, he even gone to Sanjiang University to buy a few of her favorite dishes. You have to remember that Sanjiang University is located on the outskirts of the city, just like Wangjianjiwan, where Shin Qiushan lives, is in the southernmost and northernmost parts of the city, respectively. To get to Sanjiang University from Shin Qiushan's home, you have to drive across the entire city, taking about an hour and a half. Yes, we have to pick them up. Shin Qiushan nodded. If you're going, I can just drop the car off at Dahua. Okay, then I go back to the dormitory with Jiayu to get her things, and then we go downstairs to your house. The two of them briefly discussed their itinerary, and then went their separate ways. And Ning Garden. It was almost 11 o'clock. Shin Qiushan, along with his 2 children, his second sister-in-law, and his youngest sister-in-law, arrived at the gravesite of his late wife, Lin Chuxue. Shin Qiushan first swept the grave with the 2 children, then arranged the offerings they had brought, and finally, they all paid their respects to his deceased wife together. Momo, take the children down first. I want to talk to your sister alone. After the worship was over, Shin Qiushan said to Lin Xiaoma, who was standing beside him. Okay. Lin Xiaoma responded, and immediately returned to the parking lot with her 3 children. However, the conversation between the two left Lin Jiayu somewhat dissatisfied. As they walked, she silently complained in her mind, "Who's the child? I'm not a child." Unfortunately, her complaints were useless. Only 2 years older than Shin Yanran and Shin Yixiao, she truly was just a child in the eyes of Shin Qiushan and Lin Xiaoma. After they walked away, Shin Qiushan reached out and touched the photo of his wife on the tombstone. Lin Chuxue had just turned 20 when she died, a prime age. She smiled brightly in the photo, but it was a pity that such a beautiful smile was forever frozen at 20. Xiaoxue, Yanran and Xiao Xiao turned 18 last month. I had wanted to visit you on their 18th birthday, but I couldn't find time because I was in school that day. The Gaokao was coming up soon, so I didn't ask for leave. Both children are very sensible. They know their birthdays coincide with your death anniversary, so they've never mentioned celebrating birthdays, not even for your 18th birthday rights. I have a happy news to share with you, and it's the only one I can tell you. About 2 months ago, I activated a system. You probably don't know what system it is. Actually, I don't either, and no one can explain it. You can think of it as a cheat for life. With it, life is like having cheats. Our family's life has improved. I don't have to work hard to make money anymore. I've secured a place as a transfer student at Yanran and Shishia's high school, and I plan to take the Gaokao with them next month. My goal is Sanjiang University, where you attended. Last month, a reporter visited the school for an interview, and I brought it up, causing quite a stir. Yanran and Xiao Xiao have worked very hard over the past month, and their grades have improved significantly. However, getting into Sanjiang University still seems a bit difficult. But I know you'll be blessing them from heaven. Maybe a miracle will happen in the last month. My goal is to get them both admitted to Sanjiang University, and then walk them through the path we once walked, telling them stories of our time in school. Finally, we finished the university you didn't. I never dared to think about this before, but now it's different. I have a life cheat. It can help me change my fate, and completely alter the trajectory of Yanran, Xiao Xiao, and me. I only hope that after I die, this life cheat will still exist, so that when we're reunited, I can live a good life with you. I owe you so much in this life. If there's a next life, I definitely repay you. Having finished his words, Shen Qiushan bowed deeply. Then he reached out and touched his wife's photo on the tombstone, his index finger slowly tracing over her name carved into it. Only the end of life can bring about a unique remembrance. This saying is vividly embodied in Shen Qiushan. In fact, his story with Lin Chuxue is somewhat similar to that of Jack and Rose in Titanic. If Jack hadn't died, his and Rose's ending would likely not have been happy. A poor boy could never give Rose the life she desired. All the passion and romance would likely be worn away by the trivialities of life. It was a high probability. Therefore, their story, which sank with the Titanic, has become an eternal classic. That's why Rose, in her old age, still yearned for the brilliant young man aboard the ship. The same is true of Shen Qiushan and Lin Chuxue. Lin Chuxue, a wealthy daughter, might have regretted spending so long with Shen Qiushan, and their relationship could have easily been in jeopardy. But Lin Chuxue died when their relationship was at its peak, when they were most deeply in love. Thus, she would become Shen Qiushan's love of his life, and no matter how many other women he met in the future, they would never replace her place in his heart. In fact, this is why classic love stories often end in tragedy. For example, The Cowherd and the Weaver Girl, Liang Shanbua and Zhu Yitai in China, and Romeo and Juliet Abroad, parking lot. Sitting in the car, Lin Jiayu peered out the window at Shen Qiushan, who was still standing in the cemetery, and whispered, Yanran, what did your father say to my eldest sister? How could they talk for so long? He was complaining, reporting on how Shen Yishu and I were doing. It's always like that. Shen Yanran had long been accustomed to her father's behavior. But that's just my guess. Maybe he just wanted to talk to Mom. Lin Jiayu nodded slightly. I didn't realize before that my brother-in-law seems quite devoted. Sister, wasn't my eldest sister incredibly beautiful when she was young? Lin Jiayu then asked Lin Xiaoma, who was in the driver's seat. Don't we have photos at home? You've seen them before? Lin Xiaoma replied calmly, her gaze fixed on the cemetery. She was also curious about what Shen Qiushan had said to her sister that had lasted so long. Photos are lifeless, and the quality of older photos isn't very good. Sister, just tell me how she compares to you. Lin Jiayu continued to inquire curiously. Of course she's prettier than me. Lin Xiaoma replied. Second aunt, is my mother really prettier than you? Shen Yanran pressed the question curiously, a little skeptical. In Shen Yanran's opinion, even the actresses on TV weren't as pretty as her own second aunt. Yeah. Very beautiful. Lin Xiaoma nodded solemnly. In her mind, her eldest sister was of course prettier than herself. But if Lin Chuxue were still alive, and outsiders were judging her, it would probably be a matter of taste. All I can say is that all three Lin sisters are beautiful, each with their own unique style. By the way, Yanran, Xiao Xiao, how did you two do with the mock exam? Do you have any goals in mind now? Lin Jiayu changed the subject, smilingly asking her oldest nephew and niece, who were of the same age as her. The results haven't come out yet, but I think I did okay. Shen Yanran's answer was relatively modest. Shen Yixiao, on the other hand, was quite cocky. He shrugged, and, maybe after September, I'd be your junior. I've already decided to apply to Sanjiang University with my dad. Huh? Xiao Xiao, are you applying to Sanjiang University too? Lin Jiayu was shocked. She knew her nephew's grades well. It was said that even getting into Sanjiang University was difficult, let alone getting into it. I've looked it up. Last year, the cutoff score for athletes at Sanjiang University was 527. I think it's a piece of cake for me, Shen Yishu said confidently. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiayu unceremoniously swung her fist and tapped her nephew on the head. 527 points is nothing. What was your score on your last mock exam? 421. Shen Yishu scratched his head and added, but I'm sure my score will improve significantly this time. Lin Jiayu rolled her eyes at her mysteriously confident nephew. She experienced the sprint before the Gaokao before. With 2 months left, raising a score by 100 wasn't impossible, but it was definitely a low probability. Yanran, which university do you want to apply to? Lin Jiayu then asked her niece, Shen Yanran. She thought her niece, who was like a close friend, was the more reliable choice. I want to apply to Sanjiang University too. Shen Yanran replied confidently. Lin Jiayu's mouth twitched. She knew Shen Yanran's grades. She had a good chance of getting into a bachelor's degree, but she was still a long way from Sanjiang University. And yet, now she was applying to Sanjiang University too. Lin Jiayu couldn't help but think of what her brother-in-law, Shin Qiushan, had said during a reporter's interview. It seemed her eldest nephew and niece were trying to emulate their father. Well, I wish you both success. As an aunt, Lin Jiayu felt she couldn't dampen her nephew's and niece's hopes, even though their chances of getting into Sanjiang University were slim. But if they did get in, Lin Jiayu would naturally be delighted. Because her university life wouldn't be boring anymore, she'd have a nephew and niece to play with. Bohemia Garden. Lin Moshwan slept until noon. It seemed like she hadn't pulled through the night in over a decade. Although I woken up, my head still felt groggy. Alas, I really shouldn't stay up late at my age. It's all that Shin Qiushan's fault. What a lousy book he wrote. Lin Moshwan cursed inwardly, then washed up, feeling a little better. Leaving the bedroom, his wife, Chen Qingju, was busy in the kitchen. Several draining basins were filled with thawed prawns and chicken wings, and next to them was a half-cut beef. It looked like she was preparing a feast. Why hasn't Jiayu come back yet? Did Momo go to pick them up? Lin Moshwan asked, rubbing his temple. Yes. But they said they were going to see the first snow with Qiushan, and wouldn't be back until later, Chen Qingju replied as she cut some meat. Seeing the first snow? With Shin Qiushan. Lin Moshwan's brows furrowed in alarm. You mean, they're both with Shin Qiushan now? Yes. And Yanran and Xiao. I just called Momo, and asked them to come over for dinner. The two kids have been busy studying lately, and haven't been home in ages. After hearing his wife's words, Lin Moshwan's frown deepened. You mean, Shin Qiushan's coming too? They're all together. Well, of course we came together. But I'm not sure Qiushan will come. At this point, Chen Qingju turned and rolled his eyes at Lin Moshwan. Every time Qiushan came before, you were completely indifferent. And the last few times, he just dropped the kids off and left. Today, I really like him to have dinner at home. Chen Qingju added, when Qiushan arrives soon, if he wants to leave, ask to stay. Stop putting on that frivolous airs. Chapter 98. After hearing his wife's nagging, Lin Moshwan immediately became annoyed. Am I being arrogant? When did I become arrogant? I didn't say anything about not letting him come home. He just didn't want to. Chen Qingju didn't respond, but she cut the meat with noticeably greater force, the knife clanging against the cutting board. Lin Moshwan fell silent and quietly went to the study to practice calligraphy. It was unknown how much time had passed. Laughter and noise emanated from the living room. Clearly, his grandson and granddaughter had arrived. Lin Moshwan quickly put down his brush and walked out of the study. Grandpa. Shin Yanran, who had just spent some time with her grandmother, greeted her grandfather, Lin Moshwan, with a quick smile. Grandpa, why do you look so haggard? Are you too tired from work? Shin Yanran, who had moved closer to Lin Moshwan, noticed that his grandfather looked unwell and immediately expressed concern. Nothing. Just didn't sleep well. Looking at his now beautiful granddaughter, Lin Moshwan's eyes lit up with a loving smile. At this moment, Shinichi came over. Grandpa, want to play a couple of games? I haven't had much time to play chess lately. I wonder if my skills have deteriorated. Shinichi always played chess with Lin Moshwan when he came over. When he was younger, he couldn't beat Grandpa, but in the past 2 years, it's been evenly matched. Okay. Lin Moshwan nodded, his eyes scanning the living room, before he spotted Shin Qiushan. He was chatting with his wife, Chen Qingju, about something, but it made Chen Qingju laugh. Ahem. Lin Moshwan walked over and coughed twice, alerting Shin Qiushan to his presence. Dad. Are you feeling well lately? Shin Qiushan had already noticed Lin Moshwan, but he hadn't taken the initiative to greet him. Because he knew his father-in-law well, he had always disliked him, so there was no need to rush over to greet him. Now that Lin Moshwan had taken the initiative to approach him, Shin Qiushan could no longer pretend to be oblivious. Not bad. Lin Moshwan nodded gently. His attitude towards Shin Qiushan was completely different from his attitude towards his grandson and granddaughter. It was much colder. Shin Qiushan had long been accustomed to it and had enough mental preparation, so he didn't take it seriously at all. Qin Qingju, standing nearby, winked at Lin Maoxuan, as if reminding him of his previous advice. I heard you're going to college. Lin Maoxuan sat down across from Shin Qiushan, his tone still cold, even a hint of questioning. Yes. I've been studying hard lately. Shin Qiushan responded with a smile, his attitude prominent. Although I don't quite agree with your approach. But I still respect your choice. Since you've decided to apply to university, you should show some results. Lin Maoxuan took the initiative to express his stance. Yes, I'm already working hard. Shin Qiushan nodded. You know how to play chess, right? Play a couple of games with me. Lin Maoxuan said again, his face sullen. Huh? Okay. Shin Qiushan was taken aback at first, then quickly agreed. Although they didn't interact much, he knew his father-in-law well. He had been to the Lin family more than once, and Lin Maoxuan always had a very aloof demeanor, rarely giving him a friendly look. And now, he actually taken the initiative to suggest a game of chess. Although Lin Maoxuan's expression remained stern, to him, this was already a sign of easing tension. Shinichio, already prepared to play chess with his grandfather, sensibly went to fetch the chess set. He knew his grandfather had always been prejudiced against his father, so inviting him to play chess was a complete novelty. Sisters Lin Xiaomao and Lin Jiaoyu, standing nearby, were also quite surprised. They naturally knew their father's attitude toward Shin Qiushan, and today was indeed quite different from usual. Qin Qingju nodded in satisfaction. You guys play. I go stir-fry the rest of the vegetables. With that, she stood up and went to the kitchen. Mom, I help you. Lin Xiaomao followed. She could cook, but having always lived at home, her mother, Qin Qingju, had taken care of the cooking, so she rarely had the chance to do anything herself. No, the food's ready. No need for help. Qin Qingju waved at her daughter, but Lin Xiaomao insisted on following her into the kitchen. Helping was only one aspect of the situation. She actually wanted to ask her father why his attitude toward Shin Qiushan had changed. Mom, what's wrong with my dad today? He didn't treat my brother-in-law like this before, Lin Xiaomao asked quietly. I told him about it before you came back. Qiushan didn't do anything to offend our family, and Shushua's death wasn't what he wanted. Besides, it's been so many years. Yanran and Xiaoxiao have grown up. It's time to move on. After that, Qin Qingju added, by the way, your dad was reading that novel Qiushan wrote last night. He stayed up all night and read until this morning. Read it all night? Lin Xiaomao was shocked. Of course I did. I just woke up this morning. Momo, have you read Qiushan's novel? Is it really that captivating? I thought your dad would just flip through it, but I didn't expect him to spend the entire night reading it. Qin Qingju was also curious about her son-in-law's novel, but she hadn't made the time to read it yet. After hearing her mother's question, Lin Xiaomao hesitated for a moment before replying, I did read a little of the novel. It's okay, but I'm busy with work, so I didn't get too close. Lin Xiaomao didn't want to show her mother that she cared about Shin Qiushan, so she answered casually. Elsewhere, Lin Jiaoyu, who had no interest in chess, dragged Shin Yanran to her bedroom. Although there was a generational difference between them, it was only 2 years apart. Lin Jiaoyu had never truly considered herself the elder. When she was younger, she even got into fights with Shin Yanran and Shinichio. As they grew older, she and Shin Yanran became best friends, the kind who could talk about anything. Lin Jiaoyu's room became a kind of private space for the two of them. After entering, they lay on the bed and chatted about girlish things. Andy, is that boy you mentioned last time still pursuing you? Shin Yanran gossiped as she chewed on the potato chips Lin Jiaoyu handed her. Which one are you talking about? There are so many boys pursuing me. It's really frustrating for me. Lin Jiaoyu pouted with pride. Chuckles. That's right. It's because my aunt is so beautiful that she can make fish sink to the bottom of the water, geese fall to the ground, and the moon hide in shame. Shin Yanran laughed sweetly. Ha ha, same here. Lin Jiaoyu crunched her chips and said with the air of someone who experienced it all, Yanran, when you go to college, you definitely have a bunch of boys following you around. You have to be very careful when that happens. Report any developments to me, your aunt, first. I help you analyze the situation accurately and make the best choice. Lin Jiaoyu said with a grin, already securing a position as a military advisor. However, Shin Yanran questioned her. But, Auntie, you've never been in a relationship before. Where's your experience? Yanran, are you questioning my ability? Didn't Zhuge Liang have experience before he came out of seclusion? Lin Jiayu shrugged proudly. As the saying goes, you haven't eaten pork, you haven't seen pigs run. I've read at least 800 novels, if not 1,000. All the tricks of a scumbag are described in novels. Oh, by the way, the hero of the novel I'm reading recently is a complete scumbag. A super scumbag. He cheated on 2 girls, and both of them were so nice. Oh, I spent 10,000 yuan on this novel. Speaking of scumbags, Lin Jiayu couldn't help but think of the novel she'd been reading recently. The thought of this novel, which she spent 10,000 yuan on, made her feel depressed. After spending so much money, the scumbag still drove her beloved Xiaoye away. Even worse, after sending the author a WeChat message, he pretended not to see it. However, after hearing Lin Jiayu's words, Shen Yanran couldn't help but exclaim. What? You spent 10,000 yuan on the novel. Ugh! Before Shen Yanran could finish her words, Lin Jiayu quickly reached out and covered her mouth. Shoo! Don't let them hear. Lin Jiayu pointed outside and whispered, if my mom and sister knew I spent 10,000 yuan on a novel, they'd scold me. But 10,000 yuan is too much. And, were you scammed? Shen Yanran frowned slightly, still finding this unbelievable. 10,000 yuan for a novel, that's outrageous. I donated voluntarily, how could I have been scammed? That novel is really interesting. The 2 heroines are both great, but the hero is such a jerk. If I didn't have the author's WeChat, I wouldn't have believed this book was written by a high school student. But even though he's a high school student, he's definitely not a good student. Only a good student could write such a jerk a hero. Lin Jiayu went back to complaining. Shen Yanran was completely bewildered. After all, she had never read the novel. What's the name of that novel? It's the one that's got you so obsessed. Yes, this one. Lin Jiayu opened Penguin novel on her phone and showed it to Shen Yanran. Huh? Why does this title look familiar? Shen Yanran glanced at the title and felt as if she had seen it somewhere before, but couldn't place it for a moment. It's very popular right now, the hottest new release on Penguin novel. It's normal for the title to be familiar to you. Lin Jiayu didn't think much of it. 80% of readers on Penguin novel knew this book. After all, it had always been at the top of the new release list. I remember. On my second aunt's phone. Shen Yanran's eyes suddenly lit up, and she confirmed, yes, it was on my second aunt's phone. Last night, when we were having barbecue, I was taking photos with her phone and accidentally saw the apps running in the background. One of them was Penguin novels, and the page displayed this book. Huh? My sister is reading this book too? Lin Jiayu was shocked, and a look of nervousness and worry immediately crossed her chubby face. If my sister was really reading this book, she would definitely be checking the fan list. Fortunately, she doesn't know my WeChat alias, and therefore my Penguin novel's nickname, otherwise I'd be dead. No, my sister never reads online novels. Why would she suddenly be reading an online novel? Lin Jiayu quickly spotted the flaw. Yanran, you're not seeing things, are you? Probably not. It's what happened last night. Shen Yanran shook her head slightly. Okay, then I find a chance to test her. Since this was a matter of whether he would be criticized, Lin Jiayu decided to be cautious. In the living room, the first game between Shen Qiushan and Lin Moshwan had come to an end. The red side had 2 chariots, a knight, and a cannon remaining. The black side had only 1 chariot and 1 cannon left. The expressions on their faces revealed who was on the red side and who was on the black side. Shen Qiushan wore a faint smile, while Lin Moshwan's face was sullen, his brow furrowed like a knife. His left hand held a teacup, the tea inside cold and unsweetened. Shen Qiushan's chess skills were mediocre, but he had a cheat. To face his arrogant father-in-law, he had taken a vital energy-boosting pill, which allowed him to focus his energy and unleash his potential. With every move Lin Moshwan made, Shen Qiushan could visualize the future of the game in his mind. Under these circumstances, losing was naturally difficult. Check. Shen Qiushan seized the opportunity and made a rook draw move. Lin Moshwan's mouth twitched, and his brows furrowed subconsciously. He only had 1 rook and 1 cannon left, and now he was about to lose another rook. What was he even thinking about? I've lost this game. One more game. To avoid having all his pieces taken away, Lin Moshwan simply conceded. However, from his tone, it was clear that Director Lin was deeply dissatisfied, believing that his opening mistake had led to his complete defeat. Shen Qiushan nodded in agreement, and after setting up his pieces, he said, Dad, you go first this round. I should have gone first too. Lin Moshwan curled his lips in disapproval. In the previous game, he had let Shen Qiushan start, feeling he was the elder. Shin Qiushan launched an aggressive, relentless attack from the outset, suppressing Lin Moxuan from the outset and ultimately leading to his defeat. In this round, Lin Moxuan, having learned from his previous experience, adopted a solid defensive strategy, attempting to find opportunities along the way. However, after several rounds of fighting, Lin Moxuan accidentally lost a knight. The loss of this knight destabilized the situation, and Shin Qiushan ultimately unleashed a stun palace. Lin Moxuan could only stare blankly at the cannon that had destroyed the elephant. Although he was generally at a disadvantage in this round, Lin Moxuan felt he still had a chance, given his 2 chariots and 2 cannons. As a result, Shin Qiushan unexpectedly launched a sneak attack. Faced with this stagnant palace situation, no matter who stepped in, they could only stare blankly. Because this chess game has no solution. Come again! Lin Moxuan angrily set up his chess pieces again. He had always looked down on Shin Qiushan, his son-in-law, considering him a worthless thug. If it were a physical exercise, Lin Moxuan wouldn't be his match. But chess is a test of intelligence and logical thinking, and Lin Moxuan felt he should be crushing him. In the end, he lost 2 games in a row, especially with his grandson Shinichi watching. Director Lin naturally wanted to redeem himself. Unfortunately, after 2 consecutive losses, Director Lin became impatient, and the 3rd game was even worse. He lost a rook in just a dozen moves, and was ultimately completely defeated by Shin Qiushan, forcing him to concede defeat. "Dad, are you coming?" Shin Qiushan asked with a smile, as he set up his chess pieces. If the man sitting across from him right now was an ordinary father-in-law, Shin Qiushan wouldn't win even if he could. It would likely be a close match, with a narrow defeat. Then, he praised his father-in-law for his superior chess skills. But Lin Moxuan was different. Shin Qiushan's relationship with his father-in-law had always been delicate, even a subtle rivalry. This kind of situation often occurs in families, where the father-in-law's side is dominant. In particular, Lin Moxuan had always looked down on his son-in-law, Shin Qiushan, and for years had maintained a condescending attitude. No matter what Shin Qiushan did, he instinctively assumed it was no good. For example, if Lin Moxuan had won this chess game, he would have still been dismissive of Shin Qiushan, probably thinking, "See, no, he's such a bad chess player." In reality, Lin Moxuan's chess skills were only average, and if Shin Qiushan hadn't been cheating, the two would have been roughly evenly matched. But Shin Qiushan didn't want a 50-50 split, but rather the current outcome. "My father-in-law is so high and mighty. Then I'd be a harsh son-in-law." Chapter 99. Stop playing. It's time for dinner. Just as Lin Moxuan was about to have a showdown with Shin Qiushan, Qin Qingyu called out from the restaurant entrance. "Dad, let's eat first." Shin Qiushan stood up with a smile. "Okay, we continue after dinner." Lin Moxuan snorted with a sullen expression, then strode towards the restaurant. At this moment, Lin Jiayu and Shin Yanren had already arrived and were taking pictures of the sumptuous meal. "Grandpa, who won between you and my dad? You two seem to have been playing for a long time." Shin Yanren casually asked her grandfather Lin Moxuan as he entered the restaurant. But her grandfather, who was always so kind to her, didn't respond, as if he hadn't heard her. Shin Yanren glanced at her grandfather in surprise, noticing that her grandfather, the director, had a dark face and looked unhappy. Shin Yixiao, who was following behind her, winked at her. Shin Yanren understood instantly. Grandpa had lost, and by the looks of it, he lost miserably, otherwise his expression wouldn't be so grim. Lin Jiayu naturally noticed her father's moodiness, but she was curious about what had happened, so she asked Shin Qiushan, who was walking at the back, "Brother-in-law, did you win the game?" "It was a close match." Shin Qiushan replied calmly. Having won 3 games in a row, he already achieved his goal, so there was no need to continue hammering his father-in-law. Hearing this, Lin Moxuan's expression brightened slightly. After all, Director Lin's reputation was important, especially in front of his daughter and granddaughter. "Qiushan, sit over here. Have a couple of drinks with your dad later." Qin Qingyu pointed to the seat next to Lin Moxuan. She still wanted to ease the tension between the father-in-law and son-in-law. It seemed like they hadn't eaten at the same table in ages. Today was a rare opportunity. Shin Qiushan, however, had no reservations, and sat down next to Lin Moxuan with a smile. "What kind of wine would you like?" Qin Qingyu pointed to the wine cabinet in the corner of the dining room. "Take a bottle of Matai. The one on the far left." Lin Moxuan pointed to a row of Matai bottles on the middle shelf of the cabinet. These bottles looked similar, but their ages varied. From left to right, the age decreased. So Lin Moxuan wasn't stingy, and let Qin Qingyu take the oldest bottle. The whole family took their seats. Lin Moshwan cleared his throat and said, "There's quite a crowd here today, so I say a few words." Director Lin was clearly used to being a leader, and whenever there were a lot of people around, he was eager to speak. Chen Qingyu rolled her eyes, silently grumbling, "What's there to say about a family meal?" But she couldn't bring herself to embarrass Director Lin in this situation, so she could only remind him, "Speak less, or the food will get cold." However, Shin Qiushan was quite respectful, putting down his chopsticks and pretending to listen. Lin Moshwan, naturally noticing Shin Qiushan's little gesture, nodded with satisfaction and said seriously, "The next month is a very important one for our family. Xiao Xiao, Yanran, and Qiushan all have to enter the examination room and take the college entrance examination. Qiushan, I won't say anything. You've been there, you know everything." Lin Moshwan nodded slightly at Shin Qiushan, who sat beside him, then looked at Shin Ishio and Shin Yanran, sitting across from him, raising his voice slightly. "Listen carefully, you two. The significance of the college entrance examination goes far beyond the test itself. It's a watershed in your life, a stepping stone to your dreams, and a chance to leap into the sky. Achieving excellent results in this exam will allow you to meet more outstanding people, see a wider world, and embrace more life choices. Although Grandpa holds a high position, he can't offer any assistance to you regarding this exam. As the saying goes, 10 years sharpen a sword, a single day tests its sharpness. Grandpa hopes that after this exam, you will all soar to the sky, soaring to the sky. Here, Grandpa makes a promise. As long as you all successfully pass the undergraduate entrance exam, I cover your tuition." At this, Lin Moshwan patted his chest proudly. Shin Qiushan immediately led the applause. "Great. Dad, that's great. Yanran, Xiao Xiao, why don't you thank Grandpa?" "Thank you, Grandpa." The two of them immediately thanked him with a smile. Shinichi even raised her drink. "Grandpa, let me toast you." "Grandpa, I toast you too." Shin Yanran also raised her drink. "Okay." Lin Moshwan's face was full of smiles, and he nodded with a kind look. He then took a sip from the glass in front of him. After he put down his glass, Shin Qiushan raised his own. "Dad, I toast you too. Thank you for your support. I know that if you hadn't been under so much pressure, I wouldn't have been able to get a place as a boarding student long ago." After saying this, Shin Qiushan downed half a glass of baijiu in one gulp. Lin Moshwan nodded slightly and, without further comment, downed the remaining baijiu in his glass. "You two drink slowly. How can you drink baijiu like that?" Chen Qingju said, as she placed a chicken wing on the plate in front of Shin Qiushan. "Qiushan, eat. Let's all eat. There's no one here, so what are you waiting for?" Lin Moshwan's words gave the ordinary family meal a sense of ceremony, but Chen Qingju's 2 words shattered the ritual, and the whole family happily began to eat. After 3 rounds of drinks, Shin Qiushan noticed that Lin Moshwan was getting a bit tipsy. He raised his glass again and said with a smile, "Dad, you just said that if Yanran and Xiao Xiao get into college, you cover their tuition. Well, I want to ask, will you cover my tuition?" Here, Lin Moshwan instinctively rolled his eyes at Shin Qiushan. "Why are you joining in the fun?" Although he said this, he clinked his glasses with Shin Qiushan and added, "As long as you can get into Sanjiang University. I pay for your tuition too." "Okay. Thanks, Dad." Shin Qiushan chuckled and quickly downed the rest of his glass. Lin Moshwan hadn't planned to drink it all, but seeing Shin Qiushan finish it again, Director Lin's competitive spirit was aroused again, and he also downed the remaining half glass. Due to frequent social engagements, Lin Moshwan's alcohol tolerance is actually quite good, but he drank a little too quickly today, and coupled with the fact that he didn't get enough rest last night, he felt dizzy after drinking half a glass of wine. "I'm going to the bathroom, and we'll continue when I get back. Qiushan, don't leave." With that, Lin Moshwan walked out of the restaurant, leaning against the wall. Chen Qingju, knowing her husband well, quickly followed him. As she expected, Lin Moshwan had drunk too much. He vomited while holding onto the toilet bowl in the bathroom. "You're old, you're not even drinking with Qiushan." Chen Qingju patted Lin Moshwan's back gently, muttering softly, "At chess, Shin Qiushan beat me 3 games in a row. I can't lose again in a drinking game, ugh." Lin Moshwan had always been a strong-willed man, so he naturally wouldn't allow himself to lose consecutively to the son-in-law he had always despised. Chen Qingju was speechless for a moment. She increased the pressure of her clapping hands, and went to get another glass of water. "If you really want to compete with Qiushan, then why don't you write a novel too? Weren't you reading his novel last night? Why didn't I see you chatting with Qiushan today?" "I'm not chatting with him. He's always got cocky." Lin Moshwan snorted coldly. After so many years in the system, he was a pretty good judge of people. Although he hadn't interacted much with Shin Chioshan, he knew his son-in-law well. Besides, like father, like son, the character of Shin Chioshan, the father, was evident in his grandson Shinichio. Don't drink when you get home. I make you some tea. After Lin Moshwan wiped the corner of his mouth, Chen Qingju spoke again. Okay, no more drinking, let's go back to chess. Lin Moshwan was still brooding over losing 3 games in a row, especially the muffled palace in the second game. The more he thought about it, the more irritated he became. 10 minutes later, father-in-law and son-in-law duel 2.0 unfolded. This time, Shin Chioshan hadn't taken drugs, hoping for a fair duel with Lin Moshwan. However, Lin Moshwan was already drunk, his mind clearly not as clear as it had been when he was sober, and he lost 3 games in a row. In the third game, he was completely defeated, leaving only 1 veteran general and 1 general on the board. Young man, you have no martial ethics. Winning a game should be done at some point, Lin Moshwan silently complained in his heart. In the past, his subordinates would always deliberately reveal flaws when playing chess with him, and whenever this happened, Lin Moshwan felt disdainful, thinking it was unnecessary. But today, he missed those subordinates, who knew how to let him win. Is that a game of chess? That's about social relationships. It's about career advancement. Since it was getting late, after the game, Shin Chioshan took his 2 children home. Lin Xiaomo had also been drinking, but adhering to the principle of not drinking and driving, she didn't go see Shin Chioshan and the others off. Dad, go back to your room and get some rest. Didn't you stay up all night reading novels and not sleep? After Shin Chioshan and the 2 children left, Lin Moshwan, still sullen, sat at the chessboard, fiddling with the pieces. Director Lin, a master of reflecting on failure, was silently reviewing the last game he had lost. Winning and losing are commonplace in the military. Losing in chess is normal, but what frustrated Lin Moshwan was that he had lost 6 games in a row, and to Shin Chioshan, the son-in-law he had always despised, he was naturally very upset. Okay, I be going home now. Lin Moshwan was indeed sleepy, and he replied subconsciously. But his eyes widened again. How do you know I spent the whole night reading a novel? The answer came to his mind as he asked the question, and he subconsciously glanced at his wife, Chen Qingju, who was already busy in the kitchen. He muttered gloomily, What's there to talk about? Dad, why are you interested in novels? Online novels? Lin Jiaoyu, sitting on the sofa playing with her phone, asked curiously. Ask your second sister. I'm going back to bed. Lin Moshwan didn't want to talk about Shin Chioshan's novels, because if he did, it would easily lead to him reading Shin Chioshan's novel all night last night. To Director Lin, this was a bit embarrassing. He, a senior director, could actually read online novels to the point of forgetting to eat and sleep. Absurd. Sister, what's going on? Lin Jiaoyu turned to look at Lin Xiaomo again. Your brother-in-law wrote a novel. It's doing quite well, and a lot of readers like it, Lin Xiaomo explained. Huh? My brother-in-law wrote a novel? Which website? Lin Jiaoyu asked, shocked. Penguin Novels. What? Penguin Novels? Lin Jiaoyu jumped up from the sofa and asked excitedly, What's the name of the novel? I often read books on Penguin Novels, maybe I've read it. I really didn't want to be reborn. Lin Xiaomo announced the title. Huh? Pop! Lin Jiaoyu's mouth dropped in shock, and she accidentally dropped her phone to the floor. Huh? You've read it? Lin Xiaomo had been looking down at the mock exam rankings in the WeChat group. Even though the students had a day off today, but the teachers didn't rest, they were all working overtime grading the papers. Just now, the results for yesterday's mock exam were all in. Shin Chioshan scored 690, ranked first among history students. This score was within Lin Xiaomo's expectations. After all, Shin Chioshan had scored 704 on another exam. The school's test was more difficult than the randomly selected papers by Yang Shijin and the others, so Shin Chioshan's score dropping a dozen points was not surprising. Lin Xiaomo was looking for Shin Yanran and Shin Yixia's results when Lin Jiaoyu's reaction to the title of Shin Chioshan's novel caught her attention. She looked up at her sister, whose mouth was wide open, her eyes wide, and shock written all over her chubby face. The answer was self-evident. Lin Jiaoyu had definitely read Shin Chioshan's novel. You really have? Lin Xiaomo piqued her interest. I've read a little. It's been quite popular on Penguin Novels lately. I didn't expect it was written by my brother-in-law. That's unbelievable. Lin Jiaoyu could only feign composure, trying her best to appear uninvolved with the novel. If the fact that she had donated 10,000 yuan to someone else was exposed, It would be a disaster. Sister, are you sure that novel was written by my brother-in-law? Lin Jiayu still found this a bit too fantastical. I saw a novel I liked online and donated 10,000 yuan to a character I liked, and then I discovered that the novel was actually written by my brother-in-law. Isn't this a common plot in online novels? It actually happened to me. However, usually, this kind of plot happens to the hero and heroine. And yet, it happened to her and her brother-in-law, Shin Qiushan. Does this make sense? What a mess. Please, I said the wrong script. Lin Jiayu complained furiously in her mind. At this moment, Lin Xiaoma continued, he did write that book. He even showed me the tip data a while ago. Several readers tipped over 10,000 yuan. So, your brother-in-law's income from this novel is actually enough to cover his, Yinran's, and Shixiao's college tuition and living expenses. Lin Jiayu's mouth twitched slightly, and she silently grumbled inwardly. So the money I tipped went to pay for my brother-in-law's, and my nephew's and niece's tuition. If that's the case, then the 10,000 yuan was well spent. Sister, I'm going back to rest. Lin Jiayu picked up her fallen phone and hurried back to her room. Then, she quickly logged into her WeChat account nicknamed Yunai Bobo Meow. She once again opened the chat window with Shinbuku. The two had communicated several times before, and because she assumed Shinbuku was a high school student, Lin Jiayu had repeatedly said things like keep it up, little brother. Now, looking back at their chat history, Lin Jiayu wanted to find a hole to hide in. But then she thought, things seemed even more interesting now. The enemy was in the open, but she was in the dark. Brother-in-law Shin Qiushan's cover had been removed, but the other party had no idea Yunai Bobo Meow was actually her. Chapter 100. 31 days, until the college entrance exam. The bright red text scrolled repeatedly on the electronic display above the main entrance of Sanjian High School. The list of results from the mock exam from the day before yesterday had already been posted on the bulletin board in front of the teaching building. A number of senior students had gathered in front of the bulletin board. Gao Bin and Wang Yupeng, who had just finished their morning exercises, were huddled at the front, while the chubby boy Zhou, he was also shouting as he squeezed in. Holy crap! Uncle Shen got first place in history. 690 points. That's outrageous. Old Shen is so awesome. Those reporters are getting slapped in the face again. Uncle Shen's score would have been the top scorer last year, right? Uncle Shen is incredible. It's simply terrifying. But my mom is going to use Uncle Shen's score against me again. I think this time it's okay. Uncle Shen's attack is indiscriminate. No one can beat him anyway. The students were buzzing. Wang Yupeng was more concerned about his friend Shinishi's grades. Previously, they were on par, but in the past month, Shinichio had become a completely different person. Every day, he spent nothing but memorizing his lessons and doing practice exercises. Wang Yupeng felt a twinge of worry about his friend's hardship and fear of him driving a Land Rover. He habitually searched for Shinichio's name from the back of the leaderboard, but after searching for a long time, he came up empty-handed. Brother Bin, have you seen Brother Zhao's results? Wang Yupeng looked at Gao Bin suspiciously. I'm looking too. Here. As Gao Bin spoke, he happened to see Shinichio's name. But the next moment, he exclaimed, holy crap. 521 points. Is there something wrong with the list? Gao Bin was stunned. He clearly remembered Shinichi's score of 421 on the last mock exam. This time, he scored 521. A full 100-point improvement. This is outrageous. Wang Yupeng finally saw his friend's name after Gao Bin's prompt. Shinichiu. Total score, 521, rank, 92. Holy crap. Brother Xiao is so amazing. Wang Yupeng grinned, feeling a mixture of emotions, unsure whether to be happy for his friend or sad for himself. This mock exam, Wang Yupeng scored a total of 398, still at the bottom of the class. However, Shinichio, who had always been at the bottom of the class, had actually shot up to the top 100 in the history section. His good brother had truly gotten a Land Rover. Brother Bin, can you help me see Yinran's score? At this moment, the chubby Zhou finally squeezed to the front, but he was rather short, and with Wang Yupeng and Gao Bin blocking the way, he couldn't see the entire list. Shen Yinran scored 603. Wang Yupeng casually replied, naturally more focused on his secret crush. Before looking for Shinichi's score, he first looked up Shen Yinran's and discovered that his goddess's score had also significantly improved compared to the last mock exam. Shen Yinran's total score on the last mock exam was 529. This time, it had jumped over 70 points. The total score had surpassed 600, and with 603, she ranked 29th among history students. She had already broken into the top 30 in the grade. Her grades had improved dramatically. Yan ran, so amazing. Now we can get into the same university. Zhou Yu's eyes lit up. He always done well academically, and this time, he scored 614, ranking 21st among history students. After hearing Zhou Yu's words, Wang Yuping's mouth twitched slightly. Shen Yanran's grades had been average before, just about average for an undergraduate degree. As a sports student, Wang Yuping had a relatively easy time getting into an average undergraduate degree. He even wondered if he could get into the same university as Shen Yanran. In reality, Shen Yanran's grades had soared, reaching the 985 level. Wang Yuping was suddenly a little disheartened. He lowered his head and squeezed out of the crowd. Yuping leaving now? Look at Shishui and the others. Gaobin turned and called out to Wang Yuping. Go back to study. Wang Yuping silently clenched his fists, thinking that with only 1 month left, he had to work hard. Just as he left the crowd, he happened to run into the Shen family, father, son, and daughter, walking towards him. Uncle Shen, brother Xiao, you're here. Wang Yuping quickly greeted them, and stole a glance at Shen Yanran, but didn't dare to speak. Brother Peng, did you see my score? Shen Yishu asked eagerly. After studying so hard for a month, he was naturally very excited about the results of this mock exam. I saw it. Brother Xiao, you're amazing. You actually got 521. Wang Yuping exclaimed. How much? Say it again? Shen Yishu excitedly grabbed Wang Yuping's arm. He had expected his score to improve significantly, but he had never imagined it would increase by 100 points all at once. 521 points. 92nd in the grade. Wang Yuping's mouth twitched, and he said gloomily, Brother Xiao, I can't even see your taillights right now. We agreed to slack off together. Hearing this, Shen Yishu puffed out his chest, then reached out and patted his friend on the shoulder. Yuping. As the saying goes, burning the midnight oil is the prime time for a man to study. If you don't study hard when you're young, you regret it when you're old. While we're still young, we must work hard. Wang Yuping knew what kind of person his brother was. He rolled his eyes and sighed. Brother Xiao, your score is nothing. Uncle Shen is still the best. How much did my dad score? Shen Yishu asked curiously. 690 points. First in the history class. While replying, Wang Yuping gave Shen Qiushan a thumbs up. Uncle Shen, you're a genius. Shen Qiushan waved his hand nonchalantly. He had learned his own and his 2 children's grades last night. Lin Xiaoma and his former lover Chen Xiangyu had each sent him their report cards. However, Shen Qiushan hadn't told Shen Yanran and Shen Yixiao, wanting them to experience the joy of seeing their rankings and scores soar on the big leaderboard. This would help them stay focused on their studies for the next month. I go check my score. Shen Yanran, naturally eager for her own results, strode towards the bulletin board. Wang Yuping opened his mouth, wanting to call out to Shen Yanran to tell him her scores, but he faltered. By the time he opened his mouth again, Shen Yanran had already run away. I go take a look too. Shen Yishu certainly wouldn't miss this opportunity to show off in public, so he followed his sister's footsteps and ran towards the bulletin board. Uncle Shen, aren't you going to take a look? Seeing Shen Qiushan standing still, Wang Yuping asked. Nothing to see. Shen Qiushan waved his hand and headed towards the teaching building. While he also enjoyed showing off, he had already proven himself in front of these kids. There was no need to show off in front of a bunch of kids again. If his father-in-law, Lin Moxuan, were there, he would have been willing to go over and take a look. Right now, his biggest concern was when the academic rankings would be distributed. The mock exam results were in, so the reward should have arrived. Ding! Congratulations to the host for beating 765 people on the English test. Reward: 76,500 academic rankings. Congratulations to the host for beating 746 people on the math test. 74,600 bonus points for top student index. Congratulations to the host for beating 757 people in the Chinese language exam. 75,700 bonus points for top student index. As soon as Shen Qiushan stepped into the teaching building, system notifications began to ring in his mind. Shen Qiushan's face lit up with joy. Just now, he'd been thinking the reward would arrive. And it had arrived immediately. Math, Chinese, and English, plus politics, history, and geography. This mock exam netted a total of 336,800 points for top student index. Adding the remaining 30,000 points, Shen Qiushan's current top student index has soared to 372,000 points. Great! Shen Qiushan's eyebrows lit up with joy. and he quickly called out Xiao Huang to check the properties page. Basic attributes: appearance, 90. Body, 90. Strength, 75. Speed, 78. Endurance, 70. Health, 90. Advanced attributes: lifespan, 84. Martial arts, 9. Medicine, 1. Metaphysics, 0. To be unlocked. Currently, the basic attributes of appearance, body, and health have all been increased to 90 points. Adding more would require 100,000 points of academic master index, so there's no need to increase them for now. Shin Qiushan immediately set his sights on strength, speed, and endurance. Raising all three to 90 points would require 470,000 academic master index, a sum Shin Qiushan clearly couldn't afford. However, he could start by increasing two of them to 90 points. This three-choice question was relatively simple for Shin Qiushan. He had to increase endurance and strength first. After all, men of his age often struggle with their strength, and endurance and strength are particularly important. Powerful strength combined with endurance is a surefire way to achieve a beautiful singing voice. Ding! Student index 10,000 points. Endurance plus 1. Current endurance 71. Shin Qiushan quickly increased his endurance and strength to 90 points. Because his initial endurance was a bit low, this wave of activity cost Shin Qiushan 350,000 points of student index. He had been a millionaire just moments before, but he was instantly back to poverty. However, the remaining 22,000 points of student index were more than enough for daily use. After increasing his attributes, Shin Qiushan felt much more energetic. Because he went to bed late and got up early, he was a little sleepy when he arrived at school. But after increasing his attribute points, the sleepiness and fatigue he felt instantly gone. Is this probably due to endurance? It seems my understanding of endurance is superficial. It shouldn't just refer to a specific aspect, it should be an overall improvement in a person's endurance. For example, Shin Qiushan used to feel exhausted after studying for 2 hours straight, but now, he can study for 3 hours straight without a problem. Even 4. Don't underestimate endurance. In this era of frantic competition across all industries, endurance is a kind of cheat. Others tire themselves out after 10 hours, but Shin Qiushan can work 15, and 5 extra hours a day means 150 hours a month. That's 6 more days of work per month than others. This is simply a natural physique. Of course, this is just an example. A man with this cheat, like Shin Qiushan, naturally doesn't need to compete with the workload of those oxen and horses. However, when he does need to compete, his 90 points of endurance provide him with a strong physique. At noon, the Shin family, father and son, and daughter, gathered in Lin Xiaomo's office as usual. Having both received high scores on the mock exams, siblings Shin Yanran and Shin Ishi were delighted. After seeing Su Piwa, their little teacher, they immediately shared their mock exam results. In fact, Su Piwa already knew their scores. The mock exam leaderboard was posted on the bulletin board by the teachers, who had worked overtime last night before leaving get off work. Su Piwa, who arrived at school at 5:30 almost every day, was one of the first students to see the list. She was quite nervous when she saw it. It wasn't so much that she was worried about her own performance, but rather that her students, Shin Yanran and Shin Ixiao, weren't making progress. From Su Piwa's perspective, since she'd taken the money, she had to be responsible for their grades. If, after a month of supplementary lessons, neither of them saw any improvement, Su Piwa would inevitably feel a sense of guilt. After all, Uncle Shin paid her a high tuition fee, and a hearty lunch every day. Over the course of the month, Su Piwa had gained 5 pounds. In fact, she always hoped to gain a little more weight, because for someone like her, a stronger body was a bit more protective. But what frustrates her is that, despite gaining 5 pounds, half of that weight seems to have gone to places she's embarrassed about. It's become a burden. Thankfully, in this mock exam, both Shin Yanran and Shin Ixiao's grades improved significantly. For Su Piwa, this news completely offset the added burden of frustration. The three children chatted for a while about their mock exam scores, then continued their practice sessions under Su Piwa's guidance. At the moment, Su Piwa's lecture wasn't particularly useful to Shin Qiushan, so he simply went to the cafeteria with Lin Xiaomo to buy food. Before, Lin Xiaomo had always bought food for 5 people, and carrying it from the cafeteria to the classroom in the office building was quite heavy. Now that Shin Qiushan's academic pressure was less intense, he took the initiative to share the logistical support responsibilities, relieving the pressure on Lin Xiaomo, the logistics chief. If you can achieve the same score in the college entrance exam as you did in this mock exam, you might very well be the top scorer in the history section of Sanjiang province. Lin Xiaomo spoke on the way to the cafeteria. Top scorer in the Gaokao? You have that hope? To be honest, Shin Qiushan hadn't even considered it before. His goal was to get into Sanjiang University, complete the system's mission, and give his wife an explanation. Kill two birds with one stone. Of course, it would be the best if I could get top scorer in the Gaokao. Lin Xiaomo said as they walked. Not only would that completely shut up Yang Shijin, Wang Jixin, and the others, it would also be a boon for the school and the education bureau. Also, if you truly become the top scorer, you can negotiate with Sanjiang University. Any terms, the benefits are beyond your imagination. Hearing this, Shin Qiushan was tempted. He had long heard that universities would offer very generous conditions to compete for the top scorer in the Gaokao. If he had the chance to be among them, it would be a wonderful experience. I just wondered if this 38-year-old top scorer in the Gaokao would be treated with the same respect as a normal top scorer. Chapter 101. The two of them ordered a few stir-fries in the faculty cafeteria. While waiting for their meal, they happened to run into Chen Xiangyu, who was also eating. She was no longer surprised to see her old lover sitting with Lin Xiaomo. However, Teacher Chen couldn't help but feel a hint of jealousy. Shin Qiushan had previously told her about their relationship. At first, Chen Xiangyu didn't think much of it, thinking that a woman as exceptional as Lin Xiaomo, with all the qualities in every way, couldn't possibly be interested in an old man like Shin Qiushan with 2 children. But now the situation was different. Shin Qiushan, this old man, was becoming even more dazzling. Whether it was an illusion or perhaps because the school environment was more nurturing, Chen Xiangyu even felt that Shin Qiushan's appearance and figure had improved significantly. When he was delivering food, Shin Qiushan was a strong, handsome man. Adding to their past friendship, Chen Xiangyu simply treated him as a poker partner. She's single anyway, so she might as well find a strong man to comfort her soul. Each of them gets what they need. But after spending so much time together, love will inevitably grow. Especially, Shin Qiushan is becoming increasingly outstanding. This has given Chen Xiangyu a sense of crisis. Previously, she didn't think Shin Qiushan and Lin Xiaomo would have any future together. But now, her thoughts have changed. Lin Xiaomo is Shin Yanran and Shinishia's second aunt, also known as auntie. The term already includes the word mom. It's not an exaggeration to say that she's half the mother of these 2 children. So, if they were together, from the perspective of the 2 children, there would most likely be no psychological burden. There's no rift between stepmother and child. This is a natural advantage. And for the past month, Shin Qiushan has been in Lin Xiaomo's office every lunchtime. When Principal Lin wasn't at school, Shin Qiushan could still go to her house for lunch and rest. As a result, his lunchtime hours are now completely taken up by Lin Xiaomo. The visits to her house for evening tutoring are also becoming less and less frequent. All signs indicate that Shin Qiushan, her old lover, has a new lover. Chen Xiangyu walked over to the table where they were sitting and sat down next to Shin Qiushan. Principal Lin, are you guys packing up your food to take back to the office? Yes. Lin Xiaomo nodded gently. She was a smart and observant woman. After their interactions, she had long noticed that there seemed to be something unusual between Chen Xiangyu and Shin Qiushan. However, she had no evidence. Besides, she wasn't particularly interested in their relationship. Shin Qiushan, her brother-in-law, had been a widower for so many years. She didn't believe he didn't have a woman or 2 out there. But as long as it didn't affect the children, it was fine. It was their freedom. However, lately, every time she saw Chen Xiangyu, she felt an indescribable feeling. It felt like annoyance. It felt like resistance. In any case, she just couldn't like her. Especially now, she unashamedly sat next to Shin Qiushan. Although she hadn't said anything, it felt like she was asserting her sovereignty. This made Lin Xiaomo feel a little uncomfortable, and she even inexplicably felt a hint of possessiveness. This subtle change in her mind startled even Lin Xiaomo herself, and she subconsciously frowned. This month of daily interaction gave her a new understanding of Shin Qiushan, her unreliable brother-in-law. The two hadn't interacted much before, and Lin Moxuan's fearful attitude had subtly influenced Lin Xiaomo's perception of Shin Qiushan. After spending more time together, she discovered that Shin Qiushan wasn't as bad as her father had described him. He actually had many strengths. He valued relationships, was responsible, and had a strong sense of duty. As a father, he led by example. Shin Qiushan played a crucial role in Shin Yanran and Shin Ishia's rapid academic progress. Furthermore, his composure in the face of the public outcry was truly remarkable, a testament to his leadership. If it were anyone else, facing such intense online abuse, they would have likely collapsed. But Shin Qiushan not only remained unaffected, but he also managed to study at his own pace, ultimately achieving a stunning comeback. Based on his performance during this period, Lin Xiaoma's impression of this unreliable brother-in-law underwent a profound transformation. There was even a hint of admiration. Old Shen, the college entrance exam is next month. I'm planning on wearing a cheongsam. Can you give me some suggestions on which style would look best? At this moment, Shen Xiangyu handed her phone to Shen Qiushan, smiling. Shen Qiushan glanced down at the phone his old lover had handed him. Although the shopping page was filled with cheongsams of various styles, the cheongsams Shen Xiangyu had shown him were all QQ products. There was no way they were meant to be worn for exams. They were meant to be worn during cram school. Shen Qiushan's mouth twitched slightly, and he stole a glance at Lin Xiaoma, who sat across from him. The second sister-in-law's expression was dismal. Even a hint of frost etched across her face. Who knew who had offended her? This one. It suits Teacher Chen perfectly. Shen Qiushan feigned composure, pointing to a light purple QQ cheongsam on his phone screen. The slit reached almost to the waist, making it very easy to wear. Okay. This one then. Shen Xiangyu placed her order on the spot, her thigh gently rubbing against Shen Qiushan's knee under the table. At this moment, the stir-fries they had packed were ready. The chef called out from the window. Sensitively, Shen Qiushan quickly stood up and said, Teacher Chen, take your time. After that, he took the initiative to pick up his order from the window. Lin Xiaoma also stood up. Before leaving, she said to Shen Xiangyu, Teacher Chen, please send me the link to the cheongsam store. After hearing Lin Xiaoma's words, Shen Xiangyu almost spit out the rice she had just eaten. But she forced herself to nod calmly. Okay. Thank you. Lin Xiaoma left in her stilettos. Shen Xiangyu silently grumbled in her heart. I could give you the link to the store where I bought the cheongsam, but would you dare buy it, and then wear it? Elsewhere, Shen Qiushan and Lin Xiaoma, after picking up their meals, left the cafeteria together. However, on their way back, the atmosphere between the two was noticeably different from when they arrived. Of course, this was mainly due to Lin Xiaoma's change in attitude. On their way back, she and Shen Qiushan had been walking and chatting, not to say lively and cheerful, but quite harmonious. On the way back, Lin Xiaoma maintained a stern expression, seemingly intentionally keeping a certain distance from Shen Qiushan. As they were about to enter the office building, Lin Xiaoma, who had been silent all the way, suddenly asked, Are you close with Teacher Chen? Yeah, quite good. Shen Qiushan didn't deny it. He explained, We were high school classmates. I think I told you that. Did I? Lin Xiaoma's delicate eyebrows raised slightly. She thought briefly and thought, and it seemed she had mentioned it before. However, she hadn't paid much attention to the specific nature of their relationship at the time. Old classmates. Of course she'd take extra care. Otherwise, she wouldn't have given Yanran and Xiaoxiao special treatment. Shen Qiushan certainly wouldn't have revealed his relationship with Shen Xiangyu. Although he was single, it was normal for him to have a relationship. The Lin family had no say in the matter, but it was better if nothing was said. Lin Xiaoma nodded, not wanting to press the issue. Lunch ended in a lively atmosphere. Shen Qiushan took the opportunity to smoke in the hallway and watch some short videos. The official account of Sanjiang High School has already posted his mock exam results online. The video is still incredibly popular, currently accumulating over 200,000 likes and over 40,000 comments. After the mock exam livestream incident, public opinion has completely shifted. Shen Qiushan glanced at the comments section and saw that most of the comments were either about his own bragging or about him being a bitch. There were also netizens with profile pictures that looked like women expressing their love. Among the numerous comments, Shen Qiushan even spotted a familiar nickname, reporter Wang Jixin. His comment was simple. See you in the college entrance exam. His comment already had over 1,000 replies. The two most liked comments were quite interesting. Nek Jingsuan, Big Brother, you've done it at the White Horse Club, haven't you? Chrysanthemum breaking big stone. Pee on the ground and look at your face. Shen Qiushan checked Wang Jixin's profile again. Sure enough, this guy was still full of doubts. He initially suspected cheating during the mock exam livestream. Perhaps because Shen Qiushan had invisible earphones in his ears. After he and Yang Shijin selected the test paper, the school would have arranged for teachers to answer the questions and then transmit the answers to Shen Qiushan through the earphones. As for Shen Qiushan's mock exam results, which were announced today, he bluntly stated that the school had given the questions in advance to help Shen Qiushan maintain his image. In short, Wang Jixin, as netizens say, is known for his tough talk, but perhaps because there were so many people criticizing him, Wang Jixin simply enabled the comment selection function, leaving only a dozen or so comments that shared his views in the video's comments section. Shin Qiushan checked Yang Shijin's profile again. Coincidentally, he had just posted a video critiquing Shin Qiushan's mock exam results an hour earlier. In this 5-minute-plus video, Yang Shijin maintained his usual sarcastic tone, beginning with a strong colonial tone. We've been calling for education reform for so many years, and recently, there's actually some progress. A 38-year-old isn't working, supporting a family, or earning money, but is instead studying with the kids in high school. Frankly, Yang Shijin has a pretty broad perspective. Unlike Wang Jixin, he doesn't just attack Shin Qiushan. Instead, he takes a holistic view and offers praise for the entire education system. In fact, this is Yang Shijin's usual style. He's always been like this, not just regarding the Shin Qiushan incident, but also when commenting on other current events, he exaggerates them to the level of policy. Because he and Wang Jixin are doing different things. Wang Jixin is simply seeking attention in traffic, but Yang Shijin is different. He uses a single point to escalate the whole, often starting with a single person or piece of news, then using a sarcastic attack on the system. There are many public intellectuals and big verses like him. In the past, when self-media was less developed, they manipulated public opinion and stirred up trouble. Now that the information gap between China and the US has been nearly bridged, and the public is no longer easily fooled, they've changed their tactics, employing a mixture of overt praise and subtle criticism. Yang Shijin is a master at this. After a few minutes of heartfelt remarks, he spoke sincerely into the camera, saying, "The presence of a 38-year-old candidate in the Gaokao exam hall is a manifestation of inclusiveness in education, and it's a good thing. But I'm afraid this is just a reality show for the local education bureau to boost its political performance. Once the real battles begin, no one will be there to play along." Old Yang sincerely hopes this isn't a farce. Although their perspectives differed, Yang Shijin and Wang Jixin ultimately agreed. Neither believed Shin Qiushan would perform as well in the actual Gaokao as he did in this mock exam. Time flew by. A month flew by in a flash. June 7th. Overcast. A light rain fell at midnight. The damp ground provided a welcome relief from the sweltering heat. Today is the first day of the college entrance exam. The Shin household was bustling with activity early in the morning. Shin Dehua had already prepared a nutritious breakfast for his brother, nephew, and niece. The ingredients were all fresh, purchased at the morning market. Shin Dehua kept the cooking methods and combinations simple to avoid any dietary issues that might delay the exam. After breakfast, the entire family went downstairs together. Old Shin and Zhengyi had taken 2 days off to join Shin Dehua in cheering on Shin Qiushan and his 2 children. Shin Dehua donned a beautiful purple cheongsam, symbolizing a successful start and a bright future. The procession to the exam wasn't limited to just the 3 members of the Shin family. From the Lin family, besides Director Lin, the mother and daughter were also present. Chen Qingzhu wore a vintage purple velvet cheongsam embroidered with blooming peonies, giving off the air of a dignified and elegant wealthy woman. Sisters Lin Xiaoma and Lin Jiayu wore matching purple satin cheongsams, both stylish and featuring high slits. When the Shin family descended the stairs, the 2 sisters were standing next to Lin Xiaoma's white Audi. Seeing them in cheongsams, Shin Qiushan's gaze froze for 2 seconds. These sisters' figures and looks were simply unmatched. Lin Xiaoma, in particular, had a truly stunning figure. The cheongsam, already very flattering, accentuated her graceful form to perfection. The satin fabric clung tightly to her S-shaped curves, from her full, upright chest to her slender waist, to the breathtaking glint of white at the slit of her skirt. It was truly impossible to look away. "Second aunt, you look absolutely stunning today. Even a girl like me, you've captivated me." Shin Yanran greeted her with a beaming smile, her eyes gleaming with emotion. "Yanran, isn't your aunt pretty?" Seeing Shin Yanran preoccupied with praising her sister, Lin Jiayu, standing beside her, couldn't help but pout. She pursed her lips, then deliberately sucked in her belly, and popped out her chest to accentuate her figure. "Haha, of course your aunt is pretty too." Shin Yanran gave her jealous aunt a hug. Since their relationship was essentially more like that of best friends, she added in Lin Jiayu's ear during the hug, "It's just that her breasts are a little small." Chapter 102. Shin Yanran finished her words, and climbed into her uncle Zhengyi's Passat, then made a face at Lin Jiayu through the window. Shin Yanran. "Wait until you finish your exams. Just wait until I'm done with you." Lin Jiayu placed one hand on her waist, and responded to Shin Yanran with a fierce look. "Aunt, what did Shin Yanran do to you? Do you need my help?" Shin Yixiao, who was walking behind, approached with a naive smile. To paraphrase Captain Chu, no matter who was dealing with Shin Yanran, he, Shin Yixiao, would have to lend a hand. No. This excuse was naturally unspeakable. Lin Jiayu rolled her eyes at her nephew, who was always looking for trouble. You're everywhere. Focus on your exams? I mean, well. Shinichia pouted, and then climbed into her uncle's Passat. He wanted to ask Shen Yanran how she had offended this beautiful aunt. Shen Yanran and Shinichia both got into Zheng Yi's car. Adding old Shen and Shen Dahua, the car was completely full. Shen Qiushan naturally took the passenger seat of Lin Xiaomo's Audi A4L. Mom, you don't have to bother with this. After getting in, Shen Qiushan first greeted Shen Qingju, who was sitting in the back seat. How can this be considered a bother? This is a big day for our family. You, Xiaoxiao, and Yanran are taking the college entrance exam together, so of course I have to go. Chen Qingju said with a smile. Okay, with you here, I think I get at least 20 extra points. Shen Qiushan flattered her without hesitation. His mother-in-law, Chen Qingju, had always been quite kind to him, unlike his father-in-law, Lin Moxuan, who was so condescending. Brother-in-law, can I give you 20 points too? Lin Jiayu, who had just taken a seat in the back seat, chimed in. 20 points is a bit difficult. You definitely don't have as much as Mom does. 10 points. I think it's still possible. Shen Qiushan replied with a smile. He could still tell the difference between the big and small. Mother-in-law and sister-in-law must be treated differently, otherwise all the flattery just now would be in vain. TSK? Why should I lose 10 points? Lin Jiayu pouted indignantly. However, Shen Qiushan didn't need to explain. Chen Qingju, sitting next to her, immediately took action to deal with this rebellious woman. The mother-in-law reached out and patted Lin Jiayu's thigh. What? You still want to compete with me? Mom, I didn't mean that. Lin Jiayu quickly denied it, then glared at Shen Qiushan, who was sitting in the passenger seat, silently cursing. No wonder readers call him Shen Dog. Humph, what a dog. Shen Qiushan turned away with a chuckle, apparently finding his flattery quite effective. At this moment, Lin Xiaomo also got in the car. However, her Cheongsam was already very form-fitting, and once she settled into the driver's seat, the close-fitting fabric stretched even tighter against her voluptuous figure. The slit of the Cheongsam was particularly high. It was fine when she was standing, but once she sat in the driver's seat, it suddenly rose several centimeters, and her white thighs involuntarily entered Shen Qiushan's field of vision. Skin as smooth as cream, legs as beautiful as a beacon of nature. The slender, fair legs glowed with a gentle luster in the morning light, their long, straight lines extending downward like a work of art meticulously carved from mutton-fat jade. At that moment, Shen Qiushan finally understood why he wore a Cheongsam to the exam. Winning the first battle, that's the most superficial understanding. The true meaning is, young man, study hard. Beauty is in books. When you swim across the ocean of knowledge, you find pairs of long, white legs on the other side, foot massage parlors, row after row. Clubs, row after row. Yachts, row after row. As long as you get good enough grades and earn enough money, all of these will become beautiful scenery on your life's journey. Just as Shen Qiushan's thoughts were wandering, Lin Xiaomo had already started the car, but at the same time, she reached out and gently tugged at the hem of her Cheongsam. Clearly, his peeking had been discovered. No, how could a scholar's actions be called stealing? Now, Shen Qiushan was also the one wearing the long gown. He glanced out the window and said, for fun, the sun's out. It was just cloudy. Lin Xiaomo ignored the question and asked, have you brought your admission ticket and stationery? Yes, I have. Shen Qiushan nodded. Last night, he had spent 50,000 points of his student master index on the lottery, ultimately winning 6 lucky gel pens and 6 lucky 2B pencils. Father, son, and daughter each got exactly 2. Although the drugs in the system couldn't be taken out and shared with the children, the items that could be extracted could still be given to the 2 children. The lucky gel pen combined with the lucky 2B pencil instantly increased their luck by 40%. This meant that when the 2 children encountered a multiple-choice question they didn't know how to answer, their chances of guessing the correct answer would be greatly increased. It was like a little cheat. Through last night's centralized lottery draw, Shen Qiushan gained a deeper understanding of the system's lottery mechanism. This thing is no different from buying a lottery ticket. Last night, he drew 50 times and ultimately won 18 pens, 16 bottles of charm perfume, and 16 bottles of stamina spray, and these are all commemorative prizes. In other words, winning a prize from a parallel universe is a very low probability event. He had previously won a novel, probably because of the newbie protection. This thing works just like those shady online gambling sites. They give you a taste of the sweetness at first, then the harvesting begins. Anyway, Shin Qiushan drew 50 times yesterday, and surprisingly, all of them were commemorative prizes. Among these commemorative prizes, there was a stamina spray that he hadn't won before. This item boosts stamina by 100% and lasts for 1 hour. Shin Qiushan had already boosted his stamina to 90 points. So, this thing is pretty useless to him. But it's not completely useless either. He could give it away if the opportunity presents itself. For example, give it to my father-in-law, Lin Moshwan. Although my mother-in-law, Chen Qingju, is older, she was a singer in a cultural troupe in her youth. Her image and temperament are impeccable, and she still retains her true charm. Wasn't there a joke about an old A8 online a while ago? My mother-in-law, Chen Qingju, is definitely the best of the old A8s. Shin Qiushan suspects that his father-in-law, a high-ranking official, might have some ideas. A study published in the renowned journal Archives of Sexual Behavior revealed that a survey of 6,201 people aged 50 to 90 revealed that 54% of men and 31% of women reported having sex 2 or more times per month. Therefore, Shin Qiushan thought he'd find an opportunity to give his father-in-law a bottle of endurance spray after the Gaokao. Perhaps their relationship would finally ease. Shin Qiushan was fortunate to be assigned to the same testing center as Shin Yanran and Shin Ishio. All three of them were attending Sanjiang Railway Middle School. Due to the Gaokao, traffic control had been implemented on the road in front of the school. Only vehicles transporting students to the school were allowed in. All other vehicles had to take a detour. Lin Xiaoma and Zhang Yi were both in vehicles transporting students to the school, and the on-duty traffic police allowed them to pass after seeing their admission tickets. Someone had leaked the news, but after learning that Shin Qiushan was at the Railway Middle School Testing Center, a large number of reporters had gathered at the school gate. Among them was Shin Qiushan's old acquaintance, Wang Jixin. Because the reporters were all aware of the grudge between Wang Jixin and Shin Qiushan, Wang Jixin became a hot commodity before Shin Qiushan even arrived at the testing center, and some reporters interviewed him. Old Wang, can you give Shin Qiushan an estimate? What do you think he scored on the Gaokao? A reporter familiar with Wang Jixin held the microphone to his lips. 500 points. No more. Wang Jixin, never one to stop shocking people. 500 points? Isn't that a bit too low? According to Sanjiang High School, he scored 698 in the last mock exam. The reporter asked again. You believe Sanjiang High School's news? Wang Jixin curled his lips in disdain. What's the point of 698? You all know that last year, the top scorer in the history exam in Sanjiang province only scored 694. Could it be possible that Shin Qiushan could still get the top score? Hearing him say this, the reporters nodded in agreement. If Sanjiang High School had said Shin Qiushan could score over 500 or even 600 on the mock exam, there's a certain degree of credibility. But Shin Qiushan's mock exam scores were always incredibly high. He scored 704 on the live stream, 690 on the school mock exam that took place simultaneously, and a whopping 698 on the final mock exam a few days ago. It's indeed a bit outrageous. Zhou Rolin, a reporter for Sanjiang Life Channel who had previously interviewed Shin Qiushan, was also present. After listening to Wang Jixin's analysis, she immediately disagreed. Reporter Wang, your statement is too extreme. During that live mock exam, the questions were all chosen by you and Yang Shijin, and didn't Shin Qiushan score 704? According to the information I have, Shin Qiushan has always studied very hard. I even interviewed his delivery colleagues, and they recall that Shin Qiushan always carried a book in his delivery box. How could such a hard-working person be described like this in your words? Extreme statements tend to attract more traffic, but as a journalist, I believe we must adhere to the principles of objectivity and fairness, and seek truth from facts. Zhou Rolin's well-reasoned remarks immediately left Wang Jixin speechless. Many reporters nearby nodded in agreement. Just then, there was a sudden commotion at the scene. Shin Qiushan had arrived. The commotion wasn't just among the reporters, it was also among the large number of parents who had come to see their children off to take the exam. More accurately, it was the fathers and grandfathers who had come to see their children off to take the exam. The reason was simple. The exam escort team consisting of Lin Xiaoma, Lin Jiayu, Chen Qingju, and Shin Dahua was incredibly eye-catching. In fact, there were quite a few women wearing cheongsams at the school gate, some of whom were quite attractive. But the moment Lin Xiaoma and Lin Jiayu appeared, those previously attractive women were instantly shrunk, especially the more curvaceous Lin Xiaoma. Most of the men's attention was now fixed on her. One man was so engrossed in the scene that his wife, who had also come with him, pinched his ear and pulled him aside. Some women even sourly called him slut or vixen. The The attractive escort team, coupled with Shin Chioshan as a hot topic, instantly became the focus of the school gate. The reporters quickly surrounded Shin Chioshan. Shin Chioshan, what do you think you can score? Old Shin, what's your ideal score? Old Shin, Wang Jixin said you could only score 500 at most. What do you think? The reporters peppered him with questions. Shin Chioshan had been too lazy to answer, but when he heard Wang Jixin think she could only score 500 at most, he paused, glanced around, and finally spotted Wang Jixin at the very edge of the crowd. He was too small to squeeze past his peers, so he could only stand on tiptoe and peer in from the outermost circle, becoming a peripheral reporter. Old Wang, what if I score over 500? Shin Chioshan shouted at Wang Jixin. In an instant, everyone's eyes were fixed on Wang Jixin. I take your last name. After a pause, Wang Jixin responded loudly. Okay. Reporter Shin Jixin. Shin Chioshan laughed heartily, and strode into the examination room. He had a rather heroic air, akin to laughing up to the heavens and leaving, we are no ordinary people. Thanks to Shin Chioshan's distraction, the siblings Shin Yanran and Shin Ishu avoided the reporter's harassment and arrived at their respective examination rooms long before their father. As an older candidate, Shin Chioshan was assigned to a room filled with older candidates. The youngest looked to be in their mid-20s, while the oldest had white hair, suggesting he was at least 50. Shin Chioshan did know this man, as legends about him had long been circulating online. This man, Zhao Xuelin, had taken the Gaokao 18 times in a row. He had been interviewed by numerous media outlets, and was a renowned Gaokao holdout. Shin Chioshan. Are you Shin Chioshan? When Shin Chioshan entered the examination room, he immediately captured the attention of the other candidates. Everyone knew him, and some even decided to take the Gaokao after reading about him in the news. Zhao Xuelin, the Gaokao holdout, immediately approached Shin Chioshan and said with a smile, Xiaoshin, I've seen news about you online. I heard you scored over 690 on your mock exams. Did you cheat? Zhao Xuelin was quite direct, hitting on a sensitive topic right off the bat. After hearing his question, the other candidates pricked up their ears, waiting to hear the gossip. They were naturally intrigued by the topic. Of course I cheated. Shin Chioshan shrugged. Who could score that high without cheating? Huh? Everyone in the exam room was stunned by this answer. No one had expected to encounter such a scandal while taking the college entrance exam. Zhao Xuelin laughed heartily. You're such a jokester. People are often like this. If you don't give them the answer they want, they'd be suspicious. But when you do, they think you're lying. It's so strange. At the school gate. After Shin Chioshan entered the exam room, reporters surrounded Lin Xiaomao again. Although Lin Xiaomao doesn't have her own social media account, she's now considered an internet celebrity principal. Any video featuring Lin Xiaomao on Sanjiang High School's Quine account receives at least 10,000 likes. In the comments sections of videos without Lin Xiaomao, netizens frantically flood the video comment sections with messages like I want Principal Lin and give me back Principal Lin. With the title of Internet Celebrity Principal and the spokesperson for Shin Chioshan's high school, it's no surprise that Lin Xiaomao was surrounded by reporters. Principal Lin, what do you think Shin Chioshan will score? Principal Lin, is it true that you and Shin Chioshan are related? Wang Jixin just said Shin Chioshan wouldn't score above 500. What do you think? Principal Lin, was the Cheongsam worn today specially for Shin Chioshan? As reporters peppered their questions, others were constantly finding angles to take photos and videos of Lin Xiaomao. With her looks and figure, any video uploaded to a social media account, combined with the buzz surrounding the Gaokao, would surely generate significant traffic. I hope all candidates achieve excellent results and get into their desired university. As for Shin Chioshan's score, I won't make an estimate. Our school will announce it as soon as the results are released. Thank you all for your concern for the Sanjiang High School students. Lin Xiaomao's response was very official, and then she got into her car, ignoring the reporters. Seeing they couldn't get any more information out of Lin Xiaomao, another reporter approached Old Shen, Shin Dehua, and Zheng Yi. All three had come with Shin Chioshan, clearly his family. Uncle, are you Shin Chioshan's father? A reporter passed the microphone to Old Shen. Yes. Old Shen replied, then asked the reporter, which channel are you from? Uncle Shen, I'm Zhou Roland, a reporter from the Sanjiang Life channel. Can we chat for a few minutes? Zhou Roland immediately introduced herself. Life channel, fine. Old Shen straightened his clothes slightly, thinking that after all, he'd be on TV, so he had to look good. He could show off to the two old ladies selling scallion pancakes and rujiamo, Chinese rujiamo, at the entrance to the community when he got to work. Uncle Shen, what do you think of your son taking the Gaokao? Do you support him? Yes, of course. Old Shen puffed out his chest and said, actually, it was me who encouraged him to take the Gaokao. Qiushan has loved studying since he was young and has always been a good student. He didn't perform well that year and failed. It's a shame. I've been trying to make up for it for years, but with 2 children to support, the financial situation hasn't allowed it. Now that both of my children are older, this opportunity presents itself. About 3 months ago, he said he wanted to take the Gaokao, and I told him, take it. You must. We have the skills. If he can get in, I sell everything I have to support him through college. Old Shen spoke passionately and generously. Shen Dehua, standing nearby, could hear a flurry of expressions on her face. First, her mouth dropped open in surprise, then wide enough to fit a fist in shock. Finally, her eyes widened to the point of being small lanterns. As a fellow Shen family member, she couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The Shen family, 3 generations deep, truly carries on the same legacy. If these 3 of them went to the cattle farm together, the cows would be flying in the sky. There's nothing they can do. Their strength is there. Just as Shen Dehua was silently muttering, Old Man Shen's speech came to a close. Perhaps he'd been exaggerating too much, as his closing remarks were explosive. The fortune teller said I was the Winsu star in my previous life. Qiushan is my son, the son of Winsu star, so how could it be any worse? Chapter 103. As a journalist, Zhou Roland has come across a wide variety of interviewees. Among them, there's a certain type who has a strong desire to show off, subconsciously exaggerating when in front of the camera. To put it nicely, it's called an exhibitionist personality. To put it bluntly, it's just a love of boasting. In Zhou Roland's opinion, Old Shen falls into this category. He even managed to say something like Wenkuxing has descended to earth. It was outrageous. Excuse me, are you Shen Qiushan's lover? Zhou Roland decided to change the interview subject, and handed the microphone to Shen Dehua. No. Shen Dehua waved his hands repeatedly. Shen Qiushan is my brother, and I'm his sister. We're blood. Oh, I knew it, you two look a bit alike. Zhou Roland smiled and asked, so, what do you think about your brother Shen Qiushan going to college? At first, I was quite surprised when you heard him talk about it. I thought it was unbelievable, but then he explained the reason, and I understood. Shen Dehua's answer was much more normal, more in line with normal logical thinking. Can you tell me the reason? Zhou Roland, sensing gossip, pressed. That's not convenient. You can ask my brother in person when you have a chance. Shen Dehua didn't know if his brother Shen Qiushan intended to make the reason public, so he naturally wouldn't make a decision on his own. Inside the exam room, the first Chinese language exam had begun. After receiving the test paper, Shen Qiushan immediately took a memory capsule and a vitalizing and qi-boosting pill, and then entered a state of absorbed concentration on the test. The 3 teachers in charge of the exam were all from other high schools in Sanjiang City. One of them, a female teacher wearing black-framed glasses, was a Chinese language teacher. So, after discovering Shen Qiushan was in the exam room, she would occasionally pass by him, seemingly casually observing his progress. The 3rd time she passed by him, she was stunned. Shen Qiushan's speed far exceeded her expectations, leaving all the other students in the exam room far behind. It seemed the mock exam results were real. The female teacher had also seen the skeptical comments posted online by Wang Jixin and others, and judging by Shen Qiushan's performance, the 38-year-old man was indeed quite capable. At least, that was the case with Chinese. The Chinese exam was from 9 to 11:30. By 10:30, Shen Qiushan had already finished his Chinese paper, leaving him with an hour to turn it in. However, according to regulations, the paper had to be turned in within the last half hour. Shen Qiushan then checked his paper again. Checking this is extremely necessary for ordinary students. Losing even a few points due to carelessness could have lifelong consequences. But for someone like Shen Qiushan, who possesses a cheat, it's of little use. Because all the questions and answers are etched in his memory, mistakes are nearly impossible. Finally, at 11 o'clock, when the invigilator announced that the papers could be handed in, Shen Qiushan was the first to hand them in. Seeing someone hand in their paper, the other candidates in the exam room instinctively glanced up. And when they saw it was Shen Qiushan, everyone was naturally surprised. They were all aware of the online public opinion. Although the tide had turned after the mock exam livestream, doubts remained. People like Wang Jixi were waiting to see what was happening. As it turned out, Shen Qiushan handed in his paper right after the time was up, completely betraying the impression of taking the exam seriously. Zhao Xuelin, a die-hard college entrance exam candidate, shook his head slightly, silently muttering to himself, He's still too young, not steady enough. Even after finishing his work, he should have checked it thoroughly. At 55, Zhao Xueling could indeed describe Shen Qiushan as young, but for anyone else, the term wouldn't be quite right. At the school gate, parents sending their children to the exam gathered in groups under the shade of a tree, enjoying the cool air and chatting. The reporters, who had been watching all morning, were in a similar state. At this moment, Wang Jixin was sitting under a tree, chatting with a cameraman. Only half an hour left. You can hand in your paper. Old Wang, aren't you going to wait at the gate? The cameraman reminded him, checking the time on his watch. Shen Qiushan can't possibly hand in his paper so early. He can just go in 20 minutes. Wang Jixin shook his head disapprovingly. He believed Shen Qiushan would definitely be the last one sitting. After all, with so much pressure on him, how could he possibly hand in his paper early? However, just as he finished speaking, someone suddenly explained from the direction of the school gate, Shen Qiushan. Shen Qiushan has come out. What? He's already handed in his paper? Wang Jixin was shocked and quickly stood up. At the same time, the reporters who had been waiting nearby all rushed towards the school gate. Having lost the initiative, by the time Wang Jixin got there, he was standing behind a group of his colleagues. He tiptoed toward the teaching building and, sure enough, saw that familiar figure. He had really come out. He was the first of all the students to hand in his paper. Reporters and cameramen raised their devices to record Shen Qiushan leaving the exam center. Momo, those people seem to say Qiushan is out? At that moment, Chen Qingju, her mother, and daughter were all sitting in the car. Lin Jiayu lazily leaned against the passenger seat, playing a game. Lin Xiaomo had a Bluetooth headset hanging from one ear, listening to a recent hit song. After hearing her mother's words, Lin Xiaomo immediately looked toward the school gate. The reporters were indeed gathered there. Mom, don't listen to those reporters' nonsense. There's still half an hour left. How could my brother-in-law hand in his paper so early? Before Lin Xiaomo could reply, Lin Jiayu, who was still playing the game, casually retorted. It's possible. Let's get out and take a look. Lin Xiaomo knew Shen Qiushan well. He always handed in his paper early during the mock exams, so it was normal for him to come out early. No way. Isn't my brother-in-law going to take the entrance exam at our school? Even after finishing the test, you didn't even check it carefully? Lin Jiayu replied without even looking up, her fair fingers tapping furiously on her phone screen. The game was at a critical juncture, so she naturally didn't want to move. Lin Xiaomo didn't bother explaining to her game-obsessed sister. She got out of the car with her mother, Chen Qingju, and headed towards the school gate. Because the car was parked a bit far away, before they even reached the school gate, they saw Shen Qiushan already out, surrounded by a group of reporters. Old Shen, why did you hand in your paper so early? Did you finish all the questions? Old Shen, did you find the Chinese paper difficult? Shen Qiushan, you handed in your paper first. Was it because you didn't know how to answer so many questions? Shen Qiushan, give yourself an estimate. What do you think your Chinese score will be? The reporters peppered the room with questions. At this point, Shen Qiushan wasn't in a rush. He glanced through the crowd, spotted Zhou Ruolin, and deliberately turned to face her and the cameraman behind her. Reporter Zhou was known for her objective reporting. When Zhou Ruolin was previously being trolled online, she had even called for an end to online violence. So Shen Qiushan was returning the favor. Everyone, please don't crowd. I answer your questions one by one. I think the Chinese exam was average in difficulty this year. I turned it in so early because I finished an hour earlier, and there was no point in sitting any longer. As for my score, there's no way to predict it, because the essay score is so uncertain. The full score for the Chinese exam is 150, and the essay accounts for 60 of that. So, Shen Qiushan really couldn't estimate his own score. What if the examiner simply thought his essay was subpar, and gave him a low score? There was nothing he could do. What about the score excluding the essay? How many points do you think you get? Another reporter pressed. Excluding the essay, I probably get at least 80 points, Shen Qiushan replied confidently. He felt that deducting 10 points from the 90 was the limit. If nothing unexpected happened, it would only be a loss of 3 or 5 points. But with so many reporters, he couldn't be too confident. Even with this modest answer, the reporters couldn't help but stir. Only 10 points. That means if the essay score was within the normal range, the Chinese score would have been 140. At least 130 points. It seems old Shen has very high expectations for Chinese. Just listen to his boasting. Wang Jixin grumbled disdainfully from the back of the crowd. Having answered all the questions he needed to, Shen Qiushan stopped arguing with the reporters. He glanced around, spotted Lin Xiaomao and Shen Qingju, and strode over. Qiushan, you handed in your paper so early. How did you do? Chen Qingju asked eagerly. I did pretty well. It was mainly because the questions were easy, Shen Qiushan replied with a smile. At this moment, Shen Dehua, Old Shen, and Zheng Yi, who were in the other car, also came over. Brother, you handed in your paper so early. I just heard someone say you gotten out, and I didn't believe it. Shen Dehua sighed. Finish the test, then come out. Everyone go back to the car and sit. I think Yanran and Xiaoxiao will have to sit here until the unified hand in time. Shen Qiushan waved at everyone. Qiushan, you have to do your best on the test. I boasted to the reporters. Old Shen, of course, had no idea how well his son was studying. Seeing Shen Qiushan hand in his paper so early, he thought he was faking it. I did very well. But don't talk nonsense in front of the reporters. Shen Qiushan warned his father, then got into the car with Lin Xiaomao and Shen Qingju. Brother-in-law, you actually handed in your paper. Seeing Shen Qiushan get in, Lin Jiaoyu, who hadn't finished her game yet, asked in surprise. If the rules allowed, even earlier. Shen Qiushan stretched out in the back seat. The effects of the drug had worn off, and he felt a little tired. Brother-in-law, you're taking the college entrance exam too lightly. You need to get yourself checked out. I'm still waiting for you to get into Sanjiang University, so I can be your senior. Lin Jiaoyu said while playing a game. Talk to your brother-in-law nicely. Senior? What kind of senior are you? Before Shen Qiushan could say anything, Chen Qingju scowled and scolded him. She's already a senior. Even if he's my brother-in-law at home, he's a freshman at school, so of course I'm the senior. Lin Jiaoyu argued confidently. Even at school, you still have to call me brother-in-law. Senior? That's just bullshit. Chen Qingju glared at his daughter again. This time, Lin Jiaoyu stopped arguing, muttering quietly, even if you want to be my junior, it's not that easy. After waiting for almost half an hour, the Chinese language exam was over. Shen Yanran and Shen Yixiao, brother and sister, walked out of the school gates along with the army of students, who had fought to the bitter end. Shen Qiushan was more concerned about his two children's performance than his own. The feedback he received from them was that they both did well. Shen Yixiao even gave herself a high score of over 120. The afternoon exam began at 3 o'clock. After lunch, everyone didn't go home, but instead went to the pre-booked hotel to rest. They had a comfortable nap. At 2:30, Shen Qiushan, well rested, entered the exam room with his two children. The afternoon exam was math. The exam lasted 2 hours, from 3 to 5 o'clock. The math section of this year's college entrance exam was quite difficult, but thanks to the vast database of questions he had in mind, and the 2 months of intensive training with Su Piwa, the difficult questions didn't pose much of a threat to Shen Qiushan. He cracked them one by one. At 4:20, Shen Qiushan finished his math exam, 40 minutes early. He spent another 10 minutes reviewing it, and it was just time to turn in his paper. After the invigilator announced that it was time to turn in his paper, Shen Qiushan was once again the first to leave. Zhao Xuelin, a die-hard Gokao student who had only finished more than half of his exam, glanced at Shen Qiushan's departing figure and shook his head, as he had done that morning. He silently grumbled, handing in so early again? He probably didn't know how to answer too many questions. It seems those online skepticisms are not without reason. The other candidates in the exam room shared Zhao Xuelin's sentiments. They had all been reviewing on their own, and some of them were slow to finish half the paper. And yet, Shen Qiushan had already turned in his paper, so naturally, they thought it unlikely that he had finished the entire exam. At the school gate, the reporters were still there. Zhou Roland had even been waiting at the exit early. There were many other reporters like her, having learned from the morning's lesson. But Wang Jixing clearly didn't learn his lesson. He continued to sit in the shade with the cameraman. Old Wang, there's another half hour left. You can hand in your papers now. Should we go over too? The cameraman suggested again. This is math. There's absolutely no way they're handing in their papers early. He probably hasn't finished answering the questions yet. Wang Jixing curled his lips, brimming with confidence. The math exam only lasts 2 hours. Turning in half an hour early means he saved a quarter of his time compared to the other students. That's a bit outrageous. As soon as Wang Jixing finished speaking, there was another commotion at the school gate. He's out. Shen Qiushan's out again. Oh my god, he's the first one out again. The reporters exclaimed, raising their cameras. Wang Jixing, so confident just now, was now completely bewildered. No, he's out again. The cameraman didn't have time to think, grabbing his camera and running. He silently complained in his heart. I won't listen to you next time. 2 chances. If I don't manage to capture footage of this exam scene, how am I going to report back? As expected, following old Wang means starving 9 times out of 3 days. Seeing all his colleagues converging toward the school gate, Wang Jixin quickly stood up and trotted over. Chapter 104. Old Shen, is math easy? And you handed it in so early? Old Shen, can you estimate your score this time? The reporter's questions were similar to those of the morning. Shen Qiushan calmly replied, the math paper was a bit difficult, at least a bit harder than the school's mock exams. I think I should get around 140. The paper was difficult, around 140. Is that right? As soon as Shen Qiushan said this, the reporters erupted in excitement. Wang Jixin, at the back of the group, curled his lips behind his ears. Unfortunately, no matter how he tried to express his disdain, Shen Qiushan ignored him. After briefly answering the reporter's questions, Shen Qiushan got straight into Lin Xiaomo's car. Brother-in-law, you handed in your math paper so early too? Lin Jiayu's phone had already died from playing around, but the internet-addicted girl had come prepared. She brought a large capacity power bank, and now, connected to it, she continued to work hard in the canyon. Lin Jiayu was naturally surprised to see Shen Qiushan hand in his paper half an hour early again. Chen Qingyu asked worriedly, Qiushan, are there too many math questions you don't know? No, quite the opposite. I did it very smoothly. Shen Qiushan shrugged with a relaxed expression. Smoothly? Does that mean you can get a high score? Chen Qingyu pressed curiously. Probably. Shen Qiushan wasn't being modest. He just told the reporters he scored 140 points, but he actually felt he had a chance of getting full marks. There wasn't a single question he didn't know from beginning to end. Lin Jiayu, half lying in the passenger seat playing games, let out a tisk sound, clearly unconvinced by Shen Qiushan's words. However, Lin Xiaomo, sitting in the driver's seat, had no doubts about Shen Qiushan's words, having witnessed his journey over the past 2 months. With his diligent review, it was only natural for him to get a good score. About half an hour later, Shen Yanran and Shen Yixiao, brother and sister, emerged with the other test takers. This year's math exam was indeed quite difficult, and neither of them felt as relaxed as they had after the Chinese exam that morning. But Shen Qiushan saw the more difficult math exam as good news for the siblings, whose math scores were already average. The difficulty of the exam wasn't reflected in the basic questions. For example, Shen Yanran could score 100 points, and the chubby boy Zhou Yu could score 120 points, but because the exam was more difficult, Shen Yanran might score 95, while Zhou Yu's score would drop to around 100. The gap between the two actually narrowed, but this level of difficulty increase would have little impact on a top student like Su Piwa. It's a bit like inflation. The price of basic necessities increases, but the impact on the richest people is completely negligible. June 8th. The second day of the Gaokao. The morning was the history comprehensive exam. The afternoon was the foreign language exam. Shen Qiushan continued his performance from the first day, leaving the exam room half an hour early for each subject. He also estimated his scores for both subjects. Out of a total of 300 points for the history comprehensive exam, Shen Qiushan estimated a 270. For English, he estimated a 140. After the Gaokao, reporters added up Shen Qiushan's estimated scores. Since he didn't give a specific score for Chinese, only saying it was around 80, excluding the essay, the reporters calculated a 130. The result was a score of 130 for Chinese, 140 for math, 140 for English, and 270 for comprehensive. Adding them together, the total score was a whopping 680. The release of these scores inevitably sparked a flurry of discussion among netizens. Wang Jixin even posted a mocking video shortly after the Gaokao ended, captioning it with the line, "Just wait for a slap in the face." Shen Qiushan, however, had no time for this mad dog. He was celebrating the successful conclusion of the Gaokao with his entire family in a private room at the hotel. Shen Yixiao, Shen Yanran, and Shen Qiushan were all incredibly excited. Regardless of their scores, all 3 of them had completed the most challenging part of their journey. In addition to the Shen and Lin families in the hotel room, Shen Qiushan had also specially brought Su Piwa with him. Although this little girl had a grandfather, it was practically the same as if she had no family at all. Not only did her gambling grandfather offer her little help, he also brought her constant trouble. Old Shen and Shen Qingju were currently seated at the main table in the private room, with an empty seat between them reserved for Lin Moxuan. Today was the college entrance exam day, and Director Lin was rather busy, saying he'd be here later. "My dear, how is your old Lin doing?" After 2 glasses of wine, Old Chin's face flushed. He inched slightly closer to Chen Qingju and asked. His job involves constant socializing. It's a wonder he's in good health. Chen Qingju shook her head slightly. Then you need to take better care of yourself. Also, you need to maintain a positive attitude. Many illnesses are ultimately caused by mental illness. Old Chen shared his thoughts. Just then, the door to the private room was opened from the outside, and Lin Moxuan walked in briskly. Speak of the devil, and he appear. Old Lin, I've been waiting for you for ages. Old Chen quickly stood up, greeted him with a beaming smile, and enthusiastically shook Lin Moxuan's hand. Old Chen had many flaws, but his strengths were also prominent, an optimistic, cheerful, and positive attitude. Furthermore, he wasn't at all snobbish. Whether you were high-ranking or lowly, he treated everyone equally. In fact, people who could achieve this were truly rare in today's society. People are often deceived by superficial appearances. Lin Moxuan was a little uncomfortable with Old Chen's handshake, but he understood it was a way of expressing his warmth. Shen Qiushan also stood up and greeted Lin Moxuan. Since their last dinner, their relationship had improved somewhat, primarily due to Lin Moxuan's improved attitude toward Shen Qiushan. Because Shen Qiushan's attitude toward his father-in-law remained consistent, there was no question of whether it would improve or not. But Lin Moxuan was different. He had always been extremely prejudiced against his son-in-law, Shen Qiushan, even looking down on him. However, Shen Qiushan's recent changes have truly impressed him, returning to high school at the age of 38, and even getting first place in history on a mock exam. Lin Moxuan himself thought he couldn't achieve such a feat. And then, there's the novel he's currently reading. Putting aside the protagonist's perspective on love, the story is incredibly vivid and engaging, opening up a new world for someone like Lin Moxuan, accustomed to classics. Of course, the reason he kept reading was because it was written by Shen Qiushan. He wanted to see how long this unreliable son-in-law could keep at it. Writing is, after all, a very demanding endeavor. And what he saw so far was that Shen Qiushan could actually update 5 chapters a day, each one exceeding 3,000 words, which adds up to 15,000 words. It was unbelievable that he could write such a long novel while juggling his studies. Everyone's here today. Old Shen is here too, let me say a few words. After taking a seat, Lin Moxuan raised his glass and delivered his familiar opening remarks. Come on, everyone, give a round of applause. I just enjoy listening to leaders speak well. Old Shen was incredibly supportive, leading the applause before Lin Moxuan even began. This made Lin Moxuan feel a little embarrassed, and he shortened the rest of his speech. After Director Lin finished his speech, the private room erupted in applause, and everyone began to clink glasses. The room was equipped with a sound system, allowing it to be used as a karaoke bar. When the drinks were almost finished, Old Shen clamored to sing, and even led the way with a song. He wasn't particularly talented in singing, but his main goal was to sing boldly. Although half the lyrics were off-key, the atmosphere at the party was brought to a climax. My dear, I'm just throwing out some ideas. You're a professional, Old Shen said to Chen Qingju after returning to his seat. As a retired professional singer from the art troupe, Chen Qingju was naturally not intimidated by such occasions. She immediately sang a folk song she was good at, one with a touch of patriotism. The moment the song began, it immediately gave people a sense of peace and prosperity. Shen Qiushan had heard Chen Qingju sing before, but that was always on television. In the past, Chen Qingju had often appeared on local TV shows, mostly choruses of 4 or more, which didn't quite showcase her true talent. But now, the KTV quality sound system made Chen Qingju's singing feel like something from the Spring Festival Gala. Shen Qiushan couldn't help but sigh. Professionals are different. No wonder they always say online, don't challenge someone's expertise with your hobby. The song ended. Warm applause erupted from the private room. This time, the applause wasn't like the one for Old Shen just now. Just now, everyone was just being polite, a token clap, but the applause for Chen Qingju was heartfelt. A professional singer. She sang truly well, but then a new problem arose. Once Chen Qingju, a professional singer, took to the stage, the others were afraid to embarrass themselves. Shen Qiushan suddenly remembered something. He turned to look at Lin Xiaomo, who was sitting to his right, and teased with a smile, Principal Lin, I remember you had a band back in school. Would you like to sing a song too? Lin Xiaomo rolled her eyes at Shen Qiushan. That was so long ago. Lin Xiaomo was still secretly banding. No one in her family knew about it yet, and she knew her father was strongly against her singing, so even in this kind of setting, she had no intention of showing off her skills. I sing a song. I'm definitely not as good as Aunt Chen, but we're having a good time today, so I helped cheer everyone up. Zheng Yi, slightly tipsy, stood up. Singing was a hobby of his, and he enjoyed singing a few lines at home. Loquat, can you sing? While Zheng Yi was ordering songs, Shen Yanran asked Su Loquat, who was sitting next to her, with a smile. No. Su Loquat immediately shook her head. She really couldn't sing, or more accurately, she barely sung before. In fact, before Shen Yanran spoke, Su Loquat had secretly envied this family atmosphere. Although Shen Yanran and Shen Ishiu didn't have a mother, Su Loquat considered them lucky. They had a father who loved them so much and was so responsible. And there were Chen Qingzhu, Old Shen, Lin Xiaoma, Shen Dehua, and other elders who adored them. It could be said that the two grew up surrounded by family affection. Although they lacked maternal love, they were not lacking in family affection. As for Su Loquat, since her grandmother passed away, even the last bit of family affection had been lost. So, at this moment, Su Loquat truly envied Shen Yanran and longed to be part of such a harmonious and joyful family atmosphere. But she really wasn't good at singing. You're shy around so many elders, aren't you? Then let's go to KTV in a couple of days. Shen Yanran took Su Loquat's arm and said with a smile. Su Loquat had naturally never been to KTV before, so she was curious and a little tempted. But the thought of the high cost of KTV immediately dispelled the idea. Yanran, I really can't sing. Su Loquat shook his head again. Well, okay then. I believe you. Shen Yanran pursed her lips and asked, So, what are your plans for this long vacation? Work. Su Loquat uttered the two words with great conviction. Shen Yanran nodded. She already knew Su Piwa's family situation. After a moment's thought, she said, If there's any work, remember to call me. Worried that his two children would lose their motivation to strive, Shen Qiushan hadn't told Shen Yanran and Shen Ishiu about the money he made writing novels. So, when Su Piwa mentioned working, Shen Yanran also thought about earning some living expenses during the holidays. If they worked together, they could look after each other. Yanran, are you working too? Su Piwa glanced at Shen Yanran in surprise. She had the impression that Shen Qiushan wasn't short of money, considering he spent a lot on tutoring for his two children. She was even able to take time off from work to prepare for the college entrance exam. Even if she wasn't financially independent, she probably had some savings. I'm 18, an adult. Working to earn some living expenses is good, and it can also help share some of Dad's financial burden, Shen Yanran whispered. Oh, all right then. I call you if I find a suitable job. Su Piwa nodded seriously. The dinner lasted until after 10 p.m. Everyone was having a great time. Lin Moshwan had initially maintained his airs as a director, but after a few drinks, under the influence of alcohol, and with his family around, the director dropped his pretense and even volunteered to sing a song. Not to mention, Director Lin's singing was far better than Old Shen's. It must be said that Lin Xiaoma's singing genes weren't entirely inherited from her mother, Chen Qingzhu. By the time they left the restaurant, Director Lin was struggling to walk. Shen Qiushan supported his father-in-law, letting him wrap one arm around his neck. Lin Moshwan was still conscious. As he followed Shen Qiushan out of the hotel, he reminded him, keep a low profile next time you're interviewed. The first bird to stick its head out gets shot. Don't always try to steal the show. You're already so old. Yeah. Shen Qiushan nodded repeatedly, as if listening intently. Lin Moshwan was pleased with his son-in-law's attitude. He continued, and your book. The protagonist is two-timing two beautiful girls, yet they were both misled by him. Even though it's an online novel, you can't just write it carelessly. Shen Qiushan was stunned. He hadn't expected his high-ranking father-in-law to read his novel. At this moment, Lin Moshwan changed the subject and praised, but the story is quite interesting and deserves recognition. Don't be arrogant. Keep up the good work. Yeah. Shen Qiushan nodded heavily, feeling a little excited. If memory serves, this was the first time his father-in-law, Lin Moshwan, had praised him. Since his father-in-law had praised him, he had to give a small gift in return. Shen Qiushan immediately pulled a bottle of endurance spray from his system backpack and mysteriously thrust it into Lin Moshwan's hand. Dad, keep this. Great stuff. And a gift too. At this point, Lin Moshwan, who was about 50% tipsy, didn't even bother to see what Shen Qiushan was handing him. He simply pocketed it. Arriving at the hotel entrance, Shen Qiushan stuffed his father-in-law into the back seat of Lin Xiaomo's Audi. Chen Qingzhu followed suit, and Lin Jiayu took the passenger seat. Elsewhere, Old Shen and his grandchildren sat in the back seat of the Passat. The drunk Zheng Yi took the passenger seat, while the sober Shen Dehua drove. This left only Shen Qiushan and Su Piwa alone. Lin Xiaomao's car had a seat available, but if Shen Qiushan took it, Su Piwa would be left alone. So, Shen Qiushan decided to take Su Piwa home himself. Momo, Dehua, you guys go ahead. I take a taxi. Both agreed to the decision, exchanged a few words of advice, and drove off. Uncle Shen, I can actually go back by myself, Su Piwa whispered. It's too dangerous for you to go back alone at this hour. Shen Qiushan waved his hand, then walked to the side of the road and hailed a taxi. Get in. Shen Qiushan let Su Piwa get in first, and he took the passenger seat. The driver, a man around 50, was very talkative, and he chatted with the slightly tipsy Shen Qiushan about all sorts of things throughout the ride. Su Piwa sat quietly in the back seat, sometimes admiring the neon-lit city skyline through the car window, and sometimes stealing glances at Shen Qiushan's profile. She didn't know when it started, but she had developed a special attachment to this Uncle Shen. As long as he was around, Su Piwa felt an endless sense of security. About 20 minutes later, the taxi stopped at the entrance of an alley Shen Qiushan was familiar with. Before getting out, the chatty driver offered Shen Qiushan a cigarette. It wasn't a good one, but it was a gesture of goodwill. Thank you, master. Shen Qiushan lit the cigarette himself and paid the fare. Then he and Su Pipa got out of the car, one after the other, and walked into the dark alley together. Pipa, I forgot to ask you, how did you do on the exam? Shen Qiushan exhaled a puff of smoke and asked casually. Normal. That's very good. Shen Qiushan smiled and asked, which university are you going to, Tsinghua or Peking University? With Su Pipa's grades, she should be able to get into either, but she just won't be able to choose the best major. I'm not going to Tsinghua or Peking University. Su Pipa shook her head slightly. Huh? Shen Qiushan was startled. Which university are you going to? Sanjiang University. Su Pipa answered decisively, and as she uttered those 4 words, stars seemed to twinkle in her large eyes. Chapter 105. Sanjiang University? Shen Qiushan looked at the little mushroom-headed girl beside him in surprise and asked, puzzled, Loquat, with your grades, you could easily get into Peking University or Tsinghua University. Why do you want to go to Sanjiang University? I want to study medicine, Su Loquat replied quietly. Sanjiang University's medical school is well known nationwide, and one of its flagship programs. Lin Jiayu studied there, and the overall admission score for medicine is significantly higher than for other majors. Thus, Su Loquat's answer seemed reasonable, but upon closer examination, it was a bit far-fetched. With Su Loquat's grades, if he wanted to study medicine, there were better options. Also, I don't want to leave the city. Perhaps feeling his reason wasn't particularly solid, Su Loquat added. Shen Qiushan naturally didn't know the little girl's true thoughts. He smiled and said, Sanjiang University is pretty good too. If everything goes well, I can bring you Yanran and Xiao to register. Hearing Shen Qiushan's words, Su Pipa immediately nodded in agreement. I like being with Yanran. I just don't know if Yanran can get in. Shen Qiushan exhaled another puff of smoke. Thinking of his daughter Shen Yanran's grades, a hint of worry crossed his face. On the last mock exam, Shen Yanran scored 641. Based on Sanjiang University's admission score last year, this score would have been higher. But the problem was that the final mock exam was less difficult. Almost every high school structured their final mock exam this way to give students a boost of confidence before heading to the exam hall. Therefore, whether Shen Yanran could successfully enter Sanjiang University depended on her on-the-spot performance. In contrast, that brat Shinichio had a much better chance of getting in. As a sports student, the academic requirements were much lower. After 2 months of frantic sprinting, Shinichia's total academic score on the final mock exam had already reached 568. According to the standards of a sports student, admission to Sanjiang University was a no-brainer. This wasn't the first time Shen Qiushan had walked Su Piwa home. He was already familiar with the route. He walked through the pitch-black alley, turned a corner, and then walked through another narrower, darker alley. Entering a second, narrower alley, Su Piwa would turn on her flashlight and walk ahead to help Shen Qiushan illuminate the way. She had done this the first time Shen Qiushan walked the little girl home, and Shen Qiushan didn't think anything of it. From then on, Su Piwa did the same thing every time. Shen Qiushan finally realized that this was a reflection of the little girl's thoughtfulness. She was walking ahead, lighting the way while also exploring the path. Any rocks, mud puddles, or the like would instantly alert Shen Qiushan, who was walking behind. Looking at the tiny figure walking ahead, Shen Qiushan couldn't help but lament the unfairness of fate. What a wonderful little girl, and yet she had to grow up in such an environment. She deserved a better life. Uncle Shen, I'm here. Just as Shin Qiushan was silently sighing, the little mushroom-headed girl ahead stopped in her tracks. Well, get some rest. Recovering from his thoughts, Shin Qiushan waved gently, but when he habitually glanced towards the small bungalow where Su Piwa lived, he was startled. As mentioned before, he had sent Su Pipa back more than once. But each time, the lights in the small bungalow were off, the shabby house pitch black, giving it a desolate and cold feeling. But today, the lights were on. In the dim light, he could vaguely make out several figures moving back and forth in the room. Pipa, do you have guests? Shin Qiushan asked, puzzled. Unlikely. Su Pipa panicked when she discovered someone was home. She quickly turned off her flashlight, shrouding herself in darkness, her other hand clenched tightly into a fist. Su Pipa knew there were no guests in her house, and even if there were, they would be uninvited guests. Let me go in with you. Shin Qiushan noticed the little girl's nervousness and rubbed her little mushroom-shaped head. Then, he took the lead and walked into the courtyard, picking up a shovel leaning against the wall. Although the likelihood of a thief breaking into Su Piwa's home was extremely low given her family's financial situation, the presence of so many people at her home so late at night made it impossible to determine their exact purpose or whether they posed any danger. Su Piwa followed Shin Qiushan and instinctively reached out a small hand to tug at the hem of his shirt. Uncle Shin, maybe Grandpa's debts are back, and these people are probably here to collect. Quick thinking, Su Piwa came up with a possibility. A similar situation had occurred before, but the most recent one was probably 2 years ago. That time, the debt collectors had stripped her home of any valuables. Perhaps because of that experience, the lender decided that Su Piwa's family was too poor and stopped lending money to Suzhini. Since the incident had happened 2 years ago, Su Piwa didn't immediately think about it. If they're debt collectors, that's easy to deal with. Shin Qiushan nodded gently. And soon, Su Piwa's suspicions were confirmed. As the two men reached the door, a man's curse rang out from inside. You old bastard, didn't you say your granddaughter was rich? Where's she? Why hasn't she come back yet? Followed by another man's threat. Old Su, you're not kidding us, are you? I'm telling you, if we don't get the money today, we won't leave. We eat, drink, and go to your house. I be back soon, I be back soon. The last voice that rang out was Su Jingyi's trembling voice. At this point, it was clear they were debt collectors. Shin Qiushan placed his shovel next to the doorframe and flung the door open. As long as there weren't some vicious bandit inside, the situation would be easy to resolve. It's nothing more than seeking wealth. The small bungalow has 3 rooms, 1 bedroom on the east and 1 on the west. The entrance opens to a combined living room and kitchen. 3 men who look like thugs are currently in the living room. The leader is a burly man wearing a black t-shirt with a python tattoo on his left arm. To his left stands a small, blond man, and to his right stands a thin, shaved head. Su Loquat's grandfather, Su Jingyi, is surrounded by the 3 men, sitting on a small stool. It's clear that Su Jingyi has been sitting on that stool for quite some time. He's growing restless, and his right hand subconsciously rests on the ground. Loquat, you're finally back. Su Jingyi's cloudy eyes lit up upon seeing his granddaughter, and he excitedly extended his hand toward Su Piwa. The 3 thugs all turned their gaze toward the door, and naturally, their gazes simultaneously landed on Shin Qiushan. Compared to the petite Su Piwa, wrapped in a baggy school uniform, the dignified Shin Qiushan clearly looked wealthier. Old Su, don't you have a son? Who is he? The tattooed man asked, pointing at Shin Qiushan. Loquat, who is he? Su Jingyi naturally didn't recognize Shin Qiushan. Seeing his granddaughter return home late at night with a man, he immediately gritted his teeth and cursed, You're so young, and you're already hooking up with a random guy. What a sin! Old Su, you said before that your granddaughter had never been in a relationship. And this? The tattooed man curled his lips and said angrily, I'm telling you, this isn't worth 180,000 yuan in betrothal gifts. Viagra, get out of bed. Your wife's already been slept with. The tattooed man shouted towards Su Loquat's room. A moment later, a thin young man, who looked like he'd been addicted to alcohol and sex, walked out of the room. He must have just woken up, he was yawning. But upon seeing Su Loquat standing in the living room, his eyes suddenly lit up. Loquat, you're back. Su Loquat recognized the thin, hairtail-like man. He was the son of the village party secretary, Zhang Xiaowei. Although the village had long since been transformed into a sub-district, his father still held a position there, and held considerable influence in the area. Zhang Xiaowei, 3 years older than Su Loquat, had long coveted Su Loquat, the handsome and well-proportioned woman. Because Su Pipa always wore a baggy school uniform, Outsiders generally didn't realize how incredibly well-proportioned she was. Zhang Xiaowei knew about this because of Su Jingyi. Before the Lunar New Year, Su Jingyi lost money again and owed Zhang Xiaowei 500 yuan. Su Jingyi took him to his home to withdraw the money. Originally, Su Jingyi had saved 500 yuan, hoping to buy some meat and eat something delicious for the Lunar New Year. But once he got to the gambling table, he got carried away and lost the 500 yuan. It was while accompanying Su Jingyi to withdraw the money that Zhang Xiaowei saw Su Pipa reviewing at home. Since she was in her room, Su Pipa was wearing only a slim-fitting sweater. Zhang Xiaowei took one look and was stunned, and then he began to plan to marry Su Pipa. How much does he owe you? Su Pipa glanced at Zhang Xiaowei, then, his face ashen, pointed at Su Jingyi, who was sitting on a small stool. Not much. Only 280,000. Zhang Xiaowei shrugged with a smile. A lot, how much? Su Pipa's mouth dropped open, shock and disbelief written across his large eyes. Since Zhang Xiaowei and the others were so ostentatiously pursuing the debt, Su Pipa guessed that his grandfather's debt was definitely substantial. But she never imagined she owes so much. 280,000. How could a family like theirs pay back 280,000? Zhang Xiaowei pulled an IOU from his pocket, waved it in front of Su Pipa, and said, "This house is worth 100,000. My bride price is 180,000. Exactly 280,000. Having fallen for Su Pipa, Zhang Xiaowei told his father about his desire to marry her after returning home. His father then offered him an idea. The plan was simple, to exploit Su Jingyi's gambling addiction. So, from the Spring Festival until today, Su Jingyi has borrowed 280,000 yuan from Zhang Xiaowei. Naturally, Su Jingyi lost all of this money gambling. This process is somewhat similar to how Fuguid lost his fortune in the TV series To Live. For the past 6 months, whenever Su Jingyi lost money gambling, he would ask Zhang Xiaowei for a loan. Zhang Xiaowei didn't lend much, only a few thousand at a time, and sometimes 3 or 5,000. This is how the 280,000 yuan was slowly accumulated. This figure had been agreed upon by Zhang Xiaowei's father beforehand. 280,000 yuan. 100,000 yuan was for the house, and the remaining 180,000 yuan was Su Pipa's betrothal gift. At noon today, the 6-month-long scheme was finally closed. So Zhang Xiaowei brought his men to Su Pipa's home. Wei Ge, your wife slept with this guy. She's no longer a virgin. 180,000 lost. The tattooed man pointed at Shin Qiushan and said. He actually said it before, but Zhang Xiaowei stayed up too late the day before and fell asleep in Su Pipa's room. He'd been dreaming of sleeping in this bed again, cuddling up with the incredibly voluptuous Pigua baby. The tattooed man then told him that his wife had been slept with. Zhang Xiaowei's eyes widened, and the smile on his face froze. We've been setting this up for half a year. We spent 280,000. You're telling me my wife had been slept with? The sky's falling. Say it again? Zhang Xiaowei gritted his teeth, his face filled with resentment. Your wife hooked up with this bastard. The tattooed man pointed at Shin Qiushan. Wei Ge, do you want me to teach him a lesson for you? As he spoke, the tattooed man proudly flexed his cervical vertebrae, and a crackling sound of bones grinding against each other was heard. If you dare to hit me, I call the police. Su Pipa stepped forward, shielding Shin Qiushan with his petite frame. Wei Ge, you see. Still defending this wild man. The tattooed man flexed his wrist again, then winked at the yellow-haired man and the buzz-cut man. The two immediately surrounded Shin Qiushan and Su Pipa, one on each side. Old Su. How dare you lie to me? Seeing Su Pipa defending Shin Qiushan, Zhang Xiaowei flew into a rage and kicked old Su to the ground. Su Jingyi was already old, and after 2 days without sleep, he was very weak. He was kicked to the ground, and blood immediately flowed from his nose, whether it was a bruise or something else. Zhang Xiaowei, unconcerned, charged forward and kicked him twice more, cursing as he did so. Tell me your granddaughter hasn't even been in a relationship. And she's already been slept with. What a ridiculous 180,000 yuan betrothal gift. At most 80,000. You still have to pay me back another 100,000. Su Jingyi coughed violently for a moment, then frantically wiped the blood from his nose with his sleeve. He seemed accustomed to this kind of treatment. Instead of yelling, he pointed at Shin Qiushan and yelled, You slept with my granddaughter, you have to pay. Pipa is underage, under 18. If you don't pay, I sue you for rape. This old gambler actually threatened Shin Qiushan. After hearing Su Jingyi's words, Su Pipa trembled with anger. What kind of grandfather is this? Upon learning his granddaughter had sex with another man, his first reaction wasn't to show concern, to vent his anger, or to take her to the hospital for a checkup. He wanted money. What did he take her for? A princess in a club? A technician in a foot massage parlor? Or a woman standing on the street, posing coquettishly in front of a small pink lamp? Su Lokwa was heartbroken. She had wanted to explain the misunderstanding, but after hearing Su Jingyi's words, she coldly said, "If you're over 14 and willing, it's not a crime." "You?" Su Jingyi was so angry that his veins bulged. Wiping his nosebleed with his sleeve, he pointed at Su Lokwa and cursed, "You've grown up, haven't you? You've become so independent. I've raised you for so many years, and you've ended up with an ungrateful bastard. In that case, let's end it today. From now on, you're no longer my granddaughter. And I'm no longer your grandfather." Su Jingyi's words were increasingly heartbreaking. Su Lokwa gritted her teeth, tears welling in her eyes. Although Su Jingyi was a jerk, he was still her grandfather after all. He had been very kind to her when she was a child, and he was one of Su Biwa's only remaining family members. The two had lived together for so many years, so it was impossible to say that there was no affection between them. Now that Su Jingyi had taken the initiative to sever ties, Su Biwa's feelings were palpable. "How do you want to end it?" Su Biwa sniffed, trying to keep her voice calm, but a trembling sob still escaped her. "Pay me back all those years of child support." Su Jingyi glared at her. "You're 18 years old, so 20,000 yuan a year, a total of 360,000 yuan. Chapter 106. No! 360,000 is too little. After saying the number, Su Jingyi immediately regretted it. His eyes reddened, he said, "Raising you to adulthood is not that easy. It'd take at least 500,000. Yes, 500,000. Su Jingyi looked at Shin Qiushan again, his face pale. 500,000, not a penny less. 500,000. At least 500,000. The old gambler was still mumbling to himself. The next moment, he collapsed to the ground. He looked as if he had fainted. Old Su. Stop playing dead. Zhang Xiaowei was stunned. He quickly went over to check on the situation, cursing. Shin Qiushan immediately called 120. When Su Jingyi was kicked to the ground by Zhang Xiaowei, Shin Qiushan had sensed something was not right with the old gambler's mental state. His eyes were vacant, his face pale, and he looked gravely ill. "Brother Wei, did you kick that old guy to death?" The tattooed man was also confused. He was just a small-time thug who was following a debt collector, and he had never killed anyone. The yellow-haired boy who followed him was even more cowardly. He said in a trembling voice, "Brother Meng, this has nothing to do with us. Why don't we just run away?" The tattooed man, Sun Meng, looked from Zhang Xiaowei to Su Jingyi lying on the ground, undecided for a moment. "If you're such a coward, don't try to imitate them and become a thug." After calling 120, Shin Qiushan rolled his eyes at the yellow-haired boy and said to the tattooed man, "If you don't want anyone killed, have your men remove the door panel and carry old Su to the alley entrance. The ambulance will be here soon, but they can't get in." The tattooed man thought Shin Qiushan's words made sense. He quickly directed the yellow-haired man, and the crew cut to remove the door panel, then lifted Su Jingyi and headed toward the alley entrance. Su Biwa, who had witnessed the entire process, said nothing nor shed a single tear. The little girl's current state must have been one of no greater sorrow than a broken heart. "Biwa, if anything really happened to your grandfather, it has nothing to do with me. I only touched him twice. It couldn't be that serious." Sun Ming and the others were probably terrified. They took turns carrying Su Jingyi and quickly reached the alley entrance. Under the streetlights, Su Jingyi's face was pale, bloodless, looking like a dead person. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaowei quickly approached Su Biwa to shirk responsibility. Su Biwa remained silent, silently staring at Su Jingyi lying on the door panel. This scene seemed familiar. Grandma was probably in a similar state before she died, though she was lucky enough to be lying in a hospital bed. Su Jingyi, on the other hand, was lying on a broken door panel like this. Sanjiang City was already scorching hot in June, with daytime temperature soaring to around 33 degrees Celsius. But at midnight, the wind was chilly. This must be because of the large river running through the city. Su Biwa felt the wind was exceptionally chilly tonight, ruffling her tiny mushroom-shaped hair and blowing away the last vestiges of her heart. Su Jingyi was dead. He died in the ambulance. For Su Biwa, this was a very good outcome. If he had spent several days in the intensive care unit and then died, that would have been a truly tragic event. The hospital's preliminary cause of death was cerebral hemorrhage. Su Jingyi had always had high blood pressure, and had been up all night for 2 nights before the incident. Furthermore, the debt collection efforts of Zhang Xiaowei and others had left him extremely nervous. Zhang Xiaowei's violence and verbal abuse were probably the straw that broke the camel's back. In the corridor, outside the hospital morgue, Su Pipa, who had remained silent and tearless the entire way, finally gave in. She threw herself into Shen Qiushan's arms and burst into tears. Upon learning of Su Zhengyi's death, Zhang Xiaowei's father, Zhang Jun, rushed to the hospital. After a few polite words, he offered to write off all debts and cover Su Zhengyi's funeral expenses, on the condition that Su Pipa not pursue the matter. Su Pipa had no objection, and the two sides reached an agreement. The next day, Su Zhengyi was cremated and buried. Although Su Pipa did not want him to be buried with his beloved grandmother, but before her death, Grandma had left a will, saying that after Su Zhengyi died, they should be buried together. Back then, Su Zhengyi hadn't been as addicted to gambling as he was later, so Grandma's decision was understandable. He kowtowed before Grandma and Su Zhengyi's tombstones. Su Loquat was supported by Shen Qiushan and Shen Yanran as they left the cemetery. After a sleepless night and the devastating family tragedy, Su Loquat was in a very bad mood and needed a good rest. Loquat, come to my house first. Sleep in my room. You be great company. Shen Yanran put her arm around Su Loquat's shoulders and extended a sincere invitation. Yes. Yanran, I'm sorry to have troubled you and Uncle Shen. Su Loquat replied weakly. In this situation, she really needed a friend like Shen Yanran. Arriving at the Shen residence, Su Pipa showered in the bathroom of Shen Yanran's master bedroom, then fell asleep on her bed. Today was the day after the Gaokao. Originally, Shen Yanran and Shen Yishu had planned to sleep in, but due to Su Zhengyi's unexpected death, they woke up early to accompany Su Pipa. After tossing and turning for most of the day, they were both naturally very sleepy. Not long after Su Pipa fell asleep, Shen Yanran followed suit. But Shen Yishu stayed awake, as Luo Yao had asked him out shopping. With the Gaokao over, the long-held couple finally broke free and could openly go shopping. However, upon arriving at the mall, Luo Yao noticed Shen Yishu yawning non-stop. Baby, are you very sleepy? Didn't sleep well last night? Luo Yao asked, her arm around Shen Yishu's. Grandpa Su Pipa passed away. Shen Yanran and I went to the hospital early this morning, then to the crematorium and the cemetery. Shen Yishu explained, yawning. Is that so? Su Pipa is truly pitiful. His only remaining family is gone. Luo Yao sighed, then offered, baby, how about we find a place to rest? Once you've rested, we can go out and play. Huh? After hearing his girlfriend's suggestion, Shen Yishu, who had been yawning non-stop, suddenly perked up. Baby, where should we go to rest? How about a private cinema? You can watch a movie and relax at the same time, Luo Yao suggested. Yeah. That's great. Shen Yishu nodded repeatedly. He knew private cinemas. They were a popular dating destination. According to the athletes, who had experience in this area, private cinemas are perfect for students, like them, who can't afford to stay overnight. But let's make it clear, we're just here to relax. Nothing else. Luo Yao warned fiercely, her face sulking again. We're just here to relax and watch a movie. What else can we do? Shen Yishu shrugged, then put a large arm around his girlfriend's shoulders. Let's go, we're so sleepy. Medical Beauty Center. After a long night of tossing and turning, Shen Qiushan took some time off to relax. He laid down on the beauty bed and ordered the same full-body whitening spa treatment as before. Mother-in-law, Luo Mimi, is truly exceptional. Every time she leaves here, she feels deeply relaxed. Brother Shen, I saw the news online. You estimated a score of 680. That's incredible. If our Yao Yao could get those scores, I wake up laughing in my dreams. Luo Mimi sighed as she stirred the beauty cream in her bowl. Yao Yao is an art student. Maybe she'd be a big star in the future. General academics aren't that important. Look at those celebrities. How many of them have good grades? Shen Qiushan comforted his mother-in-law. Becoming a star isn't that easy. We don't know which school Yao Yao will get into yet. Luo Mimi sighed softly and asked, by the way, did Yao Yao go out with your Xiao Xiao today? It seems so. Shen Qiushan wasn't sure. His son had said he was going out with his classmates when he left. Brother Shen, even though the college entrance exams are over, the two children are still young. As parents, we need to inform them of certain things in advance. Don't let them get promoted before they even start college. Luo Mimi said worriedly. Yeah, that's what I should do. I warn our son when I get back. Shen Qiushan agreed. He had actually discussed this with Shen Yishu before. However, both he and Luo Mimi had come from a younger generation, so this kind of thing is really hard to control. Young people, after all, are full of raging hormones. Playgrounds, rooftops, hallways, anywhere deserted, they exploit it. It's truly impossible to guard against it. Chapter 107. You're not wearing that thing, so you can't get pregnant, right? Luo Yao whispered in the pitch-black private cinema. No way, how could it be such a coincidence? Shinichi's voice rang out. I'm a little scared. Go to the pharmacy later, and buy the emergency contraceptive pill. Luo Yao whispered again. Okay. Shinichi readily agreed. The dark space was silent for a moment, then a rustling sound echoed again, followed by the suppressed, unfamiliar moan of a young woman. It was evening. A young couple walked out of the private cinema. Luo Yao affectionately held Shinichi's arm, and the blossoming girl's delicate face had a touch of charm she had never had before. Baby, there's a pharmacy right over there. Go get some medicine. Exiting the apartment building where the private cinema was located, Luo Yao pointed to a pharmacy not far away. Yeah. Shinichi nodded, but his steps were hesitant. Although he had readily agreed in the cinema, he couldn't help but feel nervous when the time came. After all, he was a little embarrassed to say it out loud. It would be embarrassing. This kind of situation probably happened to every man. It was part of the journey from boy to man. But Shinichi had never been the type to back down. Although he was extremely nervous, he gritted his teeth and walked into the pharmacy. Handsome man, what medicine do you want to buy? The woman behind the counter looked to be about 30. Seeing that the man was a handsome young man, she immediately asked with a smile. That? Shinichi opened his mouth, but the word contraception wouldn't come out. What? The saleswoman, thinking she hadn't heard clearly, pressed on. Shinichi scratched his head, suddenly remembering the jokes the gym students had made about this thing, and immediately said, human cub burp pills. Puff. The saleswoman burst out laughing. She glanced at Shinichi and asked, birth control pills, right? Yeah. Shinichi nodded repeatedly, then added, it's never too late to mend the fence after the sheep have been lost. Emergency contraception? The saleswoman was quick to react, immediately understanding. Shinichi nodded again, yeah. I have several types. Which one do you want? The saleswoman asked again. The best one, Shinichi blurted out, then added, less harmful to the body. That's the one. The saleswoman handed over a medicine box with English labels. Ella, imported, but a bit pricey. How much? 379. Shinichi only had 168 left on WeChat, and he couldn't afford this expensive last-minute fix. This shooting is cheaper, 39. Spotting Shinichi's embarrassment, the saleswoman offered a cheaper alternative. No, I want the one I just mentioned. Wait a moment. Although he was short on cash, Shinichi felt this was no small matter. He couldn't just get away with a cheap pill. He immediately stepped aside and called his good friend Wang Yupeng. Brother Peng, help me, lend me 300 yuan. A life is at stake, hurry. Okay. After hanging up, Shinichi quickly received a 300 yuan transfer from Wang Yupeng. Handsome, would you like a box of this? So you don't have to buy such expensive medicine next time. Shinichi was about to scan the QR code to pay, when the saleswoman handed him another box of directs. This? Shinichi was so eager to escape the pharmacy that he didn't react for a moment. Little umbrella, stop the elves. The saleswoman chuckled and waved the small box in her hand. Shinichi, coming to his senses, scratched his head awkwardly. Okay, one box. He felt the saleswoman was right. Buying a box of this would save him from having to buy such expensive, last-minute fixes next time. 379 a box. That's ridiculously expensive. 428 total. The saleswoman quoted the price. Shinichi immediately scanned the QR code to pay and quickly left the pharmacy. When he reached the door, he let out a long sigh, wanting to put this embarrassing experience behind him. While in the pharmacy, Shinichi truly experienced what it felt like to be on pins and needles. The feeling was excruciating. Although she was greeted by a clerk, she felt as if all the employees were silently staring at her. Baby, what's wrong with you? Why is your forehead covered in sweat? Luo Yao, who had reunited with Shinichi, asked suspiciously. Nothing. Maybe I'm just a little nervous. Shinichi handed Luo Yao the expensive, last-minute medication he bought. They say it's the least harmful. Well, baby, you're incredibly brave. If it were me, I wouldn't even dare ask for it at the pharmacy. Luo Yao smiled and praised, giving her plenty of emotional value. Shinichi's face lit up at the compliment, seemingly forgetting his previous embarrassment. He puffed out his chest and said, "It's a small matter. Besides, you wouldn't ask a girl to do something like that." The Shin family. When Su Lokwat opened her eyes, it was already dark. Beside her, Shin Yenren was sound asleep. Afraid of waking her, Su Lokwat didn't move, instead staring at the ceiling, lost in thought. She didn't feel much sadness over Su Jingyi's death. The moment he tried to sell her out, the last shred of family affection she had felt was gone. Perhaps from the day her grandmother died, the very concept of family had vanished from her world. Now, Su Lokwat was thinking more about the future. Although her world was shattered, but Su Lokwat never drifted with the tide, always striving to patch it up. The world could be rotten. She couldn't. This gene must be ingrained in her. When she saw no hope, she would flip through her father's poetry collection. Even though her father had gone insane and was now in a mental hospital. But her father, Su Yunzhou, was once a brilliant poet. He loved life and the world, and most of the poems in his collection are full of positive energy. For example, Su Pipa's favorite is Morning Dewdrops. Morning Dewdrops. On a spider web. Weave the language of light. Each one, a complete universe. A butterfly lands. On last night's wound, wings gently fluttering. Pollen falls, covering every crack. I count the dandelion parachutes. They drift toward a more distant spring, in some unknown corner, taking root and sprouting. The wind passes through my fingers, bringing seeds from afar, and the faint sound of a song. Every time Su Pipa reads this little poem, she feels a vibrant vitality. There is hope and distance in this little poem. And these are what she yearns for most. Just as Su Lokwat was silently reciting her father's poem, Shin Yenren beside her turned over and slowly opened her eyes. "Lokwat, you're awake." Shin Yenren sat up in bed, stretched, and asked, "How was your sleep? Are you used to it?" "I slept incredibly well." Su Lokwat wasn't exaggerating. After waking, she felt refreshed, like a depleted battery recharged. "That's good." Shin Yenren smiled and said, "Our family is full of men, and it's great to have you as my companion. Didn't you say you wanted to work during the holidays? Well, this is great. We can go out together every day." Clearly, Shin Yenren wanted Su Lokwat to live in her house permanently. Su Piwa was naturally moved by her description of their living together, but she still interrupted Shin Yenren. "Yenren, I'm going back to my own place tomorrow." "Huh?" Shin Yenren was shocked. "Going home? Aren't you afraid?" "There's nothing to be afraid of." Su Piwa shook her head. "Before, I was home alone most of the time. You should talk to my dad about this, or you can stay for a few days first." 2 months of fighting side by side had fostered a comradeship between Shin Yenren and Su Piwa that went beyond ordinary friendship, so Shin Yenren had no objection to Su Piwa living in her home. In the living room, Shin Qiushan had just returned home. He had returned from Shin Xiangyu's visit. The college entrance exam was over, and of course, they both wanted to celebrate. Originally, this celebration was supposed to have taken place earlier, but Su Jingyu's situation had delayed it. With his stamina and strength increased to 90 points, Shin Qiushan had made amends to his old lover today. When he left Shin Xiangyu's house, she had already fallen asleep from exhaustion. After smoking a cigarette on the balcony, Shin Qiushan was about to return to his small room to check the data for his novel when Shin Ishio returned home. "Just back?" Seeing that this brat had been out for so long, Shin Qiushan instinctively frowned. "Yeah, I played a little too long," Shin Ishio said perfunctorily, and prepared to return to his room. "Wait a minute. A father knows his son best." Shin Qiushan noticed that his brat looked clearly off, and his right hand was constantly in his trouser pocket, a very unusual gesture. "What's wrong?" "I've been playing all day. I'm so sleepy." Shin Ishio acted impatient. "What's in your pocket?" Shin Qiushan asked with a stern face. "Huh? What?" Shin Ishio was horrified and quickly feigned ignorance. "Take it out." Shin Qiushan walked over and yanked Shin Ishio's hands from his pockets. The brat had tried to resist, but Shin Qiushan's strength was at 90 points, no match for Shin Ishio. Soon, the blue box caught Shin Qiushan's eye. "Dad, this?" Even though Shin Ishio was eloquent, he didn't know what to say. But to Shin Ishio's surprise, his father was surprisingly calm. "Come with me to the balcony." Luo Mimi's words at the medical beauty center had reminded him that now that the college entrance exam was over, Shin Ishio and Luo Yao would be spending more and more time together. Some things can't be avoided, for example, sex education. Parents in our country often shy away from discussing sex, but keeping silent is often the worst possible solution. Your silence could lead your child astray. So, Shin Qiushan had been planning a father-son private talk. Now was the perfect opportunity. Shinishu, head bowed, followed his father into the enclosed balcony. Once inside, his father locked the balcony door. This small gesture gave Shinishu a chill. Was his father about to unleash his long-in-use family rules? Shinishu's heart raced. However, his father's actions once again caught him by surprise. Shin Qiushan pulled out a cigarette and calmly asked, "You haven't learned to smoke, have you?" "No." Shinishu shook his head. It wasn't that he hadn't tried, but he hadn't learned. Half of the athletic students at school smoke. When everyone gets together, someone inevitably offers a cigarette, and a boy of Shinishu's age rarely refuses. They even think smoking is cool, a sign of rebellion, because both the school and parents forbid it, but Shinishu truly hasn't learned how to smoke, and he's not interested. That's good, keep it up. Smoking isn't a good habit. Shin Qiushan warned, then asked bluntly, "Have you had sex with Luo Yao?" This? Shinishu's face was doleful, and he scratched his head awkwardly. Shin Qiushan only had to glance at his reaction before he knew the answer. He continued, "This is perfectly normal. I don't blame you. Reproduction is an animal instinct, a natural instinct. Sex isn't something to be ashamed of, but it needs to happen at the right time, with the right person, and under proper protection. But you have to be responsible in everything you do. Once you've had sex, you have to be responsible for the girl. This doesn't mean you have to commit to her for life, but you need to care about her feelings and make sure she's not burdened. If she's afraid or worried, you need to be there for her and help her resolve it. Do you understand?" Chapter 108. "Dad, I understand." Shinishu nodded solemnly. He expected his father to lash out at him, but he was surprisingly open-minded. Not only didn't he blame him, he even gave him a lesson. "Dad, can you give me 300 yuan?" Seeing his father seemed in a good mood, Shinishu asked again weakly. What do you want the money for?" Shin Qiushan glanced at his son. To buy medicine. The kind that keep you from becoming a grandfather." Shinishu whispered back. "So you bought that for nothing?" Shin Qiushan tossed the box of directs back to his son. "I bought this later," Shinishu said with a doleful look. Shin Qiushan said nothing. He pulled out his phone and flashed 500 gold coins to his son. Then, with a serious expression he said, "Remember what I just told you. A man should be responsible and brave enough to shoulder his responsibilities, but that doesn't mean you should blindly make vows of love. Life is long and full of uncertainty. You meet all kinds of people in the future. It would be wonderful if you could stay together, but if one day you part ways, I hope you can have a clear conscience. Dad, Luo Yao, and I won't break up. We've already agreed to get married after graduation." Shinishu vowed. Shin Qiushan smiled but said nothing. That's the good thing about being young, you can say anything. There are examples of people going from school uniforms to wedding dresses, but the odds are extremely low. Based on Shin Qiushan's years of experience, the chances of his son and Luo Yao finally getting married are extremely low. One is an athlete, the other an art student. Once they enter university, they'd both be surrounded by countless temptations. Moreover, Luo Yao has a rather snobbish mother like Luo Mimi. Under her subtle influence, Luo Yao's consumption and value concepts will likely align with her mother's. Right now, Luo Yao's material desires are low, but once she enters university, things will be a whole different story. But many of Shin Qiushan's words are useless now. It's hard to teach people. Teaching things once is enough, and you learn them. In fact, experiencing some setbacks in relationships isn't necessarily a bad thing. Especially since Shinishu is still young, experiencing more setbacks, whether in love or other areas, will help him walk a more stable path in the future. Life is all about experience. Since you've only been here once, you should try to see different sights. Besides, Shin Qiushan has a backup plan. He can safely let Shinishu give it a try. In comparison, he even envied his own brat, who had such a powerful father. Looking back on my past, I've always had to shoulder the responsibility of taking the wrong path. After all, old Shin was just an ordinary worker, and the help he could offer was very limited. Thus, the children of wealthy families have a much higher tolerance for error than ordinary children. With the same entrepreneurial venture, a child from an ordinary family might be deeply in debt after a single failure, and it would take a long time, or even a lifetime, to recover. But for a child from a wealthy family, the experience of failure is merely a process of gaining experience. "Dad, are you and Teacher Chun in a relationship?" At this moment, Shinishu suddenly asked. Perhaps feeling that he and his father were close friends, he asked a question that had been bothering him for a long time. Shin Qiushan glanced at his son in surprise. He thought he kept the secret well. In the end, it hadn't escaped his son's notice. Your dad's so old, why would he be in a relationship? Teacher Chen and I are just good friends. Shin Qiushan replied flatly. Good friends? Dad, I understand. Shinichi nodded, silently sulking inwardly. What good friends? Just the legendary poker buddy, right? The adult world is so complicated. Shinichi actually had a good impression of Teacher Chen, his homeroom teacher, and he wouldn't be against her becoming his stepmother. But since his father hadn't acknowledged his relationship with Shin Xiangyu, he didn't ask any further questions. Father and son walked out onto the balcony. Shin Yanran and Su Piba also left the room. Dad, what are we having for dinner? Shin Yanran asked, rubbing her stomach. What do you want to eat? Shin Qiushan asked back. I want to eat a lot. Can you eat whatever you want? Shin Yanran's eyes lit up slightly. Unlike Shinixiao, she focused most of her energy on dating. Shin Yanran didn't have anyone she was attracted to at the moment, so naturally, she had no desire for a relationship. She focused most of her energy on food and exploring the internet, which she hadn't used much before. How's the barbecue at the entrance to the community? Shin Qiushan asked. Great. Shin Yanran nodded repeatedly. How about loquat? Shin Qiushan asked Su Pipa's opinion again. I'm fine with anything. Su Pipa had never been picky about food, he actually loved meat. Since his grandmother passed away, eating meat had become a luxury. It was only in the last 2 months that her meat intake returned to normal. Let's go! Let's go have barbecue. Shin Qiushan waved his hand, then nodded at Shinichio. Go downstairs and call your grandfather and aunt. Okay, I go back to my room and change. Shinichi replied, then quickly returned to her room. Barbecue and change clothes. Shinixiao, hurry up, I'm starving. Shin Yanran curled her lips. Of course, she had no idea that her brother was putting away his raincoat under the guise of changing clothes. Let's just go. Order first when we get there. Shin Qiushan waved his hand and left the house first, leading Shin Yanran and Su Piba. Dad, have you really gotten rich lately? Why are you spending so lavishly? After going downstairs, Shin Yanran approached her father and said. Shin Yanran knew her family's financial situation. Her father used to spend every penny carefully. But lately, he's been eating hot pot and barbecue on a whim, with each meal costing hundreds, even thousands of yuan. Shin Yanran was a little flustered by the speed at which her father was spending. Didn't I tell you before? I'm indeed rich. But back then, you and Xiao Xiao were still preparing for the college entrance exams, and I didn't want external factors to affect your studies. Now I can be frank with you. Shin Qiushan shrugged lightly. Stop pretending. Your father is actually a famous online writer. Huh? Online writer? Shin Yanran's beautiful eyes widened as she stared at her father in astonishment. She simply couldn't connect the words writer and her father. Su Piwa was naturally surprised, but her little brain raced, quickly naming the novel, I Really Didn't Want to Be Reborn. Uncle Shin, you wrote this book, didn't you? Huh? How did you know? Shin Qiushan asked curiously. He had previously only told Lin Xiaomo about his novel, but later the entire Lin family knew about it. But he had intentionally kept it a secret from Shin Yanran, Shinixiao, and Su Piwa's group. Principal Lin has always been interested in this novel. I've stumbled across it twice. Su Piwa was shocked the first time she discovered that Lin Xiaomo, the cold and beautiful principal, was actually reading online novels. This completely contradicted her image of Lin Xiaomo, and she was both surprised and deeply impressed. So, when Shin Qiushan revealed that he wrote online novels, the case was solved. Because it was Shin Qiushan's novel, Lin Xiaomo was interested. However, after reaching this conclusion, Su Piwa's eyes suddenly dimmed beneath her mushroom-shaped head. Over the past 2 months, she had clearly sensed that the aloof Principal Lin seemed deeply concerned for Shin Qiushan. It was a concern that seemed careless, aloof on the outside. Due to her upbringing, Su Piwa was more sensitive and attentive. Shin Yanran and Shinichi both had carefree personalities. What they couldn't see, Su Piwa couldn't hide from their eyes. Although Lin Xiaomo and her uncle Shin were superficially just relatives, they were both single and cared for each other. If their current relationship took another step forward, it would undergo a qualitative change. Huh? Second aunt knew all along? You didn't even tell me. Shin Yanran felt like she'd been backstabbed. She always thought her relationship with second aunt Lin Xiaomo was much better than her father's. And yet, they were keeping a secret from her. Loquat, tell me the name of the novel again. Shin Yanran turned to look at Su Loquat again, then casually opened the app store on her phone. Dad, which app can I read it on? Penguin novels. But this book isn't for you. Shin Qiushan replied, adding, well, you could read it. If you meet a scumbag like the protagonist, you'd be able to spot one. Loquat, you should read it too. Once you get to college, if you meet a guy like the protagonist in the novel, stay away from him. Shin Qiushan suddenly felt that the novel he was currently serializing could be a useful guide to avoiding scumbags for girls. Wow, this novel seems to be really popular. Dad, how much money have you made? Shin Yanran quickly downloaded the Penguin novel app and found the novel her father was writing. A few $100,000. Shin Qiushan replied casually. Ah, so much. Shin Yanran explained, then affectionately put her arm around her father's arm. Dad, now that you're rich, can you upgrade my phone? Shin Yanran's phone was her aunt's old one, and it was very slow. But given her family's limited financial resources, she had previously been too embarrassed to even broach the subject of a new phone. But now the situation was different. Dad had made a fortune. A new phone wasn't too much to ask, was it? Chapter 109. Buy it tomorrow. Shin Qiushan replied with a domineering tone. If his daughter were still in high school, there would be no need to buy her an expensive phone, it would be a complete waste. But things are different once she enters college. Today's universities are no longer so-called ivory towers, but rather miniature small societies. Whatever the current social climate is, it's likely to be the same in college. Although Shin Qiushan doesn't advocate comparison, the reality is that it's rampant in college. From teachers to students, such sentiments are everywhere. Even the classroom has become a stage for some teachers to show off. They constantly boast about how awesome their husbands, or wives, are, where their children are studying abroad, and how excellent their grades are. Even teachers are like this, let alone adolescent college students. If you own a Redmi phone worth a few hundred yuan, you're likely to be looked down upon by your classmates. If you really don't have the means, then forget it. Now that he has the means to provide his child with a better material foundation, Shin Qiushan naturally won't let his own child feel inferior. He doesn't seek to outdo other children, he simply hopes his own child won't feel inferior due to material disparity. I believe this is also the sentiment of most parents. Really? Yeah. Love you, Dad. Shin Yanran excitedly made a heart shape with her fingers. Although she was sensible, she was still just an 18-year-old girl. When she heard she was finally getting a new phone, she was naturally overjoyed. Shin Qiushan smiled and patted his daughter on the shoulder. What parent doesn't want the best for their children? He didn't have the means before, but now that he does, Shin Qiushan certainly won't be stingy. Supiwa, standing beside the father and daughter, was filled with envy, her father's image involuntarily springing to mind. Supiwa often visited the Sanjiang City Second Mental Hospital, where her father was hospitalized. But because visits required advance reservations, and were only open on fixed dates, Supiwa spent most of her time standing outside the iron-fenced courtyard. Occasionally, on a lucky day, she could see her father taking a walk in the yard. However, her father didn't recognize her at all, nor did he know who she was. Even when their eyes met, his gaze was filled with confusion and doubt. As for paternal love, she had naturally never experienced it. Piwa, you come with me tomorrow. Just as Supiwa was reminiscing about the few times she had met her father, Shin Qiushan's voice suddenly rang in her ears. Uncle Shin, I'm going home tomorrow. Supiwa was stunned for a moment, then whispered. Why rush home? Stay with Yanran for 2 days first. Shin Qiushan reached out and rubbed Supiwa's little mushroom head. Shin Qiushan did this often. Firstly, there was a significant height difference between them, so he could easily reach out and touch it. Secondly, Supiwa's little mushroom head was so adorable that it felt like petting a cat. Not only did Shin Qiushan rub it intentionally or unintentionally, but Supiwa's only 2 female friends, Zhao Dongmei and Shin Yanran, did the same. But as the one being rubbed, Supiwa was actually somewhat resistant. Whenever she was touched like this, she felt like a real kitten. Still a homeless stray cat, but Shin Qiushan's large hand rubbing her head felt different, giving her an inexplicable sense of belonging. It was like being promoted from a stray cat to a house cat. She didn't have the courage to refute Shin Qiushan, or perhaps, deep down, she actually wanted to continue living in the Shin family. Being with the Shin family made her feel like she had a family of her own. The barbecue restaurant at the entrance to the community was one of those fly-in-the-sky restaurants, small, with only 5 or 6 tables inside. But now, in summer, there were more than a dozen tables set up outside. In fact, these small restaurants have a more down-to-earth feel and better represent the lives of ordinary people in the city. The whole family's meal cost over 300 yuan, less than 50 yuan per person. Shin Qiushan, old Shin, and Zheng Yi each had 2 bottles of beer, making it quite affordable. The next morning, Shen Yanran got up early. Shen Yixu was just as energetic as she was. They were both incredibly excited about buying a new phone today. Shen Qiushan, who had been hoping to sleep in, was practically dragged out of bed by the two of them. What's the rush, you two? The mall doesn't open until 10. Shen Qiushan was speechless, yawning and complaining. Dad, can we invite second aunt along? I think second aunt has better taste, Shen Yanran suggested. Yeah, I think so too. Shen Yixu nodded in agreement. It was a rare moment for the siblings to agree. Then contact her yourselves. Shen Qiushan stretched. If she agrees, I'm fine with that. Then I call second aunt right now. Shen Yanran happily called Lin Xiaomo. After asking about the situation, Lin Xiaomo happily agreed. Today was the weekend, and she had been planning to go out for a bit, lest her mother drag her on another blind date, around 9:30. Lin Xiaomo parked the car downstairs of Shen Qiushan's house with familiarity. A moment later, the Shen family, father and son and daughter, and Su Piwa walked out of the apartment together. Shen Yanran and Shen Yixu had carefully selected their clothes, but Su Piwa remained in her baggy school uniform. It wasn't that Su Piwa didn't have any other clothes, but she had them all at home, and her clothes were indeed a bit tight. It was mainly because she was a bit overgrown, so the length of her clothes, whether she was tall or short or thin, wasn't a problem, but the area below her neck and above her waist always looked particularly awkward, inevitably becoming the focus of everyone's attention. This made Su Piwa feel uncomfortable, as if she were dressed but not. On the contrary, the loose school uniform made her feel more comfortable. Shen Qiushan took the passenger seat, and the 3 children settled in the back, leaving Lin Xiaomo's Audi perfectly full. Today, the aloof second sister-in-law was dressed casually, a beige t-shirt, simple jeans, and white sneakers. This outfit was a stark contrast to her usual school attire, making her look more approachable. But her figure remained as exaggerated as ever. Though the t-shirt was loose, the seatbelt accentuated the peaks of her figure. Shen Qiushan, sitting in the passenger seat, couldn't help but focus his gaze, and Su Shi's inscription on the wall of the West Forest came to mind. What a beautiful poem. The sun was shining brightly, and Lin Xiaomo was wearing a pair of oversized sunglasses that almost obscured half her face. Shen Qiushan couldn't see her eyes, but Lin Xiaomo could sense them. Since Shen Qiushan often sat in the passenger seat, similar situations had occurred more than once. Lin Xiaomo knew her figure was extremely attractive to men, so she tried to choose looser clothing to avoid unnecessary hassles. At this moment, feeling Shen Qiushan's rather aggressive gaze, Lin Xiaomo subconsciously frowned, her emotions a bit mixed. Judging from Shen Qiushan's reaction, she was also very attracted to him. But the problem was, he was her brother-in-law. Their relationship was awkward. Lin Xiaomo slammed on the accelerator, shattering her complex emotions into the roar of the engine. Yuexiong City. One of Sanjiang City's most famous shopping malls. Most international luxury brands are represented. It's a high-end mall. When the group arrived, the mall had just opened and there were few customers. Dad, what's our budget? The first floor of the mall, besides luxury brands, was filled with electronics and new energy vehicles. At this moment, Shen Yanran had an Apple store to her left, a Huawei Experience Center to her right, and a Xiaomi phone store in front of her left. That depends on what kind of phone you like. Ever since becoming wealthy, Shen Qiushan hadn't been on a lavish spending spree. Before coming here today, he already decided he had to spend big. Otherwise, he'd be letting Brother Tonzi down. After all, I'm a hacker myself, so why not show off my wealth? I like Apple, Shen Yanran said without hesitation. Although domestic brands have been doing better and better in recent years, Apple still dominates among students and young women. In their eyes, Apple remains a symbol of luxury. However, a more dramatic scene often occurs in the club. The actors are almost all Apple, while the big spenders mostly use Huawei. A foldable screen is standard, and recently a trifold has been added. But Shen Qiushan doesn't interfere with his children's choices. Ages are their own. Buy what they like. It's just a phone, no need to make a big deal about it. Dad, how about the iPhone 16 Pro? Shen Yanran asked, blinking her eyes expectantly. Of course. Shen Qiushan shrugged gently. As long as you like it. Of course I do. Shen Yanran replied with a grin, then headed straight for the Apple store on the left. Shen Yixiao, whose thoughts were similar, followed at a brisk pace. The siblings, once again, agreed on a rare matter. They each chose an iPhone 16 Pro. Shen Yanran chose white, while Shen Yixu chose black. From entering the store to choosing a phone, It took them less than 10 minutes. It was clear they had already made up their minds before arriving. The Gaokao had been over for a few days, and quite a few parents had brought their children in to buy phones. The salesperson was no stranger to seeing Shin Qiushan and his friends together. What surprised the salesperson, however, was that Lin Xiaomo, the mother, was not only young but also incredibly beautiful. But then again, Shin Qiushan, the father, was also incredibly young and handsome. I can only say, this whole family is incredibly good looking. Where's mom? Want to upgrade your phone too? It won't cost much. After Shin Yanran and Shin Yishi chose their phones, the saleswoman smiled at Lin Xiaomo again. Lin Xiaomo was holding her iPhone 14 Pro. Apple stores offer trade-ins. You can get the latest model for a small price. The saleswoman was naturally hoping to make a profit. But her question, "Where's mom?" stunned everyone present. After a moment's pause, Shin Yanran was the first to laugh. "Sister, this is my second aunt. Not my mom." Shinichi teased, "Sister, my second aunt is only 31. How could she have children our age?" Chapter 110. Huh? I'm so sorry. I thought you two were a couple. Your looks are such a perfect match. I even overlooked the lady's age. The saleswoman quickly explained, then said I'm sorry twice in quick succession. Lin Xiaomo, having been mismatched, felt a little embarrassed. She subconsciously glanced at Shin Qiushan, who seemed indifferent. "Miss, do you think you should upgrade your phone too?" The saleswoman, still unwilling to give up the opportunity to boost sales, continued to ask tentatively. "No need to upgrade." Without waiting for Lin Xiaomo's response, Shin Qiushan waved his hand, pointing to the 16 Pro on the counter and saying, "I want 4 of these 512 GB phones." 4. The saleswoman's eyes lit up, and she nodded quickly. "Yes, sir. I go get the invoice." "What colors would you like for the other 2? Loquat, what color do you prefer?" Shin Qiushan turned to look at Su Loquat, who was practically standing outside the store. A phone costing tens of thousands of yuan was far beyond Su Loquat's reach. Although the little girl felt a little envious, she had grown accustomed to the fact that others had it while she didn't. Thus, she was very good at self-discipline. Whenever she encountered similar situations, she would tell herself that she would buy it for herself when she grew up and made money. But what the little girl didn't know was that the joy of possession would gradually fade and disappear with time and age. For example, when you were 5 years old, you liked a certain toy very much, but when you were 25, that toy had become boring to you. As a child, Shin Qiushan loved playing the Super video game console, but old Shin forbade him because he thought it would interfere with his studies. Once he made some money, Shin Qiushan immediately bought a Super. However, once he could freely play with the controller, he discovered that the games he once been so obsessed with weren't as fun anymore. He abandoned the Super console, gathering dust in a corner. Su Pipa probably wouldn't have understood this at the time. Even though she was sensible and intelligent, some things can only be understood through personal experience. However, when Shin Qiushan asked, the clever little mushroom head understood that he wanted to give her a cell phone. "Uncle Shin, Before Su Pihua could even say no, Shin Qiushan interrupted her. "How about you go white too, the same color as Yanran? This white suits you girls very well. Momo, how about you? White too." Shin Qiushan looked at Lin Xiaomo again. During the final 2 months of the Gaokao sprint, this second sister-in-law had done a fantastic job supporting the logistics. Not only did she buy lunch, water, and fruit almost every day, but she also later took on the responsibility of picking him up and dropping him off in the morning and evening. Now that the Gaokao was over, Shin Qiushan thought it was reasonable to give this second sister-in-law a cell phone. Even this cell phone alone was actually quite cheap. During those 2 months of sprinting, Lin Xiaomo had invested not only energy but also money. Gold. Lin Xiaomo probably guessed Shin Qiushan's thoughts. Plus, since her brother-in-law was now quite wealthy, a cell phone was within his means, so she didn't hesitate. 2 white, 1 black, and 1 gold, then. Shin Qiushan waved at the saleswoman, signaling her to go ahead and issue the receipt. "Okay, sir. Please check out." The saleswoman was naturally thrilled to have sold 4 phones in one sitting. Shin Qiushan, in turn, felt like a wealthy man. For phones cost nearly 40,000 yuan. "Dad, aren't you going to get a new phone?" Shin Yanran's cotton-padded jacket, though occasionally leaky, was generally warm enough. As she played with her new phone, she thought of her father. "Me?" Shin Qiushan stroked his chin and glanced at the Huawei Experience store across the street. "Just buy one of the 3 folding phones and try it out." Shin Yanran and Shin Yixiao, brother and sister, were stunned for a moment, Then a speechless expression crossed their faces. The two had assumed their father was reluctant to upgrade, but they never expected he'd buy an even more expensive one. A threefold phone costs over 20,000 yuan. Shin Qiushan shrugged disapprovingly. You were so hyped up before, I like to see what's going on. Transferring the data from the old phone to the new one takes some time, especially since Lin Xiaomo's phone has quite a bit of data, so it would take even longer. Shin Qiushan simply wandered over to the Huawei Experience Center across the street. Sir, would you like to see a phone? A female salesperson greeted him enthusiastically. She noticed Shin Qiushan was coming from the other side, so this type of customer was a high-profile one, so naturally, she had to be more courteous. Luckily, she didn't know Shin Qiushan had already bought 4 phones across the street, otherwise, she probably wouldn't have been so polite. Let me take a look at your trifold phone. Okay, sir. Follow me. The saleswoman smiled. The commission for selling a more expensive phone was naturally higher. As she led Shin Qiushan to the counter, she silently sighed, I truly have a keen eye. Not only is this a highly sought-after customer, but a major one too. Across the street, inside the Apple store, Shin Yanran and Shin Ishi beamed with excitement. For kids like them, owning a new phone was enough to keep them excited for days. Standing nearby, Su Piwa carefully held the phone, worth her entire savings, feeling somewhat bewildered. She had never owned a phone before, or more accurately, a true smartphone. She had left behind a phone when her grandmother passed away, but it was years old and only capable of making and receiving calls, with a terrible internet connection. Su Piwa didn't have any extra money to pay her phone bill, so she simply cancelled her SIM card. Loquat, you don't have a SIM card yet, do you? You can get one at the store outside. I go with you. Lin Xiaomon noticed Su Loquat's state and offered. Thank you, Principal Lin. Su Loquat was, after all, just a little girl under 18, so she naturally loved the phone Uncle Shin had given her. She even treasured it. But without a SIM card, while the store had Wi-Fi, it was fine. Once she left, the phone would become just a decoration. There was a China Unicom store outside the mall, and Su Loquat chose a 29 yuan per month plan, the cheapest of all. She carefully selected a phone number she liked. This little mushroom-headed girl was lucky. One of the numbers she chose ended with her birthday. 1025. And just like that, Su Loquat had her first phone, and her first number that truly belonged to her. The two returned to the mall. The data had been transferred. Shin Yanran and Shin Yixiao, brother and sister, were sitting in the lounge area of the Apple iPhone Experience store, fiddling with their new phones. Loquat, sign up for WeChat first. Let's add each other as friends. Seeing Su Loquat and second Aunt Lin Xiaomo return, Shin Yanran immediately approached with a smile. Yeah. Su Loquat nodded, and immediately registered a WeChat account under Shin Yanran's guidance. She hesitated briefly when choosing a name, then typed in the words dandelion seeds. Loquat, dandelion seeds. Does it have any special meaning? Shin Yanran asked curiously. I just picked it up. Su Loquat shook his head slightly. This online name certainly has a meaning, but Su Loquat was too embarrassed to explain it in detail to Shin Yanran. Because Su Loquat felt that her current state was similar to that of a dandelion seed. Alone, drifting on the wind. The EQ savvy would say she was free, but in reality, without any family, she was simply drifting alone in this world. But beyond this sense of wandering, Su Loquat also hoped to be as resilient as a dandelion, able to thrive wildly in this strange world, possessing the most tenacious vitality. At the same time, the word seed also means taking root, symbolizing hope and new life. One can only say that Su Pipa, with her mushroom-headed face, is worthy of being the daughter of a poet. Her casually chosen online nickname holds a wealth of meanings that are inscrutable to outsiders. Su Pipa, now with WeChat, added Shin Yanran, Shin Yixiao, and Lin Xiaomo as friends. Then, the four of them went to the Huawei Experience Center across the street. After searching the phone section, they couldn't find Shin Qiushan. Here. Just as the four were puzzled, Shin Qiushan poked his head out of the Wenjia M9 displayed in the showroom. He was sitting in the driver's seat, listening intently to the saleswoman in the passenger seat. Dad, you're not buying a car, are you? Shin Yixiao was the first to approach. After all, he was a boy, and he was more interested in cars. What do you think of this car? Shin Qiushan gently patted the steering wheel. Of course this car is awesome. Shin Yixiao opened the back door and climbed in, beaming with joy. Dad, can you afford this? Mr. Shin, this is your son, right? You two look so alike, both so handsome. The saleswoman in the passenger seat complimented him with a smile, then turned to Shin Yixiao and said, Handsome boy, We're currently offering a 3-year interest-free loan. It's a great deal. For a family like yours, buying this car is a no-brainer. Mr. Shen, what do you think? The saleswoman looked at Shen Qiushan again. This young man had just entered the store and bought a trifold phone. He must have considerable financial resources. After all, ordinary people wouldn't buy a phone that costs over 20,000 yuan. Thus, in the saleswoman's eyes, Shen Qiushan was definitely a potential customer who could afford it. By then, Lin Xiaomao and Shen Yanren had also walked over. Shen Qiushan didn't respond to the saleswoman, but instead solicited their opinions. What do you think of this car? It's very good. It looks very handsome. Shen Yanren walked around the M9 and nodded with satisfaction. Lin Xiaomao frowned slightly. She knew the price of the M9. The most expensive version was 569,800 yuan. This price was beyond the reach of ordinary people. She knew Shen Qiushan had made a lot of money writing novels, but in her opinion, with his current financial resources, he shouldn't have bought such an expensive car. Buying a car worth over 500,000 yuan after just making a little money was clearly a bit of a stretch. It's a good car. Lin Xiaomao nodded, initially approving of the car. She then wanted to discuss the price with Shen Qiushan. Before she could finish her words, Shen Qiushan patted the steering wheel with a smug look on his face. That's it. Beauty, get the ticket. Chapter 111. Okay. Brother Shen, follow me. Shen Qiushan made the final decision, and the female salesperson in the passenger seat was thrilled. The Wenjia M9 was once quite popular, but its popularity has cooled considerably. After all, the price is too high. A car in the 500,000 yuan range is beyond the reach of most people. Don't think a million yuan annual salary is just a basic thing online, but in reality, earning a million yuan is definitely a rare talent. Last year, the average annual income in my country was only 41,314 yuan, according to the National Wealth Report. The number of people with an annual salary exceeding 1 million yuan is approximately 700,000 yuan. Of course, this data isn't completely accurate, as the wealth of many people isn't included, but the discrepancy isn't significant. The base number of 1.4 billion yuan only represents 700,000 to 800,000 people with annual salaries exceeding 1 million yuan. So, you can imagine how valuable a million yuan annual salary is. Many people might still look down on cars in the 500,000 yuan range online, but in reality, those who disdain them would likely have to pay installments to buy a used car for 50,000 yuan. Shen Qiushan followed the saleswoman to sign the contract and complete the paperwork. Shen Yixiao, who was sitting in the car, and Lin Xiaomao and Shen Yanran, who were standing next to the car, were all bewildered. Shen Yanran, did our dad really go buy a car? Did I hear correctly? Shen Yixiao looked at Shen Yanran, who was standing outside the car, in disbelief. It seems so. Shen Yanran nodded, also finding this unbelievable. This is a car, not a phone. Just buy it like that. Lin Xiaomao, choking on the second half of her sentence, silently grumbled, what a nouveau riche. She thought back to Su Piwa's WeChat name choice, and immediately opened her own WeChat account, and changed Shen Qiushan's description to AAA nouveau riche old Shen. This was Lin Xiaomao's way of expressing her disapproval of Shen Qiushan's disobedience. However, she herself probably didn't realize why she added AAA. So, our family has a car. Shen Yanran, regaining her composure, cheered excitedly, then opened the driver's door and climbed in. Wow, this car's interior looks really high-tech. Shen Yanran knew nothing about cars, but now the situation was different. This was their car, so naturally, it was pleasing to the eye. Forget the M9, even if it was a Yachty, they still praise its fuel efficiency. Homemade things always have advantages. Shen Yanran, you really got it right this time. This car has a lot of advanced technology. Shen Yixiao said with a smug look on his face. Boys are always knowledgeable about cars, especially athletes like them. When they're bored during training, they often chat about whose car is the coolest. Shen Yixiao, do you know how much this car costs? Shen Yanran asked, stroking the steering wheel. It seems to be around 200,000 or 300,000. Shen Yixiao only knew that domestically produced new energy vehicles have been very popular in the past 2 years, but he had no idea how much this car cost. 200,000 or 300,000. That's expensive. That's almost as much as my second aunt's Audi. Shen Yanran sighed. Overhearing the two children's conversation, Lin Xiaomao decided to step in and explain. She rested a hand on the roof of the car and said to Shen Yanran, this car is worth more than 200,000 or 300,000 yuan. It could buy 2 of my cars. If nothing unexpected happens, your father must have drained all his savings. Lin Xiaomo didn't know Shen Qiushan's exact income, but she estimated it to be around 500,000 or 600,000 yuan at most. He already bought 4 iPhones and a Huawei trifold. And now he bought an M9. He probably spent most of his royalties. Huh? So expensive. Shen Yanran was shocked. Although she didn't know much about cars, she knew her second aunt's car cost around 270,000 or 280,000 yuan. Now, Lin Xiaomo was saying that the car her father bought could buy 2 of her autos. Wouldn't that mean 500,000 or 600,000 yuan? Although her father, Shen Qiushan, claimed to make money writing novels, Shen Yanran believed it was probably only 200,000 or 300,000 yuan, or 300,000 or 400,000 yuan. So, his father had spent 500,000 or 600,000 yuan on a car. It was simply outrageous. In the past, it would have been unthinkable. Listening to the 3 people's conversation, Su Pipa, who had been standing silently nearby, suddenly lit up. The little mushroom head's main concern was the fact that Shen Qiushan had made a fortune writing novels. When Su Pipa first learned that Uncle Shen was writing novels, she hadn't thought much about it, but now her mind suddenly opened up. The barrier to entry for writing online novels was very low. Besides, Su Pipa was very good at Chinese, and had a strong writing ability. She felt she could give it a try. However, Su Pipa had no knowledge of online novels at the moment. She knew that if she wanted to work in a certain industry, she had to first understand it. She couldn't just rush in blindly. So, she quickly made a plan for herself. Read the book first, understand the reader's preferences. This is like doing market research. Only by understanding the needs can you produce products based on them. Writing a book, especially a commercial online novel, is essentially the same as manufacturing a product in a factory. Before today, Su Pipa would have faced obstacles in conducting market research because she lacked a smartphone. But now, the conditions are met. Uncle Shen just happened to give her a phone, and even Shen Qiushan himself didn't know that this phone held extraordinary significance for Su Pipa. In the VIP reception room, Shen Qiushan quickly signed the contract and paid the money. Next came the license plate and insurance. The store had a dedicated person to help with these procedures. This process took 2 to 3 hours. Shen Qiushan asked Lin Xiaomo to take the 3 children shopping for clothes and generously transferred 20,000 yuan to Lin Xiaomo, claiming it was for clothing expenses. You didn't spend all your royalties, did you? Lin Xiaomo pulled Shen Qiushan aside and whispered. How could that be possible? I don't seem that reckless. Shen Qiushan shrugged with a carefree expression. He knew his lavish spending today had frightened his second sister-in-law, who was worried about his extravagance. To reassure his second sister-in-law, Shen Qiushan opened the Penguin Writer Assistant app. He displayed his royalty income. The data here was very detailed, showing income from tips, subscriptions, and channel revenue. Yesterday's subscription income showed 17,325 yuan. The previous day's subscription revenue was 17,130 yuan. Looking at the detailed income, Lin Xiaomo's delicate lips parted slightly, a look of shock crossing her delicate face. That's daily income. That means over 17,000 yuan a day. Calculated this way, that's over 500,000 yuan a month. In other words, the M9 Shen Qiushan bought was only his monthly income. This. Lin Xiaomo's slender eyebrows raised slightly. This income was a bit overwhelming. She had never imagined that she could earn over 500,000 yuan a month just by writing online novels. Thinking about her own salary, after a busy month, it seemed less than Shen Qiushan's daily income. For a moment, Lin Xiaomo was truly shocked. She was a graduate student at Sanjiang University after all. How could she not earn as much as Shen Qiushan, a high school graduate? Are you not worried anymore now? Shen Qiushan asked with a smile, putting away his phone. Lin Xiaomo said nothing, silently opening WeChat and clicking Receive Payment. Then, she left the Huawei Experience Center with her 3 children. Second aunt, where are we going? Shen Yixia asked suspiciously, still thinking about accompanying his father to pick up the car later. I take you clothes shopping. Except for those luxury brands, take whatever you want. After seeing Shen Qiushan's income, Lin Xiaomo no longer felt any psychological burden. Including tips, channels, and other income, Shen Qiushan could earn around 20,000 yuan a day. There was really no need to save these small amounts. Really? Shen Yanran's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. As a girl, what girl doesn't love beauty? While Shen Yanran wasn't short of clothes, her clothes were actually quite cheap. The more expensive pieces in her wardrobe were all bought for her by her second aunt Lin Xiaomo, or her grandmother Chen Qingzhu. Of course it's true. But it was all your dad's money, Lin Xiaomo replied as they walked. If I hadn't known he made his money writing novels, I have suspected my dad won the lottery. Shen Yanran sighed, then smiled and pointed to the Fila store on the second floor. Aunt, I want to go look at their shoes. Let's go! Lin Xiaomo nodded, and immediately began shopping with her 3 children. Su Piwa actually wanted to avoid this kind of thing, but Lin Xiaomo didn't give her a chance, holding her hand almost the entire time. In the end, Lin Xiaomo still forced Su Piwa into buying 2 sets of clothes. One set was a Nike tracksuit, the other a pair of jeans and a t-shirt from a trendy brand. While buying clothes for Su Piwa, Lin Xiaomo realized that the little girl's size was almost the same as hers. What surprised her even more was that the little girl wasn't wearing a bra underneath, she was wearing one of those old-fashioned crop tank tops. To be able to look so graceful in such a tank top completely defies the laws of physics. It was simply unbelievable. The 4 of them shopped for almost 3 hours, and the only male, Shen Yixiao, was reduced to a laborer. Later, whenever Lin Xiaomo and Shen Yanran entered a store, he would head straight for the rest area. So exhausted, Shen Yixiao thought back, he had never been this exhausted even during training. Fortunately, the car pickup process went pretty quickly with Dad. Just when Shen Yixiao was about to give up, he called and told everyone to head directly to the mall's underground parking lot. Shen Yixiao instantly revived, carrying 7 or 8 shopping bags and heading straight for the elevator. Once in the parking lot, Shen Qiushan showed off the new car's intelligent voice control. Xiaoyi, Xiaoyi, open the trunk. The trunk slowly opened with Shen Qiushan's voice. Shen Yixiao stuffed all the shopping bags into the trunk and eagerly got in. He complained to his father, Dad, I won't go shopping with them next time. It's more tiring than training. Shen Qiushan smiled. What if Luo Yao asked you to go shopping with her? Shen Yixiao paused for a moment, then replied, Of course. The father and son's conversation happened to fall into the ears of Shen Yanran, who had just gotten into the car. She immediately complained, Shen Yixiao, in your heart, your girlfriend is more important than your sister and your second aunt, right? Shen Yixiao curled her lips. Shen Yanran, please don't bring your second aunt along. Only you. Of course Luo Yao is more important than you. TSK, Shen Yanran rolled her eyes and retorted, When I get a boyfriend, he'd be 10,000 times more important than you. The siblings began their usual banter. Su Biwa quietly took the back seat between them. The M9 Shen Qiushan had bought was the 6-seater extended range version. 6 seats were chosen for greater convenience for family use, and the extended range version offered less range anxiety. Shen Yanran and Shen Yixiao were currently sitting in the second row. After Su Biwa got in, he moved between them and sat in the third row. Long accustomed to the siblings bickering, Su Biwa wasn't bothered by it at all. She quietly opened her phone's memo and wrote down the words account book. Then she started a new line. 1. Apple phone, 9,788 yuan. 2. Nike sportswear, 569 yuan. 3. Jeans and t-shirt, 458 yuan. 4. Underwear, 199 yuan. Chapter 112. Su Piwa never intended to get something for free. Although Shen Qiushan said this was to thank her for her hard work over the past 2 months, Su Piwa disagreed. She had already received the tuition fees, and shouldn't ask for anything more. So, she would keep a detailed record of these gifts, and return them when she earned money. The next day, at Su Piwa's insistence, Shen Qiushan sent her home. Although living in the Shen family was comfortable, and everyone treated her well, Su Piwa still felt like a dependent. Besides, time was precious for her, and Su Piwa had to hurry to find a part-time job. Standing in the old house, Shen Qiushan looked around. Because Su Jingyi was addicted to gambling, he had lost all the valuables in the house. Therefore, Su Piwa's home could truly be described as bare. However, Su Loquat's bedroom was immaculately clean, while Su Jingyi's room was a stark contrast. Currently, the bedding was scattered across the bed. Shouldn't we deal with these things? Shen Qiushan asked, standing at the doorway of Su Jingyi's bedroom, pointing at the items inside. Yeah. Su Loquat nodded. There's a garbage dump at the back of the alley. Just throw these things there. Let's do it together. Shen Qiushan and Su Loquat immediately packed up Su Jingyi's belongings and threw them into the garbage dump. Uncle Shen, thank you, Su Loquat said earnestly on the way back to the courtyard. Shen Qiushan smiled and waved his hand. I also want to thank you for your unreserved guidance of Yanran and Xiao Xiao. You should be credited with their significant improvement in grades. Su Piwa shook his small mushroom head gently. They're really hardworking and smart. Shin Qiushan didn't argue. He knew his children well. Shin Yanran and Shin Yixia's average academic performance wasn't necessarily because they were stupid. On the contrary, both children inherited some of the Lin family's academic prowess and were actually quite bright. It was just that neither had previously focused their attention on studying. "Uncle Shin, can you go somewhere with me?" Just as Shin Qiushan was about to leave, Su Pipa, who had been struggling for a long time, suddenly spoke up. "Where?" Shin Qiushan asked curiously. "Visitors are open at the mental hospital from 2 to 4 o'clock this afternoon. I want to tell Dad that Grandpa is gone," Su Pipa said, his head lowered. "No problem." Shin Qiushan agreed immediately. He didn't have much else to do that afternoon anyway. "Uncle Shin, wait a moment. I go change my clothes first." With that, Su Pipa returned to his room. Shin Qiushan smoked a cigarette in the courtyard. Although this was an urban village surrounded by tall buildings, having an independent courtyard was still a rare treat. Currently, the courtyard looked dilapidated from long periods of neglect. If it were tidied up, it could be quite nice, perhaps a place to barbecue or set up a tent to cool off. Just as Shin Qiushan was thinking about renovating the courtyard when he had time, Su Pipa, having changed his clothes, emerged from the house. She was wearing the Nike tracksuit Lin Xiaomao had picked out for her yesterday, both the pants and top both light gray. This kind of tracksuit is supposed to feel loose. But on Su Pipa, the tracksuit pants certainly felt loose. But her top was bulging, as if two ferocious beasts were hidden within. The zipper, pulled all the way up by Su Pipa, seemed ready to burst. This kid. Why does she seem to have gained weight again? Although Su Pipa wore a baggy school uniform all day, when Shin Qiushan paid her tuition, she had made a breast-enhancing move. Besides, they were together every day, so Shin Qiushan knew that this mushroom-headed girl had a proud figure. But this was the first time he had seen Su Pipa in anything other than her school uniform, and the visual impact was completely different. Most importantly, the tracksuit Lin Xiaomao had chosen for her was already relatively concealing. Even so, her advantages were still so striking. One could only say that some things were truly innate. Feeling Shin Qiushan's gaze, Su Loquat instinctively lowered her head. She wore a loose school uniform every day, partly because she had nothing else to wear, and partly to hide her figure. She clearly remembered a time when she wasn't wearing her uniform, and the boys kept glancing at her, intentionally or unintentionally. This made Su Loquat very depressed. This dress is quite nice. Momo, you have good taste," Shin Qiushan commented seriously. Then he and Su Loquat walked out of the alley, one after the other. It was only a little after 11 o'clock, so it would be a bit early to go straight to the mental hospital. Shin Qiushan took Su Pipa to a nearby noodle shop for a bowl of noodles. After lunch, it was exactly 12 o'clock. The mental hospital where Su Pipa's father was being treated was located on the outskirts of the city, over an hour's drive away. When they arrived at 1:30, there were already more than a dozen family members in the reception hall, also visiting. Just before 2 o'clock, staff members ushered all the family members inside. This was Shin Qiushan's first time in a mental hospital, and it wasn't what he had imagined. The patients in the ward didn't look particularly deranged. Rather, they were all relatively quiet, minding their own business. However, some of the patients' behavior was indeed quite strange. For example, he saw one patient standing against the wall, arms stretched out horizontally, in a big position, motionless, as if nailed to a cross. Another patient repeatedly made gun gestures with his hands, then fired at people passing in the hallway. Another middle-aged woman knelt devoutly on the ground, mumbling something softly. "Your father is there." The medical staff suddenly stopped and pointed toward the small garden in the inpatient area. "Thank you." Su Pipa nodded to the nurse, and then walked down the corridor, toward the garden. Shin Qiushan peered into the garden as he walked. At that moment, a man was standing by the flower bed. Strangely, despite the beautiful weather, he was still holding an umbrella. The black umbrella obscured the man's face, so Shin Qiushan couldn't see his features clearly. He was thin and not very tall, probably around 170 centimeters. At first, Su Pipa's steps were quite brisk, but the closer she got to the man, the lighter her steps became. Seeing this, Shin Qiushan followed suit. The man, however, remained motionless by the flower bed. Until Su Loquat approached him, he remained standing there, as imposing as a pine or cypress. Now Shin Qiushan had a clear look at the man's features. He had delicate features, a clean-shaven beard, and few signs of aging. He looked to be in his 30s. If he hadn't met him here, Shin Qiushan wouldn't have thought he was a mental patient. Aside from his thin figure, he seemed quite healthy and emotionally stable. Even with two people approaching, He remained motionless, holding his umbrella. To him, Shin Qiushan and Su Loquat were like air. Su Loquat seemed prepared. She pulled 2 umbrellas from her backpack and handed one to Shin Qiushan. Then she opened the other and, imitating her father, stood beside him. Seeing this, Shin Qiushan followed suit, opening his umbrella and standing on the other side of Su Pipa's father. They stood like this for almost 5 minutes. Su Pipa's father, Su Yunzhou, finally spoke. "Are you mushrooms too?" "Yes, I'm Little Mushroom," Su Pipa replied softly. "What about you?" Su Yunzhou spoke again, but he still didn't look away, not even moving his head. But it was clear he was referring to Shin Qiushan. I'm Handsome Mushroom," Shin Qiushan replied seriously. "Why haven't the mushroom pickers come yet?" Su Yunzhou muttered to himself, as if questioning 2 of his kind. "They're almost here," Su Pipa said. "Little Mushroom, you better grow up quickly. Otherwise, the mushroom pickers won't be able to see you, and you be stuck here forever." Su Yunzhou still stared straight ahead, but his tone was a little softer. "Well, I be grown up soon," Su Pipa replied softly, but a hint of tears was evident in her tone. She continued, "Old Mushroom died. Little Mushroom is going to college. You have to stay here and do well." Before Su Pipa could finish her words, Su Yunzhou suddenly made a hushed gesture. "Sure, mushroom pickers coming." As he spoke, 2 medical staff members approached around the flower bed. One of them, a female nurse in her 40s, tapped Su Yunzhou's umbrella. "Big Mushroom, follow me." As the nurse finished speaking, Su Yunzhou seemed to be freed. He closed his umbrella and strode after them. After he took a few steps, he suddenly turned around and said to Su Loquat with a smile, "Little Mushroom, you need more sun to grow faster. Don't worry, I pick you next time." Su Loquat nodded vigorously. "Yes, I understand." Chapter 113. Su Pipa watched her father disappear down the hallway before withdrawing her gaze, with a gloomy expression. But now, a mist had formed in her large eyes. For as long as Su Pipa could remember, her father had lived here. When she was little, her grandparents would always bring her here to visit him. She remembered that at first, her father wasn't a mushroom, but a little rabbit. Later, he also played a goldfish, a big tree. In short, every once in a while, he would change his persona. But there wasn't a fixed time frame. Sometimes it could be a few months, sometimes even years. For example, this time, Su Yunzhou had been a mushroom since Su Pipa started high school, which was almost 3 years. And the reason Su Pipa had a small mushroom head was to better fit the little mushroom image. "Uncle Shin, do you think my father will recover?" Su Pipa calmed down a bit, then turned to look at Shin Qiushan. "He definitely will." Shin Qiushan nodded confidently. "Yeah, I think he will recover too." Su Pipa gently wiped the tears from his eyes, and said with anticipation, "So, I want to be the best doctor I can be." "He definitely will." Shin Qiushan gave the same response as before. June 25th. This was the day Sanjiang Province announced the college entrance examination scores. According to the Education Bureau's official website, candidates could check their results through various channels at 12 o'clock noon. Since it was the important day for the scores to be announced, Shin Qiushan, Shin Yanran, and Shinichia all woke up early. The father, son, and daughter had breakfast at the bun shop at the entrance to the community. But it was only 7:30 when they returned upstairs. "I should have known not to ask for leave. I should have continued working." Shin Yanran was a little restless when she returned home. Although she always acted stubborn during arguments with Shinichia, Shin Yanran knew that her father and brother had a higher chance of getting into Sanjiang University than she did. Her father's mock exam scores had been the highest among the history students. As long as he didn't make any major mistakes, his admission to Sanjiang University was a sure thing. And her brother, Shinichia, was an athlete. He didn't need particularly high scores in academic subjects. Based on his last mock exam results, he could get in as long as he didn't perform poorly. Thus, Shin Yanran became the most uncertain of the 3. On the last mock exam, her score was only slightly higher than Sanjiang University's admission score last year, but since the final exam was less difficult, so whether she could get into Sanjiang University depended entirely on her performance on the spot and her luck. "Shin Yanran, you're not scared, are you? That's not like you." Spotting her sister's anxiety, Shinichia spoke up. "I'm scared? Which eye did you see that?" "I'm just bored." Shin Yanran rolled her eyes in response. "If you're bored, log in and help you rank up." Shinichia shrugged and opened Honor of Kings. As she logged in, she said, "Although I don't think your chances of getting into Sanjiang University are as high as mine, you've worked harder than I have in the last 2 months. You'd definitely be fine. Don't worry." Seeing Shinichia's rare tusk from a dog's mouth, Shin Yanran, who had already been in heated argument mode, forced herself into peaceful mode. She also opened Honor of Kings and said, "Then you play jungle, and I play support." Okay. Just wait and see. Shinichi was indeed the better gamer. Wait, add me. Shin Chioshan, who had nothing else to do, also logged into the game. He certainly played Honor of Kings too. He always played a few rounds while waiting for orders, and his highest rank had even reached King. So, early in the morning, the three of them, father, son, and daughter, sat on the sofa and started playing games. The first game was quite harmonious, as their opponents were relatively weak, and the trio easily won. The second game wasn't so harmonious. Shin Yanran, follow me. Don't follow that idiot marksman. He's died so many times. Their marksman and support were killed once again, and Shinichi started cursing. But just as he finished his words, he was slapped hard on the back of his head. "Dad, why are you hitting me?" Shinichi grimaced at his father. "Your dad is that idiotic marksman." Shin Chioshan angrily replied. Shinichi's mouth twitched. His dad had played the confrontation lane in the previous game, and he had just forgotten that his dad was a marksman this time, thinking he was still the confrontation laner. "Dad, I forgot you were the marksman. But that play just now was too much. You were about to die, yet you still used flash. That's flash relocation." Shinichi grumbled quietly. However, his response was another barrage from his father. "Flash and relocate. You're the only one who talks too much. You're playing jungle, and don't even know how to gank. Look at the jungler." Shinichi didn't dare say anything more. He still chose between losing a game and getting thrashed by his father. As expected, he lost the second game. Shin Chioshan was about to start the third game when his phone suddenly rang. "Wait a moment." Shin Chioshan gestured to Shinichi to hold off, then answered the call. "Hello, Brother Shin. I'm Joe Roland, a reporter from Sanjiang Life Channel. Aren't the college entrance exam results being announced today? Would you be available for an interview?" Shin Chioshan glanced up at the wall clock. It was only 8 o'clock. Reporter Joe was pretty early for work. "Sure, when?" Shin Chioshan had a good impression of Joe Roland. This young reporter had positive values, and didn't talk nonsense for attention. "Brother Shin, if it's convenient for you, I'd like to go over now and check my scores with you around noon." Joe Roland explained her plan. "Is that so?" Shin Chioshan hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "No problem. Come over then. I send you the exact address on WeChat." "Okay, Brother Shin. See you later." Joe Roland hung up the phone, her voice clear that Shin Chioshan had agreed to the interview invitation, making her very happy. "Dad, is there a reporter coming over?" Shin Yanran and Shinichi both looked at their father. "Yes, reporter Joe from the Sanjiang Life Channel." "Well, now I have something to do. Let's clean up the house. If you're going to be on TV, you have to keep it clean." Shin Chioshan waved his hand and assigned the two children cleaning tasks. Just as he finished assigning tasks, his phone rang again. This time it was Lin Xiaomo. "Principal Lin, any instructions?" Shin Chioshan teased as the call connected. "You, Yanran, and Xiao Xiao are all home, right?" Lin Xiaomo's tone was quite serious. "Yes." "What's wrong?" Shin Chioshan asked. "A reporter from Sanjiang TV wants to interview you. They've already notified the Education Bureau. If you were home, I'd bring someone over directly." Lin Xiaomo's call was genuinely for official business. As the vice principal of Sanjiang High School, she had to coordinate the Sanjiang TV reporter's interview with Shin Chioshan. After all, Sanjiang TV had first contacted the Municipal Education Bureau, which then sent a notification to the school coordinating the interview. Ever since the mock exam livestream incident, Wang Guangqing had tactfully ceded all public appearances to Lin Xiaomo. He wasn't seeking credit, but simply hoped that Director Lin wouldn't resent the fact that he had pushed Lin Xiaomo to the forefront during Joe Roland's initial interview. Thus, Lin Xiaomo coordinated all matters like this. "Is the reporter from Sanjiang TV coming too? I just agreed to an interview with reporter Xiao Zhou. No conflict. There are plenty of reporters who want to interview you. Okay, when will you arrive?" Shin Chioshan still had to give his second sister-in-law a favor. Besides, Sanjiang TV was far more prestigious than Sanjiang Life Channel, even though both were affiliated with the Sanjiang City Radio and Television Group. But one is a satellite channel, and the other is a local channel, so their influence is incomparable. Being on Sanjiang TV means that it can be seen by people all over the country, even in some overseas regions. "About an hour. Please tidy up a bit. It's an interview with Sanjiang TV, after all. Lin Xiaomo urged again. Dad, are there any other TV stations interviewing you? Shin Qiushan had just hung up when Shin Yanran, mop in hand, came over. Yes, Sanjiang TV. Your second aunt is bringing someone along. Wow! Someone from Sanjiang TV is coming? Shin Yanran was pleasantly surprised and proud of her father. So clean up the house quickly. Including your own rooms. Shin Qiushan urged again, then tidied up his own small room. About 50 minutes later, Lin Xiaomo arrived with the Sanjiang TV reporter. The reporter who arrived was a woman who looked to be around 30. She wore a white shirt, black casual trousers, and a pair of half-heeled sandals. She was quite pretty, the kind that would turn heads in a crowd. However, since she appeared with Lin Xiaomo, Shin Qiushan immediately felt lost in the crowd. The female reporter, named Su Fang, was quite outgoing. After arriving at the Shin residence, she quickly became familiar with Shin Qiushan, Shin Yanran, and Shin Ishiu. Brother Shin, can we chat for a few minutes before the scores come out? After getting acquainted, Su Fang asked. Sure. Since they were all here, and so polite, Shin Qiushan naturally had to cooperate. But before the interview even began, someone knocked on the Shin door again. It was Zhou Rolin. Although she had called Shin Qiushan first, she was still on her way to work when she called. So she arrived a little later than the more prepared Su Fang. Senior Su, you're here too. Zhou Rolin and Su Fang both graduated from Beijing University of Media and Communications. They knew each other during their time at the university, and occasionally ran into each other at events in Sanjiang City. Unexpectedly, they met again today at Shin Qiushan's home. Because they were close friends, the interview atmosphere remained lively even with two teams present. The college entrance examination scores were to be announced promptly at 12 o'clock. At 9:50, Shin Qiushan's phone rang again. The caller ID showed an unfamiliar number from another province. The first time it rang, Shin Qiushan thought it was a spam call and hung up, but the other party persisted and called twice more. Brother Shin, answer it. It might be a call from a university recruiting. Zhou Rolin prompted, winking at the cameraman, who immediately understood and turned on the phone. After her reminder, Shin Qiushan finally answered the phone. Hello, is this Shin Qiushan? I'm from Peking University's admissions office. Would you mind talking about your application? Sure enough, it was from a Peking University admissions officer. Because the room was very quiet when Shin Qiushan answered, everyone could hear the voice clearly. Shin Yanran and Shin Ishiu, brother and sister, opened their mouths in surprise. They had only heard about prestigious universities, like Peking University and Tsinghua University, calling applicants in advance to discuss their applications. They had never expected such a thing to happen to their own father. Chapter 114. Lin Xiaomo also knew that prestigious universities could obtain advance access to the scores of outstanding candidates through their own channels. This was especially true for the top scorers in each province, both liberal arts and science, who were the primary targets of competition for prestigious universities. Although Shin Qiushan's mock exam results indicated that he had the potential to become the top scorer in history, but mock exams and the actual Gaokao were two different things. No matter how high a mock exam score was, it was useless. The real test would come in the Gaokao. The Peking University admissions office had actually called Shin Qiushan, proving that his scores were definitely among the best in the province. Even if he wasn't the top scorer, he should have been in the top 10, or at least the top 20. Otherwise, they wouldn't have called him. The scores haven't come out yet. How do you know I definitely get into your school? Shin Qiushan asked calmly. On the other end of the line, Zhao Kainan, head of the Sanjiang province admissions team at the Peking University admissions office, was sitting in a black Buick business car. Shin Qiushan's question was a common one among the test takers, given that the results hadn't been officially announced yet. Old Shin, am I the first one to call you? Zhao Kainan asked again. Yes, I am. Shin Qiushan replied truthfully. Zhao Kainan was overjoyed upon hearing the news. He hadn't expected such luck. Why? Because he knew Shin Qiushan was the top scorer in history in Sanjiang province. Since no other school had called, it meant that Shin Qiushan didn't even know he was the top scorer. So, wouldn't he have been credited with announcing the good news? Don't underestimate this merit of announcing the good news. In ancient times, this was a privilege, and the host family would reward him with a lavish reward. Although times have changed, the fact that I'm the one bringing you this good news certainly adds some impressive points. Old Shin, congratulations. You're the top scorer in history in Sanjiang province. Zhao Kainan had, of course, read reports about Shin Qiushan online, and knew he was a 38-year-old. So, after receiving his scores, Zhao Kanan specifically asked his superiors whether to proactively recruit him. After all, he was too old. But the superiors were adamant, recruit him, and they offered even more generous conditions than the other top scorers. Top scorer? My dad is the top scorer. The Shin family. After hearing the voice on the phone, Shin Qiushan didn't even have time to speak. Beside him, Shin Yinran cheered excitedly. Shin Yixia hugged his father. Dad, you're amazing. You actually got the top scorer. Zhou Ruolin and Su Fang glanced at each other, both faces showing shock. They came to interview Shin Qiushan because, naturally, this older candidate was attracting significant attention. Add to that the previous public outcry, and no matter how high his score was, the news would have garnered considerable attention. However, Shin Qiushan unexpectedly achieved top spot. From the perspective of those working in the news media, this was truly explosive news. Ever since Zhou Ruolin's interview, Shin Qiushan, a 38-year-old candidate, had become a controversial figure. Especially with the instigation of Wang Zhixin, Yang Shijin, and others, Shin Qiushan was thrust into the forefront of public opinion. The subsequent live-streamed mock exam silenced most netizens. But neither Wang Zhixin nor Yang Shijin conceded, with the former continuously posting videos online criticizing Shin Qiushan. Yang Shijin, on the other hand, continued his sarcastic style, occasionally mentioning Shin Qiushan in his videos. During the 2 days of the Gaokao, Shin Qiushan's high-profile score estimates sparked another wave of public opinion. Looking back on Shin Qiushan's experience during this period, he exemplifies a remarkable comeback. A 38-year-old candidate faced considerable scrutiny. Facing online bullying and public criticism, he diligently studied. Finally, he secured the top spot in the Zhejiang province Gaokao. This experience is truly legendary. It could even be made into a movie, as journalists, Zhou Ruolin and Su Fang were well informed and had witnessed all sorts of bizarre and incredible things. But Shin Qiushan's top score was particularly shocking. Standing nearby, Lin Xiaoma took a deep breath, her bright eyes gleaming. Ever since Zhou Ruolin's interview, she had naturally been under immense pressure. Shin Qiushan was, after all, a temporary student at their school, and there were numerous online criticisms of the school. Now, Shin Qiushan had lived up to expectations. As the top scorer in the history major in Zhejiang province's Gaokao, admission to Zhejiang University was a sure thing. In other words, he had not only fulfilled his original vow, but had gone one step further. He had won the top spot in the Gaokao. This not only set a record for the oldest top scorer since the Gaokao was reinstated, but also Shin Qiushan became the first top scorer in the history of Zhejiang High School. After all, Zhejiang High School was just an ordinary key municipal high school, ranked only in the upper middle tier among Zhejiang cities, nearly 100 high schools, and couldn't compare to the top provincial key high schools. Yet, there emerged a top-scoring college entrance exam candidate like Shin Qiushan. For Vice President Lin Xiaoma, who had been driving this matter forward, this was a significant achievement. Listening to the cheers on the other end of the line, Zhao Kanan, the one bringing the good news, curled his lips slightly. After Shin Qiushan's voice subsided, he continued, Mr. Shin, would you mind meeting and chatting? Sure. Shin Qiushan hesitated for a moment, then agreed. Although he had no intention of attending Peking University, it wouldn't hurt to talk to the other party. Besides, this was his first time experiencing such a situation. Shin Qiushan wanted to see what preferential terms the other party could offer. After hanging up, Shin Qiushan sent his address to the other party. Just as Zhou Ruolin and Su Fang were preparing to conduct further interviews, Shin Qiushan's phone rang again. This time, it was someone from Tsinghua University's admissions office calling. Clearly, the two universities must have received the results of their outstanding students at about the same time. The call to Shin Qiushan came less than 5 minutes apart. Zhejiang City Education Bureau. Lin Moshwan had just finished his morning meeting. Back in his office, he made himself a pot of tea. Just as he was sipping his tea, his secretary, Qin Xiaohua, knocked on the door. Boss, the college entrance exam results came out this morning. The top scorer in the liberal arts is from Zhejiang City, and the top scorer in the sciences is from neighboring Linhai City. As he spoke, Qin Xiaohua handed Lin Moshwan a transcript. It listed the top 50 students in Zhejiang province in both liberal arts and science. Lin Moshwan didn't rush to look at the transcript. He took a leisurely sip of tea before asking, which school is the top scorer in the liberal arts from? Experimental High School or Number 2 High School? The two schools Lin Moshwan was referring to were known as the two prideful schools of Zhejiang. They were the two most prestigious high schools in Zhejiang City, and the top scorers in the college entrance exams often came from these two schools. Neither of them, Qin Xiaohua shook his head. It's Director Lin, Sanjiang High School where Principal Lin works. What? Lin Moxuan's eyes widened. You're saying the top scorer in the liberal arts is from Momo's school? Yes. That's Shin Qiushan, the 38-year-old boarding student who was previously the subject of much controversy. Plop! Lin Moxuan's teacup fell onto his desk, spilling half of the liquid. Qin Xiaohua quickly stepped forward, grabbed a rag, and helped wipe the table. Lin Moxuan stood up and stepped back to avoid spilling the tea on his pants. Then he quickly picked up his report card, which was half soaked with tea. Thankfully, the soaked portion was the science rankings. His eyes fell on the liberal arts rankings. First place, Shin Qiushan, 709 points, Sanjiang City Senior High School, transfer student. This kid actually got the top score. Lin Moxuan was shocked. Previously, Shin Qiushan estimated his score to be around 680. When the news report came out, Lin Moxuan was still complaining at home, saying Shin Qiushan was too outspoken and only knew how to brag in front of the media. It turns out that 680 points was actually a modest statement. Shin Qiushan actually scored 29 points higher. In other words, not only did I not brag in front of the media, I was actually being very low-key. Boss, according to custom, we will reward the top scorer in the college entrance examination. You personally handed the bonus to the recipient. Do you think you should contact the TV station? After wiping the table, Qin Xiaohua asked again. Of course, the Education Bureau's bonus distribution requires media coverage. It also serves as a form of publicity for educational work. Let's follow the normal procedures. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Moxuan gently waved his hand. Sanjiang City, the capital of Sanjiang Province, boasts the province's most extensive educational resources and produces a top scorer in the Gaokao almost every year. It's either the top scorer in the liberal arts or the top scorer in the sciences. Sometimes, Sanjiang City can produce both the top scorer in the liberal arts and the top scorer in the sciences. Of course, there are also cases where both the top scorer in the liberal arts and the top scorer in the sciences go to someone else, but they're rare. Thus, the Education Bureau has a complete process for awarding the top scorer in the Gaokao. Okay, I go notify them now. Qin Xiaohua responded and quickly left the office. Lin Moxuan then picked up the transcript showing the provincial Gaokao rankings. Shin Qiushan's total score, 709, Chinese, 142. Math, 150. English, 148. Comprehensive Liberal Arts, 269. Lin Moxuan looked at the runner-up score again, a total of 699. Truly 10 points lower than Shin Qiushan's. This top scorer truly deserves it. I really underestimated this kid before. He actually got top score. Lin Moxuan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Even then, Shin Qiushan had just hung up the call from Tsinghua University's admissions office, when the call came in from Sanjiang University's admissions office. Since Shin Qiushan had publicly stated his goal was Sanjiang University, the admissions staff at Sanjiang University were very enthusiastic and proactive, promising over the phone that if Shin Qiushan applied, the university would provide a 200,000 yuan scholarship. Ended the call. Shin Qiushan immediately switched his phone to airplane mode. Given the current situation, if he hadn't done so, his phone would have become a hotline. After all, there were still several top universities that hadn't called, and those universities weren't even on Shin Qiushan's radar, so there was no point wasting their time. Brother Shin, your grades are good enough for admission to Peking University or Tsinghua University now. So, will you still insist on applying to Sanjiang University? Seeing Shin Qiushan pause, Zhou Roland immediately took the opportunity to ask. Maybe. I haven't decided yet. Shin Qiushan replied perfunctorily. In his heart, his goal naturally remained unchanged. But in the current situation, he still had to let Peking University and Tsinghua University put some pressure on Sanjiang University. The goal remained unchanged, but he still had to fight for the benefits he deserved. Otherwise, wouldn't his title as the top scorer in the college entrance examination seem too cheap? Chapter 115. Sanjiang High School. Because it was the day the college entrance exam results were announced, Wang Guangqing was quite nervous. For a high school leader like him, the admission rate was practically his lifeline. Although superiors evaluate school leaders based on many aspects, such as improved teaching quality, standardized teaching management, teacher team development, and campus safety management, none of these aspects was as direct as improved teaching quality. And how could this improvement be reflected? Of course, it was the admission rate. So, even if slogans were repeated 1,000 times and various methods were employed, the final word still came down to the admission rate, and for Principal Wang Guangqing, today was his annual performance review. If this year's admission rate was good, his life would be much easier in the coming year. On the other hand, if it fell too far, the situation would be much more uncertain. If the admission rate dropped too much, he might even risk being transferred to a lower-level school. For example, Wang Guangqing is currently the principal of Sanjiang High School, a key city high school. If he doesn't perform well, he might be transferred to a regular high school. Although the position remains principal, the treatment at regular and key high schools is naturally different. Boss, great news! Just as Wang Guangqing was anxiously awaiting his college entrance exam results, Su Desai trotted into his office, forgetting even to knock. What's wrong? Wang Guangqing glanced at the time. It was only a little after 10 o'clock, so there was still some time before the results were released. Shen Qiushan is the top scorer in the liberal arts in our province this year. Su Desai excitedly exclaimed. What? Shen Qiushan got the top scorer. Wang Guangqing was shocked, leaping from his seat and asking in disbelief, Where did you get the news? The Education Bureau just called, saying they'd be going to Shen Qiushan's house this afternoon to give out awards, and asked our school to send a few people. Su Desai reported truthfully. Top scorer. Our school actually has a top scorer. Wang Guangqing's eyes widened, and he nearly jumped up in excitement. He had worked in high school for over 20 years, and more than a decade since joining the school leadership team. Neither his previous school nor his current one, Sanjiang High School, had ever produced a provincial top scorer in the college entrance examination. Forget provincial top scorers, not even citywide top scorers, and this time, Shen Qiushan, the provincial top scorer, had emerged. This could be said to be the highlight of his career. I never expected old Shen to be so impressive. Although his scores on the last 2 mock exams were high, they were just mock exams after all. Who could have imagined he performed so well on the Gaokao? Su Desai's face was filled with excitement. After learning that Shen Qiushan had become the province's top scorer in the liberal arts, he actually breathed a sigh of relief, because it was he who had originally arranged for Shen Qiushan's transfer student status. And now that Shen Qiushan had achieved top spot, he already thought of some bragging lines for dinner. Without me, Su Desai, there would be no Shen Qiushan's Gaokao top scorer. That 38-year-old Gaokao top scorer was created by me, Su Desai. In short, Su Desai felt he could brag about this for the rest of his life. The Education Bureau wants us to send a few people from our school, right? Yes, you and me, and we bring Shen Qiushan's homeroom teacher, Teacher Chen. Okay, you go notify Teacher Chen. Forget it, let's go together, so the senior class teachers can all be happy. Sharing joy is worse than sharing it alone, and Wang Guangqing was eager to share the joy of the school's top scorer in the Gaokao. So, he personally went to the senior class office. By the way, boss, the Fudan University admissions office just called us, and said they couldn't reach Shen Qiushan and asked for his contact information. After leaving the principal's office, Su Desai spoke again. Since Shen Qiushan's phone number was unreachable, the Fudan University admissions office called Sanjiang High School directly. Fudan? They're overthinking it. In previous years, the top students in Sanjiang High School's grade were probably only at the level of universities, like Fudan University and Nanjing University. In even the worst of times, not even a single student in the entire school could get into Fudan. But this year is different. Shen Qiushan is the top scorer in liberal arts, free to choose from any university in China. Under these circumstances, Fudan University isn't that attractive. Senior year office. Although the Gaokao is over, the senior year teachers still have to go to work. It's not all quiet. Especially since today is the day the Gaokao results are announced. It's naturally a big day for the senior year teachers. The homeroom teachers are paying extra attention. After all, their students' Gaokao scores are tied to their bonuses and future performance evaluations. I wonder how many points Mr. Shen will get this time. If he can still perform at the level he performed during the mock exams, he'll still be the top student in our school's history department. After the Gaokao, with no more teaching duties, the senior teachers were free. As the results announcement approached, the senior teachers gathered in their offices to discuss their students' grades. The speaker was Zhang Xia, the head teacher of Class 2, Grade 3. Ever since the chubby boy Zhou you mentioned introducing Shen Qiushan to her, Teacher Zhang had paid special attention to him. Unfortunately, after the mock exam livestream incident, Shen Qiushan's image and demeanor seemed to have escalated. Zhang Xia had originally thought she was still worthy of him. After that incident, Zhang Xia lost that confidence. After all, Mr. Shen's appearance was too outstanding, and he had the potential to get into a top 985 university. If Mr. Shin could maintain his performance during the mock exams, he wouldn't just be the top student in our school's history department, he'd even be the top student in the liberal arts department. Math teacher Sun Xing sighed. It's unlikely he'd get the top spot. The exam this year is still quite difficult, and the mock exams aren't comparable to the college entrance exam. That's right, old son, you're exaggerating. If our school had a top scorer in the liberal arts, those talented students at Experimental High School and No. 2 Middle School would be crying their eyes out. Two teachers refuted Sun Xing's point. At this point, Shin Seung-yu, who had been silent, chimed in. Last year, the top scorer in the liberal arts in our province scored 694. If old Shin can perform at his level on the mock exams, he still has a chance. Shin Seung-yu naturally supported her former lover. Even though she thought Shin Chioshan's top spot in the college entrance exam was too unrealistic, judging by the mock exam results, he did have a chance. Teacher Chen, you know how difficult last year's college entrance exam was. There's no comparison. The teacher who had refuted Sun Xing refuted Shin Seung-yu again. Just as he finished speaking, the office door suddenly opened. The teachers instinctively glanced towards the door and quickly stood up. Principal. Director Su. Everyone greeted him, but their eyes were filled with confusion. It was normal for Su Desai to come to the senior year office. He often came to make announcements about work. But Wang Guangqing rarely came to the senior year office once a year. After all, he was the head of the school. Any announcements about work could be made, or he could hold meetings in the conference room. He didn't need to be there in person. Don't be nervous, everyone. I'm just here to make an announcement. Seeing everyone's serious expressions, Wang Guangqing smiled and waved his hand. However, his words only made everyone even more puzzled. What's going on? You, the principal, need to come and tell them in person? Wang Guangqing cleared his throat, glanced at Shin Seung-yu, and then announced, Shin Chioshan, with a score of 709, has become the top scorer in the liberal arts category in our province this year. Wow! As soon as Wang Guangqing finished speaking, the office erupted in excitement. Top scorer? Old Shin really is the top scorer. Our school actually has a top scorer in the Gaokao? Is this true? I'm the math teacher of the top scorer? It's like a dream. Teacher Lee, didn't you just say it was impossible? What's your response now? Old Shin is incredible. He scored 709. For these teachers, who had experienced the Gaokao so many times, the fact that their school had a top scorer was truly astonishing. Especially since the top scorer was Shin Chioshan, a 38-year-old transfer student. Wang Guangqing was very pleased with the teacher's reaction. This was exactly the effect he hoped for, otherwise, his trip would have been in vain. Principal, is Shin Chioshan really the top scorer? Shin Seung-yu was stunned for a moment before coming to her senses. Although she had just been speaking for Shin Chioshan, she didn't think he could truly achieve it. After all, there were so many candidates in the province, so many talented students, the chances of achieving the top score were incredibly low. Could a top scorer be fake? Wang Guangqing smiled and waved his hand, continuing, this is the notice from the Education Bureau. They say the officials will be visiting Shin Chioshan's home this afternoon to distribute rewards. Teacher Chen, you're coming with him. Huh? Okay. Shin Seung-yu was startled at first, then quickly nodded. She hadn't expected to be among the Education Bureau officials presenting a reward to her former lover. Come to think of it, she had never been to Shin Chioshan's home before. Teacher Chen, prepare well. There will likely be media interviews. As the homeroom teacher, you should at least say a few words. Wang Guangqing gave another reminder, then left the senior class office contentedly. Teacher Chen, I call you before I leave. Su Desai gestured to Shin Seung-yu, then quickly followed Wang Guangqing. Leader, should we notify the Youth League Committee to hang a banner at the school gate? And should we also post this good news on the school website and social media platforms? Yes. Wang Guangqing nodded and instructed, notify everyone. This kind of good news must be promoted vigorously. Didn't that reporter from the Sanjiang Evening News constantly target Shin Chioshan and our school? Let him open his eyes and take a good look. Old Shin is now the top scorer in the college entrance exam. Chapter 116. Reporter Department of the Sanjiang Evening News. Wang Jixin sat at his workstation, browsing online news. As a journalist, keeping up with current events is naturally paramount. He started with whatever topic was trending, which often yielded good traffic. And Wang Jixin was a master at leveraging traffic. For example, the recent and successful 38-year-old candidate incident. Although public opinion had shifted since the mock exam livestream, Wang Jixin, adhering to the principle of black is red too. He remained steadfast in his previous views, continuing to capitalize on the traffic generated by the incident. Brother Wang, the college entrance exam results are out in an hour. Aren't you going to contact Shin Qiushan? Co-worker Hao Bo approached Wang Jixin. He and Wang Jixin had previously participated in the mock exam live stream together, and his score ranked second among all participants, only trailing Shin Qiushan. In fact, Hao Bo was a little unconvinced, believing that Shin Qiushan might have cheated in some way. After all, the exam was held at Sanjiang High School, Shin Qiushan's turf, making cheating quite easy. So, Hao Bo was eagerly awaiting Shin Qiushan's Gokao results. If they differed significantly from his mock exam scores, it would mean he had indeed cheated. Then Hao Bo's second place finish in the mock exam livestream would be the actual first place, and he could use this as a topic to brag about in a video on his Quine account. There's no point contacting him, he won't accept an interview. Wang Jixin shook his head and added, however, he can't hide his results. Sanjiang High School will definitely announce them. Otherwise, netizens will attack their social media accounts. Besides, even if Sanjiang High School withholds the results, I can still contact the Sanjiang Municipal Education Bureau. They can't hide it. Clearly, Wang Jixin was prepared for Shin Qiushan's poor results and Sanjiang High School to conceal them. Hao Bo nodded. True, the truth will come out sooner or later. When Shin Qiushan came out of the exam room, he estimated his score at 680. It's a bit unreasonable if they don't even dare to release the results. By the way, Brother Wang, didn't you make a bet with him? Do you really think he can't get 500? Outside the exam room, Wang Jixin claimed that Shin Qiushan couldn't possibly get above 500. Shin Qiushan then asked him what he would do if he did. Wang Jixin then responded with 4 words. Whatever you say. Wang Jixin also shared this incident in his post-Gokao summary video, and many netizens joined in the fun. Now, the outcome of this bet has finally been revealed. 500 points is an exaggeration. Wang Jixin curled his lips in disdain. Based on past experience, Shin Qiushan is most likely just trying to generate hype. I'm sure he'd be live streaming and selling merchandise soon. I've already checked. Lin Xiaomo from Sanjiang High School is actually Shin Qiushan's sister-in-law. Isn't that obvious? Huh? They're even related in this way. Hao Bo was shocked. This was the first time he heard this. Brother Wang, this is such big news. Why didn't you mention it in the video? Hao Bo asked curiously. Knowing Wang Jixin well, if he uncovered such inside information, he would definitely make it public. You're still too young. Wang Jixin shook his head slightly. We journalists can't reveal every inside story. Wang Jixin didn't respond directly, but silently grumbled inwardly. Do you think I don't want to tell you? His father is the head of the Municipal Education Bureau. At that level, it's obvious that he's familiar with the leaders of the propaganda department. The Sanjiang Evening News is affiliated with the Sanjiang Newspaper and Media Group. The Sanjiang Newspaper and Media Group is an enterprise under the Sanjiang Municipal Party Committee Propaganda Department, and Wang Jixin has a regular position there. A small reporter like him wouldn't dare offend Director Lin. Currently, he's fighting Shin Qiushan because he didn't know he had such a connection with Director Lin. Otherwise, Wang Jixin wouldn't have been so aggressive. Now the arrow has been shot, and there's no turning back. Furthermore, according to investigations, Shin Qiushan's wife, Director Lin's eldest daughter, passed away long ago. Director Lin dislikes his son-in-law. It was for this reason that Wang Jixin felt safe and continued to fight. He figured that as long as he didn't provoke Lin Xiaomo, there shouldn't be any problems. Old Wang, little Hao, you two are still chatting. Something big has happened. At this moment, a bald man about Wang Jixin's age hurried over. Strangely, even though he was saying something was wrong, a smile kept flickering across his face. It was like trying hard to hold back a laugh, but not quite being able to. Old Zhang, explained clearly. What's the big deal? Wang Jixin glanced at the bald man and cursed inwardly. Old bald ass. He was his competitor. The two of them were vying for the position of deputy department director. But because Wang Jixin had created such a huge online controversy, he was currently in the upper hand. Go check the Education Bureau website, and you find out for yourself. Bald old Zhang kept it a secret, but the smile was already growing. As Wang Jixin's rival, he had of course been keeping a close eye on Shin Qiushan's affairs. Today, with the college entrance examination results announced, he was particularly concerned. And just now, he discovered some exciting news. Shin Qiushan had actually become the top scorer in the liberal arts exam in Sanjiang province. This was sheer joy for bald old Zhang. Wang Jixin knew old Zhang was definitely holding back, So he frowned and opened the official website of the Sanjiang Municipal Education Bureau. But upon entering the website, he was stunned. Because there was a large poster prominently displayed. Good news. Sanjiang Province's top scorer in the liberal arts exam. Shin Qiushan from Sanjiang City High School. Holy crap. Top scorer? While Wang Jixin was still in a daze, Hao Bo beside him couldn't help but curse. Brother Wang, hurry up and click in to see what's going on. Hao Bo urged. Wang Jixin felt his hand shaking as he clicked on the mouse. He clicked on the image, and was greeted by a news message resembling a short message. The college entrance examination results were announced today. Shin Qiushan from Sanjiang Senior High School, with an outstanding score of 709, has been crowned the top scorer in the liberal arts exam in Sanjiang Province. His scores in all subjects were outstanding, including 142 in Chinese, 150 in math, 148 in English, and 269 in comprehensive liberal arts. This score not only broke the school's record for the liberal arts exam, but also established the distinction of being the oldest top scorer in the nation. 709 points? That's outrageous. Hao Bo couldn't help but exclaim after reading the news. Wang Jixin stared blankly at the computer screen for a long moment. Beside him, bald old Zhang, a smile plastered across his face, decided to drop the pretense and come clean. Old Wang, you said that if Shin Qiushan scores over 500, he'd take his last name. Should I call you Shin Jixin now? Wang Jixin's mouth twitched sharply. He knew the big news the old bald man was talking about wasn't good news. But he had underestimated the impact of this good news. It was a bolt from the blue for him. Previously, Wang Jixin had always been scorned by Shin Qiushan's traffic. And after the previous mock exam livestream, his followers were already few and far between. Now, Shin Qiushan has actually taken home the top spot in the liberal arts exam in Sanjiang Province. This completely crushes him. He's become a complete clown. Shin Qiushan's previous mock exam scores were outstanding, which was just another excuse to criticize him. It was just a mock exam, held at Sanjiang High School. The invigilators were all teachers from the school, and the exam papers were chosen by the school itself, leaving plenty of room for manipulation. But the college entrance exam is different. There's no way to criticize that. You can't accuse the government of deliberately shielding Shin Qiushan, can you? Old Shin. I admit defeat. I suggest you quickly send a video to apologize to Shin Qiushan. Everyone makes mistakes. A sincere apology is not shameful. Bald old Zhang gloated again. Wang Jixin, having recovered, glared at him fiercely. What did you call me? Old Shin. Didn't you say you wanted to take Shin Qiushan's last name? Bald old Zhang smiled and shrugged, then walked off humming a little tune. Shin Qiushan, the top scorer in the college entrance exam, was a godsend for him. He had originally been at a disadvantage in his competition with Wang Jixin, but now, he completely turned the tide. If nothing unexpected happened, the deputy director position would be his. After all, Wang Jixin had caused such a major accident. It was foreseeable that when the news of Shin Qiushan becoming the top scorer in Sanjiang Province's college entrance exam went viral, Wang Jixin, the clown, would be the target of widespread online criticism. Brother Shin, Brother Wang, I'm going to work first. Although Hao Bo was a newcomer to the workplace, he knew how to read people's expressions and choose sides. When Wang Jixin was at his peak, he chose to follow his lead. Now that Wang Jixin was clearly on the verge of failure, he quickly distanced himself from him. Brother Zhang, have you had lunch yet? Want to go to the cafeteria? I treat you. A moment later, Hao Bo's voice drifted into Wang Jixin's ears. He cursed silently, then checked the time. It wasn't even midnight yet. According to procedure, the college entrance examination results hadn't been officially announced yet, so he still held onto a glimmer of hope. What if the Education Bureau's official website was wrong? Wang Jixin opened Sanjiang High School's social media account again. And then, he was stunned again. 2 minutes ago, Sanjiang High School's social media account had posted 3 videos celebrating Shin Qiushan's victory as the top scorer in the Sanjiang Province college entrance examination. They had even pinned these 3 videos to the top. Anyone who clicked on Sanjiang High School's social media page could clearly see the video promotion for Shin Qiushan, the top scorer in the Sanjiang Province college entrance examination. Not only that, Sanjiang High School even added a line to the profile of its social media account. Our student Shin Qiushan won the top spot in the 2025 Sanjiang Provincial College Entrance Examination. Chapter 117. Wang Jixin felt dizzy and grumbled inwardly. Shin Qiushan, my classmate? He's now my classmate, right? Before, it was just a temporary enrollment. However, the Education Bureau and Sanjiang High School had sent out congratulatory messages, proving this couldn't be a lie. Wang Jixin leaned back in his chair. He had originally thought that today, with the college entrance examination results announced, would be another day to capitalize on the buzz, but now his face was swollen. Shun's house. The living room was already packed. Besides Zhou Roland and Su Feng, who had come for the interview, there were also admissions officials from Peking University, Tsinghua University, and Sanjiang University. The admissions offices of the three top universities often met each other every year to compete for students, so they were somewhat acquainted with each other. The admissions offices of Peking University and Tsinghua University were especially swollen rivals. Because Zhao Kainan from Peking University was the first to notify Shen Qiushan that he was the top scorer in Sanjiang province, and the first to arrive at the Shen family's house, he felt his chances of recruiting him were higher. The admissions officer from Tsinghua University was named Lu Juanxiang. He was also the head of the Sanjiang provincial admissions team. However, Tsinghua's liberal arts programs were weaker than Peking University's, so he wasn't very confident about his confrontation with Zhao Kainan. The person from Sanjiang University was the most senior. Vice President and Director of Admissions Lu Hongyu came to the Shen family in person. Although Lu Hongyu was only an ordinary vice president, not an executive vice president, he was in charge of admissions and logistics within the university, holding a high position. At this point, Shen Qiushan had finished his conversation with both Zhao Kainan and Lu Juanxiang. The preferential policies offered by the two schools were essentially similar: a 100,000 yuan scholarship, plus tuition and fees waived, and the ability to choose any major. Both universities treat top scorers in each province similarly, with minor policy adjustments only made when candidates possess other significant accomplishments. Shen Qiushan, the older top scorer, actually holds greater symbolic significance for both universities. Because Shen Qiushan is the oldest top scorer since the reinstatement of the Gaokao, it's virtually certain he'll never be surpassed. So, whenever the topic of the oldest top scorer comes up, Shen Qiushan inevitably comes up. Then, a new question arises: which university did Shen Qiushan, the oldest top scorer, ultimately attend? This is arguably the most important reason why Peking University and Tsinghua University are competing for Shen Qiushan, an older student. As for what value he might bring to the university in the future, like those younger students, neither university holds high expectations. Shen Qiushan is already 38 years old this year, and will be over 40 when he graduates from university. Can we still expect him to pursue career or academic pursuits like young people? That's unrealistic. So, in the eyes of both schools, Shen Qiushan is more like a mascot. Thus, the conditions offered by both schools are quite standard, no different from those of a typical top scorer. The last person to arrive at Shen Qiushan's home was Lu Hongyu, a Sanjiang native. He was behind Zhao Kainan and Lu Juanxiang because those two were the heads of the Sanjiang provincial admissions team. When they received their results, the two were already waiting in Sanjiang City. Based on past experience, the top scorer in Sanjiang province is likely to be from Sanjiang City. So, after receiving their results, they were able to contact Shen Qiushan immediately and rush to his home. Lu Hongyu had rushed over from Sanjiang University. As mentioned earlier, Shen Qiushan's home and Sanjiang University are located at the north and south ends of the city, each requiring an hour and a half to 2 hours drive. So Lu Hongyu arrived a bit late. But for Shen Qiushan, his arrival was perfect. It gave him a chance to see the presence of Zhao Kainan and Lu Juanxiang, and to feel a little more aware of the situation. Because there were so many people at home, Shen Qiushan had been alone in Shen Yixia's room to talk with the admissions representatives from the three schools. Now, Shen Qiushan invited Lu Hongyu into the room again. "President Lu, you see, everyone from Peking University and Tsinghua University is here. Let's get straight to the point." After taking a seat, Shen Qiushan spoke directly. "Little Shen, I saw your first interview. I remember you said you wanted to apply to our school. Now you can easily realize your dream." Lu Hongyu's introduction was quite clever. He was reminding Shen Qiushan to never forget your original aspiration. After all, it was you who said you wanted to apply to Sanjiang University. Shen Qiushan wasn't buying Lu Hongyu's rhetoric. He laughed heartily. "When I was interviewed, I thought getting into Sanjiang University would be difficult. I didn't expect my potential to be so great. I unexpectedly got top scorer in the liberal arts exam. There are so many more options now." After hearing Shen Qiushan's words, Lu Hongyu smiled and shook his head, silently muttering, "Older people are hard to fool. Young high school students often get carried away after just a few words." But Lu Hongyu had made thorough preparations. He was determined to win over Shin Qiushan, the older top scorer in the college entrance examination. Our school offers a 200,000 yuan scholarship, with tuition and fees waived. You can choose any major, including all science majors. In addition, after admission, in addition to your existing dormitory, you be given a faculty apartment. Lu Hongyu laid out the conditions directly. As a longtime rival, he knew the general requirements for Peking University and Tsinghua University. As expected, it would be a 100,000 yuan scholarship, with the other conditions similar. So, he simply increased the scholarship to 200,000 yuan, a huge doubling. But Lu Hongyu also knew that an extra 100,000 yuan in scholarship alone wouldn't be particularly attractive. He continued, "From what I understand, your children are also interested in applying to our university. If you can come to our school, I can find a way to get them both accepted, but the prerequisite is that the score difference is within 10 points. Compared to the preferential policies, like scholarships and tuition waivers, Lu Hongyu's final point naturally moved Shin Qiushan the most, because his daughter might just be stuck in that 10-point range. Principal Lu, I have an off-topic question. How long does your school retain student files?" Shin Qiushan didn't immediately respond, but instead asked a seemingly irrelevant question. Lu Hongyu was slightly taken aback. He naturally didn't expect Shin Qiushan to ask such a random question. After a moment's thought, he replied, "Student files are transferred after graduation, either to their registered residence, a talent center, or an employer." "What if they haven't graduated yet?" Shin Qiushan pressed. "Of course, they're kept at the school. I mean, he dropped out many years ago. Can your school still find his file?" "How many years ago?" Lu Hongyu glanced at Shin Qiushan curiously. Such a question clearly indicated he was looking for information on a former student. "About 18 or 19. Then I have to go back and ask. However, I'm in charge of logistics, and the archives department falls under my purview, so this should be easy to find." Although he didn't know what information Shin Qiushan was looking for, Lu Hongyu keenly sensed that this matter was likely quite important to him. He immediately said, "If you come to our school, this won't be a problem. Whatever information you want to find, as long as it doesn't involve confidential documents, I cooperate." Shin Qiushan nodded. "One last question. If you can find the information about that dropout, can you also issue her a diploma when I graduate?" This? Lu Hongyu frowned. Finding information was fine, but issuing a diploma to a dropout was against regulations and a violation of regulations. "Principal Lu, that student has passed away. So, my request for a diploma is more symbolic." Seeing Lu Hongyu's embarrassment, Shin Qiushan explained. "Dead?" Lu Hongyu had worked at Sanjiang University for over a decade and remembered 2 or 3 students who had passed away while at the university. Now, Shin Qiushan made this request, clearly knowing one of those students. However, if a diploma were to be issued to a deceased student, this is not impossible. As Shin Qiushan said, in this case the symbolic meaning is actually greater. There was no fabrication of student records or illegal issuance of diplomas. It should be fine. It's just a matter of making an extra diploma. Lu Hongyu nodded, agreeing. "Okay. Please take good care of me in the future, Principal Lu." Shin Qiushan stood up and extended his right hand. "Huh? Do you mean you agreed to apply to our school?" Happiness came so suddenly that Lu Hongyu was a little surprised. He thought Shin Qiushan was going to compare again. After all, besides Peking University and Tsinghua University, there were also Fudan University, Nanjing University, and the University of Science and Technology of China. "Didn't Principal Lu just say that?" "I said during the interview that I wanted to apply to Sanjiang University. Of course, I haven't forgotten my original aspiration." Shin Qiushan smiled and shrugged, then asked, "Are all the conditions we just discussed written into the contract?" "Of course." Lu Hongyu nodded with a smile. "But after the contract is signed, you can't choose other schools when filling out your application. Whether it's Tsinghua or Peking University, or any other university, after negotiating terms with students with excellent college entrance exam scores, they always sign a contract to ensure they won't change their minds." "No problem." Shin Qiushan hadn't considered applying to Tsinghua or Peking University from the beginning. Even if Sanjiang University didn't offer him any preferential conditions, he would still apply. During the previous visit to his deceased wife, Lin Chuxue, he had already promised her that he would go to Sanjiang University to complete her unfinished studies. A man's word is as good as his bond, and what's more, the person he promised was his deceased wife. The two of them emerged from the room. It was exactly 12 o'clock noon. The college entrance examination results were officially released. Shinichio, already seated at his computer, impatiently clicked on the Sanjiang Provincial Education Examination Network. However, as soon as he entered his candidate number, the web page went completely white. The website had crashed, Shinichi cursed. At that moment, the long-lost system notification chimed in Shin Qiushan's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for beating 400,000 people in the college entrance examination math test. Achieved academic mastery index. 1 million points. Note, the maximum academic mastery index you can earn in a single exam is 1 million points. Chapter 118. It's here! It's finally here! Shin Qiushan's eyes lit up. The long-awaited Gokka results were finally here. However, unlike what he expected, there was a cap of 1 million academic master index rewards. But there was a surprising bonus. The history comprehensive exam was calculated based on 3 subjects. So, for 6 subjects, Shin Qiushan earned a total of 6 million academic master index. While it wasn't what he expected, it was still a sudden wealth of money. 6 million academic master index could do a lot. Besides 6 million academic master index, the release of the Gaokao results also meant that Shin Qiushan was very close to completing the newbie mission. Although it was called a newbie mission, it was actually quite difficult, and it took quite a while. But the reward was generous. There was a skill card, a high-level blind box, and 100 million in education funding. In other words, Shin Qiushan would soon become a billionaire. All the hard work paid off. Shin Qiushan was even more excited about his upcoming college life. A billionaire with a stunning appearance and figure walked onto a university campus. How many pretty girls and female teachers would be captivated by him? Especially, the uncle look has been quite popular lately. There are so many girls who like the uncle type. Of course, the uncle they like isn't the uncle in the traditional sense. It's just someone who's older, not an uncle. To them, they call him an old man or an old man. Age is only one aspect of an uncle. He needs to be mature and steady, handsome without being greasy, and most importantly, wealthy, being able to satisfy their material needs and show them the dazzling world. Finally in. Shinichi shouted excitedly. The computer webpage finally went from blank to displaying normal scores. Admission ticket number 25331239******. Candidate name, Shinichi. Comprehensive exam subjects. Chinese, 109. Mathematics, 118. English, 116. Elective subjects. History, 75. Politics, 72. Geography, 69. Total score, 559. After seeing his score, Shinichi immediately jumped up from his chair. 559. Dad, I think I pass. Shinichi said, hugging his father excitedly. Great. Not bad. Shin Qiushan patted his son's back with satisfaction, his nose suddenly sore. Seeing his son achieve such good results made Shin Qiushan even more excited than he had been when he learned he had become the top scorer in the Sanjiang Province College entrance examination. He was a cheater, so even after scoring top on the Gaokao, he didn't consider himself that great, but his son had worked diligently for over 2 months, and Shin Qiushan saw all the hard work he put in. From 385 on the mock exam to 559 on the Gaokao. In just over 2 months, Shinichi's score improved by 174 points. No matter what high school you're in, such progress is commendable. Shin Qiushan was incredibly proud of his son. Shin Yanran, check your scores. After breaking his hug with his father, Shinichi turned to look at Shin Yanran. In fact, while Shinichi was sitting at the computer checking her scores, Shin Yanran had already dialed the number to check her college entrance exam scores. However, at that time, there must have been a lot of people checking their scores, so the line was constantly busy. Shin Yanran immediately sat down at the computer and repeated Shinichi's instructions. Shin Qiushan nervously stood behind his daughter, one hand unconsciously resting on her shoulder, as if to help her. As mentioned before, compared to Shinichi, the athletic student, Shin Yanran, relying solely on academic performance, would have a harder time getting into Sanjiang University. So, Shin Qiushan was even more nervous. After refreshing the web page several times, Shin Yanran's results were finally in. Admission ticket number 25331239******. Candidate name, Shin Yanran. Unified exam subjects. Chinese, 126. Mathematics, 123. English, 139. Elective subjects. History, 86. Politics, 90. Geography, 84. Total score, 648. After seeing her score, Xin Yanran excitedly waved her arms. A smile spread across her pretty face, dimples forming on her cheeks. Her smile was like a flower blooming under the warm summer sun. 648. I can go to Sanjiang University. Xin Yanran turned and hugged her father. As she fell into Shin Qiushan's arms, her beautiful eyes, once filled with smiles, instantly moistened. Crying tears of joy. This period has been truly arduous. Xin Yanran went to bed around midnight almost every night, and woke up at 4:30 a.m. Every day, she spent nothing but memorizing lessons and practicing exercises. How many times have I been so exhausted that I silently shed tears, but she still gritted her teeth and persevered, for no other reason than to be admitted to Sanjiang University with her father and brother. As Shin Qiushan had said, the three of them, father and son and daughter, would complete their mother's unfinished studies. Xin Yanran was an optimistic and cheerful person. Before her father, Shin Qiushan, came to school, she had been a casual learner, never putting too much pressure on herself or fiercely pursuing anything. This was the first time she had ever been so dedicated and worked so hard on something. She was under unprecedented pressure. And at this moment, all the pressure was finally released. Tears of joy flowed from Xin Yanran's eyes, reflecting the pressure she had endured since the start of the sprint. Shinichia also came over, one arm around his father's shoulders and the other on his sister's. Tears glistened in his eyes. But Shinichia felt he was a man and shouldn't cry. So, he tried to hold his head high. He fought back the tears. Shin Qiushan embraced his two children, a chorus of emotions welling up within him. At this moment, his feelings were something only a parent could understand. The emotions of the people around him were naturally affected by the embrace of the father, son, and daughter. Lin Xiaomao, with a cold exterior but a fiery heart, sniffed subconsciously. She was a witness. No one knew better than her how much effort the father, son, and daughter had put in to get to this moment. Judging from Xin Yanran and Shinichia's current grades, it should be a happy ending. As expected, both of them would be admitted to Sanjiang University, though it wasn't easy to choose a major. But getting accepted into Sanjiang University shouldn't be difficult. The photographers Zhou Roland and Su Fang brought naturally captured this scene. The three of them, father and son, or daughter, worked together, overcame obstacles, and ultimately got into their dream university. What an inspiring story. Of course, this also makes for excellent news material. Brother Shin, would you like to check your scores? After Shin Qiushan separated from his children, Zhou Roland spoke. As a reporter, she naturally wanted to capture Shin Qiushan checking his scores. Okay. Although Shin Qiushan already knew his scores, he hadn't yet gone through the process of checking them. He immediately sat down at the computer. Xiaoshan, your scores will most likely not be displayed. That's what's called blocked college entrance exams. Lu Hongyu said with a smile. Many provinces block the scores of the top 50 or 20 students in the college entrance exam. This is said to prevent excessive hype about high-scoring students, protect student privacy, and prevent universities from poaching high-quality students. But this policy was practically useless. Top domestic universities, like Peking University, Tsinghua University, and Sanjiang University still received advance notice of test-taker scores through their own channels. As expected, after Shin Qiushan entered his test number, his score was not displayed. He truly had become a Gaokao block student. I told you so. Lu Hongyu smiled and shrugged, then glanced at his assistant, who immediately handed him a contract. Xiaoshan, do you think we can sign this contract? Fearing that things might get complicated later, Lu Hongyu decided to strike while the iron was hot, and quickly signed the contract. This was mainly because he had just learned Xin Yanran's scores. The conditions he had previously promised Shin Qiushan included a 10-point difference. This should have been quite attractive to Shin Qiushan. After all, as a father, he certainly wanted his children to attend a top university like Sanjiang University. But Xin Yanran scored 648, so the 10-point difference probably wouldn't be necessary. Additionally, with representatives from Peking University and Tsinghua University present, Lu Hongyu was asserting his sovereignty and indirectly dissuading them from applying. After hearing his words, the faces of the Peking University and Tsinghua University students were indeed surprised. They were all seasoned experts, and from Lu Hongyu's words, they could tell that he and Shin Qiushan had probably reached some kind of agreement. Mr. Shin, are you sure you want to go to Sanjiang University? Many of our programs are world-class. For example, Guanhua School of Management. Zhao Kanan said urgently. In his opinion, Shin Qiushan, Sanjiang Province's top scorer in the liberal arts, was a perfect match for their university. Teacher Zhao, thank you for your invitation. But I still want to stay in Sanjiang to study. Shin Qiushan didn't mind Lu Hongyu's little trick. He had no intention of changing his mind anyway. If you don't want to go to Peking University or Tsinghua University, don't waste their time. The college entrance examination results had just been released. They probably still have a lot of students competing for it. Mr. Shin, please think it over carefully. The conditions I told you are always valid. You have my phone number too. If you change your mind, contact me. Zhao Kanan saw the determination in Shin Qiushan's eyes, and knew that staying any longer would probably be a waste of time, so he stopped pestering. After leaving a message, he left. Seeing Shin Qiushan's attitude, the Tsinghua people said something similar to Zhao Kanan's, and quickly left. After all, Shin Qiushan was the top scorer in the liberal arts, so he wasn't particularly well suited to their school. Just as the two groups left, someone else knocked on Shin Qiushan's door. Shin Yixiao, who was closer to the door, went to open it and exclaimed, "Grandpa, why are you here?" However, after calling out Grandpa, Shin Yixiao was stunned for a moment. Grandpa Lin Moshwan hadn't come alone, he was accompanied by a large group of people. Principal Wang Guangqing and homeroom teacher Chen Xiangyu were among them. Chapter 119. Shin Yixiao knew from the scene that Grandpa Lin Moshwan's visit was probably on official business. His grandpa stunned everyone at the Education Bureau. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock and confusion. Wang Guangqing and Su Desai exchanged glances in the crowd. They had previously heard rumors about the relationship between Lin Xiaoma and Shin Yanren, the sibling Shin Yixiao, but they couldn't confirm its authenticity. Shin Yixiao's grandpa confirmed their rumors. Su Desai was secretly thankful that he hadn't taken Shin Yixiao's premature love affair too seriously. If he had truly persuaded her to withdraw, he wouldn't have been able to hold his position as Dean of Studies. After all, the Education Bureau had a clear rule that schools couldn't actively persuade students to withdraw for the sake of admission rates. Although various schools secretly engaged in similar practices, they were ultimately kept secret. If Lin Moshwan knew his grandson had been persuaded by Su Desai to withdraw, he'd be in real trouble. "Dad, why are you here?" Hearing Shin Yixiao's call, Shin Qiushan hurried to the door. "Today is official business. Congratulations on your top score." Lin Moshwan didn't bother to avoid the relationship. Having a son-in-law top the college entrance exam was undoubtedly an honor. The people at the Education Bureau were even more shocked. Lin Xiaoma had been transferred from the Education Bureau after working there for several years. Everyone knew she was Lin Moshwan's daughter. And it turned out that Shin Qiushan, who had topped the liberal arts exam in Sanjiang province, was actually Director Lin's son-in-law. In other words, the newly crowned top scorer was actually Lin Xiaoma's husband. But none of them had heard of the leader's daughter getting married. In fact, someone in the Education Bureau had been pursuing Lin Xiaoma before. Besides being shocked, everyone's faces also showed suspicion. "Director Lin, your Education Bureau is really efficient." As soon as Lin Moshwan entered the room, Lu Hongyu immediately greeted him with a smile. "President Lu, you guys at Sanjiang University are also very quick." The two of them were old acquaintances. After all, both were in the Sanjiang education circle. In addition, theoretically, they were on the same level. Sanjiang was a sub-provincial city, and Lin Moshwan, the Education Bureau Director, was a deputy department-level cadre. Sanjiang University, on the other hand, was directly under the Ministry of Education, and therefore a vice-ministerial university. The party officials and the president were both at the vice-ministerial level. The executive vice president was at the full department level, and Lu Hongyu, an ordinary vice president, was at the vice department level. However, although the levels appeared to be the same, the Education Bureau and the university were two different systems. Lin Moshwan is a civil servant, and his deputy department level rank carries far more power than Lu Hongyu's. Thus, from their respective attitudes, it's clear that Lu Hongyu is clearly flattering Lin Moshwan, even though they don't have any kind of supervisory relationship. But from a personal networking perspective, it's still very useful for Lu Hongyu and Lin Moshwan to have a good relationship. "Qiushan, the Education Bureau is planning to award you a 100,000 yuan scholarship. Let's go through the formalities." Since the top scorer was his son-in-law, Lin Moshwan didn't offer any polite remarks. After taking a seat, he got straight to the point. "And there's a scholarship." "Thank you, Dad." Thank you, Director Lin, thank you, the Education Bureau, and thank you, everyone." Shin Qiushan was overjoyed. He welcomed any offer of money, whether from the Education Bureau or anyone else. No one complained it was too much. "Old Shin, our school is giving you a 30,000 yuan reward." Wang Guangqing took the opportunity to add. Although Shin Qiushan was only a student at Sanjiang High School on a temporary basis, a student, even one as old as Shin Qiushan, had already achieved provincial top honors in the liberal arts. The publicity was truly explosive. It was also a great honor for Sanjiang High School. Before arriving, Wang Guangqing had specifically called Lin Xiaoma to discuss the scholarship amount for Shin Qiushan. Initially, he and Su Desai had agreed on 20,000 yuan, but Lin Xiaoma felt it was too little and suggested adding 10,000 yuan. Thus, the 30,000 yuan figure was settled on. "Thank you, Principal Wang." "Thank you, school." Shin Qiushan thanked him profusely, and as usual, anyone offering money was welcome. Next, the reward process began. In front of the camera, Lin Moxuan handed a magnified check to Shin Qiushan. This magnified check was a familiar sight. The Education Bureau had always used it to award top-scoring college entrance exams. After receiving the Education Bureau's award, it was time for the school's reward. Wang Guangqing tactfully gave this opportunity to Lin Xiaoma, not to mention that her father was still present. Even if he wasn't there, Wang Guangqing had no intention of stealing the spotlight. After all, he was the principal of Sanjiang High School, so he deserved some credit. As for the spotlight, it was better to let this saint of the Sanjiang education system take over. Wang Guangqing didn't prepare any props, but simply placed the money in a large red envelope. As the school representative, Lin Xiaoma first shook hands with Shin Qiushan, a standard procedure. However, the moment their palms touched, Lin Xiaoma subconsciously flinched. She had thought she could perform a perfectly official handshake, but inexplicably, a sense of gender difference arose. She handed the red envelope to Shin Qiushan, and the two of them posed for the customary photo. "Principal Wang, Director Su, Teacher Chen, let's take a photo together." After all, Lin Xiaoma had worked within the system for so many years, and although Wang Guangqing had given her the opportunity to appear, Lin Xiaoma wasn't completely unaware of social etiquette. She had no problem presenting the award on behalf of the school in such an occasion, but she also had to consider the feelings of Wang Guangqing and Su Desai. A group photo of 5 people. Shin Qiushan, the protagonist, naturally took center stage, with Lin Xiaoma and Wang Guangqing on either side. Shin Xiangyu stood beside Lin Xiaoma. A beautiful teacher, a beautiful principal. It's like two beauties on a single flower. However, Lin Xiaoma was the most dazzling. The award ceremony was over. Next came the interview with Shin Qiushan, the top scorer. In addition to Zhou Ruolin and Su Fang, Lin Moxuan also brought along a reporter from the Sanjiang Education Channel. The three of them took turns asking questions. However, the questions were nothing new. They simply asked about Shin Qiushan's feelings after winning the top spot, and which university he would apply to. After interviewing Shin Qiushan, Lin Xiaoma, the principal, and Shin Xiangyu, the homeroom teacher, also gave interviews. At the same time, inside a cold drink shop, after a long period of continuous activity, Su Loquat finally had a break. She pulled her phone from her apron pocket. It was almost 1 o'clock. "Loquat, you took the college entrance exam too, right?" The store manager, Sun Shui, came over with a smile. "I just saw Yanran post on WeChat Moments. She got 648. That's impressive. No wonder she took the day off today." Shin Yanran fulfilled her promise, and worked at the cold drink shop with Su Loquat. However, Shin Yanran had taken the day off today. Su Loquat hadn't had time to check her phone until now, but Shin Yanran had already sent her a WeChat message. "Loquat, do you want to check your scores too?" Sun Shui asked. "Yeah." Su Loquat nodded and opened a website on her phone. After some practice, she had become quite proficient in using her phone. The peak period for checking scores had passed, so she easily opened the score page. Out of curiosity, Sun Shui's eyes remained fixed on Su Piwa's phone screen. She subconsciously read out Su Piwa's scores. Chinese, 141. Math, 150. English, 146. Physics, 93. Chemistry, 92. Biology, 89. Total, 711. Wow! Piwa, you're incredible. You scored 711. Sun Shui's face was filled with shock. She had assumed the quiet Su Piwa was just average. She had never imagined that this quiet little girl was actually a top student. She had thought Shin Yanran's score of 648 was impressive. But Su Piwa had scored 711. "Loquat, with that score, you're good enough to get the top spot in the Gaokao. You're not going to be the top scorer in our province this year, are you?" Sun Shui said, awestruck. "Still a long way off." Su Loquat shook her head slightly. She was a science student. 711 points, while considered high, was still more than 10 points away from the top spot. Last year, the top scorer in Zhejiang Province's science exam scored 726. This year, the top scorer in Zhejiang Province's science exam scored 725. Of course, Su Loquat didn't know the score of this year's top scorer in Zhejiang Province's science exam yet. Even though this year's exam is a bit more difficult overall than last year's, the scores of top students won't change much. The increased difficulty of the exam will have the greatest impact on students scoring between 600 and 680. That's already amazing. You're the first person I know who scored over 700 on the college entrance exam. Sun Shue's eyes lit up with emotion. She graduated from an ordinary junior college and knows all too well the hardships of a low education. Especially in today's environment where academic qualifications are severely devalued, a junior college degree is probably even less valuable than a high school degree was in the past. Getting into a good university doesn't guarantee a successful future, but it's undeniable that graduates from reputable universities will likely have a higher minimum standard after graduation. Loquat, your score is good enough to get into Peking University or Tsinghua University, right? I never imagined that the part-time worker I hired would be a top student who could attend Peking University or Tsinghua University. Don't ever forget me, sister. You're my only connection there. Sun Shue smiled and stroked Su Loquat's little mushroom head. She had always had a good impression of her because she was well-behaved, obedient, and able to endure hardships, but now, her respect for Su Loquat grew even stronger. As she said, Su Loquat was her only connection there. I'm not going to Peking University or Tsinghua University. To Sun Shue's surprise, Su Loquat shook her head slightly. Huh? Not going to Peking University or Tsinghua? Isn't your score high enough? Sun Shue looked at Su Biwa in astonishment. In her opinion, such a high score meant he'd definitely be admitted to Peking University or Tsinghua. It should be enough, but the majors you can choose are limited. Su Biwa looked up at the endless stream of people outside the floor-to-ceiling window and said with conviction, but I want to go to Zhejiang University. Chapter 120. Huh? You're going to Zhejiang University? Sun Shue's mouth opened into an O shape. As a native of Zhejiang Province, she was of course aware of the renowned Zhejiang University. However, it was naturally inferior to the prestigious universities of Tsinghua and Peking University, which held high status in the hearts of the people nationwide. For Sun Shue and most ordinary people, being admitted to either was preferable. Just then, a customer arrived. Sun Shue took the initiative to greet the customer, giving Su Piwa, the top student, some time to celebrate. The little mushroom-headed girl glanced at her WeChat messages. Shen Yanran excitedly told her she had scored 648 points. The message was a voicemail, and the background was a bit noisy. Su Piwa first congratulated her friend, then sent a message asking, "How are Uncle Shen and Shenishio?" Shen Yanran didn't reply immediately, probably because she hadn't seen it. Just then, another customer arrived. Su Piwa put away his phone and continued his busy schedule. Afternoon. Zhejiang TV, Zhejiang Life Channel, and Zhejiang Education Channel each reported on Shen Qiushan's victory as the top scorer in the liberal arts college entrance exam in Zhejiang Province. Before the three TV stations reported on the news, there had already been some online discussion due to a post on Zhejiang High School's social media account. However, the video traffic hadn't yet taken off, and the attention wasn't that high. After the three TV stations' joint coverage, the news of Shen Qiushan's top scorer quickly went viral. After all, most provinces released their college entrance exam results today. The hashtag Gaokea scores hashtag was already incredibly popular, and Shen Qiushan, as an older candidate, had already attracted considerable attention. Many netizens had been eagerly awaiting Shen Qiushan's results. After the Gaokao, he estimated a super high score of 680. Wang Zhixin had even posted multiple videos mocking him, leaving some netizens waiting for a slap in the face. And now, the long-awaited follow-up has arrived. However, the result was completely different from what they expected. Shen Qiushan's predicted score of 680 didn't fail, but he actually surpassed it, taking the top spot in the Gaokao. If it weren't for all these media outlets reporting on this, I wouldn't have believed it. A 38-year-old top scorer. Old Shen is incredible. I thought 680 was just some bullshit, but I was the clown. How am I going to explain to my mom that a 38-year-old man took the top spot in the Gaokao? Holy crap. Top scorer. Old Shen. He's a genius student, right? I've decided. From today on, I display Old Shen's photo. Trust Old Shen, and you get top marks. Where's Wang Zhixin? Shouldn't you be showing off now? Wang Jixin said you couldn't even get 500 points. What are you saying now? It turns out it's really hard to acknowledge someone else's excellence. It's this kind of mentality that's causing me to be misled by someone named Wang. We're both middle-aged, and if I can't do it myself, I assume others can't either. Where's old Yang? Shouldn't he get out and about? He's always being so sarcastic. The news was highly discussed. Hashtag Shinqiushan tops the college entrance exam hashtag trending quickly. Beijing. In a tea house. Yang Shijin was chatting with a friend over tea when his phone, which was placed on the tea table, suddenly vibrated. Yang Shijin checked his phone. Someone had sent him a message. After seeing the message, his previously composed expression suddenly darkened. How could this be possible? Getting a high score would be fine. And actually getting the top score? Although Yang Shijin wasn't as radical as Wang Jixin, he had also posted 3 or 4 videos about Shinqiushan. In fact, his primary target of criticism wasn't Shinqiushan, but the system behind it. But now, he'd been slapped in the face. The school had clearly had a basis for accepting Shinqiushan. The Education Bureau's tacit approval wasn't just an action or random talk. Old Yang, what happened? Noticing Yang Shijin's grim expression, his friend sitting across from him asked. That Shin guy actually got the top score on the college entrance exam. That's outrageous. Yang Shijin shook his head angrily. Is that the Shinqiushan you've been talking about online? Yes, that's him. This guy is so weird. He got the top score in the college entrance examination at the age of 38. And then a bunch of people came to my place and yelled at me. Yang Shijin rolled his eyes and said disdainfully, a bunch of idiots. His friend laughed. A 38-year-old who gets the top score in the college entrance examination is rare nowadays. But in ancient times, there were many top scorers at older ages, including Liang Hao, who studied the classics for 8 years before Fu Sheng and achieved success 2 years earlier than Tai Hong. Besides, Shinqiushan was only the provincial top scorer. You know how valuable the top scorer was in ancient times. Yang Shijin sighed dejectedly. Let's stop here for today. I'm going back to work on my copy. Although Mr. Shen achieved top honors, the question arises, why didn't such a talented person receive a better education when he was young, and instead had to wait until he was 38 to go back to school? Isn't this a flaw in the talent selection system? After hearing Yang Shijin's words, his friend's lips twitched, and he couldn't help but silently criticize. People online say you, old Yang, are eloquent and have a talent for confusing right and wrong. It's true. Yang Shijin's attitude reveals that some people are truly evil, wicked to the core. For them, no matter whether you do good or bad, they can always find reasons and angles to criticize you. Unless you change your national background. If Shinqiushan's nationality were American, Yang Shijin's tone would definitely be different. Look at the inclusiveness and superiority of their education. A 38-year-old can still achieve top honors. In the security booth. Old Shen's eyes widened, and his fingers frantically poked at his phone screen. Today's dancing beauty was wealthy and generous, her cool fabric seemingly ready to fall off at any moment as she danced gracefully. But it wouldn't fall off. Old Shen was frantic. He nearly poked his phone screen to pieces. What made him even more frustrated was that before he could even see what he wanted to see, the beautiful woman had already ended her live stream. Old Shen scrolled through his phone, searching for his next target. But then, he suddenly came across a piece of news. It was about his son having won the top spot in the Sanjiang Province College entrance examination. The Sanjiang Municipal Education Bureau was awarding a 100,000 yuan scholarship. Sanjiang High School was awarding a 30,000 yuan scholarship. And the video accompanying the news was actually filmed at home. This. Akiyama actually got the top score, and so many reporters came to interview him. Why didn't they tell me about this good news? Old Shen pounded his chest in frustration. This was a rare opportunity to show his face. If he were at home, he'd definitely get a spot. He might even be interviewed as the father of the top scorer, just like when he dropped him off at the school gate last time. In that interview, Old Shen boasted a lot, but the reporters didn't know he was bragging, and the whole interview was broadcast on the news. Old Shen was stunned for a long time. He still has the video of the news broadcast saved on his phone. Akiyama misled me. Old Shen sighed. If he hadn't been at work today, he would have been on TV again. Old Shen quickly called his son to ask if the reporters had left. The answer he got was that they had already left. Old Shen hung up the phone in disappointment. But after all, his son had won the top spot in the college entrance exam. Even if he couldn't appear on TV again, he could still show off. Old Shen glanced at the stalls at the entrance to the community, and hummed a little tune as he walked out of his duty booth. Girl, Give me a hand-pulled pancake with 2 sausages and 2 eggs. In the beginning, only Mrs. Wang was selling hand-pulled pancakes at the entrance. Now, there was a middle-aged widow named Li, in her 40s. Although not very good-looking, she had the advantage of youth. Old Shen had just arrived at her stall. Seeing this, Mrs. Wang, who was setting up a stall nearby, rolled her eyes and silently complained, "Newcomers are better than old ones." Before Widow Li came, Old Shen always bought his Shuhupen, hand-pulled pancakes, from her, and they even chatted for a bit. Now, he's completely ignoring himself. What's more, when he went to Widow Li's place, he ordered the deluxe version, which came with 2 sausages and 2 eggs. How shameless, Widow Li beamed. As she expertly beat the eggs, she asked, "Brother Shen, is there any good news? Even egg pancakes always have 2 sausages and 2 eggs." Old Shen was waiting for this. He laughed heartily. "No big deal. My son just got the top score in the college entrance exam. The Education Bureau and the school gave him a scholarship of over 100,000 yuan. Huh? Top scorer? Widow Li was so shocked that her movements froze. Brother Shen, isn't your son 38? He's the one who was all the rage online a while ago. He actually got the top score in the college entrance exam? On the first day Widow Li set up shop, Old Shen had already boasted to her about his son, Shen Qiushan. Yes. Aren't the college entrance exam results out today? My son got 709. Look, it's all over the news. Old Shen shoved his phone in front of Widow Li and continued, I told you before that our Qiushan takes after me. I'm the god of literature, and look, he's already topped the exam. Widow Li nodded in agreement. Brother Shen, you're incredible. You raised a son who's a top scorer. I admire you so much. Hearing Widow Li's praise, Old Shen's face was so wide open with a smile that it practically rippled. He silently sighed. Widow Li is so pleasant to talk to. Unlike old lady Wang next door, who always complains about bitterness and resentment. But just as Old Shen was enjoying himself, he suddenly thought of something else. His son's top score in the college entrance exam was cause for celebration. But how did his grandson and granddaughter do? Not only did the grandson and granddaughter fail, he quickly retrieved his phone and called Shen Qiushan again. Chapter 121. Sanjiang University. After finishing a day of classes, Lin Jiayu lay in bed, unwilling to move. It's no secret that studying medicine is exhausting. Not only is the schedule intense, but the memorization is also overwhelming. As the end of the semester approaches, students in other majors see fewer and fewer courses, as some have already concluded. But Lin Jiayu and her classmates aren't experiencing a decline in their classes. Wow! Jiayu, your brother-in-law has become the top scorer in this year's college entrance exam. Just as Lin Jiayu was about to take a nap to recover her nearly depleted health bar, Fang Xiuya, who was sleeping in the bed across from her, suddenly exclaimed, What? Top scorer? Already very sleepy, Lin Jiayu suddenly perked up and quickly climbed onto Fang Xiuya's bed. Here, look! Fang Xiuya, who was scrolling through short videos, showed Lin Jiayu the one she had just watched. The video was posted by the Kuaishou account News Frontline. The content was simple, simply announcing Shen Qiushan's college entrance exam score and his achievement as the top scorer in the liberal arts section of Sanjiang province. However, this video, just over 10 seconds long, has already garnered over 500,000 likes and over 80,000 comments. Right. Today is the day the college entrance exam results are announced. Lin Jiayu rubbed his temples. I was so busy in class that I completely forgot about this. Jiayu, your brother-in-law is incredible. A 38-year-old top scorer in the college entrance exam is simply unprecedented. Fang Xiuya sighed as she clicked on the Kuaishou homepage for news ahead. Sure enough, there were more videos about Shen Qiushan becoming the top scorer. The one she just scrolled through was the first one to be released. There were several more videos following it, including one showing the Education Bureau and the school awarding Shen Qiushan an award, and another showing Shen Qiushan being interviewed. Jiayu, is your brother-in-law really 38? He looks younger and younger. I think he's only 30 at most. And he's so handsome. After watching the subsequent videos of the award presentation and the interview, Fang Xiuya couldn't help but sigh. The age can't be wrong. Even with a smile, she looks 18. Lin Jiayu casually replied, silently complaining in her heart. Dad and sister were both award presenters, and no one had even told her that her brother-in-law, Shen Qiushan, had topped the college entrance exam. They'd forgotten about her, their exiled daughter or sister. Jiayu, could you give me your brother-in-law's WeChat? Fang Xiuya suddenly leaned her head against Lin Jiayu's shoulder and said with a grin. Huh? Why do you want my brother-in-law's WeChat? Lin Jiayu glanced at Fang Xiuya suspiciously. Well, that's what I thought. Fang Xiuya put her arm around Lin Jiayu's slender waist and said, your nephew and niece are both 18, right? But they've been without a mother since childhood. I thought I could try to give them some maternal love. You? Lin Jiayu's forehead suddenly turned black. Fang Xiuya, are you crazy? My brother-in-law is 38 and has 2 children, and you're only 20. You actually have such an idea? Lin Jiayu was completely overwhelmed by her roommate and best friend Fang Xiuya. Fang Xiuya, you better be joking. But I really think your brother-in-law is super handsome. Fang Xiuya pouted in frustration and continued, Jiayu, you know, I've always liked mature men. It's best to keep things within the family. As Fang Xiuya spoke, another roommate, Guo Weiwei, hurried into the dormitory. Jiayu? Jiayu? Something big has happened. Your brother-in-law has become the top scorer in the college entrance exam. 709 points. Incredible. Guo Weiwei's sudden intrusion interrupted Fang Xiuya's attempt to get his WeChat ID. Lin Jiayu sat up from her bed and returned to her own. I was just talking about this with Xiuya. Jiayu, your brother-in-law is amazing. A 38-year-old taking on a group of 18-year-olds, and he actually won. Guo Weiwei sighed. By the way, didn't he say he wanted to apply to our school? I guess he won't now. The top scorer in the liberal arts department. Peking University and Tsinghua University will definitely be vying for him. After hearing Guo Weiwei's words, Fang Xiuya, who had just been excited and ready to show some maternal love to Shen Yanran and Shen Yixiao, suddenly looked gloomy. She had actually ignored the question. She had asked Lin Jiayu for her WeChat account because she was planning to chat with Shen Qiushan during the holidays and get to know him better. She would wait until Shen Qiushan enrolled and then act accordingly. But if Shen Qiushan went to Peking University or Tsinghua University, she'd have no chance. Jiayu, your brother-in-law wouldn't go back on his word, would he? Why don't you ask him? Fang Xiuya sat up in bed and said to Lin Jiayu. Didn't I say in the interview? I'm still considering it. Lin Jiayu replied casually, but then she opened the WeChat chat window with Shen Qiushan, using her real account this time. She first sent Shen Qiushan a congratulatory message, then casually asked which university he was going to. Shen Qiushan replied quickly, clearly telling her he would still be attending Sanjiang University. Lin Jiayu was in high spirits after receiving a positive response. She didn't have the same perverted feelings about her brother-in-law as Fang Xiuya did. She simply found it interesting that he had suddenly become her junior. By the way, I pick you up from school later. We're celebrating tonight, and everyone in the family will be there. Just as Lin Jiayu was about to ask Shen Yanran and Shen Yixiao about their grades, Shen Qiushan sent another message. Lin Jiayu immediately replied with an OK emoji. A party, a feast. As a foodie, she was naturally overjoyed. Jiayu, what's up? Why are you so happy all of a sudden? Fang Xiuya's expression didn't escape her notice, and she asked curiously. Let's go out and celebrate tonight. Let's have a big dinner. Lin Jiayu hummed a little tune happily. By the way, my brother-in-law will pick me up later. You wanted his WeChat, right? This time you can ask for it in person. Really? Hearing this, Fang Xiuya's eyes lit up. Old Shen, will you be coming to our school later? Of course it's true. My brother-in-law just sent me a WeChat message. Xiuya, you should seize the opportunity. Lin Jiayu teased with a smile, convinced that her friend Fang Xiuya was just talking big. As she had said, one was 20, the other 38. The age difference was simply outrageous. However, to Lin Jiayu's surprise, Fang Xiuya got out of bed and sat at her desk to put on her makeup. Fang Xiuya, are you serious? Lin Jiayu was shocked. For a girl to take the initiative to put on makeup an hour or two early to meet someone, she definitely has something in mind. In front of the cold drink shop, a Wenjia M9 slowly pulled up. A beautiful young woman opened the passenger door and got out. Loquat, over here. Standing by the car, Shen Yanran waved to Su Loquat, who had just gotten off work. Tonight, they were celebrating the good grades of the Shen family, father, son, and daughter. Naturally, Su Loquat, the young teacher, couldn't be left out. At this moment, Lin Maxuan and Lin Xiaomao had returned to their respective workplaces, while Shen Qiushan was preparing to take Shen Yanran and Shen Yixiao to pick up his sister-in-law, Lin Jiayu, and to give them a sneak peek at Sanjiang University. Su Loquat had actually already spotted Shen Qiushan's car. Such a large SUV would have been very conspicuous. Having already learned Shen Yanran and Shen Yixiao's grades, Su Loquat was in high spirits. The little mushroom head even bought 4 ice cream cones, a rare treat for the 4 of them, to celebrate their good results. Loquat, how did you know I wanted ice cream? Hee, I want this strawberry flavor. Shin Yanran smiled and took the strawberry ice cream from Su Loquat. I want the chocolate one. Shin Yanran, pass it to me. Shinishiu, who was playing games in the second row, rolled down the window and said, So lazy. Shin Yanran pouted, but still handed the chocolate ice cream to Shinishiu and took a seat in the second row. Loquat, you take the passenger seat. Feel the passenger seat's perspective. As they got into the car, Shin Yanran pointed to the open passenger door. Su Loquat nodded and took the remaining 2 ice creams. Uncle Shin, which flavor do you want? Su Loquat now had 1 vanilla and 1 original ice cream in his hand. Which flavor do you prefer? Shin Qiushan asked with a smile. I'm fine with either. Although Su Loquat said this, his gaze lingered on the original ice cream for a second as he replied. Vanilla? Shin Qiushan reached out his large hand, took the vanilla ice cream from Su Loquat's small hand, and immediately took a big bite. Delicious. Seeing Shin Qiushan's high praise, Su Loquat's little face suddenly broke into a peaceful smile. She lowered her head and took a sip of the original ice cream in her hand. Given Su Loquat's financial situation, buying 4 ice creams at once was actually quite extravagant. If it were just for herself, Su Loquat would definitely not buy them. But today was a special day for both her and the Shin family. Su Loquat felt it was time to celebrate. When she left, she was a little worried that 4 ice creams would look shabby. Now, seeing Shin Qiushan, Shin Yanran, and Shinishiya all happily enjoying their treats, without any excuses or politeness, she felt relieved. Shin Qiushan ate his ice cream while driving, and the advantages of intelligent driving were evident at this moment. He could completely free his hands. And experienced drivers know that the higher the price of the car, the more useful those hands are. Of course, for Shin Qiushan right now, he could only enjoy the ice cream. After all, the little mushroom-headed Su Loquat was sitting in the passenger seat. If this were his old lover Chen Xiangyu, with his hands freed, he would really feel the magic of how technology changes life. Chapter 122. Downstairs in the girls' dormitory. Lin Jiayu's 3 roommates came together and accompanied her downstairs. Fang Xiuya, with her delicate makeup on, had deliberately chosen a more sedate gray floral dress, her hair curled in wide waves. The other 2 roommates weren't as formal. Gossip-loving Weiwei had just joined in the fun, curious to see what the 38-year-old top scorer in the college entrance exam looked like. The materialistic Zhu Ying wasn't really interested in the 38-year-old top scorer, but she was more interested in the scholarship he could earn. Jiayu, what do you think of my outfit? Is it something an older man would like? Beside the flower bed at the dormitory entrance, Fang Xiuya twirled around, holding the hem of her skirt with one hand. Very beautiful. Lin Jiayu replied, speechless and perfunctory. She hadn't expected her roommate Fang Xiuya to actually do it. This made Lin Jiayu feel like she was being backstabbed. I treat you like a close friend, and you're actually trying to hook up with my brother-in-law? Outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. Xiuya, I don't think you need to dress so maturely. Old men like young bodies. You be fine just as you normally dress. Zhu Ying offered her advice. That seems to make sense. Fang Xiuya paused, thinking Zhu Ying was right. Don't they say it online? Men remain young until they die. Theoretically, they always like 18-year-old girls. So, if she wants to hook up with Shin Qiushan, she should leverage her youth. There's really no need to feign maturity. Yeah, I agree with Sister Ying. Guo Weiwei nodded in agreement, then added, but Xiaoya, are you serious? Brother-in-law Jiayu is 38 years old, and has 2 children around our age. Aren't you a little too young to be a stepmother? Besides, being a stepmother at 20, are you sure your mother will still let you go home? Fang Xiuya snorted softly. What era is this? Age is never a problem, right? As for my mother, she understand. The girls were chatting when a Wenjie M9 slowly drove up. Normally, outside vehicles are not allowed to enter Sanjiang University. Shin Qiushan specifically called Lu Hongyu, the vice president in charge of admissions and logistics, whose responsibility fell within the school security department. With just one call, Lu Hongyu issued a pass for Shin Qiushan's license plate. This made it much easier for Shin Qiushan to bring the children to visit the school. What a huge car. Is this the car of some school leader? The girl's eyes subconsciously fell on the approaching Wenjie M9. It's my brother-in-law. Lin Jiayu recognized Shin Qiushan, who was sitting in the driver's seat. However, this was also the first time she had seen Shin Qiushan driving this car. It was clearly a new purchase made by his brother-in-law. This car is very expensive, over 500,000 yuan. Jiayu, is your brother-in-law that rich? Zhu Ying's eyes, initially uninterested in the 38-year-old Shen Qiushan, lit up slightly. She had a celebrity group she had joined for 399 yuan. The group owner was a blogger with over 200,000 followers, who regularly shared tips on identifying and hooking up with wealthy men. Recently, the group owner had also shared an article titled "Judge a Person by His Car." They say we shouldn't just focus on traditional luxury cars. Men who drive high-end new energy vehicles are actually worth paying attention to. Because anyone who can spend hundreds of thousands of yuan on a domestic new energy vehicle is generally well off, and it's highly unlikely they only have one. The Wenjia M9 in front of them is a domestic high-end new energy vehicle. Huh? This car costs over 500,000 yuan? Lin Jiayu was shocked. She didn't recognize the car Shen Qiushan was driving. But she knew her brother-in-law made some money writing novels, though she didn't know exactly how much. As they were talking, Shen Qiushan had already gotten out of the car. He was dressed simply today, a white t-shirt with jeans and a pair of white sneakers. Although his outfit was simple, it had a youthful feel. Coupled with the fact that Shen Qiushan had already increased all his basic attributes to 90 points, he looked nothing like a 38-year-old. Some people even believed he was 28. He's even more handsome than in the video. Fang Xiuya's eyes sparkled, and she subconsciously nudged Guo Weiwei with her arm. Really? He doesn't look 38 at all. Guo Weiwei couldn't help but sigh. Beside her, Zhu Ying regretted not dressing up properly before going downstairs. Many young girls love this type of uncle with a youthful air. Of course, appearances are only one aspect. The main thing is that this uncle drives a car worth over 500,000 yuan, clearly well off. Brother-in-law, when did you buy that car? I didn't even know. Lin Jiayu said, surveying the new car Shen Qiushan had driven. It's been a while. Well, next time I buy a car, I'd definitely tell you, Jiayu. Shen Qiushan jokingly said. Auntie, did you miss me? At this moment, Shen Yanren came over with a smile and hugged Auntie Lin Jiayu. Both girls were the type of beautiful, energetic young women, but the difference was that Shen Yanren was taller, at 172 centimeters, making Lin Jiayu, 165 centimeters, look a bit petite in comparison. As the niece, hugging Auntie Lin Jiayu, it felt like a reversal of status. Fang Xiuya, standing by, silently sized up her stepdaughter, Shen Yanren, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Our daughter is so beautiful. Her looks, her figure, her long legs. Once she arrives at Sanjiang University, she'd definitely be the campus belle. Yanren, let me introduce you to the seniors. After breaking free from her niece's embrace, Lin Jiayu immediately pointed at her three roommates and introduced them. Guo Weiwei, Sister Weiwei, Zhu Ying, Sister Ying. Jiayu, wait. I think that's not the right way to introduce them. Seeing she was about to be introduced, Fang Xiuya quickly corrected her. Jiayu, you're Yanren's aunt, right? We're sisters, so it should be Aunt Weiwei and Aunt Ying. Yanren, my name is Fang Xiuya. You can call me Aunt Xiuya. Fang Xiuya gave Shen Yanren a loving smile. Okay. Shen Yanren thought Fang Xiuya was joking. She laughed heartily and called out, Auntie Xiuya. Yeah, that's right. Fang Xiuya's face was filled with a smile. Then she turned to look at Shen Qiushan and politely extended her hand. Brother Shen, hello. I'm Jiayu's roommate, Fang Xiuya. You can just call me Xiuya. I saw something about you online, and I admire you so much. Hello. Shen Qiushan was naturally unaware of the girl's intentions. He simply assumed she was his sister-in-law Lin Jiayu's roommate, and politely shook her hand. However, Fang Xiuya's address as Brother Shen made Shen Qiushan a little uncomfortable. After all, girls her age usually call their parents uncle. Brother Shen, can you add me on WeChat? I heard from Jiayu that you're coming to our school too. We be alumni from now on. After all, I'm your senior. Fang Xiuya said with another smile. Sure, no problem. I really be relying on you seniors for your support in the future. Shen Qiushan teased, then displayed his WeChat QR code. Brother Shen, my name is Zhu Ying, and I'm also Jiayu's roommate. Let's add each other as friends. While Shen Qiushan was flashing the QR code, Zhu Ying came over and scanned it. And me. Guo Weiwei followed suit. A 38-year-old top scorer in the college entrance exam, with such a brilliant WeChat friend, can sometimes be a bit boastful. For example, when chatting with classmates about online news, Guo Weiwei could casually say, You're talking about old Shen, right? Yeah, I'm friends with him. And just like that, before Shen Qiushan even registered at Sanjiang University, he already had 3 new senior students on WeChat. Loquat, how did you do on the exam? Su Loquat also got out of the car, but Fang Xiaoya and the other 2 were so focused on Shin Qiushan that no one paid any attention to the petite, mushroom-headed student. While Fang Xiaoya and the other 2 were trying to add Shin Qiushan on WeChat, Lin Jiayu took the initiative to chat with Su Loquat. They had met at a party the day after the Gaokao, and Lin Jiayu had a good impression of the mushroom-headed student. 711 points. Wow, that's impressive. Lin Jiayu couldn't help but sigh in admiration. She had originally scored 689, and knew all too well how difficult it was to improve beyond 680. For students at this level, it wasn't a matter of hard work anymore, it was pure talent. Loquat, so are you going to Tsinghua or Peking University? In Sanjiang Province, a score of 711 is enough to get into Tsinghua or Peking University, and aside from the most prestigious majors, it's pretty much guaranteed to get into any other program. Sister Jiayu, I want to apply for the clinical medicine program at Sanjiang University, Su Loquat replied truthfully. Huh? You're coming to our school too? Lin Jiayu was shocked. She had thought Su Loquat, with a score of 711, would definitely choose Peking University or Tsinghua University. Yeah. Su Loquat nodded obediently. Sister Jiayu, if I remember correctly, you're majoring in dental medicine. Yes. If you come to the medical school, you be my junior. Lin Jiayu stroked her smooth chin and said, clinical medicine is our flagship program. It would be great if you could come. In fact, the entire medical school is Sanjiang University's flagship program. Last year, the minimum admission score for the medical school was 681. And clinical medicine is the flagship program among flagship programs. Last year, the minimum admission score was 692, the highest at Sanjiang University. Su Loquat's application for the clinical medicine program with a score of 711 wasn't considered lowballing. Her score would appear rather mediocre at Peking University or Tsinghua University, but would be highly regarded at Sanjiang University. It's a choice of better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Chapter 123. Xiao, what major are you planning to apply for? Lin Jiayu asked Shen Yixiao, who had been on the phone with his girlfriend since getting off the bus. Physical education or sports training. Shen Yixiao had made this plan long ago. He knew his professional skills weren't suited to the path of an athlete. Well, nephew, you've matured. Lin Jiayu acted like an elder, patting Shen Yixiao on the shoulder. She also felt that Shen Yixiao wasn't suited to the path of a professional athlete. It's a single plank bridge with thousands of troops, too difficult. And it's also very talent intensive. Hard work alone can't solve the problem. Jiayu, get in the car. It's rush hour, and the traffic is expected to be quite long. After adding Fang Xiaoya and the others on WeChat, Shin Qiushan turned and waved to Lin Jiayu. Sanjiang University is located in the suburban university town, quite far from the city center, so it's important to plan ahead. Yeah. Let's go. Lin Jiayu responded, then nudged her nephew, who was half a head taller than her, and tugged at Su Biwa beside her. The group boarded the car. Su Biwa offered the passenger seat to Lin Jiayu, preparing to move to the third row. But before she could even get in, Shen Yanren had already pushed Shen Yixiao to the third row, leaving the more comfortable second row seat for Su Biwa. Shen Yanren, I'm doing this for Biwa's sake. Shen Yixiao pouted, bending over and moving to the last row. Outside the car, Fang Xiaoya, beaming, waved at Shin Qiushan. Brother Shin, drive slowly and be careful. Shin Qiushan nodded at this junior. Although he didn't yet understand her intentions, he felt she was being a bit overly enthusiastic. The smile on her face, in particular, was clearly inappropriate for her age, giving off the awkward feeling of tears soaking AD calcium, swearing never to love again. So handsome. He's so handsome even when driving. As the Wenjia M9 drove away, Fang Xiaoya sighed, with a dazed look on her face. Xiaoya, I kind of understand you. Old Shin is quite handsome. He doesn't look 38 at all. Guo Weiwei chimed in. Right. I told you my taste is absolutely impeccable. With her roommate's affirmation, Fang Xiaoya became even more determined to win over this handsome man. Xu Ying, standing by, remained silent, but she had already begun to act. She quietly opened the group file on how to conquer a wealthy man. 1. Cater to his preferences. Carefully browse the other person's social media accounts, WeChat Moments, Weibo, Kuaishou, Zaya Hongshu, etc., for clues. Xu Ying thought the strategy made sense. So, she silently opened Shin Qiushan's WeChat Moments. It only showed the last 3 days' worth of content. But Shin Qiushan hadn't posted anything in those 3 days. A bad start. Even then, Shin Qiushan drove out of Sanjiang University and casually asked Jiayu, "Did your roommate have plastic surgery? Something like a smile lip procedure?" "Brother-in-law, which one are you talking about?" Lin Jiayu asked, puzzled. "The one named Xiaoya." Lin Jiayu burst out laughing. "What's wrong?" Shin Qiushan looked suspicious. "Brother-in-law, can I ask you a question?" Lin Jiayu didn't answer Shin Qiushan, but instead asked back. "Just ask if you want to." "It's nothing." Shin Qiushan shrugged nonchalantly. "Have you ever thought about remarrying?" Shin Qiushan was stunned. He hadn't expected his sister-in-law, Lin Jiayu, to start with such a bombshell. After this question, Shin Yanran and Shin Yixiao, who had been bickering, tacitly stopped. Su Pipa's ears, hidden beneath her small mushroom head, perked up subconsciously. "No!" Shin Qiushan responded decisively, then asked, "Why do you ask that?" "Because Fang Xiaoyao wants to be Yanran and Shixiao's stepmother," Lin Jiayu replied bluntly. "Huh?" Shin Qiushan was completely stunned. He had never dreamed that Fang Xiaoyao would even entertain such thoughts. Shin Yanran was speechless. "I treat you like a senior. You actually want to be my stepmother, is that right?" Shin Yixiao, who was sitting in the last row, leaned over to the second row with a curious look on her face, craning her neck and asking, "Annie, which one is Fang Xiaoyao?" Shin Yixiao didn't go over to greet Fang Xiaoyao and the other two, but simply glanced at them casually. Naturally, she had no idea which one wanted to be her stepmother. "The one with the big curly hair. The one in the gray floral dress," Lin Jiayu replied casually. "She seems pretty." Shin Yixiao had an impression of Fang Xiaoyao. Their eyes met once, and she gave him a strange smile. At the time, Shin Yixiao was wondering why this woman's smile was so creepy. It even gave off a sinister vibe, a bit like a supporting actress in a horror movie. So she was playing the role of a loving mother. "Brother-in-law, what do you think of Xiaoyao?" Lin Jiayu asked again with a smile. "Go cool off." Shin Qiushan rolled his eyes at his teasing sister-in-law. "I think she's fine." "Yanran, what do you think?" Lin Jiayu turned and pouted at Shin Yanran. "Not so great." Shin Yanran shook her head like a rattle. "She's only 2 years older than me. How could there be such a young stepmother?" "Dad, can you promise me something?" Shin Yanran said solemnly to her father, who was driving. "Tell me about it. If you remarry, can you let me spend some time with my stepmother?" "Well, I just want to check things out for you." Shin Yanran's face took on a grown-up expression. "No problem." Shin Qiushan smiled and nodded, then said solemnly, "I've thought about this before. If I really want to remarry, there's a prerequisite. That is, you and Xiao Xiao must be satisfied with this stepmother. Otherwise, I won't remarry." Shin Qiushan spoke his honest thoughts. He was at this age, and his children were already this grown. In truth, he had no desire to remarry. If he ever met someone who made him want to marry, he would definitely consult his 2 children. Due to the evening rush hour, it took almost an hour and a half to drive. Shin Qiushan and his friends finally arrived at the restaurant they had booked. Lin Moxuan, Qin Qingju, Lin Xiaomao, Old Shin, and the others had already arrived. Shin Qiushan and his friends took their seats, and the waiter began serving the dishes. Soon, the table was filled with a sumptuous feast. Lin Moxuan, sitting in the center seat, cleared his throat and raised his glass. "Everyone's here, the dishes are served. Let me say a few words." Director Lin still couldn't break his leadership habits. He always had to say a few words before the meal. Everyone applauded. Welcome Director Lin to speak. Old Shin, however, was quite respectful and led the applause. In the past, Old Shin had actually looked down on Lin Moxuan. This was understandable, given the disparity in their status. When Shin Yanran and Shin Yixiao were young, Lin Moxuan had been aggressive, even trying to take custody of the children and change their surname to Lin. Now, Old Shin has calmed down a lot. One reason is his age, and the other is that his son, Shin Qiushan, is truly accomplished. He topped the college entrance examination at the age of 38. His grandchildren also excelled academically, and almost all of them are expected to attend Sanjiang University. This proves that the Shin family's education is flawless, which is why Old Shin is now very confident and can look down on Director Lin Moxuan with equal confidence. First of all, congratulations to Qiushan for becoming the top scorer in the liberal arts in our Sanjiang province's college entrance examination. He also set a record for being the oldest top scorer since the reinstatement of the college entrance examination. Truly unprecedented and unmatched. This feat will leave a lasting mark in the history of Chinese education. I'm happy and proud of Qiushan. So, for this first glass of wine, I propose that we all toast Qiushan. With these words, Lin Moshwan was the first to stand, glass raised. Thank you, Dad. I toast you too. Shin Qiushan quickly followed suit, glass in hand. Honestly, he was somewhat flattered by the change in his father-in-law's attitude today. He was even a little puzzled. Knowing Lin Moshwan well, it was impossible for his attitude to change so drastically just because he scored the top spot in the college entrance exam. That wasn't Director Lin's character. He was, after all, the head of the Sanjiang Municipal Education Bureau, a deputy department-level official. How could such a drastic change occur just because of a top scorer in the college entrance exam? Therefore, Shin Qiushan found this matter extremely strange. If he hadn't known that Lin Moshwan had plenty of money, Shin Qiushan would have thought he was trying to borrow money. Everyone clinked their glasses. They drank the first glass of wine in a lively atmosphere. Lin Moshwan raised another glass. This second glass is for Xiao Xiao and Yin Ran. They both lived up to everyone's expectations and achieved top marks. It's worth celebrating. With Lin Moshwan leading the way, everyone drank a second glass. This is the third glass of wine. Let's all toast to the first snow. Qiushan, Xiao Xiao, and Yin Ran are all great. If she knew, she rest in peace. After saying this, Lin Moshwan took the lead and poured the wine from his glass onto the ground. The fact that he could say this meant that Director Lin had finally let go. At least, he would no longer blame Shin Qiushan for his eldest daughter's death. Although Lin Moshwan didn't say much, the attitude he displayed this time moved both Shin Qiushan and old Shin. The barrier between them seemed to be completely broken down at that moment. In this atmosphere, today's party was destined to be a drunken affair. And indeed, it was. After 3 rounds of drinks, Lin Moshwan, already about half drunk, leaned over to Shin Qiushan, placed a hand on his shoulder, and whispered, "Qiushan, do you still have that medicine?" "Huh? What kind of medicine?" Already about half drunk, Shin Qiushan rubbed his temples, and looked at his father-in-law with suspicion. Lin Moshwan's mouth twitched slightly, and he pressed down hard on Shin Qiushan's shoulder. "That's the one you gave me last time. It works really well." Chapter 124. Shin Qiushan finally realized what was happening. At the last gathering, he had slipped a bottle of endurance spray to his father-in-law. Clearly, his father-in-law had used it before, and he given it a thumbs up. Shin Qiushan smiled and whispered, "Yes, I have. I give it to you later." Shin Qiushan had tried the endurance spray once, and it was indeed quite effective. Not only did it have no side effects, it also seemed to help maintain kidney function. However, Shin Qiushan had simply upgraded all his basic attributes to 90 points and stopped using it. For an ordinary person like Lin Moshwan, the effects should be quite obvious, otherwise this arrogant father-in-law wouldn't have asked for it. The reality was much as Shin Qiushan had imagined. To use an advertising slogan to describe the endurance spray, those who use it will know. After all, it was a system-made product, and it couldn't be compared to something made in a small workshop. However, that small bottle can only be used twice. After using it, Director Lin not only felt his kidney function return to that of a mature adult, but he also experienced no further discomfort. It's truly a miracle drug. Lin Moshwan had long wanted to ask Shin Qiushan for this medicine, but he never had the nerve to ask. He even searched online for a long time, but couldn't find a similar product. Today, under the influence of alcohol, Lin Moshwan finally got to the point. "What are you two whispering about?" "Why are you whispering?" Chen Qingzhu asked with a smile. She was naturally in a very good mood today. Because the relationship between Lin Moshwan and Shin Qiushan, the father-in-law and son-in-law, had finally been restored. Look, there were even private conversations. This was something I never dared to imagine before. "Brother-in-law, what were you and my dad talking about? I want to know too. Since there's no one around, just tell us." Lin Jiayu cheered on the sidelines. She was genuinely curious about what private topics her father and brother-in-law Shin Qiushan could discuss. After all, before, whenever her father mentioned Shin Qiushan at home, he would scowl. The nose wasn't a nose, the eyes weren't eyes. Now, her father was actually dragging Shin Qiushan into a private conversation. The turnaround was truly drastic. After hearing what his youngest daughter, Lin Jiayu, said, Lin Moshwan's face darkened. "Why are you joining in on the fun?" "Of course, what your brother-in-law and I were talking about was a big deal." Lin Moshwan, worthy of being a leader, was full of nonsense. Lin Jiayu stuck out her tongue. "You don't look like it's a big deal, judging by your expressions." Shin Qiushan sternly corrected, "Jiayu, you're wrong. Dad and I were talking about something really big." While saying this, Shin Qiushan silently scoffed. Little girl, you don't know anything? This involves the question of how much of the family fortune you get. Don't you think it's a big deal? Seeing both of them saying this, Lin Jiayu pursed her lips slightly. So mysterious. Forget it. When the meal was over, Shin Qiushan went to the bathroom and retrieved 2 bottles of endurance spray from his system backpack. After leaving the restaurant, Shin Qiushan handed the 2 vials to Lin Moshwan. Although Director Lin was already a bit tipsy, he still pocketed the 2 vials as if they were treasures. Back home, Qin Qingyu helped her old man back to his room, but Director Lin perked up and mysteriously pulled out the 2 small bottles Shin Qiushan had given him. Qin Qingyu recognized the item. The old man had used it before. She couldn't help but spit. What a frivolous old man. Qiushan gave it to you again? It's hard to refuse such kindness. Qiushan insisted on forcing it on me. Lin Moshwan once again displayed his unwavering deceit, maintaining his illustrious image as a director. This kid, seriously. Chen Qingju was speechless. At her age, she occasionally had desires, but not often. Men were different. Unless they were hanging on the wall, it was hard for them to be honest. Qiushan hasn't remarried or been in a relationship, so why does he have so many of these? Chen Qingju asked, somewhat puzzled. At Qiushan's age, as long as he fulfills his responsibilities and doesn't engage in casual relationships, we can understand. Lin Moshwan even began to speak up for Shin Qiushan. Previously, this was something he wouldn't even consider. I'm not a pedantic person. I don't object to Qiushan finding a partner. After all, the 2 children are grown up. However, it seems Qiushan really doesn't have anyone around right now. Otherwise, how would he have the energy? Look, he has to take care of Xiao Xiao and Yanran, study hard, and write novels to make money. Qin Qingju felt quite sorry for her son-in-law, especially after learning that he was struggling with both his studies and his novel writing. And even under these circumstances, her son-in-law managed to achieve top marks in the imperial examination. It was simply incredible. So, Qiushan is a good boy. Lin Moshwan sighed, a rare positive comment. Of course, it definitely had nothing to do with the 2 little blue bottles in his hand. In the living room, sisters Lin Xiaoma and Lin Jiayu were chatting. Lin Xiaoma had also been drinking today, and when she returned, it was Lin Jiayu, a novice driver with less than a year's license, who was driving. Sister, let me tell you something really funny. You know my roommate Fang Xiuya? Yeah, I've heard you mention her. Lin Xiaoma leaned her head against the sofa, rubbing her temple with one hand. She wasn't a big drinker, and although she hadn't drunk much today, she felt a little dizzy. Xiuya actually wants to be Yanran and Shishio's stepmother. Isn't that funny? Lin Jiayu told her sister the story as a joke. After hearing Lin Jiayu's words, Lin Xiaoma was stunned for a moment before realizing, you mean your roommate Fang Xiuya has a crush on my brother-in-law? Yes. She said she likes older men, and my brother-in-law is exactly her type. When my brother-in-law came to pick me up today, she even dressed up and added him on WeChat. Lin Jiayu jokingly said, I told Yanran about this in the car, and she was completely stunned. Xiuya and I are the same age, only 2 years older than Yanran. Lin Xiaoma frowned slightly, then couldn't help but grumble, girls these days are so open-minded. Lin Jiayu shook her head. Xiuya is just an exception. I'm not like that. I still want to find a boyfriend of a similar age. Have you found a boyfriend? Lin Xiaoma asked. Not yet. Lin Jiayu sighed, those boys are so immature. There's no reliable one right now. I want to find someone my own age, but I find them too immature. Then take your time. Lin Xiaoma complained. In reality, she didn't have much experience to share about relationships. She stretched, ended her conversation with her sister, and returned to her room. But as she showered, she couldn't stop thinking about what Lin Jiayu had said about Fang Xiuya. They say men always like young girls. And now, a 20-year-old girl has set her sights on Shin Qiushan. Although she thought it was outrageous, she inexplicably felt a sense of crisis. She didn't even know where it came from. Or rather, she didn't want to face it head-on. The Shin family. Old Shin was drunk. When he got home, he fell asleep on his bed. He already snored, and because he was drunk, his snoring was much louder than usual. Shin Qiushan could hear it clearly even in his small room, but the snoring didn't dampen his good mood at all. After the college entrance examination rewards were settled, Shin Qiushan currently had a 6.04 million academic master index. The system page displayed his primary attributes. Appearance 90. Build 90. Strength 90. Speed 90. Endurance 90. Health 90. Currently, all 6 primary attributes were at 90 points. According to system rules, each additional point above 90 consumes 100,000 academic master points. Shin Qiushan's 6.04 million academic master index would be enough to max out all 6 primary attributes. But Shin Qiushan had no plans to do so. He had finally accumulated 6.04 million points in the academic master index, and he didn't want to return to Jiefeng all of a sudden. After a moment's thought, Shin Qiushan decided to first max out the 3 basic attributes: appearance, health, and endurance. After all, the other 3 attributes were already at 90 points, which was already quite impressive for an average person. So, there was no rush to max them out. Ding! Academic Master's Index decreased by 1,000,000. Appearance increased by 10. Current appearance, 100 points. Congratulations to the host for earning the title of Goddess Face. Goddess Face increases favorability towards the same sex by 20% and towards the opposite sex by 40%. Ding! Academic Master's Index decreased by 1,000,000. Endurance increased by 10. Current endurance, 100 points. Congratulations to the host for earning the title of Endurance King. Endurance King can work and exercise continuously for 24 hours while maintaining full energy. Ding! Student Index minus 1 million. Health plus 10. Current health, 100 points. Congratulations to the host for earning the title Invulnerable to all poisons. Invulnerable to all poisons. Immune to toxic substances. Theoretically no longer susceptible to disease. A series of system notifications rang out. After maxing out 3 attributes, Shin Qiushan earned 3 different titles. After reading the explanations for each of these 3 titles, Shin Qiushan was stunned. With so many buffs stacked upon him, Shin Qiushan couldn't imagine how comfortable his future would be. Sure enough, life is different when you're using cheats. Shin Qiushan had originally felt a little bad about spending 3 million in student index all at once. Now it seems like that 3 million is more than worth it. Shin Qiushan was tempted to max out the remaining 3 attributes. But then he realized that the buffs he already had were more than enough. There's no rush. Now, I could try my luck with some more academic master points. So Shin Qiushan entered the lottery page again. Now he was wealthy. No need to draw individually like before. He started with a 10-draw streak. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the commemorative prize. Stamina Spray. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the commemorative prize. Charming Perfume. 10 consecutive draws, and I got 10 commemorative prizes. As expected, it was a scam as always. Shin Qiushan cursed inwardly, then started another 10-draw streak. Chapter 125. This was repeated 3 times. 300,000 academic elite points were exchanged for 18 little blue bottles and 12 little red bottles. The little blue bottle was Endurance Spray. The little red bottle was Charm Perfume. It turns out that any lottery is a huge scam. However, Shin Qiushan was now wealthy, so he decided to try 2 more rounds. After all, the little blue bottle had a great use now. To some extent, it could even be considered a tool for him to control his father-in-law. Because this item was only available from Shin Qiushan. It was unique. It was an absolutely scarce item. And judging by Lin Maoxuan, Shin Qiushan could definitely give this item as a gift to someone important. For example, if he wanted to build a relationship with a certain leader. As long as he gave this item away, there would definitely be a response. As a man, what man wouldn't care about such things? Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning a copy of the Z Spacetime novel. It has been automatically saved to the system backpack. The host can view or download it anytime. Just when Shin Qiushan was ready to claim 50 commemorative prizes. The lottery system finally showed its sincerity again. He won another novel. Shin Qiushan eagerly opened the system backpack. After the original novel, another one appeared. The title is The Three-Body Civilization, a total of 880,000 words. So few words? Shin Qiushan frowned. The previous novel was over 3 million words. According to Penguin Novel's payment model, the more words, the more the author earns. For example, for the currently serialized novel, Shin Qiushan releases approximately 15,000 words daily. The income was considerable. And if he continued to update at this rate, an 880,000 word novel would be finished in 2 months. Naturally, he wouldn't make much money. So, when Shin Qiushan saw that the novel only had 880,000 words, he was a little disappointed. He opened it again and began to read. 1 chapter, 2 chapters, 3 chapters. Shin Qiushan immediately exited the system backpack. He cursed. What a crap book. What kind of nonsense is this? Shin Qiushan couldn't get into this book at all. If it weren't for the system reward, he probably wouldn't have finished even 2 chapters. But even if he forced himself to read on, he was still confused and couldn't see what was so special about this book. It seems that so-called Z spacetime isn't all good stuff. This reward is kind of useless. Shin Qiushan sighed silently, then, unwillingly, pulled out 10 more times. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a rare reward. A complete set of Z-Space laser weapon technology and blueprints. Holy crap, this... Shin Qiushan couldn't help but curse, leaping out of bed. Laser weapons? Isn't this something out of a sci-fi movie? How could it actually exist in reality? Shin Qiushan quickly opened his system backpack. Sure enough, there was a new folder named Laser Weapons. Clicking it, he found various PowerPoint presentations and blueprints. Shin Qiushan randomly opened a PowerPoint presentation. It was a detailed introduction to the principles of laser weapons. However, Shin Qiushan was a complete novice in physics. Although the presentation was quite detailed, there were still some concepts he didn't understand. Exit the presentation. Shin Qiushan took a deep breath. Although he couldn't understand this stuff yet, he wasn't stupid. He knew it was priceless. Even priceless. If he handed it over to the relevant authorities, he would definitely receive unimaginable rewards. But now wasn't the time. He had to understand everything and grasp all the principles. Only when he could present everything on the PowerPoint and drawings to the relevant experts without notes could he release it. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to explain the origins of this stuff. He might even be used as a guinea pig. For a moment, Shin Qiushan had a college major in mind. When Lu Hongyu asked him what he wanted to major in the daytime, Shin Qiushan himself hadn't decided yet. He hadn't even decided on a major. Now he was sure, electronic science and technology. However, Shin Qiushan had chosen history for the college entrance exam, so theoretically, he couldn't apply for a science major. But Lu Hongyu had already said that Shin Qiushan could apply for any major he wanted, and they would help him switch to another when he enrolled. This condition was also written into the contract. With a major in mind, Shin Qiushan suddenly had a new goal to strive for. A nation strong in science. Right now, high schools and universities in China are placing a greater emphasis on science. A man with such talent, Shin Qiushan, naturally wanted to join the ranks of science majors. If he continued to study liberal arts, it would be a waste of talent. Novels and other literary works are mostly just for entertainment. The highest praise they receive is probably something like spiritual nourishment. But mastering science is different. Technology changes life. The Industrial Revolution, the Electronics Revolution, the Information Technology Revolution. With each wave that sweeps in, people's lives undergo earth-shaking changes. As the saying goes, master math, physics, and chemistry, and you travel the world. On a grand scale, it will benefit all of humanity. On a smaller scale, it will also contribute to the scientific and technological development of our country. 3 days later. Sanjiang High School. Today is the day to fill out the application form. Sanjiang City doesn't require students to fill out their application form at school. However, most students still come to school on their own initiative. Because the school has teachers who specialize in application guidance. Homeroom teachers will also offer their own suggestions based on students' grades and the admission scores of various universities last year. In the computer lab, under the watchful eye of his old lover, Chen Xiangyu, Shin Qiushan applied for the Chinese language and literature major at Sanjiang University. Of course, this major was just a random choice. He had already agreed with Lu Hongyu to transfer him to the electronic science and technology major. While Shin Qiushan was filling out his application, siblings Shin Yanran and Shin Yixia also completed theirs. Shin Yanran chose Sanjiang University for journalism. Shin Yixia chose Sanjiang University for sports training. At almost the same time, Su Pipa, who had requested leave to apply to the university, was being summoned by President Wang Guangqing. At that moment, in the office, besides Wang Guangqing, was Su Pipa's homeroom teacher, Xiao Jinping. Pipa, with your score, it would be a shame not to apply to Peking University or Tsinghua University. Most majors are open to you. If you go to Peking University or Tsinghua University, you definitely have more opportunities than if you stay at Sanjiang University. The teacher is genuinely concerned about your future. Don't let a single wrong thought lead to lifelong regret. Xiao Jinping earnestly advised. However, Su Loquat ignored him completely, as if he hadn't heard Xiao Jinping's words. Seeing this, Wang Guangqing spoke up. Loquat, one of us is your homeroom teacher, and the other is the principal. Do you think we could deceive you? I'm talking to you because I really don't want to see you miss such a great opportunity. That's Peking University or Tsinghua University. So many students dream of going there. Others can't go because their scores aren't high enough, but you, on the other hand, have enough, yet you refuse to go. I'm so worried about you. At this, Wang Guangqing sighed. He put on a look of deep sorrow. But Su Loquat remained silent. How could the clever little mushroom head not know what Wang Guangqing and Zhao Jinping were thinking? The two spoke nicely, claiming they were all thinking about her. In reality, they were just pursuing their own political achievements. If Su Pipa got into Peking University or Tsinghua University, the electronic screen at the entrance of Sanjiang High School would broadcast the joyous news of Su Pipa's admission. This would also be one of Principal Wang Guangqing's achievements. And Zhao Jinping, as the homeroom teacher, would receive even more bonuses. Su Pipa would also become his living poster child for tutoring and recruiting students. Pipa, why are you so quiet? Didn't you hear what Principal Wang and I said? Seeing Su Pipa remain silent, Zhao Jinping grew anxious. Teacher Zhao, Principal Wang. If you don't have anything else to do, I'm going to fill out my application. Su Loquat stood up from the sofa and bowed politely to the two of them. Wait a moment. Loquat, what do you mean? Do you agree or disagree with the advice Principal Wang and I are giving you? Zhao Jinping demanded, frowning. Loquat, if you apply to Peking University or Tsinghua University, the school will give you a 10,000 yuan scholarship. Seeing Su Loquat's refusal to budge, Wang Guangqing began his offer of bribes. Su Loquat, who had been silent the entire time, finally spoke. I can take responsibility for my own choices. Thank you, Principal Wang. Thank you, Teacher Zhao. With that, Su Loquat walked straight out of the office. After her petite figure disappeared, Wang Guangqing sighed dejectedly. This little girl is really stubborn. Zhao Jinping also looked helpless. I remember Su Pipa's previous goal was Peking University or Tsinghua University. Why did it suddenly change to Sanjiang University? I really don't understand. Wang Guangqing waved his hand. If she doesn't want to apply, we can't force her to. Teacher Zhao, go back to your work. Then I'd be leaving first. Zhao Jinping nodded and left the office. After the students filled out their applications, they gathered in groups around the campus to take pictures as a souvenir. The teenagers posing for photos together had no idea that this photo might be the last time they would see each other. Beside the flower bed in the playground, Shinichio and Luo Yao held hands. For now, the two of them were open about their relationship. After all, they had graduated and there was no need to be secretive about their relationship. Baby, once I go to Beijing, we be far away. They say online that long-distance relationships are very challenging. You won't be cheating on me, will you? Luo Yao had chosen to attend all the universities in Beijing. She longed for it. Because Beijing is the nation's cultural and artistic center, artistic careers offer more opportunities there. Don't worry. I'm that kind of person. Shinichio puffed out his chest, then held up 3 fingers and solemnly swore, I, Shinichio, will never do anything to let Luo Yao down. If I do, I'd be struck by lightning. Eating instant noodles without the seasoning packet will get you disconnected from a team fight. Listening to Shinichia's promise, Luo Yao giggled, all right. I believe you. Chapter 126. Being young is wonderful. You can make any vow. You can boast anything, of course. Shinichio must be sincere at this moment. Many young men and women, like him at this moment, believe that they will be together forever. From school uniforms to wedding dresses. Beautiful and romantic. Baby, you haven't made a vow yet. Shinichio looked at the giggling Luo Yao. Of course I won't. It's all because of you boys. Luo Yao pouted. I've given you my most precious thing, and you still don't believe me? Shinichio scratched his head. I do, of course I do. Brother Xiao. Come over and take a picture together. At this moment, Gao Bin, Su Zhishui, and several other athletic students emerged from the teaching building. Seeing Shinichio by the flower bed, they immediately greeted him. Baby, let's go together. Because of her long-standing relationship with Shinichio, Luo Yao knew all the athletes. She immediately pulled Shinichio over with her. A group of athletes arrived at the basketball court, first taking 2 large group photos, then snapping photos in small groups of 3 or 4. Shinichio, let's take a photo. Zhao Dongmei approached Shinichio, holding up her phone. Shinichio instinctively glanced at Luo Yao. But before he could say anything, Zhao Dongmei said to Luo Yao, Miss Luo, is it okay to borrow your boyfriend for a moment? Of course, I'm not that stingy. Luo Yao shrugged lightly. Of course, she knew Zhao Dongmei liked her boyfriend, but in her heart, Zhao Dongmei was no match for her. She was always noisy and tomboyish, so how could a boy like her, So, Luo Yao was very generous, and even took Xiao Dongmei's phone to take a photo of the two of them. In the hallway of the teaching building, Shen Qiushan and Chen Xiangyu, who had just finished filling out their applications, stood by the window chatting. Qiushan, how about we take a photo together? Looking at the students taking photos on the playground, Chen Xiangyu offered. I think we did that at graduation. Shen Qiushan still had a deep impression. Back then, technology wasn't as advanced as it is today, and they still used those old film cameras. Photos always had to be developed. Shen Qiushan's photo albums at home were filled with old photos, including a photo of him and many of his classmates from high school graduation, including Chen Xiangyu. It's a good time to take a photo and compare them. See how big the difference is 20 years ago and 20 years later, Chen Xiangyu said with interest. Okay. Shen Qiushan nodded nonchalantly. Shall we go take some pictures in the playground too? Yeah, the flower beds are pretty nice. Chen Xiangyu pointed to the flower beds in front of the teaching building, where some students were also taking photos. The two of them went downstairs. Chen Xiangyu waved to Zhang Yuding, who was taking photos with her classmates. Yuding, take a picture of me and Mr. Shen. Okay, Teacher Chen. Zhang Yuding replied, smiling and running over. As the class's famous gossip captain, Zhang Yuding was more than happy to take on this task. Unfortunately, she had already graduated, so she could only gossip in the class group chat. Otherwise, the gossip about Shen Qiushan and his homeroom teacher, Teacher Chen, would have been the perfect after-dinner conversation. Mr. Shen, Teacher Chen, can you guys get closer? Yes, a little closer. Zhang Yuding wasn't in a hurry to finish the photo shoot. She acted as both photographer and spectator, smiling and directing them. Shen Qiushan had been trying to be careful about his presence at school, but since Zhang Yuding had given him such instructions, he simply put his arm around Chen Xiangyu's shoulders. Chen Xiangyu didn't resist, instead leaning closer to Shen Qiushan. Click, Zhang Yuding, pleased with the intimacy between the two, quickly pressed the camera button on her phone several times. Just as they were taking the photo, Lin Xiaomao and Su Pihua, a little mushroom-headed girl who had just finished filling out her application, happened to be walking out of the teaching building together. Dressed in a light gray business suit, Lin Xiaomao, who exuded a dignified and cool demeanor, paused slightly, a subtle chill in her beautiful eyes. She had long suspected something unusual was going on between Shen Qiushan and Chen Xiangyu, and had asked him about it before, but he hadn't admitted it. And now the two of them were dropping the pretense and coming clean. They were so intimate even in a photo. Principal Lin, let's go get a photo with Uncle Shen. At this moment, Su Pipa suddenly said. At the little mushroom-headed girl's suggestion, Lin Xiaomao was stunned for a moment, then nodded gently. To be honest, she and Shen Qiushan only had one photo together, taken when she presented him with a bonus on behalf of the school. The rest of the photos were group photos with Shen Yanran, Shen Yixiao, or Su Pipa. Pipa, you've arrived just in time. Come over and take a photo. Shen Qiushan also spotted the little mushroom-headed girl and his second sister-in-law, Lin Xiaomao. He smiled and waved to Su Pipa, who was walking ahead. Perhaps her protection mechanism had automatically triggered upon returning to school. Su Pipa donned her loose-fitting school uniform again, creating a stark contrast to the girls, like Zhang Yuding, who had let loose and dressed flamboyantly since graduation. However, as she prepared to take a photo with Shen Qiushan, Su Pipa took the initiative to remove her loose uniform. Underneath, she wore the t-shirt Shen Qiushan had previously paid for. The dress fit perfectly, but it created an exaggerated curve across her chest. Zhang Yuding, waiting for help taking the photo, instinctively opened her mouth into an O shape. She had only just discovered today that the top student in the Tianju class, with his mushroom-shaped head, had such significant advantages beyond his academic performance. Just as she was stunned by Su Piwa's incredible advantages, Su Piwa removed the black-framed glasses that had been glued to his face, a delicate face, long eyelashes, and large, watery eyes, complemented by a truly impressive chest. Only then did Zhang Yuding realize that there were actually beauties in the Tianju class. It wasn't the dinosaur gathering place the boys had teased her about. After completing her transformation, Su Piwa immediately stood beside Shen Qiushan. Due to the 20-something centimeter height difference between them, Shen Qiushan subconsciously reached out and rubbed her small mushroom-shaped head during the photo. Principal Lin, do you want a picture too? After taking the photo with Su Piwa, Shen Qiushan waved to Lin Xiaomao. Yes. Lin Xiaomao, still maintaining her aloof demeanor, nodded gently and walked over to Shen Qiushan. However, she deliberately kept a fist's length from Shen Qiushan, so that while it was a group photo, she could easily cut him out to create a single photo. Zhang Yuding, the photographer, looked uncomfortable. But Lin Xiaomo was the principal, after all, and she usually came across as very aloof, so she hesitated to give orders. But then she thought, since she already graduated, what was there to be afraid of? So, Zhang Yuding jokingly said, "Old Shin, you and Principal Lin are actually having an affair." "Oh, really?" Shin Qiushan, looking as if he just realized something, took the initiative to move closer to Lin Xiaomo. "Old Shin, get closer. Principal Lin isn't a bit of a cannibal." Zhang Yuding, the gossipy captain, was completely obsessed with the Shin Qiushan and Lin Xiaomo couple. The two of them standing together looked like the male and female protagonists in an idol drama. It was truly a feast for the eyes. With Zhang Yuding's help, Shin Qiushan didn't hesitate. He leaned closer to Lin Xiaomo and placed a hand directly on her shoulder. The other hand made an old-fashioned hand gesture. Shin Qiushan clearly felt Lin Xiaomo's body tremble slightly when his hand rested on her shoulder, but she didn't struggle and cooperated with him to complete the photo shoot. This was also Shin Qiushan's first time being so close to his second sister-in-law, and he could smell a faint fragrance. It wasn't some random body odor, but probably shampoo. Or perhaps some high-end perfume. In short, it smelled quite nice. After the photo was taken, Lin Xiaomo breathed a sigh of relief. When Shin Qiushan placed his hand on her shoulder, her heart had raced and her breathing had become much more rapid. She felt that if this close contact lasted any longer, she might lose her balance. Chen Xiangyu, standing nearby, silently observed the subtle shifts in their expressions. A woman's sixth sense is incredibly accurate. She could sense that the aloof Vice President Lin Xiaomo definitely harbored different feelings for her former lover. In fact, Chen Xiangyu had already noticed this, and had silently compared herself to Lin Xiaomo in her mind. It seemed that aside from her card skills, she had no other advantages. Although Chen Xiangyu hadn't envisioned a lasting relationship when they first started together, if Shin Qiushan truly ended up with Lin Xiaomo, her relationship with him would likely be over. The thought of this brought a wave of sadness to Chen Xiangyu. But she was almost 40, and had experienced the pain of divorce before. So, the unresolved fate of a secret relationship wasn't entirely unacceptable. After filling out her application form, then came the long wait. One day in mid-July, Shin Qiushan was lying on the sofa, reading The Three-Body Civilization, a system-rewarded book. This book is very interesting. It's hard to get into at first, but once you're hooked, you can't stop. After trying 5 or 6 times, Shin Qiushan finally got through it, and read the entire volume in one sitting. Just as he was reaching a crucial plot point, he suddenly received a call from the postal courier. He said there were acceptance letters for him. 3 of them. Hearing this, Shin Qiushan quickly jumped up from the sofa. Clearly, the acceptance letters had arrived for him, his daughter, and his son. However, Shin Yanran and Shin Ishu were not home today. The former was working part-time with Su Piwa, while the latter was practicing at the driving school. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the novice mission. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving 100 million yuan in education funding. Chapter 127. It's here! It's finally here! Shin Qiushan excitedly pumped his fist. If the system hadn't offered him the lure of 100 million right from the start, Shin Qiushan might not have gotten the top spot. Despite the cheats, he still had to study and practice intensively every day. Doing so for 3 months was quite a challenge for a 38-year-old man. And whenever he felt tired, Shin Qiushan would think about the generous rewards for the newbie missions. With 100 million, I instantly achieve financial freedom and be able to enjoy life in comfort. After all, Shin Qiushan hadn't yet left the stage of chasing money. For now, making money was still his top priority. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning 1 premium blind box. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning 1 skill card. Just as Shin Qiushan was celebrating the 100 million bonus, the system notification sounded again. In addition to the 100 million yuan cash reward, the novice mission also includes a premium blind box and a skill card. Ding! Yes or no to open the premium blind box? Note: premium blind boxes can offer cash or physical rewards worth up to 100 million yuan. The system prompt sounded again. Shin Qiushan hadn't heard a similar prompt sound in a long time. He had only received a novice blind box and a beginner blind box in the early days. According to the system's explanation, the beginner blind box can offer cash and physical rewards worth up to 1 million yuan. The premium blind box directly increased the limit to 100 million yuan. If nothing unexpected happens, the intermediate blind box should be worth 10 million yuan. But Shin Qiushan hadn't received it yet, so there was no way to verify it. Yes, that had to be it, Shin Qiushan responded quickly. Ding, advanced blind box successfully opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the electromagnetic pulse cocoon breaking pavilion. Huh? What the hell? Shin Qiushan was bewildered. He had expected this advanced blind box to be just like the basic blind boxes before, with simple cash rewards. But what happened? An electromagnetic pulse cocoon breaking pavilion? The name alone was strange. Curious, Shin Qiushan searched for electromagnetic pulse cocoon breaking pavilion. Suddenly, it dawned on him. It turned out to be a laboratory founded by the renowned physicist Professor Yuan Hang. Professor Yuan Hang himself was a graduate of Sanjiang University, where he taught for a while before going into business and accumulating considerable wealth. At the age of 50, he established a laboratory named after himself, later renamed Electromagnetic Pulse Breaking Cocoon Pavilion. Professor Yuan Hang passed away just 2 weeks ago at the age of 92. Professor Yuan Hang, childless throughout his life, devoted his entire life and savings to the laboratory. After learning about the situation at the electromagnetic pulse breaking cocoon pavilion, Shin Qiushan was filled with awe for Professor Yuan Hang. He didn't take a single penny from the government and funded his own research. What a remarkable man. Ding, yes or no? Redeem the skill card? At this moment, the mechanical system prompt sounded again. Yes, Shin Qiushan responded again. Ding, skill card redemption successfully. Congratulations to the host for achieving the extraordinary chess Dao. Note, this chess Dao includes all chess games, not limited to Go, Xiangqi, International Chess, Gamoku, Jump Checkers, etc. As the system prompt sounded, Shin Qiushan seemed to feel a mysterious power infusing his mind, but the feeling was fleeting, lasting only about half a second. 6. Shin Qiushan couldn't help but sigh silently. As the saying goes, more skills are better than less. This extraordinary level of chess is enough to help Shin Qiushan sweep through major parks and even leaders like Lin Maoxuan. Of course, if he wanted to, even professional players wouldn't be his match. It's extraordinary level after all. The name alone tells you it's beyond the reach of mortals. After receiving the novice mission reward, Shin Qiushan hurried downstairs. The postman was already waiting at the door of the apartment. Brother Shin, congratulations. 3 college graduates from one family. That's amazing. Although he waited a while, the postman didn't seem impatient. He had, of course, read the news about Shin Qiushan, so he considered it an honor to personally hand him the admission notice. Thanks, brother. Come, share in the good news. Shin Qiushan handed the postman the red envelope he had prepared long ago. Shin Qiushan had prepared this red envelope long ago. In ancient times, announcing good news brought rewards. Now that he was well off, he thought he'd give the courier who delivered the admission notice a little surprise. Here. And there's a red envelope. The postal worker was genuinely delighted, and even more so after accepting the envelope. It was thick, and felt like it must have weighed at least a few hundred yuan. Thank you, Brother Shin. Brother Shin is so generous. This top scholar should be from your family. The postal worker praised with a beaming smile. Shin Qiushan smiled and waved, then grabbed 3 EMS parcels, and headed straight for the Wenjia M9 park downstairs. Shin Qiushan planned to deliver the admission notices to his daughter and son, so they could be the first to experience the joy of receiving them. Elsewhere, a postal worker arrived at the post station on his tricycle. Earlier, he hadn't felt comfortable opening the red envelope in front of Shin Qiushan, but after parking his tricycle, he eagerly pulled it out from his pocket. Oldly, are you going to give me a gift? A Fangtong courier, also delivering a package to the post station, asked casually. No. Old Shin gave it to you. You know Old Shin, right? Old Shin? The one from Jingxi? He's not from the same profession. He's the top scorer in this year's Gaokao. The postal worker rolled his eyes. He was so popular a while ago. He's about the same age as us, and he took the Gaokao and suddenly got top scorer. Him. I know. The Fangtong courier suddenly understood, but then asked puzzledly, but why did he give you a red envelope? Old Shin and his 2 children's admission letters arrived, and I went to deliver them. It's a happy occasion, after all, so Old Shin gave you a red envelope. The postal worker said happily. Wow, just a red envelope. The Fangtong courier's eyes were filled with envy, but he quickly added, I guess it's just a token of appreciation. 66. Since such a good thing didn't happen to him, the less money he received the better. The postal worker probably knew what the other person was thinking, but he wasn't sure. Even though it felt thick, who knew if it contained 10 yuan notes? If it contained 6 10 yuan notes, it was possible given the thickness. Whatever the amount, it's enough for today's meal. The postal worker said as he opened the red envelope. When he saw the red bills inside, he exclaimed excitedly, Red? Ha ha ha. He laughed as he took out all the money. Brand new red bills, 10 in total. Holy crap. 1,000 yuan. The postal worker swallowed hard. He never dreamed there would be 1,000 yuan in this red envelope. Just now, he judged from the thickness that it should be 5 or 6 bills, but it turned out the money was too new. The phantom courier, who witnessed this, was practically drooling with envy. No, 1,000 yuan red envelope just for delivering a package. Mr. Shen is out of his mind. Oldly, you've made a windfall, you have to treat me. The phantom courier said this, but in his heart, he was thinking about a big meal. This is old Shen's tip for me. It's to celebrate the top scorer in the imperial examination. I have to save it for my son. The postal worker wasn't fooled at all. He quickly accepted the red envelope and hummed a little tune as he went off to deliver the package. Stingy. The phantom courier, having failed to take advantage, cursed in frustration, sighing silently inwardly, why can't this good thing happen to me? In the cold drink shop. It wasn't even peak hour yet. Shen Yanran sat behind the bar, her long, straight legs casually crossed, her gaze fixed on the phone perched beneath. Su Piwa stood behind her, a wooden comb in hand, patiently combing her hair. Yanran, are you sure you haven't washed your hair in 3 days? It still feels smooth. I'm naturally beautiful. I can handle not washing my hair for a week, not even 3. Shen Yanran replied with considerable pride. It was clear that she, too, had the powerful genes of the Shen family. Su Loquat remained silent, continuing to comb Shen Yanran's hair. After a moment, she spoke again. Yanran, I think you look great with 2 braids. Braids? 2? Then you might as well kill me. Shen Yanran shook her head like a rattle. I can braid it for you. Su Loquat knew Shen Yanran was just too lazy to bother. After all, she didn't even want to wash her hair. Huh? Really? Shen Yanran's beautiful eyes lit up. Yes, yes. I can braid it. Su Loquat nodded repeatedly. I remember my aunt always braiding my hair when I was a kid. Shen Yanran sighed softly. Then I braid it for you from now on, Su Loquat said. Okay. Shen Yanran smiled, her eyes curved. Her wide eyes curved almost into crescents as she glanced at her friend standing beside her and suddenly sighed. Loquat, why do I feel like you're my mother? Huh? Su Loquat was startled, her face flushing crimson. Yanran, you don't say that. Ding dong. Welcome. At that moment, the electronic parrot at the entrance to the shop suddenly chimed. Clearly, a customer had arrived. Shen Yanran, who had been sitting leisurely at the bar, quickly stood up, and Su Loquat's eyes subconsciously glanced towards the door. Dad, why are you here? Uncle Shen. The person entering the shop was none other than Shen Qiushan. He clasped one hand behind his back and walked to the counter with a smile. 3 of your most expensive ice creams. Dad, that's unnecessary. Uncle Shen, they're so expensive. The cold drink shop they worked at was considered high-end, and the most expensive ice cream was 88 each. As employees, Shen Yanran and Su Pipa wouldn't stop ordinary customers from buying ice cream, but how could they let Shen Qiushan be the one to take advantage? I have to buy it. I want the most expensive one. Shen Qiushan's face was filled with determination. As he spoke, he slammed the admissions letter he hidden behind his back onto the counter. Because today, my daughter got into Sanjiang University. Chapter 128. Wow! The acceptance letter has arrived. Shen Yanran cheered excitedly, then quickly picked up the acceptance letter her father had placed on the counter. Sanjiang University was, after all, a top university in China, and the acceptance letter was exquisitely crafted. Upon opening it, it featured a 3-dimensional campus gate design. Shen Yanran excitedly kissed the acceptance letter. Before her father came to the school on a temporary basis, Shen Yanran had never dreamed she would be admitted to Sanjiang University. Although she had applied for journalism, a major that had been heavily criticized in recent years, Shen Yanran had, after all, been admitted to Sanjiang University, and she was particularly interested in journalism, communication, and the internet. She had finally chosen a major that she was passionate about. As for future employment, Shen Yanran didn't dwell on it too much. Having inherited her father's genes, she had a relatively relaxed disposition. Everything will work out when the time comes. Just finish college first. If it were in the past, Shen Qiushan, as a father, might have considered online opinion and favored a major with a better chance of finding a job when his daughter filled out her college application. But things are different now. As a man with a lot of talent, Shen Qiushan has the ability to support his daughter for life. With him as her father's back, there's no need for his daughter to choose a major based solely on job prospects. Loquat, your acceptance letter should have arrived by now, right? Shin Qiushan asked the little mushroom-headed girl with a smile, resting his hand on the bar. I haven't received the call yet. Su Loquat shook her head, but just as she finished her words, her phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number labeled Express Delivery. It seems they've arrived. Su Loquat's lips curled up slightly, and she quickly answered the call. As expected, it was her acceptance letter. Well, today's another great day. Yinran, discuss what you like to eat with Loquat. I take you out for a nice dinner tonight. After Su Loquat hung up, Shin Qiushan beamed again. Okay. Shin Yinran nodded happily. Should we call my second and youngest aunts too? Lin Jiayu was on summer vacation now, and spent almost every day at home playing games online. Occasionally, when she felt like it, she'd spend the entire afternoon at the cold drink shop where Shin Yinran and Su Loquat worked. Okay, you tell them. Shin Qiushan waved his hand, then took out his phone, and scanned the cold drink shop's payment code. First, I treat you two to ice cream. Take the most expensive one. 88 for one, 264 for three, right? Dad, we have an employee discount, 20% off. But the most expensive ice cream is just prettier. The ingredients are the same. Shin Yinran didn't think it was worth it. Looks are a plus. Take a picture. Having just earned 100 million, Shin Qiushan was feeling quite generous. He immediately paid over 200 yuan, and bought 3 of the most expensive ice creams. Just as his daughter had said, the ice cream looked good, but the taste was nothing special. I pick you up after get off work. Shin Qiushan walked out of the cold drink shop, humming a little tune as he carried the colorful ice cream. Dad, drive slowly, Shin Yinran warned, then took pictures of the ice cream her father had bought her. Although she and Su Pigwa worked at the store, they had never bought such expensive ice cream. It was too extravagant. Su Pigwa's heart ached when she thought about how much the ice cream, even with the discount, would cost around 70 yuan. She silently opened the memo on her phone and typed a line in her little account book. July 16th, Uncle Shin gave me the most expensive ice cream in the store, 88 yuan. Elsewhere, Shin Qiushan drove to the traffic driving school again. His son had been practicing here lately, along with his girlfriend, Luo Yao. They had signed up together. He had already passed the first test, and after a few more days of practice, he would take the second. When Shin Qiushan arrived at the practice area, his son was sitting in the shade of a tree, cuddling with Luo Yao. Summer is a busy time for driving schools, and the majority of those learning to drive are high school graduates and college students over 18 years old. Dad, why are you here? The driving range was quite open, unobstructed. Shinichi glanced over and saw his father approaching. He quickly released his girlfriend from their embrace. Luo Yao, somewhat awkwardly, straightened her rather disheveled clothes and then, with a smile, greeted Shin Qiushan. Hello, Uncle Shin. If a girl with a more timid disposition had been caught cuddling and affectionately with her boyfriend by his parents, she would probably have been stunned. But Luo Yao was clearly not that kind of girl. The embarrassment was fleeting, and she was able to greet Shin Qiushan openly. Well, how was practice going? Shin Qiushan asked casually. Shinixiao's practice well. I'm just too clumsy. I only managed to reverse into a parking space 5 times out of 10. Luo Yao playfully stuck out her tongue, communicating effortlessly with her elder, Shin Qiushan. Practice makes perfect. Shin Qiushan soothed her, then looked at his son and tossed him the admission letter. Your admission letter has arrived? Huh? So soon? Shinichi was overjoyed, quickly taking the letter and examining it carefully. As expected of a top-tier 985 university, this admission letter is so high-end. Shinichi couldn't help but sigh in admiration at the 3-dimensional school gate on the letter. Beside her, Luo Yao's eyes were filled with envy. Her Gaokao score on the cultural subjects was 467. As an arts major, she had no problem getting into an undergraduate program, but getting into a top-tier 985 university like Sanjiang University was out of the question. Alright, keep practicing. Shin Qiushan had naturally observed the dynamic between his son and Luo Yao, and he didn't want to be left behind as a third wheel. After his father left, Shinichi immediately took a selfie holding up his acceptance letter and posted it to his moments, captioning it simply, Sanjiang University, here I come. His post quickly garnered numerous likes and comments. The athletes exclaimed, awesome. After all, for the athletes at Sanjiang High School, getting into Sanjiang University was already the pinnacle of achievement. Inside a car wash, Wang Yupeng, who had just finished washing a car, wiped the sweat from his forehead with a towel. He grabbed his phone and scrolled through his moments, where he saw the good news posted by his good friend Shinichi. Wang Yupeng casually gave a thumbs up, but his emotions were mixed. Originally, the two were on the same level, both barely reaching the threshold of undergraduate admission. However, his good friend Shinichi worked hard in the final 3 months, and was admitted to Sanjiang University. Wang Yupeng, on the other hand, remained stagnant. His performance on the Gaokao wasn't ideal, and he only scored 381. Even for an athlete, his chances of getting into an undergraduate program with that score weren't very high. So, he would most likely go to a junior college. In this age of severely devalued academic qualifications, even undergraduate and graduate students from ordinary universities struggle to find jobs, let alone junior colleges. Wang Yupeng suddenly felt uncertain about his future. It's said that the Gaokao is a crucial turning point in life, but Wang Yupeng had previously dismissed it. Now, comparing himself to his good friend, he suddenly felt there was some truth to it. Going to a good university doesn't necessarily guarantee a better future, but at least it increases the chances. Especially for children from ordinary families, the Gaokao offers a chance to change their fate, or at least escape poverty. Take Su Pihua, for example. After enrolling at Sanjiang University Medical School, she'd definitely be able to work in a hospital and become a doctor. After all, Sanjiang University Medical School is highly ranked domestically, unlike those second-rate medical schools where graduates rely entirely on family connections to get into a hospital. Wang Yupeng enlarged his friend's admission letter and read it word for word. Then he opened the comments section, pondered for a long time, and finally wrote, "Keep up the good work, brother." Look at him smiling. You two used to have similar grades, but now you've both gotten into Sanjiang University. Wang Yupeng's father had suddenly appeared behind him. This car wash was owned by Wang Yupeng's family. Normally, his parents were the only ones running the business. After the college entrance exam, he spent most of his time helping out. "Dad, you're walking so quietly." Wang Yupeng was startled by the sudden noise. He turned his head and glanced at his father, retorting, "Uncle Shen even got top marks. If I had a dad like that, my grades would definitely be great." "Hey! You're not good at studying, so you're blaming me." Old Wang had never expected his son to outmaneuver him. That's right. As the saying goes, a hero's son is a hero. If the father is a capable person, the son will surely be just as capable. Uncle Shen and Shinichia are examples of this. Wang Yupeng argued confidently. Old Wang was left speechless. After all, the news of Shen Qiushan's top scorer in the Gaokao had gone viral. Not only was it known throughout Sanjiang City, it had even become a nationwide sensation. Old Wang didn't realize that his son's words had become a standard retort to his parents by students who didn't pass the Gaokao. "You say I'm a bad student and didn't do well on the exam? That's because I don't have a top-scoring dad." And when these words were uttered, parents were often left speechless. There was no other way. Shen Qiushan had a living example right there. He'd taken the top spot in the Gaokao at the ripe old age of 38. Not only that, but because of his exemplary behavior, his son's academic performance had skyrocketed in just 3 months, leaping from marginal undergraduates to exceptional students qualified for admission to a top-tier university. September 1st. The day for new students to register at Sanjiang University. The Shen family, father, son, and daughter, all woke up early. To be more precise, they were so excited that they had no desire to sleep in. Shen Yanran and Shinixiao, needless to say, had been engrossed in the university campus ever since they received their acceptance letters. Although Shen Qiushan had lived for 38 years, he had missed the experience of university, often hailed by countless people as the best time of life. Thus, all three were extremely excited about the impending university life. "Qiushan, do you want me to take you to school?" Old Shen was on the night shift today, and looking at the bundles of luggage in the living room, he felt a sense of emptiness. The house used to be bustling with activity every day, but now that Shen Qiushan and his 2 children had moved to live on campus, Old Shen was the only one left in the large house. "No need. You go see us off, and I have to get you back." Shen Qiushan waved his hand. He could probably guess his father's thoughts and added, "We're all in Sanjiang anyway. I come back on weekends. If you need anything during the week, just call and I'll be back. It doesn't matter if you come back or not. It's more peaceful when you don't." Old Shen said stubbornly, then nonchalantly clicked into a female anchor's room and looked at his favorite long, white legs. "Okay, let's go." Shen Qiushan picked up his daughter Shen Yanran's suitcase and winked at his son Shinichia. "Take my suitcase." "Oh." Shinichia pouted, picked up his father's suitcase with one hand and his own with the other, silently muttering to himself, "Giving birth to a son is like giving birth to a laborer. I have Yao Yao give me a son to labor for me someday." "Dad, we're leaving." Shin Qiushan said goodbye to his father, who was sitting on the sofa, and then led his children out of the house. The security door slammed shut. The living room, which had been bustling just moments ago, suddenly fell silent, leaving only the female anchor's coquettish brother voice on the phone. Old Shin suddenly felt a little irritated, his long white legs seeming dull. He exited the anchor's live stream, and first went to his grandson's room. It was a mess, the quilt not even folded properly. Old Shin folded the quilt again, and then went to his granddaughter's room. It was clean and tidy, everything that needed to be put away had been put away, the quilt was neatly folded, and covered with a blanket. "You're quite diligent today." Old Shin didn't think his granddaughter was that diligent. He used to always remind her that as a girl, she should be able to handle household chores. Shin Yanran had tidied her room thoroughly today, but Old Shin felt even emptier watching. He then went to his son Shin Qiushan's small room, barely big enough for a bed, and a computer desk, neatly arranged. "At your age, you're still going to college. Go ahead. This time, do something." Old Shin sat on the bed, patting the thin bedboard and muttering softly. Sanjiang University. Since it was freshman registration day, the scene on and off campus could be described as reminiscent of a skit. It could be described as drums and gongs blaring, firecrackers blasting, red flags waving, and a sea of people. Of course, firecrackers were not allowed on campus. The clamor of gongs and drums was replaced by passionate music. Upon entering the campus, one was greeted by a series of meticulously decorated welcome arches, each bearing a variety of welcoming slogans. The welcome booths for each college were arranged on both sides of the main avenue. Each booth was uniquely decorated to highlight the college's characteristics. The art college's booth was filled with colorful creative paintings and artwork, while the School of Aeronautics and Astronautics booth displayed airplane, rocket, and astronaut models, creating a high-tech feel. "Dad, we're from the Physical Education College," Shinichio explained in the crowd, having spotted the Physical Education College's welcome booth. The Physical Education College of Sanjiang University is known for its shooting program, having produced an Olympic champion. Therefore, the Physical Education College's booth featured 2 shooting competition guns, drawing considerable attention. New students posed for photos holding the guns. "Classmate, are you from our Physical Education College?" Perhaps Shinichia's voice was too loud, and a senior student from the Physical Education College, who was in charge of welcoming new students, noticed her and immediately approached with a beaming smile. This senior student was clearly an athlete. Tall and well-proportioned, with a healthy tan, she was also quite pretty, with large almond-shaped eyes, a prominent nose, and semi-long hair tied in a small braid at the back of her head. She looked playful and unique. "Hello, senior student. I'm a freshman majoring in sports training. My name is Shinichio." Shinichio immediately introduced herself. "What a coincidence. I'm also a sports training major, so I'm your real senior student. By the way, my name is Tian Sijia. You can just call me Sister Jia." The girl also introduced herself enthusiastically. "Hey, hello, Sister Jia." Shinichio immediately called out sweetly, then asked, "New student registration, what's next?" "Wait a minute, I have the new student information here. I check you off first, then you can come with me." Tian Sijia found Shinichio's name on the new student list, and put a check mark next to it. "Let's go, Junior. Can I help you with your luggage?" "No, no." Shinichio waved repeatedly, but he didn't leave immediately with Tian Sijia. Instead, he turned back to look for his father, wanting to say hello. He found his father being taken a photo by 2 attractive girls. After the photo was taken, one of the girls seemed to ask for his WeChat ID. This? Shinichia's mouth twitched, speechless and shocked. "Isn't it true that Dad is so popular? Isn't that Old Shin? Hey, your name is Shinichia, so you're Old Shin's son?" Seeing that Shinichio didn't follow her, Tian Sijia followed his gaze, and saw Shin Qiushan in the crowd. If anyone were to name Sanjiang University's most famous freshman this year, it would undoubtedly be the renowned Shin Qiushan. This 38-year-old top scorer in the Gaokao had previously caused a national sensation, and who knows how much favors the university admissions office had offered to get him into Sanjiang University. Tian Sijia had just been talking about Shin Qiushan with her classmates, but she hadn't expected the new student she was welcoming to be his son. "Sister Jia, is my dad that famous at school?" Shinichio asked, scratching his head. "Of course." Tian Sijia smiled and nodded. "Your dad was the top scorer in the college entrance exam. Junior, can you take me for a picture with your dad too?" Shinichia's mouth twitched slightly. He hadn't expected this new senior student to ask such a request. "To be honest, Junior, Your dad is just as handsome as you. Tian Sijia, catching Shanishia's slight emotion, immediately added with a smile. Hearing this, Shanishia puffed out his chest. That's right. Chapter 129. Feeling the compliments, Shanishia took Tian Sijia to meet her father, then followed the senior student to register. Dad, our college's welcome office. Shortly after Shanishia left, Shin Yanran also found her school, the School of Journalism and Communication. Classmate, are you a freshman in our school? Shin Yanran, tall and beautiful, stood out among the freshmen. If it weren't for her tall bodyguard, Shin Qiushan, a boy would have approached her to chat. The two boys at the School of Journalism and Communications welcome booth had already noticed Shin Yanran. Upon hearing that this beautiful junior student was from their school, they immediately greeted her with beaming smiles. The boy who spoke wore black-framed glasses, and was short, visually almost the same height as Shin Yanran. He was also wearing high-heeled sneakers, so his actual height was probably around 170 centimeters. The other boy was slightly taller, perhaps around 175 centimeters. He had his hair parted in a 3:7 ratio, and wore a flashy light pink short-sleeved shirt over black casual trousers. The shirt was tucked in, leaving his belt hanging out. The gold LV logo gleamed in the sunlight. Yes, I'm a freshman majoring in journalism. Shin Yanran volunteered her major. So you're my junior. Upon hearing that Shin Yanran was a freshman majoring in journalism, the rather maturely dressed man stepped forward. I'm also a journalism major. I'm a junior this year, and I'm Panja, the publicity department director of our college's student union. Junior, I'm Kai Shigao, the external relations director. Not to be outdone, the man with black-framed glasses quickly introduced himself. Hello, seniors. My name is Shin Yanran. Shin Yanran also gave her name. Yanran, what a lovely name. Yanran's smile is captivating, and she lives up to her name. The two of them spoke in exaggerated tones. At that moment, there were quite a few student union members at the School of Journalism and Communications welcome office, including some quite attractive girls. Seeing Panja and Kai Jigao's expressions, several girls couldn't help but murmur in disapproval. However, they were only complaining about Panja and Kai Jigao's flattery. They were quite impressed with Shin Yanran's appearance. It seemed Su Tsaiwei's status as the school beauty is over. They each have their merits, but this junior is taller, and those long legs are so enviable. Hey, her name is Shin Yanran. Could she be Shin Qiushan's daughter? Yes. Shin Qiushan's daughter is called Shin Yanran. Several girls had originally come to gossip about Shin Yanran's looks, but someone quickly linked her to the 38-year-old top scorer. Junior Yanran, where's your luggage? Let me help you. At this point, Kai Shigao took the initiative again. He noticed that Shin Yanran hadn't brought any luggage, and the pretty junior was carrying a pink backpack. You want your luggage, right? Yes, here it is. Shin Qiushan, dragging two suitcases, had just encountered another fan, and was pushed a bit far away by Shin Yanran. As soon as he reached behind his daughter, he saw two flies. Hearing Kai Jigao's words, Shin Qiushan immediately handed over his suitcase. Well, you want to help, don't you? Then help. Kai Shigao was stunned when he saw Shin Qiushan. He wasn't quite sure about his relationship with Shin Yanran. Shin Qiushan was too young to be considered father and daughter, looking only in his early 30s. How could he possibly have a daughter around 18? Panja, standing nearby, recognized Shin Qiushan. Are you Shin Qiushan? This year's top scorer in the liberal arts college entrance exam. After hearing Panja's words, Kai Shigao finally realized, oh my god. It's really Uncle Shin. Several girls, who had already been chatting about Shin Qiushan, also came over. They were all students in the School of Journalism and Media, studying majors related to journalism and media. So, they were more interested in Shin Qiushan, the 38-year-old top scorer, than the average student. After all, news about Shin Qiushan had once gone viral nationwide. If they were Shin Qiushan, they would have immediately opened a self-media account and become internet celebrities. However, Shin Qiushan didn't even bother to create an account to capitalize on the popularity, demonstrating that this aging top scorer still possessed a great deal of integrity. Shin Yanran had already experienced the surge of her father's popularity before. Now, she wasn't surprised. Shin Qiushan exchanged a few pleasantries with the group, then, accompanied by Panja and Kai Shigao, took his daughter to register. All the way, Panja and Kai Shigao were incredibly enthusiastic. Shin Qiushan knew they weren't after him, but rather their beautiful cabbage. Shin Qiushan had long anticipated that his daughter would be surrounded by many suitors once she arrived at university. After all, even the chubby little Zhou Yu had persistent suitors in high school, let alone in college. So, Shin Qiushan had already made up his mind. His own college education was only one aspect. He also had to take care of his beautiful daughter. Dating wasn't out of the question, but as a father, he had to keep a close eye on his daughter. With Panja and Kai Shigo running around, efficiency was much higher. Soon, the group arrived at the girls' dormitory. Thank you both for your hard work. Just drop it off here. Shin Qiushan waved at them. Having come this far, there was really no need for them to continue to the dormitory. Uncle Shin, there are so many things. Let me help you. Kai Shigao, not giving up, said with a smile. Really? Go ahead. Shin Qiushan shook his head, picked up Shin Yanran's suitcase with one hand, and the newly received bedding and school uniform with the other. Then, he strode into the girls' dormitory. Today was registration day, and the girls' dormitory was a mess, but people were allowed to come and go as they pleased. Shin Yanran quickly followed her father's steps. As the father and daughter disappeared into the dormitory hallway, Panja and Kai Shigo glanced at each other. This is tough. That old ding is so defensive. Kai Shigo sighed. What old ding? Panja curled his lips and said sternly, that's my father-in-law. Pa! Have some shame? Kai Shigo rolled his eyes. How could Yanran be interested in a shorty like you? Hit his sore spot. Panja angrily retorted, I'm 170.5 centimeters tall, how can I be short? Besides, it's all concentrated essence. And you're not that tall. Kai Shigo chuckled and put his arm around Panja's shoulder. Brother Zhe, let's play fair. Yanran, I can't give her up to you. Bah! As if Yanran could possibly be interested in a greasy guy like you. Panja spat forcefully, then glanced toward the girls' dormitory and couldn't help but sigh, if Yanran wants to be my girlfriend, I give her even 10 years of my life away. I even give her 20. Kai Shigo immediately upped the ante. Then I give her 30 years. Fuck. I give her 40 years. Girls' dormitory. Shin Yanran was assigned to room 306. Shin Qiushan, with his strength at 90, still managed to climb the stairs with ease, carrying all of his daughter's belongings. He planned to sell his daughter first, then go to the School of Journalism and Communications welcome office to pick up his suitcase, which he had left there, and finally report to the School of Electronic Information. Yanran, there will probably be many boys like Panja and Kai Shigao in the future. You should keep a proper distance from them. While you don't have to keep them at a distance, you can't let them harbor unrealistic expectations. Shin Qiushan admonished his daughter as they walked. Oh, I see. Shin Yanran nodded. She was already 18, and girls naturally mature earlier, so she naturally understood what her father meant. She also sensed that Panja and Kai Shigao's enthusiasm for her was a bit excessive, not just the usual welcoming gestures from seniors. Shin Yanran had encountered similar situations before, whether in high school or while working part-time during the holidays. Thus, she had extensive experience handling such interpersonal relationships. For beautiful girls, learning how to reject approaches and reject advances from boys you don't like is a must-learn lesson. If a boy bothers you, tell me right away. Shin Qiushan warned again. Dad, I'm an adult. Don't worry, I can handle it myself. Shin Yanran responded confidently. I do trust you. But not those brats. Shin Qiushan sighed softly, thinking, your dad was a young man who rose to prominence as a wealthy daughter. And yet, Shin Yanran hadn't realized it yet, but she had already joined the ranks of the second-generation rich. Well, if you're short on living expenses, just tell me. Tell me anything you need. Your dad isn't short of money now. You don't need to save money. Shin Qiushan warned again. Yeah. Shin Yanran nodded repeatedly. She knew her dad made a lot of money writing novels. Their spending habits had improved since their dad's delivery days. Shin Yanran was known for her adaptability. When her dad was broke, she didn't complain and was frugal. Now that her dad was wealthy, she wasn't too pampered. She already gotten him a complete Apple set for the holidays, a phone, a tablet, a laptop, and over 1,000 yuan worth of Bluetooth headphones. As they talked, father and daughter arrived at the door of dormitory 306. The door was now open. There were two people in the room, a beautiful middle-aged woman and a stylish young woman. The middle-aged woman looked to be around 40, with fair skin and a well-proportioned figure. She wore a loose, warm brown dress dotted with tiny yellow flowers. The square neckline generously revealed her fair collarbone, and the slightly rolled-up sleeves revealed a slender forearm. The woman gave the impression of intellectual elegance, clearly no ordinary housewife. As Shin Qiushan studied her, the middle-aged woman also studied him. Then, a look of surprise crossed the middle-aged woman's face. Are you Shin Qiushan? top scorer in the liberal arts college entrance exam in Sanjiang province. Shin Qiushan, who had been recognized for the first time, smiled and nodded, exchanging a few polite words. From their conversation, they learned that the middle-aged woman's name was Qin Min, the editor-in-chief of Huawen Publishing House. Her daughter's name was Qin Jiahuan, which might have symbolized family happiness. But since Qin Jiahuan and her mother, Qin Min, shared the same surname, the name's symbolic meaning was likely false. Otherwise, Qin Jiahuan's father would have been present on such a grand opening day. Of course, Shin Qiushan wouldn't ask such personal questions on their first meeting. He helped his daughter make her bed, then told Shin Yanran to get along well with her roommates before leaving the dormitory. Yanran's dad, wait a moment. In the hallway, Shin Qiushan was about to go downstairs when Shin Min caught up with him. Would you like to chat for a minute? Let's talk as we walk. I still have to report. Shin Qiushan waved his hand casually. Yeah, I was just about to leave. Qin Min nodded and said, as he walked downstairs, I've read a lot of news about you. I think your story is very compelling. Have you ever thought about writing an autobiography? Qin Min didn't beat around the bush and directly stated the reason for calling Shin Qiushan. Autobiography? Shin Qiushan smiled and shook his head. Forget it. I'm not qualified. In the past, only celebrities and successful people could publish autobiographies, and it was quite prestigious. However, in recent years, the threshold for publishing an autobiography has been infinitely lowered, mainly due to the sluggish physical publishing industry. Even the nouveau riche can afford to publish an autobiography if they're willing to pay. To the point where publishing an autobiography has almost become a derogatory term, Shin Qiushan didn't want to get into trouble. Such empty fame was completely meaningless. The autobiography I'm talking about is different from what you imagine, because your story is quite inspirational. I want to publish an autobiographical novel based on your story. Qin Min explained her idea seriously. Chapter 130. Write my story into a novel. Shin Qiushan smiled and shook his head. My story isn't much to write about. However, I do have a book I'd like to publish. Shin Qiushan was referring, naturally, to the three-body civilization reward from the system. It's difficult to get into it first, but once you get into it, you find it truly a masterpiece. As a science fiction novel, while fully utilizing imagination, it also has certain theoretical foundations, such as curvature drive and the gravitational slingshot effect. The novel also offers a profound interpretation of human nature. After reading it several times, Shin Qiushan felt that this novel wasn't suitable for online serialization and was more suited to a physical publication. Originally, Shin Qiushan wasn't in a rush to proceed with this. After all, he wasn't short of money. But since Qin Min brought this up, Shin Qiushan casually suggested that if they could collaborate, that would be great. Otherwise, they could look for another publisher. You have a book? Wrote it yourself? Qin Min looked at Shin Qiushan in astonishment. Yeah. Just writing it for fun. Shin Qiushan shrugged smugly, but inside, he was being quite the show-off. He was already looking forward to Qin Min's shocked expression when she saw his just-written novel. A novel? Yes. What genre? Science fiction. At the mention of science fiction, Qin Min frowned noticeably. The physical publishing industry was already struggling. Science fiction was even more so. In Qin Min's memory, the best-selling science fiction novel in China sold less than 100,000 copies, and that was during the golden age of physical publishing. In recent years, Qin Min's impression was that there had been no major science fiction novels that made a splash. One could even say that there were no decent science fiction writers in China. This genre was a vacuum in China, with no novel yet truly becoming a hit. And yet, Shin Qiushan, a novice, had actually written a science fiction novel. Have you ever written a novel? Qin Min asked curiously. Do online novels count? Of course. Qin Min nodded, and pressed even more curiously. So you've written novels online? Yes, it's still being serialized. But it's almost finished. Unlike other authors, who had to type word by word, Shin Qiushan received the completed novel, so his update speed was incredibly fast. The novel, which was serialized in March, was already nearing its end, and would be finished by the end of this month. Wow, so impressive! Qin Min was astonished. Shin Qiushan was the top scorer in the college entrance examination, which meant he must have been very diligent in his review. So, given these circumstances, it's truly incredible that he's still serializing his novels online. As the editor-in-chief of a publishing house, Qin Min is also very familiar with online novels. In the beginning, the distinction between online and offline writers was very clear, even a discriminatory one. Online writers often look down on online writers. But now, the distinction between online and offline writers has become blurred, as excellent online novels are published and sell very well. Furthermore, many bestsellers debut online. Thus, as the editor-in-chief of a publishing house, Chen Min frequently scours the rankings of major websites, searching for works with publishing potential. Which platform is it being serialized on? Could you tell me the title? Chen Min asked again. Penguin Fiction. Yes, that's the one. Shin Qiushan casually opened the Penguin Fiction app and displayed his novel. Chen Min's eyes fell on Shin Qiushan's phone, and she was stunned. Did you write this book? Because she frequently browsed the charts on major websites, Chen Min had seen the novel, I Really Didn't Want to Be Reborn long ago. Not only had she seen it, she had also contacted Penguin Fiction about publishing it, but Penguin Fiction's asking price was too high, and the two sides fell through. But the book left a deep impression on Chen Min, as it performed exceptionally well, dominating the Penguin Fiction urban category for a long time. Editor-in-Chief Chen, have you read this book? Chen Min's reaction didn't seem acted, so Shin Qiushan asked with a smile. Yes, I have. I've even discussed publishing with Penguin Fiction. Chen Min recounted the story of her communication with Penguin Fiction. Shin Qiushan had initially dismissed it as just idle chat, but he hadn't expected Chen Min to actually discuss publishing with Penguin Fiction. However, he, the author, was completely unaware of this. Wudong, that pick-footed bastard, was so unreliable. Why didn't he even tell me about this? Shin Qiushan cursed inwardly. But then he realized Chen Min must be dealing with someone in the copyright department, so he immediately asked, and sure enough, it was true. The copyrights for all books serialized on Penguin Fiction are managed by the copyright department, and ordinary editors merely act as messengers. The copyright department of Penguin Fiction didn't agree to the offer from Chen Min's publisher, likely because they felt it was too low, or perhaps because they already had a higher bid. Forget it, let them do it. Publishing isn't much money, really, especially for Shin Qiushan right now. It's a drop in the bucket. As expected of you, the top scorer in the liberal arts exam. Your novels are such bestsellers. Chen Min sighed, then pulled out her phone and said, let's add each other on WeChat. Then send me your science fiction novel. However, science fiction is a niche genre, so getting it published is quite challenging. Okay. Shin Qiushan immediately added Chen Min as a WeChat friend and sent her the first volume of the Three-Body Civilization. Shin Qiushan was also cautious and didn't send the entire book. After all, the novel had no trace in this time and space. Chen Min glanced at the title and said modestly, actually, I rarely read science fiction, so my knowledge of this genre is limited. So don't take my review too seriously. Chen Min was giving Shin Qiushan a heads up, as she believed it was incredibly difficult for science fiction to reach publishable quality. Had she not known that Shin Qiushan's works were extremely popular online, Chen Min might have simply rejected the project, citing the publisher's refusal to accept science fiction. And now, although she had decided to give Shin Qiushan's work a look, she held out little hope. Editor-in-Chief Chen, feel free to criticize. You're a professional. Shin Qiushan, of course, could hear the hidden meaning in Chen Min's words. He smiled and shrugged. Inwardly, he silently grumbled, if you truly think this book isn't good, then you're probably wasting your time as editor-in-chief. The two of them strolled across campus, chatting and laughing, a bit like a couple who had just dropped off their child. However, the two looked younger than most parents. Shin Qiushan, in particular, looked to be in his early 30s, looking nothing like a student's parent, but more like a younger uncle or older brother. Chen Min, on the other hand, was a financially independent woman who was willing to spend money on herself. Although she was 41, she didn't look like she was in her 40s. At first glance, she looked only a few years older than Shin Qiushan. Chen Min's car parked outside the school, and the two walked back to the main entrance. Shin Qiushan went to the School of Journalism and Communications welcome office to retrieve his suitcase. Chen Min waved goodbye and left the school. Who's that person? Just as Shin Qiushan was about to register at the School of Electronic Information, a familiar voice suddenly sounded behind him. Shin Qiushan turned his head and saw a familiar face. Lin Xiaoma, his second sister-in-law, had stood behind him without him noticing. Today, she wore a French-style square-neck, puff-sleeved short top. The retro floral pattern was vibrant yet elegant, and she paired it with high-waisted, wide-leg trousers. The smooth lines of her legs accentuated her straightness and slenderness. She still exuded an air of cool beauty. Momo, why are you here? Shin Qiushan looked at Lin Xiaoma suspiciously. She was the vice principal of Sanjiang High School. Today was September 1st, so she should have been busy at school. I've been transferred to work at Sanjiang University. Currently, I'm in the Youth League Committee. In reality, Lin Xiaomo had already been working at Sanjiang University for a week, but she hadn't told Shin Qiushan, thinking of giving him a surprise. Unexpectedly, during their first meeting at Sanjiang University, Lin Xiaomo ran into Shin Qiushan and a woman, chatting and laughing as they strolled around campus. Those who didn't know would have thought they were a couple. That's great. Yinran Xiaoxiao, and I will have a backer at school, Shin Qiushan jokingly remarked. Shin Qiushan wasn't particularly surprised that Lin Xiaomo had been transferred to Sanjiang University. After all, at a previous gathering, Lin Moxuan had mentioned that he had been trying to arrange for Lin Xiaomo to work there. Although Sanjiang University wasn't under the jurisdiction of the Sanjiang Municipal Education Bureau, as the head of the bureau, Lin Moxuan had no problem facilitating this. This was, after all, a society based on personal connections. I'm here to work. I'm not here to be anyone's backer. Lin Xiaomo rolled her eyes at Shin Qiushan. Her position was Deputy Secretary of the Youth League Committee, and her rank was a full-time section chief. It might seem like a lateral transfer, but it's actually a promotion, because, under normal circumstances, the rank of the Vice Secretary of the Sanjiang University Youth League Committee should be Deputy Division Chief. In fact, the recently retired Vice Secretary was a Deputy Division Chief level, but Lin Xiaomo had just been promoted to Section Chief and needed a cooling-off period. During this period, as long as she didn't make any mistakes, Lin Xiaomo's rank would naturally rise to the next level. I can only say, having a good father really makes a difference. You haven't told me who that person was just now. Lin Xiaomo pressed again. The parent of Yinhan's roommate. I met her when I was dropping her off. Shin Qiushan explained, but he immediately realized that something was amiss with Lin Xiaomo. Why was she so concerned about Chen Min's identity, and in such a questioning tone? Momo, is that the right attitude? It feels like you're exercising your sister's authority. Shin Qiushan quipped casually. Hearing this, Lin Xiaomo's cheeks suddenly warmed slightly. From her perspective, it was easy to understand her feelings. She had already been working at Sanjiang University for a week, and since joining, the Youth League Committee's main task was to welcome new students. She had originally planned to give Shin Qiushan a surprise, but instead found her strolling around campus, chatting and laughing with another woman. It would be strange if she was in a good mood, however. Lin Xiaomo herself hadn't noticed that she had lost her composure a bit. Faced with Shin Qiushan's questioning, Lin Xiaomo naturally felt a little guilty. However, she had been working in the system for so many years, and when faced with an unanswerable question, the best solution was to change the subject. So Lin Xiaomo asked, where's Loquat? Didn't he report?